Ed Roth Taylor is the son of a powerful noble family of ruffian. He is feared for his bullying and bad behavior at the academy where he acts like king. One day, Ed receives a letter from his family. The letter says he is disowned and removed from the family register. He loses everything, his title, his wealth, and even kicked out of his dorm room. Students at the academy gossip about his downfall. They still avoid him because of his bad reputation, but many believe he deserves his fate for trying to cheat during the entrance exam. Ed feels that life is unfair. The people who judge him don't know the real him. He isn't the villain they think he is. The truth is strange. He has been transported into his favorite video game, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. In this game, he isn't a hero or a genius, but a minor villain who appears only at the start of the story. This character is weak, powerless, and destined to end up as a beggar in the game's ending. Ed checks his stats and feels hopeless. His stamina, strength, and magic are embarrassingly low. He is supposed to be a student of magic, but even a farmer NPC has better stats. He realizes this is why his character is so insignificant in the game. But Ed doesn't want the ending where he becomes a beggar. He decides he will change his fate, no matter how hard it is. The academy is still his chance to build a new life. It is a top school, and anyone who graduates has a bright future. He knew tough it was extreme starting part of the scenario, but is also extremely important for him. Since his tuition for the first semester is already paid, Ed decides he will stay, work hard, and use his knowledge of the game to survive. His goal is to graduate and live a peaceful life. However, his low stats make him doubt if he can succeed. So, he decides to focus on surviving the next 10 days until the semester starts. To avoid the students and their stares, Ed leaves the academy grounds and goes into the nearby forest. On the first day, he tries cutting logs and moving them with magic. His weak magic drains his energy quickly, and he becomes hungry. Remembering a story from his grandfather, Ed tries to make stew from tree bark. It tastes awful and makes him feel sick. He realizes wood is better for building than for eating. Ed works hard to build a shelter. He cuts logs, makes a frame, and puts everything together. After hours of effort, his shelter is finally complete. His stats improve slightly and earns a small achievement. This gives him hope. Ed notices that not he is skilled with magic, but also good with his hands. Using his handy skills, he crafts a harpoon, which also unlocks an achievement. He uses the harpoon to catch fish, cooks them, and enjoys his first proper meal in 2 days. For the first time, he feels he can survive. While eating, Ed hears someone behind him. He turns and sees Princess Phinia. She is the third princess of the Klol Empire and the person who exposed his cheating during the entrance exam. Because of her, Ed lost everything. Now she looks angry to see him still at the academy. Phinia doesn't understand why Ed hasn't been expelled yet. She thinks he is shameless and warns him to leave the academy. Ed feels nervous because Phinia has a special power that lets her see through lies. If she reports him, he will be expelled and will be the end for him. As she scolds him, Ed sees his fish burning in the fire, adding to his frustration. Ed knows he needs to calm her down. He tries his best to divert her attention, then simply bends down and thanks her. Phinia looks surprised, detecting no lies from Ed. She knows Ed's family, the Roth Taylors, are infamous for their genocidal experiments on humans and are considered a trash family that should be destroyed or executed. But for Ed, it's different. He is lucky because he has already been disowned by his family. This gives him an advantage in the academy, or else it would be end for him in the game. Ed begins to wonder why she is alone in the forest without any escort or uniform. He recalls that it's likely for the class placement test in video games timeline, where students are supposed to find magical beads. Ed knows that Phinia wants to join Class A, the academy's top class. He offers to help her, knowing she will struggle to pass the test without assistance. Phinia grows suspicious of his offer, thinking it might be a trick. Ed remains calm and insists he is being honest. He tells her that if he lies, she can have him expelled immediately. This is his last chance, and he knows he has to convince her to trust him. Ed helps Phinia by telling her the exact location of the magical bead, hidden under Marilda's guardian tree in the middle of the island. Following his instructions, she heads there and finds the bead, just as Ed had described. Phinia feels surprised and conflicted. The Ed she knew from 3 days ago was a cheater and a liar, but now she finds herself unable to understand this new version of him. The next day, the class placement tests come to an end, and the students gather to await their evaluations. Professor Glast arrives and asks everyone to present the beads they have collected. Some students come forward with different objects, like magical eggs, but they are placed in Class F for failing to meet the test's requirements. The professor explains that the beads needed for success lack magical power, which makes them harder to identify. 2 of these beads were found by the main protagonists, Jix and Lortel. Then, Professor Glast raises his hand and points to the final student who has retrieved the 3rd bead from the guardian tree. He declares this student to be at the top of the class, leaving everyone in awe. Sitting by the riverside, Ed makes a crude fishing rod, earning another achievement. He remembers from the game that Princess Phinia developed sharp judgment skills because she grew up dealing with people who flattered her or lied to her. She became so good at spotting lies that no one could trick her. But this skill also made her life harder. In the game's original story, Phinia gets the title Princess of Love not because of her beauty, but because of her hard work. She fails the class placement test and works hard to improve, eventually proving herself and earning respect. Ed knows that if he tells her where the magical bead is, he can avoid getting expelled, but it will ruin the original story. If the story changes too much, all the knowledge Ed has about the game will become useless, and he will lose his advantage. However, the information Ed gives Phinia about the bead, though seemingly a gift, is actually a cleverly laid trap. Phinia wants to keep her royal identity a secret because she feels embarrassed by the special treatment her status brings. She wants to prove herself without relying on her status. While the bead would guarantee her top results in the placement test, she cannot accept it because finding it without her own effort would compromise her values. Phinia is determined to walk the righteous path, which is how she earns the title Princess of Love in the original story. Since Ed can't lie to Phinia, he uses mind tricks to control the situation. As he predicts, Phinia refuses to take the bead, leaving her without the bead she needs to pass the test. Another student, Lucy, finds the bead instead. Phinia is angry and frustrated. She knows Ed told her the truth, so she can't punish him, but his actions ruined her chance to succeed on her own. Ed feels relieved and happy to have retained his spot in the academy and kept the story on track. He quickly heads back to the academy to attend the opening ceremony for the new semester. At the ceremony, Ed eats and enjoys the food, feeling more at ease than before. Many students notice the change in his behavior. The Ed they once knew as a bully and infamous troublemaker now seems like a completely different person. Ed's focus is now clear. His one and only goal is to graduate from the academy. Among the groups of students, there is one girl who can't help but notice Ed. She observes him closely, surprised by how much he seems to have changed, as if he's an entirely new person. On his first day back at the academy, the faculty praised everyone who has made to the academy into new improved form. However, Ed is unexpectedly called to meet the principal. He fears the worst and thinks he might be expelled. However, to his surprise, the principal only smiles and speaks calmly. Ed suspects that the princess might have reported him, but feels relieved when he realizes the principal doesn't seem to know about his actions at all. This experience makes Ed more cautious. He resolves to stick closely to the original story and avoid straying from it. While living in the forest, Ed's survival skills improve significantly over time. He becomes skilled at crafting good quality arrows and begins thinking about how to enchant his arrows with magic spells. One evening, after hunting for food to prepare dinner, Ed heads back to his tent. On his way, he notices a girl sitting under the Marilda tree. It is the same girl who had noticed him during the opening ceremony, Janica Failover. Janica is the genius spirit sorcerer of the second year, same year in which Ed is. She sees Ed and excitedly approaches him. She enthusiastically introduces herself and tells him that the magical Marilda tree has shared stories about him with her. The tree has observed Ed in the forest but isn't bothered by his presence. This reassures Ed, giving him a sense of calm. He casually remarks that even a fierce wild wolf can have a tender heart. Janica seems surprised for a moment, but then laughs at his words. She stretches out her hand and asks if he wants to touch the spirit which she signed a contract with to be her friend. Ed, however, isn't interested in interacting with Janica further. He politely declines, saying he can't see the spirit in her hand, and excuses himself, claiming he only came to the area to gather food. With that, he walks away. The real reason Ed keeps his distance from Janica is her crucial role in the original story. He knows that Janica Failover is a key character, and building a connection with her might alter the storyline, costing him any informational advantage he has to navigate the game's events. As Ed walks away, Janica calls her spirit friend, a wild wolf, Marilda, the guardian of the forest. She leans against Marilda, feeling comfortable, and starts talking to it. She thinks about Ed and finds him fascinating, just as Marilda told her earlier. Even though she tries hard to be nice to him, Ed only gives short yes or no answers. Still, she believes this won't be the last time they meet. The next morning, Ed works hard to avoid being late for the academy. His shelter is far from the campus, so getting there is always a challenge. But his efforts pay off, as his stats keep improving. Ed does everything himself. His chores, washing his clothes, and carefully managing his rations and supplies. He is determined to earn a scholarship. Janica can't help but watch him from a distance, curious about his routine. When Ed finally notices her, he yells and asks why she keeps following him. He demands to know if she even realizes who he is. Ed Roth Taylor, the most infamous and dangerous person at the academy. Ed tries to stay distant from Janica. Despite her polite and friendly nature, she tells him she doesn't judge him based on others' opinions because she doesn't truly know him. Ed, however, is cautious and wary. He knows Janica may seem naive and innocent, but she is the final boss of Act 1. Ed decides it's safer not to get too close or engage with her more than necessary. Feeling overwhelmed by his challenges and hardships, Ed takes a risk and asks Janica for a favor. She becomes excited, thinking it's something important. But when Ed asks for money, her mood instantly changes. Money is Janica's weakness, and Ed knows this from the game's lore. She comes from a poor background and works hard to stay at the top of her class to maintain her scholarship. Without it, she wouldn't be able to continue her education. With a downcast expression, Janica apologizes and walks away, leaving Ed feeling conflicted. 3 days later, while hunting, Ed reflects on his conversation with Janica. He regrets asking her for money, but knows he has no choice but to avoid entangling himself with key characters to preserve the original storyline. When he returns to his tent and lifts the curtain, he is shocked to find another important figure from the game, Lucy Marcel, the rare genius and the most powerful mage, sleeping inside. Lucy wakes up and immediately complains about how loud Ed is, saying she can't sleep properly. When Ed demands to know why she is there, Lucy points to the area behind him. She calmly tells him that a spirit wants to speak to him, urging him to save Janica at all costs someday. Despite Lucy Marcel pointing behind him and claiming a spirit wants to speak to him, Ed still can't see anything. He feels frustrated. Not only has he barely managed to get Janica off his back, but now he has to deal with Lucy. Lucy, with her small stature and ability to walk on air, behaves like a stray cat, showing up anywhere she finds comfortable to nap. To make matters worse, she's now using Ed's campsite and resources to skip classes and rest. Ed blames himself for this situation and realizes he needs to act quickly before her presence causes the storyline to deviate further. While setting snare traps for hunting, Ed notices Lucy casually taking the bait, a chunk of beef, and eating it without a care. This frustrates him even more because no matter what he says, she completely ignores him. Ed realizes that if she has already come to his camp multiple times, she will likely keep returning. Worse still, as a seasoned player of the game, he knows there's no strategy to defeat Lucy. Determined to solve the problem, Ed recalls a specific detail from the game guides he read, something most players overlook. He decides to play his last card. Ed tells Lucy that he recently saw maids from Ophelis Hall searching for her. The moment she hears this, Lucy freezes in shock, her composure breaking for the first time. She hurriedly makes an excuse about remembering something urgent and vanishes into the air in no time. Ed feels relieved and silently thanks his knowledge of the game guides. He remembers that while Lucy is a formidable mage with no known weaknesses in combat, she always flees at the mention of dormitory maids. Apparently she has a habit of avoiding them, as the maids who takes care of Lucy chase after her. With Lucy gone, Ed feels a sense of triumph. He's confident her 2-day stay won't impact the storyline significantly, and is grateful it didn't take him long to figure out how to get rid of her. Once again, he has managed to protect the original story, though he can't help but note how satisfied he's starting to feel. As the game story progresses, the first major quest finally appears: Joint Combat Training. This is a mock one-on-one combat exercise where students use fake weapons to reduce lethality as much as possible. It is also the moment when all the main characters of the game are introduced and meet for the first time. Among them stands the main protagonist, the hero of the game, Taylor, the failing swordsman of Sylvania Academy. Ed shows little interest in the matches at first. He already knows the results since the winners are always the first-year main characters, including Taylor. However, one thing catches his attention: Janica. She appears again, full of the same enthusiasm as before. Despite Ed's repeated efforts to distance himself from her, she continues to stick to him like glue. Watching her persistence, Ed jokingly wonders if she might belong to some dog family, much like Lucy's cat family, given her wandering and clingy nature. Janica, trying to be helpful, shows Ed the match list. He ignores it at first, uninterested in the details. But when she casually mentions his name being on the list, Ed becomes alarmed. In the game's original storyline, Ed Roth Taylor is expelled by the time this quest takes place. Grabbing the list, he quickly scans it to find out who his opponent will be. Meanwhile, the most awaited fight of the event begins: the duel between the main protagonist, Taylor, and the powerful, cat-like mage, Lucy Marcel. Setting the list aside, Ed focuses on the fight. Despite his current circumstances, he still feels a deep connection to Taylor's character, having spent countless hours completing the game alongside him. Though Ed now inhabits a side character's role, he still wants to cheer for Taylor. The announcer calls Lucy to the ring. Ed vividly recalls this iconic moment from the game: Taylor gripping his sword for the first time, skillfully countering Lucy's spells, and catching her off guard. Lucy then uses intermediate lightning magic, which disqualifies her, granting Taylor the honor of being the first person ever to defeat her. Nostalgia sweeps over Ed, and he eagerly anticipates witnessing this scene unfold again. The referee rings the bell, and the match begins. Taylor rushes in with his signature determination, aiming to gain the upper hand by attacking Lucy with his knuckles. But with a single lightning strike, Lucy sends him flying into the wall. Ed watches as Taylor, despite the overwhelming odds, he knows that he refuses to give up, just as he remembers from the original story. Despite of being bumpkin and all the failures he faces, he never loses hope. Taylor grabs his sword, charges forward, and catches Lucy off guard, mirroring the sequence from the game. But then, something unexpected happens. Instead of Lucy using her intermediate lightning spell as she does in the original storyline, she casts a blocking spell, halting Taylor in his tracks. She follows this with wind magic, sending Taylor flying even farther and exhausting him completely. The announcer declares Lucy the winner of the duel, Ed is stunned. Taylor was supposed to win this fight, but now Lucy has defeated him. This small change might seem minor, but Ed knows it could completely mess up the original story. He fears what might happen next. The crowd cheers for Lucy as Taylor walks away from the match, crushed and defeated. Ed feels a rising sense of panic. This is a huge problem. He quickly realizes that the magic Lucy used isn't normal. It's continuous magic, the kind that can only be obtained by forming a contract with a high-class spirit. In the original storyline, Lucy and the forest guardian spirit Marilda have no connection. However, Lucy's unexpected visit to Ed's campsite must have led her to accidentally form a contract with Marilda, making her far stronger than she is supposed to be. Ed blames himself. This change in the storyline is his fault, and now the story is spiraling out of control. Taylor, the main hero of the game, is never meant to lose this match. The announcer then calls for the next match, Ed Roth Taylor versus Princess Phinia. The princess, still holding a grudge against Ed, eagerly prepares to settle the score in the duel, but Ed doesn't even acknowledge her. Instead, he pushes past her and runs after Taylor, who is already leaving the hall, crushed by his loss. Taylor's defeat is entirely Ed's doing. In the original story, Ed's character would have been expelled from the academy long before this quest began. But because Ed is still present, everything has changed, and now Taylor's loss risks ruining the entire storyline. Catching up to Taylor, Ed urges him not to give up. Taylor's defeat is only one setback, and Ed knows how crucial it is for him to stay in the academy. Taylor's spirit as the protagonist is essential for the story to progress. Without him, everything will collapse. Ed does his best to motivate Taylor, reminding him of his strength and potential. Deep down, Ed knows he is also protecting his own future. If Taylor gives up, Ed will face an even greater struggle to survive in this game. Taylor must stay strong, not just for himself, but for the sake of everything Ed is desperately trying to preserve. For Princess Phinia, the first person to recognize her judgment ability is Emperor Cloel. Some believe it is a divine gift, but it isn't. She developed this ability on her own after enduring the endless politics and conspiracies within the royal palace. It became her means of self-protection, forged through years of navigating the treacherous environment of the imperial family. This is why Princess Phinia is so confident in her judgment. She has seen the harsh truths of the imperial world clearly, through the lens of the abyss that shaped her resilience and sharpened her perception. So, whenever she wants to confront any opponent or person for to judge, she had to stare straight into the person to find out. Before the match begins, Ed casually tells Princess Phinia to go easy on him, while Phinia, in turn, advises him to do the same. Meanwhile, the audience whispers harsh comments about Ed Roth Taylor. In the game's original storyline, Ed was notorious for bullying Taylor and later cheering him on, making him seem hypocritical. In the original backstory, he bullied Taylor and then later acted nice by cheering for him. They think it doesn't make sense. Ed knows they are right because, in the story, his character used his position to humiliate his juniors, and when that failed, he cheated in exams and got expelled. The match begins. Phinia forms a water ball and throws it at Ed, wanting to test him. She thinks he will dodge it using fire or wind magic. But Ed doesn't dodge or defend himself. He just stands there and takes the hit. Phinia is shocked. Ed then calmly declares that he lost, giving the victory to her without even trying. The audience erupts into cheers for Princess Phinia, declaring her the winner while loudly booing Ed. They shout insults, calling him worse than Taylor. Despite this, Ed calmly approaches the princess, thanks her for the match, and quietly leaves the arena. This only deepens Phinia's curiosity. She begins questioning why he acted this way, wondering if he had no interest in the duel from the start. Ed makes an intentional choice to forfeit the match. He doesn't want to interfere with Phinia's place in the story because he understands how important she is to the plot. He quickly leaves the arena and goes in search of Taylor. Ed believes that Taylor is the real protagonist of the tale, much more significant than the princess, and he wants to make sure Taylor doesn't give up. As Ed searches for Taylor, he is startled when Phinia suddenly appears behind him, panting. He's surprised to see her alone, without any escort. Phinia shouts at him, demanding to know what his true intentions are. She accuses him of having no intention to win the match, claiming he only wanted to leave the stage as quickly as possible. Phinia's frustration boils over. She admits that she's tired of everyone at the academy, her classmates, the professors, even the servants. She feels overwhelmed and confused, especially by Ed's actions. She demands to know who Ed really is, which only make her question him more. Seeing her so upset, Ed calmly steps closer, places his hands on her shoulders, and tells her to relax. Guiding her through a simple breathing exercise, he encourages her to breathe deeply and slowly. His calmness helps her focus and eases her frustration, if only for a moment. Feeling calmer, Phinia realizes how she acted earlier and apologizes to Ed for her behavior. Ed notices that she has relaxed a bit and looks for a way to leave so he can continue searching for Taylor. But Phinia starts opening up about her struggles and sadness from living in the royal palace. She talks about how hard it is to deal with constant politics and schemes, which have taken a toll on her. Even after sharing her feelings, Phinia still wants answers. She asks Ed why he picks on Taylor. She wonders if it's because Taylor has a troubled background, and Ed wants a reason to be disowned by his own family. Ed knows there's some truth in what she says, but he pretends not to understand. He avoids giving her a clear answer, knowing it's not the right time to explain everything, and fearing it could mess up the story even more. Phinia becomes annoyed again. She demands to know why Ed bullied Taylor but now supports him even though he tried to get Taylor expelled. Ed keeps dodging her questions, giving vague and unrelated answers. This makes her even angrier, but without proof to confront him, she lets him go, though she remains suspicious. At the door, Ed stops and turns back to Phinia. He tells her that while she needs to focus on the tricky politics, she also needs to rest. He reminds her that the academy isn't like the palace. Here, she doesn't need to worry about everything all the time. Phinia is caught off guard by Ed's advice. She's surprised he understands her struggles so well. It leaves her curious, as no one has ever seen through her like that before. Ed, aware that his words might have profound effect, leaves Phinia and continues searching for Taylor, hoping he isn't too late. Finally, he finds Taylor sitting alone, holding his broken sword, looking sad and lost. Just as Ed moves closer, someone steps in his way. Isla Triss, the main heroine of the game. She firmly tells Ed not to get any closer or bother Taylor, standing in his way to protect Taylor from further trouble. Isla blocks Ed and firmly tells him that Taylor doesn't need to deal with him anymore. She accuses Ed of causing enough harm already. Then, something surprising happens. Taylor, despite looking defeated and broken after the match, stands up. He confronts Ed with a determined expression, asking why Ed is still at the academy. Ed is surprised by Taylor's strength to keep going. Even after such a crushing setback, Taylor still shows his fighting spirit. Having played the game with him countless times, Ed knows that Taylor's strength lies in never giving up, no matter how strong the opponent. He also sees the positive influence of Isla, Taylor's childhood friend and biggest supporter, who is always there to motivate him and lift his spirits. As Taylor demands answers, asking what Ed's real intentions are, Ed simply praises Taylor's swordsmanship during the duel. He acknowledges Taylor's impressive skills, a genuine compliment stemming from his experience in the game, where he fought alongside Taylor until the very end in the game. Ed turns to leave, telling Taylor he just came to see him and isn't planning anything. He has no schemes or hidden motives. While Taylor might still doubt him, Ed feels relieved, not because the storyline is slightly off course, but because Taylor, the hero he knows so well, is standing strong. As Ed walks away, Taylor and Ayla glare at him, annoyed by his calm attitude, thinking he is trying to act cool despite everything. Just as Ed leaves, suddenly, a loud explosion shakes the hall, a result of a powerful magic spell. Ed immediately recognizes the scene. In the game, this is a key event during the legendary duel between the Golden Daughter Lortel and Janica Failover. In the original story, Taylor and the other main characters were supposed to watch this match in the hall. But with the changes in the storyline, Taylor and Isla are now outside. Ed decides it's okay since the match is still happening and they may be watching from outside. This duel is important because the winner becomes the final boss of Act 1 in the game. Janica and Lortel's battle becomes fierce. Lortel uses ice magic to stop the fire spirit Janica summoned. However, the fire spirit's strength overwhelms the ice, melting it and striking Lortel. This makes Janica the winner of the match. The crowd cheers for Janica, excited that a second-year student has won. However, Janica notices Lortel being carried away by medics. She feels guilty, realizing she accidentally uses an intermediate magic spell, which violates the rules. Fortunately for her, no one seems to have noticed the mistake, but she gets traumatized by what she has done to her opponent. Unlike in the original game story, Lucy now defeats Taylor, and the whole quest concludes with Janica becoming the only senior winner, protecting the pride of the past enrolled students. Watching this, Ed notes that things are about to get even more hectic for Janica, but he considers this a relief as it might mean she won't bother him at his camp anymore. Ed decides he wants to avoid further involvement with the main characters, since getting tangled up with them only brings him headaches. 2 weeks pass after the joint combat training quest, and Ed focuses on improving himself. He significantly boosts his stats during this time. Now he can study and survive without relying on any of the main characters. His physique, stamina, and other skills grow stronger, making his body more resilient. While bathing in the river, Ed spots Janica sneaking up on him. Embarrassed, he yells at her for invading his privacy. Later, they sit together near the campfire. Janica expresses how much she likes Ed's camp, describing it as a top-secret base perfect for adventures. She mentions she needs his advice on something and asks for his honest opinion. Curious, Ed asks why she came to him instead of seeking help from her other friends. Janica explains that after Ed left the hall, her match against Lortel ended in her victory. However, during the duel, she accidentally used an intermediate-level spell, which wasn't allowed, and injured Lortel. Now she feels guilty, and can't shake the thought that she overreacted. She doesn't want reassurance from her friends, as they would likely tell her she did the right thing. Instead, she wants an honest opinion about whether she should apologize to Lortel. Ed tells Janica to do whatever feels right to her and to apologize if she believes it's the right thing to do. While Janica is bubbly, cheerful, and cherished by everyone as the perfect friend, feeling guilty or self-critical won't erase the mistakes already made. People may encourage her and take her side, but that alone won't undo what has happened. Hearing Ed's straightforward opinion, Janica feels happy that he doesn't take sides blindly. She notices how much Ed has changed compared to the person he was last year. Though she is a lively and smiley girl, she is also a keen observer. She remembers how, when Ed once asked her for money, he didn't show the desperation most people would. Instead, his behavior subtly signaled her to keep her distance from him. Janica finds Ed intriguing and admits she likes him a lot. She tells him she wishes more people were like him, as he has become a source of strange but comforting reassurance for her. The next day at the academy, Ed finds himself in serious trouble as Lortel keeps following him and calling out to him, despite his best efforts to ignore her. He knows exactly why this is happening. The game, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, is considered a masterpiece, with only a few players managing to reach its true ending. Most new players encounter bad endings early in the story, often caused by wrong decisions or failing to save important characters. These choices lead to tragic outcomes, such as the hero being killed or broken, ultimately resulting in a game over. Lortel, in the early stages of the game, is a hidden hero assigned to a specific role. Unlike Fenia, who is openly admired, Lortel is treated as a villain from the start. Her true nature and importance are only revealed in the later parts of the story. To prevent losing control of the narrative and risking a bad outcome, Ed decides to avoid falling into Lortel's plans. He resolves not to play along with her intentions, and to stay cautious about every decision he makes. As Lortel keeps following Ed, persistently asking him to stop and listen, she eventually steps in front of him, flashing an innocent, angelic smile. She politely requests him to spare 2 hours to hear what she has to say. Ed, clearly annoyed, asks how long she plans to trail behind him. Lortel playfully responds that she didn't expect him to ignore her for so long, gritting his teeth as if her presence didn't bother him at all. Lortel, being the only daughter of the magnate elite Ketchel, is no ordinary student. As part of the elite, she is deeply entangled in the political rivalry with Princess Fenia for control over the academy. Ed, however, has no interest in getting involved in her schemes. Determined not to fall into her cunning trap, he briskly resumes walking, hoping to shake her off. Undeterred, Lortel continues with her sweet, flattering words, trying to win his attention. She even offers to help him with anything he needs. Ed, unimpressed, advises her not to make promises she doesn't truly mean. Yet Lortel refuses to give up. She steps in front of him again, this time with even more charm, claiming to have great respect for him despite the rumors of him being arrogant and self-centered. To make her offer more enticing, Lortel takes out 3 gold coins, worth an entire month's earnings for most students, and presents them as a down payment, hoping to finally get Ed's attention. Lortel makes her offer. She wants Ed to be friends with Janica. With a sly, fox-like smile, she slips 3 gold coins into his pocket, saying that having more people on her side is always a good thing. Ed studies her carefully and, with a hint of curiosity, asks if the famed Golden Daughter also buys her connections. Impressed by Lortel's understanding of her political position, Ed realizes she is already strategizing for control of the academy. Despite being a first-year student, she is gathering allies to strengthen her influence, which Ed finds remarkable. He extends his hand for a handshake, acknowledging her ambition. During the handshake, Ed shares a lesson with her. He says that for people who have always been rich, even a small moment of poverty can break their spirit. But for those in desperate situations, even a small amount of money can make them abandon their pride, betray their families, or even sell themselves. Taking advantage of desperate people is surprisingly easy and common, and he is neither desperate nor wants to take money for any cunning offers. After saying this, Ed pulls his hand away, places the coins back in her palm. Then he walks off, leaving Lortel stunned and amused by his cleverness. Ed feels frustration, knowing that accepting the money could have made things easier for him, but he can't risk altering the storyline. Lortel Ketchel doesn't feel insulted by Ed's straightforward rejection. She understands the balance of benefits and risks all too well. In the game, she is the ideal business strategist, always seizing any opportunity that comes her way. Her character is known to turn situations to her advantage in the game. In other words, Lortel has a determined attitude to turn Janica Failover into one of her allies for political benefits. At night, Janica visits Lortel's quarters. Lortel greets her with a playful smile, teasing that she hadn't expected a visit. It's their first meeting since their intense duel. Janica apologizes for using an intermediate-level spell during the joint combat exercise, acknowledging the rules she unintentionally broke. Noticing Lortel's injuries still visible, she expresses concern. However, Lortel brushes it off lightly, assuring Janica that her wounds will heal soon. Then, with a playful grin, Janica casually shifts the topic and asks if Lortel's conversation with Ed goes well, adding a bit of dramatic tension. Lortel catches off guard, tries to deflect the question, claiming she doesn't understand what Janica is referring to. Janica, grinning knowingly, reveals her spirit powers, saying that although she usually keeps her spirits away from personal matters, they enjoy eavesdropping on conversations. This revelation momentarily stuns Lortel, leaving her at a loss for words. Seizing the moment, Janica asserts her seniority, leans in real close and calls out Lortel's strategy of using gold coins to gain allies. She emphasizes that sincerity and genuine bonds cannot be bought. To make Lortel feel a little jealous, Janica then talks about Ed's approach, saying it was much more genuine and heartfelt than Lortel's way of doing things. Janica laughs, feeling hilarious of herself for showing her authority as a senior. She thinks maybe she bragged a bit too much. Before leaving Lortel's room, she says sorry again for hurting her during the training, remarking that one day she'll be strong enough to summon a high-level spirit like hers, but she needs to keep working harder for it. As Janica leaves, Lortel thinks about her. She realizes Janica isn't as innocent as she seems. Behind her cheerful and friendly personality, Janica is strong and uses her happy attitude to survive in the dark world. But right now, Lortel feels Janica seems a bit different, like she's dealing with something difficult. Back at his camp, Ed is hanging his laundry when a strong gust of wind blows it all down. It's caused by Belle Maya, the senior maid from Sylvania's Awfulest dormitory, who once kicked him out of the dorms. Seeing how he's living now, she comments that it's surprising but admits she's happy to see some positive changes in him. Awfulest hall maids are known for their perfection in everything, from cleaning to cooking. Ed can't help but stare at the basket Belle is holding, filled with the finest ingredients she collected from the forest. Shocked to see her at his camp, Belle tells Ed not to be so much shy as he can ask her anything he wants. Taking advantage of the moment, Ed asks for the basket. He knows it will help him improve his crafting skills to make medicines, food, and other useful things. Seeing a chance to be good friend with the maid, Ed uses the basket to craft new tools and food. At sunset, he sits and enjoys his hard work, even having some fun. But the rest doesn't last long. Suddenly someone crashes down from the sky, destroying Ed's entire tent, nearly killing him with the crash. It's Lucy. Seeing his precious camp ruined, Ed is furious. He angrily tells Lucy she almost killed him. When he demands an explanation, she admits it was Belle Maya who was moody for some reason and got angry with her earlier for skipping class that morning. In her panic, she decided to teleport to the only safe place she could think of, Ed's camp, accidentally wrecking it in the process. Feeling no remorse, Lucy complains she's hungry and asks Ed if he has any beef jerky. Furious, Ed smacks her on the head and yells at her for causing such a big mess. He gets surprised when the most powerful mage doesn't defend herself with a protective spell. Lucy winces and explains she's out of magic, which gives Ed the perfect opportunity. He decides to teach her a lesson for destroying his camp and skipping her classes. At the library, Ed is busy searching for a book to help him learn how to build a sturdier house using real wood. He focuses on understanding the materials needed, planning the structure, and mastering techniques like smoothing wood and finishing a roof. As he flips through the pages, he notices it's almost closing time. While he's packing up the books, a girl approaches him with a friendly remark about his dedication to studying. Thinking she might be the librarian apprentice, Ed quickly apologizes for staying late. The girl, smiling warmly, reassures him that it's not a problem. She says seeing someone study so seriously motivates her to work harder too. She introduces herself as Elka Islan, a first-year student in the Faculty of Magic. But when Ed tells her his name, she freezes for a moment, looking surprised. Ed isn't surprised. He's used to people reacting this way because of his character's notorious reputation. Kay quickly smiles and says he seems very different from the rumors. She's especially amazed that he managed to read and understand difficult books on elemental studies so quickly. She admits it's hard to believe it's the same Ed everyone talks about. Before leaving, Elka says she'll be cheering for him and wishes him a safe trip back as she has to return to her dorm to clean up, leaving Ed feeling slightly encouraged by her kind words. Suddenly, a loud crash shakes the ground in the library, causing books to tumble from the shelves and fall on Ed and Elka, creating chaos all around. It marks the start of the final chapter of Episode 1 in the game. On campus, students rush toward a temporary camp led by the main character, Taylor. Among them, Ayla, noticing the disaster, recalls a passage from a spirit book she once read. It speaks of a summoning ritual for Glaskin, the highest-ranked dark spirit. Fenia listens intently as Ayla explains that only someone with a strong connection to spirits could summon Glaskin, and that person is Janica Failover. As per the storyline, Janica, now the final boss of Act 1, has lost control of the dark spirit, allowing it to take over her completely. Fenia, understanding the gravity of the situation, realizes that the barriers protecting the temporary camp will only hold for a limited time. Taylor steps up and urges everyone to head to the student center immediately. He explains that if Glaskin fully manifests, the chances of casualties will be extremely high, and the group must act quickly to ensure everyone's safety. The Royal Guard captain reassures the students not to worry, explaining that the faculty and expert mages will notice the situation soon and intervene. However, Elvira Aniston, an outspoken member of the alchemy faculty, urges immediate action from within. She warns that the dark spirit's power is too dangerous to wait for help, especially since Principal Obel is out of town. Elvira then calls for volunteers to face the threat directly. Klebius, a combat department student and another key character, quickly refuses to volunteer, clearly frightened by the immense power of the dark spirit. He explains that while intermediate-level spirits guard the building where Janica is located, two high-ranked spirits, Tarkin and Velosfer, are also inside. He claims entering the building is suicidal and strongly opposes the idea. Elvira grows more puzzled, questioning how Janica, still a student, managed to summon all these spirits, including the effort to summon Glaskin, the highest-ranked dark spirit. Isla, with her knowledge of dark spirits, explains that such spirits are natural enemies of spirit sorcerers. Their overwhelming power often exceeds the control of even skilled sorcerers. This likely explains why Janica couldn't handle them, leaving her vulnerable to being overpowered. The dark spirits, now in control, are using Janica's abilities to summon Glaskin with the help of Tarkin and Velosfer, spirits whose controlling their command is a mystery. As everyone debates the best course of action, Jix stands up and reminds the group of the importance of making a decision quickly. He suggests that only Princess Fenia can devise a proper strategy. All eyes turn to Fenia as they wait for her command. Fenia, reflecting on Ed's earlier remarks about the burdens she carries and the importance of peace of mind, takes a moment to think. Finally, she announces her plan. Only the top students from each year and the royal guards will volunteer for the mission. She orders them to prepare within an hour to enter the building, free Janica, and stop the summoning of the highest-ranked dark spirit, Glaskin, before they cause further destruction. Princess Fenia encourages everyone to steel their resolve, promising to take full responsibility for the mission. Just then, a student runs up to her, panting and visibly distressed. He informs the princess that the residents of the teaching area will not be able to assist, as they are already defending Audrey Hall to protect the potion archives from attacks. Realizing their limited numbers, Fenia asks if there are any other students who can help. Suddenly, another student, a frightened girl, rushes to the princess, trembling as she reports an emergency in the library. She reveals that Elka, the librarian apprentice, and a sophomore student are trapped inside. Hearing Elka's name, Jix immediately reacts. Grabbing the girl by the shoulders, he demands confirmation that Elka is still in the library. When the girl confirms, Jix panics, stating that he must save his best friend immediately because Elka has no way to defend herself. Fenia quickly intervenes, commanding Jix to calm down. She reminds him that stopping Janica and the dark spirits must be their top priority. Fenia assures Jix that Elka might be safe since a sophomore student is also with her. However, Jix questions the reliability of an unknown student and how they can trust them to protect Elka. Fenia turns to the girl and asks if she knows the identity of the sophomore student in the library. The girl, shaking with fear, hesitates, unable to speak. Jix grows impatient and presses her for an answer. Finally, in a shaky voice, the girl confesses that the sophomore in the library is none other than Ed Roth Taylor. Her answer leaves everyone in shock. The girl starts crying, apologizing for abandoning the library earlier. She explains that she left Elka in charge because Ed was staying late into the night, and his presence had annoyed her. Jix becomes furious, refusing to leave Elka alone with Ed, whose infamous reputation precedes him. His anger and worry for his best friend escalate the tension in the room. Fenia casually advises Jix to relax and trust Ed for once. Her unexpected suggestion leaves everyone frozen in surprise. Jix, however, doesn't find the advice amusing. Fueled by worry and rage, he jumps high into the air, cutting through dark spirits with fury as he charges toward the library shouting Ed's name, determined to reach him and punish him if he touches Elka. Jix's story is unlike other characters. He grew up wandering the harsh northern prairies, separated from his family at a young age with no memories of them. Living like a barbarian, he survived by scavenging from corpses or hunting deer to sell their meat. People feared him because he came from a harsh, chaotic land where only the strong survived. His life as a savage changed when he met Elka, his first true friend. Her family treated him kindly, helping him leave his wild ways behind and become more civilized. For Jix, Elka is everything, and he would do anything to protect her. As Jix rushes to the library, he cuts through dark spirits, smashes the door open, and yells Ed's name. He only knows Ed from bad rumors about cheating and bullying. Inside, Jix finds Ed leaning against a wall, covered in blood and too weak to move. Jix grabs him and demands to know where Elka is. Ed, injured and exhausted, simply points in her direction. Jix pushes him aside and runs to find her. When he reaches Elka, Jix sees her lying safely on a shelf, asleep. He feels relieved but notices the barricaded bookcases protecting her. He wonders who set them up. Then, he spots a blood-stained coat covering her and a board with instructions written on it. Realizing the blood isn't hers, he understands that Ed had protected her, fighting off dark spirits and guarding her even while injured. Moments earlier, Ed uses his strength from training to lift the heavy bookshelves and carry the unconscious Elka. He sets up barricades around her for protection, places her inside, and writes instructions on a board nearby. Then he stays to guard her. From the library window, he notices the summoning rune but closes the curtain, choosing not to interfere with the major storyline involving other key characters. He reflects on Janika's impressive connection with spirits and wonders how she could have turned to the dark side, summoning and controlling materialized spirits, something he finds impossible for himself. When dark spirits approach Elka, Ed fights them head-on. After defeating the intermediate-level spirits, he notices his stats have slightly improved. Surprisingly, he even unlocks some spirit connection abilities, leaving him curious about his potential. As Jix carries Elka to safety, he asks Ed what happened in the library. Ed casually replies that he was just training. Jix laughs at the response and thanks Ed for saving Elka, promising to repay the favor someday. Ed recognizes Jix as Taylor's trusted ally and best friend in the game, knowing Jix plays a crucial role in the storyline. Ed advises Jix to join Taylor and follow his lead to fix the ongoing chaos. Jix is surprised by Ed speaking so highly of Taylor, as they barely interact. However, Ed's motive is to ensure Taylor unlocks his slash element, essential for defeating the high-ranked spirit, Tarkin, with Jix's help, as it happens in the original game storyline. Jix thanks Ed for the advice and leaves, allowing Ed to finally rest. As Ed sits to relax, he notices something strange. Jix and Taylor aren't friends yet. He remembers that in the original game, Taylor and Jix become friends after a duel where Taylor learns the slash element by cutting through Jix's magic. This event was supposed to happen before the Act 1 finale, but now things are happening earlier than planned. Without their friendship, Taylor hasn't learned the slash element, which is key to defeating Tarkin. Ed realizes the storyline is falling apart and changing. Back at the camp, Jix returns with Elka and apologizes for being late. The team tells him it's no use. They already tried and failed to invade. The captain, soldiers, and some students are injured, and they've had to retreat. Now, they don't have the strength to fight Tarkin again. Ed arrives at the camp, surprising everyone. Seeing the situation, he realizes the ritual to summon Glaskin is almost complete. If they don't act soon, everything will be destroyed. Ed knows stepping in will change the storyline, but he has no choice if he wants to save the game world. He takes charge, forming two teams and deciding to lead one himself. From now on, Ed chooses to step into the storyline to stop the disaster. Seeing Ed Roth Taylor, everyone is shocked and keeps their eyes fixed on him. Klebius ridiculously laughs at Ed's suggestion, thinking it's a joke, but Jix interrupts, urging everyone to hear Ed out. Ed explained the situation. To reach Janica, they had to distract Tarkin, the fire spirit, and deal with Philosopher, the darkness spirit controlling her. Tarkin was protected by a strong shell, which they saw during their first attempt, and that was why they couldn't hurt it. Ed suggested splitting into two teams, one to lure Tarkin away, and the other to reach Janica directly. Lortel disagrees, saying it's impossible since they lack the training to handle a spirit as powerful as Tarkin. She reminds them they only escaped the first encounter by sheer luck. Ed agrees it's a huge risk but insists there's no other option. If they can take out Janica, Tarkin will lose its power. The group then decides who will be in the bait team. Taylor volunteers, but Ed immediately stops him, assigning Taylor should be in the combat group. Ed assigns himself, Lortel, and Klebius to the bait team, which makes both of them scared and nervous. As Lortel and Klebius argue with Ed, Princess Phenia speaks up. The princess said she didn't fully trust Ed, but she agreed with his plan. She split the group. Taylor, Elvira, Jix, and herself would go to stop Janica, while Ed, Lortel, and Klebius would lure Tarkin away. Before they set out, Phenia gives one final command to everyone that no matter what happens, don't die. As Ed and his team reach Nail Hall Corridor, they see Tarkin, the fire spirit, standing menacingly. Ed reminds the team to follow the plan before starting their mission to distract Tarkin. Klebius, looking scared, hesitates, but Ed encourages him to stay calm. Klebius tells himself that their only job is to distract Tarkin, and the other team will handle the rest. Building up his courage, he attacks Tarkin and manages to grab its attention. Feeling relieved, Klebius turns around to ask what to do next, only to find he's all alone. Realizing he's been left behind, he panics as Tarkin starts chasing him. Running as fast as he can, Klebius yells angrily, blaming Ed and the situation for his trouble. Watching Klebius being chased, Ed calmly tells Lortel to focus on her part, assuring her that Klebius is doing his job. Lortel jokingly suggests they could let Klebius be sacrificed, but Ed strongly disagrees, saying he doesn't plan to let anyone get hurt. Ed knows Klebius well because he understands the story. Even though Klebius seems scared and unsure, Ed knows he has hidden strength. With Tarkin distracted, Ed gives Lortel her most important task to handle the spirit. Lortel stands outside the hall, focusing on her task to create an entry path for the other team and deliver a key attack on Tarkin. As she prepares, she thinks about Ed. Despite his bad reputation, he seems surprisingly cool to her. She reminds herself not to judge someone based on rumors alone. She uses her magic to blow a huge hole in the hall's wall, opening a path to where Janica is. Her powerful move surprises Princess Phinia and the others. Earlier, Ed notices Lortel's hidden magic skills and decides this is the perfect chance to use them. He trusts her with this important role, and she feels grateful for his confidence. With the path open, Lortel turns to fight Tarkin, the fire spirit. Meanwhile, Clebius runs toward them, shouting and apologizing for being scared earlier. He begs for help as Tarkin chases him. Ed quickly realizes Tarkin's protective shell blocks all attacks, just like before. They need something powerful enough to break it. Using his knowledge of the storyline, Ed grabs a pouch and climbs to the roof of the hall. Lortel protects herself and Clebius by creating a massive ice wall to block Tarkin's fire attack. On the roof, Ed finds Lucy sleeping. She isn't supposed to be part of this event, but since the story has already changed, Ed decides to involve her. He opens his pouch filled with beef jerky and tosses some into Lucy's mouth to wake her. Once she wakes up, he throws her at Tarkin while shouting for everyone to get down. Lucy, startled and crying out at Ed for being mean, unleashed her high-rank ability, Divine Punishment, to shatter Tarkin's protective shell, making it weak. With the spirit now vulnerable, Ed sees his chance. He rushes forward with all his strength to deliver the final blow to Tarkin. In Janica's whole life, people call her a symbol of hope. Her parents, friends, and teachers are always proud of her, piling on high expectations. But for Janica, it's just been this heavy weight she's carried since she was a kid. As she thinks about all of this, and these memories feel like they're shattering into tiny pieces, then the hall's wall explodes. The subduing team charges in to rescue her, but instead of relief, Janica just greets them with this eerie smile. Velosphere, the dark spirit, is fully in control of her now. Outside, Ed is trying to keep it together. He knows the final act chapter will end before dawn. He checks on Lucy, wondering if she's okay after all her effort earlier. Lortel informs him about Lucy's somewhere nearby, rolling around out after breaking Tarkin's shell. Lortel adds that she's been throwing ice spears at Tarkin, but it's still standing strong. Ed figures the only way to end this is to go straight for Tarkin's throat. But Lucy, who already runs out of energy, and Clebius, who's being chased around by the fire spirit, is way too panicked to land a proper hit. Ed knows what he has to do. He's going to take care of this himself. He turns to Lortel, tells her he's putting his life in her hands to keep Tarkin still. Lortel, ever the skeptic, calls it a wild gamble, but Ed just grins and says it's an investment in getting rid of the monster for her. This gets her attention as that's her area of expertise. She smiles, saying he's way cooler than the princess, who's always acting like a royal monarch. Fired up, Lortel starts setting traps with her ice magic. Just as Ed charges toward Tarkin, another massive dark spirit shows up on the top of the hall building, the right hand of Glaskin, making the whole situation even worse. Ed figures Taylor's team must be at the final stage of their fight, but he can't let that distract him. He trusts Lortel will not mess up, even with all this chaos. As Tarkin is about to launch a fire blast straight at Ed, Lortel nails the timing, using her traps to block the attack and give Ed an opening. He slides in close, channels his wind magic, and slices right through Tarkin's throat. The fiery beast finally goes down. As the dust settles, Ed checks his stats and grins. His spirit magic levels are way up, and he's unlocked a spirit contract slot, something he never thought he'd get. He glances over and spots Taylor, who's busy slicing Glaskin's right-hand spirit to bits like it's no big deal. Watching him in action, Ed can't help but feel impressed. Taylor's really living up to his protagonist role. With Tarkin defeated and Janica freed from Velosfer's grip, the group finally catches a break. They've pulled it off. The danger is over. Lortel chuckles as she remarks that she's met plenty of people in her life who claimed they were risking everything, but most of them turned out to be cowards. She's amused that even after going through a life-and-death crisis together, Ed doesn't show much emotion. With a sly grin, she shakes hands with him again, this time slipping 3 gold coins into his palm as a token of gratitude. On the other hand, before he can process the moment, Taylor arrives. His hair has turned white from the immense power he used to defeat Glaskin's right hand, and there's a look of resentment in his eyes as he stares at Ed. Ed can't help but admire how incredible Taylor looks in his swordsman form, embodying the role of the game's protagonist perfectly. Even though Ed has his own reasons to resent Taylor, the sight is undeniably impressive. To Ed's surprise, Taylor bows deeply and thanks him for saving the academy, saying he owes Ed a huge debt. His gratitude is genuine, but Clebius, still shaken, interrupts by sobbing and yelling about how no one should ever trust someone like Ed. This outburst is quickly shut down by the others, leaving Clebius grumbling in the background. Finally, Princess Phoenix steps forward. With her usual grace, she thanks Ed sincerely, acknowledging how much he's done for them all. Princess offers Ed to join the student council for his heroic acts, but Ed gently declines, giving credit to the team instead. Elvira teases him in her usual playful manner, while Jix jumps in, insisting that she show some respect. Ed can't help but smile as he watches the group interact. Seeing all the key characters together makes him feel warm inside. Even though Ed has been staying away from the main characters to keep the storyline intact, He feels a quiet sense of fulfillment watching them grow and bond. Each character has their own path. Taylor grows stronger through every trial. Isla becomes more resilient alongside him. Fenia embraces her role as a monarch and matures into adulthood, and others play their part to build toward a collective success. Ed steps away from the group, heading to the hall to check on Janica. Despite sensing that the storyline might have shifted slightly, he knows his role is to guide the protagonists while staying in the background, ensuring they each shine in their own way. Ed finds a bruised and battered Janica hiding in the chest inside the destroyed hall. Back on the ground, when Ed asks everyone why Janica turns berserk, Lortel shares her theory. She explains that when she visits Janica's room, it is covered with letters and posts on the walls, along with piles of gifts from people outside the academy, mostly from family and friends with high expectations for her success. Lortel believes the overwhelming pressure makes Janica obsessive and vulnerable, forcing her to honor everyone with replies and thanks. The dark spirit Velusfer exploits this darkness in Janica, turning her into a berserk spirit mage to summon Glaskin. Ed wonders why the final act happens so early. He realizes that during the joint combat training, Taylor is supposed to defeat Lucy and gain fame, but instead, Taylor's loss shifts the storyline. The audience becomes fans of Janica, the only senior to win against a first-year student, putting her under immense pressure to maintain her standards. Ed then notes that while both Lucy and Janica make contracts with spirits, Lucy spends more time in the forest, strengthening her bond naturally. Janica, however, lacks that connection, and Ed blames himself for being in the forest and altering the game's storyline. Janica tells Ed she feels forgotten amidst the chaos, which hurts her. She admits that after wreaking havoc on such a grand stage, she thinks others will look for her but they don't. Ed consoles her, making her laugh a little. Janica says she doesn't expect him to find her so quickly and just wants to stay hidden a little longer, as she feels close to ugly crying. This makes Ed tear up as well. Ed recalls Marilda, the spirit wolf, telling him to save Janica one day. He realizes this moment is what he means, preventing Janica from falling into such despairs. Ed now gets why the wolf said those words to him. Everyone else is putting a lot of pressure on Janica, while Ed keeps his distance, making Janica feel like he's the one she can rely on. Because of all this pressure, Janica messes up while trying to form a contract with a high-rank spirit. She rushes through the summoning ritual and ends up being taken over by the dark spirit, causing the faculty building to be destroyed. She studies magic every night and tries to make everyone happy who supports her. But even though she seems to meet everyone's expectations on the outside, she's struggling a lot on the inside. Seeing her work so hard and still fail is both sad and beautiful to Ed. He tells Janica that she's worked hard and offers her comfort with those words. Outside, the main characters are being praised, but the hall is quiet and dark. Hearing Ed's kind words, Janica starts crying. To Ed's surprise, all of Janica's spirit friends appear in the hall to support him. For the first time, Ed sees the spirits. Even though he's watched this part of the story many times, he's never seen them before, and now he feels like he's truly seeing the end of the first act. Ed's stats go up, and he levels up to 10. He can now see spirit animals that want to bond with him. The high-rank spirit wolf shows a lot of interest in him, and they form a bond. 10 days have passed since Janica's disciplinary committee trial. She admits her mistakes and says she's ready to accept her punishment. However, her friends and teachers stand by her, offering full support even during her tough time. Her other friends, including the main characters, argue that Janica shouldn't be punished because it wasn't her fault. She was overpowered by the dark spirit Velusfer and didn't act intentionally. Even Lortel steps in, covering the costs for restoring the building. She doesn't ask for anything in return except a reduction in custom fees on school supplies for the students. Initially, Janica's punishment included losing all her top student benefits, having her achievements revoked, disqualification from the academy. But thanks to the pressure from her friends and teachers, the committee decides to cancel her expulsion and give her another chance while giving only some amount of probation and suspension. Overall, Janica's friends are relieved she's staying, but they notice she seems a little stressed. To cheer her up, they organize a fancy tea party and agree not to bring up anything related to the incident around her. When Janica's friends invite her to join them, she suddenly asks, out of the blue, what the difference is between love and liking. This catches her two best friends, Anis and Clara, off guard. Confused, they ask why she's bringing this up. Janica shares that she's been having the same recurring dream about one of her friends. In her dream, she's sitting in a garden full of flowers, looking like a princess, and holding a flower crown she made for a friend. Then, her friend, looking quite dashing, arrives on a horse. She puts the crown on his head, and they play together. The dream always repeats exactly the same way, which makes her smile as she describes it. This response leaves both Anis and Clara in surprise, fearing they may accidentally uncover Janica's secret love story. Feeling embarrassed and worried that she might say something to upset Janica, Anis panics and quickly makes up an excuse about needing to go help the professor, dashing off before things get more awkward. This leaves Clara sweating nervously as she's left alone to deal with Janica's emotions. She knows she needs to handle the situation carefully to avoid upsetting Janica. If things go wrong, the entire student body might catch wind of Janica's love story, which could spiral into gossip and make things difficult for her. Clara puts on a calm smile and gently suggests Janica to avoid overthinking. She encourages her to be honest with her emotions, explaining that liking or disliking someone is often a mystery, but it's not always easy to figure out whether such feelings are positive or negative. Janica found her words significant and makes her to think. Clara also warns Janica to be cautious when talking about sensitive topics like this, as it could affect her and her friend's reputation and herself. Janica listens carefully and fully understands the advice. Janica thanks Clara for the genuine advice, saying it's just what she expected from her. She then makes an excuse to leave, mentioning she needs to report back to Ophelis Hall. Clara waves happy goodbye, but then slouches forward to butt her head on the table in relief. She finally managed to prevent any rumors from spreading for now. Ed reflects on how he has been relentlessly saving his money. Thanks to a petition from the princess, he to build a proper house this time. When he arrives at the construction site, he spots Janica wandering nearby. He thinks to himself that since the first act is now over, meeting her shouldn't affect the storyline anymore. However, as he approaches her, Janica suddenly hides behind a tree, clearly startled. Confused by her behavior, Ed pauses. Janica recalls Clara's advice about being honest with her feelings, but, unable to overcome her nerves, she hastily makes an excuse about having things to do at Ophelis Hall before fleeing. For Janica, confessing her feelings feels like an impossible challenge. Meanwhile, Ed stands frozen in surprise, bewildered by her reaction but deciding not to overthink it, as he has work to do on building his house. On the first day, Ed carefully selects the location for his hut, ensuring it's a suitable spot. On the second day, he starts collecting logs and wood, showcasing impressive skill with cutting trees. As his semester results come out, Ed discovers he has performed exceptionally well, with skills and grades far above the average student. However, back at the academy, special incidents keep occurring. Whenever Janica sees Ed, she hides or avoids him, leaving him perplexed. Meanwhile, her friends Clara and Anis glare at Ed angrily, warning him to stay away from Janica, as his presence embarrasses her and makes her flustered. After countless days of hard work, Ed progresses from cutting lumber to starting construction on his hut. Along the way, he juggles challenges like catching Lucy while she getting beef jerky from the traps, dealing with Belmaya's help, and navigating the ongoing Janica situation. He faces setbacks, like failing to structure the hut properly, but finds support from his new friend Jix. Bit by bit, he works on modifications for the walls and furniture. Finally, on day 45, Ed completes his hut, unlocking a personal achievement for creating something from scratch. At last, he's no longer homeless. As Ed rests peacefully in his newly built hut, Janica shows up, watching quietly from behind a tree in the forest, observing the hut he's made. After finishing the final touches, including the wall flooring, fireplace, and storage for firewood, Ed takes a moment to admire his hard work. However, his peace is interrupted when he notices Lucy lazily napping on the roof of his hut. To his surprise, Janica suddenly appears and greets him with a cheerful greeting. Ed, startled, asks how she found her way to his remote campsite. Janica explains she heard about his beautiful hut from the maid, who praised it as a masterpiece. Curious to see it for herself, she decided to visit. She marvels at the craftsmanship and natural beauty of the hut, voicing her admiration loudly as she wanders around. When Ed asks if the spirits told her about the hut since it's so new, Janica blushes. She admits they mentioned it, but teases that the spirits were more focused on how handsome and hot Ed looked while building it. Laughing nervously and hiding her deeper feelings, Janica says she simply wanted to check on how he's living. Ed smiles and invites her inside. Blushing, Janica nods and follows him in. Inside, while Lucy sprawls lazily on the roof, Janica gasps in amazement at Ed's handiwork. Sitting near the fireplace, she shares her gratitude for the support Lortel and her friends have given her. However, she also expresses worry about how to repay their kindness. Seeing her conflicted expression, Ed advises her not to overburden herself with repayment, especially if she can't afford it. He remembers that the incident with the dark spirit happened because she took on too much unnecessary responsibility. Even moving to Ophelis Hall with 8 others won't change much, as the cycle of envy and expectations will continue. So, he tries to focus on her well-being to avoid repeating past mistakes. After a while, as they chat, Ed encourages Janica to visit anytime she feels lonely or overwhelmed, assuring her she's welcome at his hut and the forest. Surprised and touched, Janica smiles warmly, saying it would make her very happy. She extends the same offer to Ed, urging him to come to her if he ever feels overwhelmed. Ed smiles but sighs quietly at the word overwhelmed. He knows the second semester is approaching, marking the start of Act 2. This time, the Sage's Sealed Grimoire, a book containing records of advanced, dangerous magics, will create chaos capable of consuming the entire academy. Grateful for her kind offer, Ed thanks Janica but keeps his thoughts to himself. He knows he'll remain on the sidelines, letting the main characters handle the challenges ahead, quietly cheering them on. On a dark and stormy night, Act 2 begins. Students from Office Hall live like royalty, enjoying special perks like first-choice seating, personal maids, and extra freedom. These privileges set them apart from the students in Dex's Hall, who don't get the same treatment. When vacation ends, a heavy rainstorm hits the southwest side of the academy. Office Hall students are given horse carriages and boats to help them return safely. Even those who are late are allowed extra days without punishment. But Dex's Hall students aren't so lucky. They have to travel in the pouring rain and risk losing points if they don't make it back on time. This unfair treatment makes the Dex's Hall students angry. They come together to protest and demand equal treatment. They want answers for why they're treated so poorly compared to the Office Hall students. Behind the scenes, Lortel and a clever troublemaker named Willain stir things up. Willain is good at using his words to manipulate people and make things worse. While the students want fairness, Willain's real goal is to cause chaos and hurt Office Hall's reputation. Together, they push the situation to the edge of a full-blown riot. Lortel proposes a fair solution, suggesting the school extend the deadline for students returning after the storm and should confess that Office Hall students get special treatment. Although the head maids of Office Hall and the Academy's review division support her plan, the administration shows little interest in resolving the issue. This lack of action only fuels the protest, making things worse. Frustrated, the protesting students go on strike, plan to burn and damage Office Hall's valuable assets, like hardwood furniture and artisan-crafted paintings, which will put even more pressure on the authorities to act. As a result, Willain will take benefits from the chaos, using it to damage the Academy's reputation, while Lortel, being in the Merchant Association, uses the Academy's problems to make money and push her own goals, which were already worsened by the Glasskin incident. While negotiations continue, the elite Merchant Association seizes an opportunity to gain a significant advantage by sabotaging the Sage's Sealed Grimoire, a book considered the very heart of Sylvania. Its value is so immense that people, in desperation, are willing to offer anything for it, even their hearts. As protests rage outside the hall, Lortel gazes out the window at the pouring rain, recalling her childhood in the slums. She remembers wandering in tattered rags under the same dark skies. The thought brings a bitter smile to her face as she mocks herself for feeling a moment of relief. Her entire life has been a relentless struggle to survive, marked by betrayal, suspicion, and a refusal to show genuine sincerity. This desperate existence has left her scarred, a reflection of her filthy self. Yet deep down, she wishes someone among the students could see her for who she is, a survivor of a harsh life. She decides to seek out others like her, those who have also endured the life of a gutter rat. Ed describes Lortel as a shadowy figure, always hiding the harsh truths behind the scenes. That's why the audience and players of the game call her the Black Veil. The angry students protest loudly, full of frustration and determination. In the original storyline, the Ophelis Hall occupation incident centers on the main character, Taylor, stopping the students who were provoked into rising against Lortel. Along the way, Taylor and his friends face middle bosses stationed on each floor of Ophelis Hall, from the 1st to the 5th, who aid the rioting students. The first middle boss is Tote, known as the Decoy. Tote is a bitter student who mocks Taylor by calling him a loser and eventually gets beaten up by Taylor's friends. This humiliation fuels Tote's grudge, and he is later bought off by Lortel. Tote's role in the incident is to capture the maid guarding the first floor from the protesters and sabotage the front door of Ophelis Hall, allowing the rioters to storm inside. In the scene, the mysterious guy kidnaps the maid and smashes the front door open, surprising the protesters outside and giving Willain the green light to lead the invasion and cause chaos within the hall. According to the original storyline, Tote's role after breaching the door is to block Taylor and his friends from entering the hall as they arrive to confront the rioters. However, as the rioters push toward the 4th floor to declare their control over the hall, something unexpected happens. Willain approaches a mysterious figure and asks if he is working for Lortel. To everyone's surprise, instead of Tote, it is Ed Roth Taylor who is revealed as the middle boss, breaking away from the original story's expectations. Ed explains how he got into this situation. Just 2 days before the Ophelis Hall incident broke out, he was struggling to hunt for food with a bow and arrow. He feels pain because he has no combat skills and is bad at using the bow. Despite this, he keeps pushing himself. His campsite gets frequent visitors now that people know he's living in the woods. Among them, there are 3 who come the most. The first is Lucy, who always asks him silly questions, but Ed doesn't have many answers for her. The second is Janica, who has fallen in love with Ed. He likes her too because she often brings him food, teaches him laundry tricks, and helps him with tasks. When Ed compliments her, she blushes and acts strangely, confusing him because she's easy to read. But sometimes Janica seems jealous when Lucy visits him. The third is Lortel, who visits Ed at night. She always asks for help, and Ed realizes she's probably trying to gather people who will help her take control of Awfulus Hall. One night, she explains her plan. She wants him to help sabotage the hall. At first, Ed refuses because he doesn't want to mess with the game's storyline. He believes that if he stays out of it, everything will follow as planned. But when Lortel mentions that Tote passed out after a confrontation with Taylor, Ed becomes worried and asks how it happened. In the original story, Tote was supposed to fight Taylor and get beaten badly. But this time, things are different. When Tote insults Taylor by calling him worse than Ed Roth, it angers Jix even more, beating Tote until he faints. With a foxy smile, Lortel laughs and tells Ed that she doesn't need much from him. Just one simple task, which is take the keys from the maid and open the door when the protesting students flock outside the hall. Ed realizes that if the hall doors stay closed and Lortel's plan fails, things will spiral out of control and the story will fall apart. Even though he doesn't want to get involved, he knows he has to do something to keep Act 2 on track. He takes a deep breath and tells Lortel he's not interested in getting fully involved, but is willing to help if he can keep his role small. Lortel agrees and offers him 20 gold coins as payment. With their deal struck, Ed agrees to play his part, determined to ensure the storyline stays intact and unfolds as intended. Ed realizes that if the hall doors stay closed and Lortel's plan fails, things will spiral out of control, and the story will fall apart. Ed sits near the fire, thinking about how the protesters took over Awfulus Hall. He remembers the fight over Sage's sealed grimoire and Lortel's clever plan to mess up the Academy's finances. The thought gives him chills, but he also finds the whole situation fascinating. At the Academy, Princess Fenia and Lortel are at the center of a major rivalry. Lortel starts a group called Mercenary, a business-focused faction that challenges Princess Fenia's student association. The outcome of the story depends on which side Taylor, the main hero, chooses. Ed has no interest in picking sides early on. He plans to watch and join the winning side later, ensuring he survives and gets a good ending in the game. Before the protest, Janica visits Ed at his hut. She thanks him for always letting her come by and tells him she's moving to Dex's hall since her suspension is ending. She offers to give Ed some extra things she doesn't need, like cushions and pillows. Ed happily accepts, which makes her smile. Janica notices Lucky sitting on the roof in the rain and asks why she does that. Ed remembers Lucky's story about avoiding her fate and reflecting on her life on rainy days. He tells Janica not to worry about it, which seems to make her happier and special. Ed then asks Janica for a favor. He knows that when the protesters invade Awfulus Hall, magical protection runes will activate and lock everyone in their rooms for safety. Still, he doesn't want Janica caught in the mess, so he asks her to meet him at the Rose Garden outside the hall at 9 p.m. Janica thinks Ed is planning to confess his feelings and gets excited. She runs off, blushing and waving goodbye. Ed, however, just wants her to be safe and feels relieved knowing she'll be out of harm's way. Back at the protest, Jix is in his room exercising. He notices someone sneaking to the back door of Awfulus Hall. It's Ed, who is led in by a maid. The maid tells him the other staff are in a meeting, trying to figure out how to block the protesters. She then gives Ed the goods he asked for, and then leaves. At the protest, Willain urges the students to break down the door. Before they can, Ed opens it for them. Willain meets Ed and realizes he's the person Lortel hired to help. Seeing a tied-up maid and listening his story for helping as he once kicked out of Hall, Willain feels touched for doubting Ed, and thanks him for his support. Ed brushes it off and tells Willain to get to work upstairs, pushing the plot forward. Ed knows Willain will take the blame for everything, but he doesn't feel too guilty since it's all part of the game. As Ed looks around the hall, he sees the maid untie herself and run to report. He doesn't stop her, knowing the chief maid Alice is on Lortel's side and won't be able to stop the protesters in time. Just as Ed observes the unfolding chaos, Black Veil Lortel appears, setting the stage for the next part of the story. Lortel explains to Ed that the Academy's staff will quickly put an end to the chaos, so she needs to finish her plans fast. Ed, uninterested in the details, tells her to do her best. As she heads upstairs, she pauses and asks Ed a dark question if he's ever killed someone. Ed, uninterested in her games, replies that he hasn't. Lortel smirks and admits she hasn't either, but she's done things just as bad, destroying lives and betraying people to survive. She says that's how she earned the title of the Golden Daughter. Lortel knows she doesn't deserve sympathy, but she often looks for it in people like Ed, who might offer her understanding. Instead of outright denying her, Ed warns her to take responsibility for her own actions. Lortel, with her sly smile, excuses herself to go upstairs and finish what she came for. Ed sits on the floor, waiting for the hall's magical defenses to wear off. He knows that once this happens, the story will take a dramatic turn. Willain will absorb the hall's defense magic and transform into the fourth stage boss of the game. With his role in the events complete, Ed relaxes and waits for Taylor, the hero, to show up. This is the part of the story where the spotlight is on the hero and the boss. Ed has no intention of interfering or changing the plot. He knows his job now is to play the role of a minor villain, take some hits, and keep the story moving along. It's a necessary sacrifice to ensure the game stays on track. At the Rose Garden, Janica sits nervously, waiting for Ed. Her eyes drift toward a golden carriage parked nearby, and she wonders who it belongs to, especially so late at night. She notices a letter on the bench from Ed, apologizing for being late and promising to join her as soon as he finishes some work. Blushing, she assumes he's planning something special for her and resolves to wait for as long as it takes. Janica's mind is full of thoughts about Ed. For the past 3 days, she hasn't been able to stop thinking about him, even losing sleep over it. She also feels conflicted because Marlita, the spirit wolf, informed her about other girls visiting Ed's hut, making her feel both guilty and heartbroken. Still, her feelings for Ed are strong, and she's determined to wait no matter what. As she sits, Janica suddenly becomes self-conscious about her appearance. She wonders if her flower hairpin looks good enough or if the Cosmos hairpin would be better. Overthinking it, she decides to run back to her hall to change the hairpin and then quickly return. Meanwhile, outside Ophilus Hall, Taylor and his friends Elvira and Isla arrive. They see the trail of footprints leading toward the hall's open main gate and realize the protesters have stormed inside. Elvira becomes furious at the thought of her belongings being damaged and rushes into the hall. Concerned that Elvira might use dangerous magic, Taylor and Ayla follow her to stop her from escalating the situation. Elvira forces the door open wider, only to find Ed Roth sitting calmly in their path. Confused, Taylor asks Ed why he's there. Looking around at the chaos in the hall, Taylor and his friends quickly realize that Ed intends to block their way to the 4th floor, playing the role of a villain. Ed confirms their suspicions, stating he won't let them pass. Angry Elvira steps forward, boasting about her magical abilities and claiming she can easily defeat him. But Ed, unfazed, calmly warns her that she's still just a rookie. Determined, Elvira and the others prepare to fight their way through, while Ed readies himself to hold them back. Taylor makes the first move, charging toward Ed. With skillful precision, Ed uses a spell to hurl rubble into Taylor's path, disrupting his attack. Then, activating a wind spell, Ed cuts the chandelier above him, sending it crashing down. The falling chandelier smashes into the wall, striking Taylor and knocking him to the ground. Inside one of the rooms, Clebius sits trembling, scared by the loud noises of the protesters outside. The shouting and crashing sounds make him more nervous, imagining trouble coming his way. Out in the hall, Taylor and Ayla dodge Ed's wind magic while Elvira keeps trying to push forward. Ed uses his spells skillfully, making it hard for them to get closer. As Elvira moves ahead, a sharp wind blade cuts through the air near her, shocking her. Her bag falls, spilling her important spells and items onto the floor. Seeing this, Elvira turns back to grab her things, but Ed casts a fire spell, creating a wall of flames around her dropped items. Now she can't reach them. Ed moves quickly and thinks ahead, controlling the fight like it's second nature. Elvira, frustrated, starts blaming Jix for not warning them properly about how strong Ed is. She realizes they underestimated him. His magic is far more powerful than they thought. With Ed holding them back so effectively, Elvira realizes something crucial. Ed understands the Academy's biggest flaw. The students rely too much on magic tools and elixirs, leaving them with almost no real combat skills. She reflects on her own overconfidence, relying on spells and dismissing magic rings and necklaces as inconvenient. Now, she sees how Ed has outsmarted her, dropping the chandelier, using a small opening to cast a firewall, and targeting her bag. The first year's top alchemy student is rendered completely helpless. Frustrated and furious, Elvira curses Ed for being so cunning and yells his name in anger. Determined not to give up, she throws a magic spirit bead onto the ground, summoning a spirit rabbit. She applies a fire-resistant formula to the creature, amplifying its strength and turning it into a monstrous berserk attacker. The rabbit becomes her weapon to regain control. Meanwhile, Isla and Taylor struggle to navigate the firewalls Ed has set up. Isla attempts to use a water spell to douse the flames, but the firewalls are protected by wind magic, striking back at anyone who gets too close. Taylor shields Ayla from the sharp wind blades and encourages her to keep trying. He knows Isla excels in magic theory and is above average at casting basic spells, but Ed's precise targeting keeps them pinned down, unable to move forward. Elvira calls out to Taylor, asking if he can take Ed down if he gets close. Without waiting for an answer, she orders her spirit rabbit to attack, using it as a distraction to create an opening for Taylor. The rabbit charges at Ed, its amplified strength making it a real threat. At the same time, Taylor pushes himself forward, trying to seize the opportunity to close the gap. While Ed is distracted by the rabbit, Elvira rushes toward her bag, ignoring the firewalls and narrowly avoiding Ed's spells. Finally, she reaches her scattered items, smiling in relief as she clutches her spells once again. Despite the chaos, she feels hopeful, ready to turn the tide of the battle. As Elvira regains her spells, Ed quickly casts a Windblade spell and hurls it toward her while fending off the spirit rabbit. Spotting the incoming attack, Elvira confidently shuts her eyes and casts a release magic spell. The spell neutralizes all of Ed's active magic, turning it into harmless chemical reagents and temporarily preventing him from using any magic at all. With the rabbit spirit now gone and his magic disabled, Ed realizes he's outmatched and makes a run for it. Taylor doesn't let him escape, chasing him up the stairs. At the top, Ed grabs a bucket of fire oil he had prepared earlier, spilling it across the floor. The oil ignites, flames quickly spreading. Alarmed, Taylor and the others hesitate, worried the fire could consume the entire hall and endanger everyone inside. But Taylor, resolute in stopping Ed and ending the chaos, uses an elemental slash to extinguish the flames and clear a path. He charges toward Ed without hesitation. Meanwhile, Elvira notices something unusual. The carpets in the hall have been removed, and the windows are wide open. It clicks in her mind. Ed had prepared the area to minimize the fire's dangers. Before she can warn Taylor that Ed might not be the villain he appears to be, Taylor closes the gap and engages him. As Taylor gets within striking distance, Ed raises his bow and fires an arrow, not at Taylor, but at Ayla. The arrow whistles past Taylor, aiming straight for her. At the last moment, Elvira leaps into action, intercepting the arrow with her claw hand tool. She notices the arrow's tip is wrapped in cloth, not sharp. Alarmed, she yells a warning to Taylor, suspecting Ed might have another trick up his sleeve. Taylor reaches Ed and swings his sword. Ed blocks with his bow, holding him off briefly. Then, a noise from above grabs Ed's attention. Clebius has escaped his room. Realizing the next phase of the act in the game is now in motion, Ed sighs in relief. His role complete. Resigned, Ed lets Taylor's next strike land. The force of Taylor's elemental slash sends him flying into the wall. The battle ends with Ed defeated, leaving everyone stunned and questioning his true motives as if he was playing a deeper game all along. With Ed finally defeated, Taylor grabs him and demands to know why he went so far to stop them. Elvira watches uneasily, feeling that Ed had been toying with them the entire fight. It doesn't add up. Ed is a second-year student with more experience, and if he truly wanted to overpower them, he could have ambushed them after the chandelier fell. Instead, he stood his ground and deliberately engaged them, seemingly more to delay than to win. The group senses something is off, as if Ed's actions are driven by a deeper motive. Frustrated, Taylor shoves him away. Weak and injured, Ed speaks in a quiet but firm voice, telling them to go upstairs if they're done wasting time on him and to stop the real chaos. His words leave them stunned. Elvira demands to know why he tried so hard to hold them back if he's now telling them to go. Taylor and Ayla press him for answers, their confusion mounting. Elvira, her voice rising with frustration, yells that she won't leave until Ed tells them the truth. She's determined to uncover his intentions, suspecting there's more to his actions than meets the eye. Before Ed can respond, the hall door creaks open behind them. A girl enters, shielding herself from the rain with a hood. As she steps inside, her eyes widen at the scene before her. Taylor, Elvira, and Ayla standing over a battered and bloodied Ed, with the hall in complete disarray. It's Janica. She had been waiting for Ed at the Rose Garden, thinking he might be at the pavilion nearby, but seeing him like this, her heart sinks. Shocked and concerned, she cries out, asking what they've done to the hall, and to Ed. Her voice echoes in the tense silence, leaving everyone frozen in place. For Janica, Ed is someone who has become incredibly important in her life, making her feel special. Despite being caught up in a complicated situation, Ed's simple lifestyle and the way he treated her during the Glaskin hunt have made her care for him even more. He has a way of making her believe he'll always figure things out, no matter the problem. As she stands there, seeing Ed battered and surrounded by chaos, she starts to reflect on everything he's done for her. She now understands he has lured her out of Ophelis Hall to protect her from the disaster, knowing she had already been punished for her involvement in the Glaskin incident. Now, feeling the weight of his kindness toward her, she feels an overwhelming desire to help him in return. She knows that he never asked for help, but this is her chance to repay him for everything he's done for her. With determination, Janica takes off her hairpin, setting aside her appearance and any distractions. She focuses, gathering her strength and preparing herself to confront the situation. Her tone shifts to one of tension and authority as she demands what is everyone doing. Her voice is filled with resolve, and her presence suddenly feels much stronger, as she stands ready to do whatever it takes to take control of the situation. Taylor, still unsure of Janica's intentions, expresses relief that she's safe, and quickly informs her about the protesters who have taken over Ophelis Hall. He also explains how Ed has been acting irrationally, preventing them from reaching the top floor. Taylor suggests that Ed might be trying to protect someone else hidden within the hall. However, Elvira interrupts him sharply, pointing out the drastic change in Janica's demeanor. She warns that Janica could now be their enemy. Suddenly, Janica releases a powerful aura, creating immense air pressure that swirls violently through the hall. Ed, alarmed, calls out her name, but she, now fully possessed by her magic, calmly reassures him to be okay. Taylor and his group stand frozen, sweating and wide-eyed as they witness her summoning an entire battalion of intermediate-level spirit beasts, showcasing overwhelming power. Realizing the grave danger, Elvira panics and insists that they retreat. acknowledging that fighting Janica, now seemingly unstoppable, is far beyond their abilities. But Taylor, being the heroic character he is, refuses to back down. His unwavering determination to face any challenge keeps him rooted in place. Elvira desperately tries to make him see reason, but Taylor's resolve remains unshaken. At that moment, Ed intervenes. Despite his weakened state, he grabs Taylor and shoves him aside, saving him from a crushing blow by one of Janica's spirit beasts. Ed orders Taylor and his group to leave and stick to their original plan. Confused and shaken, they question why Ed, who had been so intent on stopping them, is now urging them to go upstairs. Elvira, reluctant to leave, argues against abandoning the fight. In response, Ed lightly bonks her on the head, handing her bag of chemicals back, and sternly tells them to do as he says. Realizing they have no choice, they leave Ed behind with Janica and rush upstairs. While Janica is still immersed in her summoning magic, Ed approaches her slowly. Janica, noticing him, tries to reassure him that she will handle everything, and that he doesn't need to push himself anymore. But Ed, weak and battered, softly calls her name. He places his trembling hands on her shoulders, stunning her. It's the first time he's ever touched her in such a way, and the gesture leaves her momentarily speechless. In a weak voice, Ed gently asks her to call off her spirits, explaining that the wind is too strong and he can barely stand. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, Janica's heart softens. She immediately cancels her magic, dismissing the spirit beasts and restoring calm to the hall. Taylor and his group, watching from the stairs, are shocked that Ed has managed to stop Janica so effortlessly. Ed then turns to them and urges them to go quickly, emphasizing that time is running out. As he finishes speaking, his exhaustion overtakes him, and he collapses to the floor. After some time, Ed and Janica are seen sitting together. Janica is gently tending to Ed's wounds, her face filled with worry. She angrily scolds Taylor and his group for being too harsh, blaming them for Ed's condition. Ed, trying to ease her concerns, jokingly mentions getting revenge next time they meet Taylor and the others. This makes Janica even more worried, and she urges Ed to promise her not to get hurt again. Ed feels grateful for her care and thanks her softly. He feels relieved that he completed his task, even if things didn't go perfectly according to plan. Now, all he wants is to rest, so he gets up, ready to return to his camp. Before he steps away, Janica hesitates and informs him of something strange she noticed earlier. She describes a large carriage adorned with a golden crown parked near the garden. Ed freezes, instantly recognizing the symbol. It belongs to the leader of the Merchant Association's elite, the Golden King, who is also Lortel's adoptive father. Ed remembers the game's storyline, where the Golden King appears much later as a fake antagonist before being defeated by Lortel in Act 2. Ed is confused and alarmed by the Golden King's early arrival, suspecting that something unusual and beyond his game knowledge is happening. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of Ophilus Hall, Lortel gazes out of a large window, her expression cold and calculating. Beside her stands Alice, the chief mate of the hall. Lortel begins speaking to Alice, recounting her earlier encounter with Ed. She describes him as cruel and unfeeling, mentioning how he dismissed her pleas for sympathy without any hesitation. She reflects on how people like herself, shaped by lives of hardship and betrayal, have learned to expect nothing but cold indifference from others. Alice, who has been working in Ophilus Hall since she was 15, listens silently. She has risen from nothing to become the hall's manager through years of hard work and competence. Recognizing Alice's strength and influence, Lortel invested a considerable amount of money in securing her loyalty, seeing her as a valuable ally. Offering Alice a box of gold coins, Lortel thanks her for being on her side. Though Alice remains quiet, Lortel believes she has found someone like herself, someone willing to set aside their values for the sake of gold. In her mind, she believes Alice is someone who shares her understanding of survival and sees her as a kindred spirit. Lortel's thoughts briefly return to her difficult past in the slums, where life was a daily struggle for survival and betrayal was commonplace. Despite her tragic origins, Lortel has embraced her role as a hidden villain in the game's narrative, using cunning and manipulation to achieve her goals. Her current plan is to give Berserker defense magic to Willen's group on the 4th floor to destroy Ophilus Hall from the inside, targeting the students in there too. Feeling confident in her plan, Lortel walks with Alice toward the storage room to set everything in motion. She assumes Alice is fully on her side, her loyalty secured with gold. But as they go in their way, Alice suddenly draws her sword and points it at Lortel's neck. Her aura flares, creating a heavy, tense atmosphere, coldly announces she is not from the same kind as Lortel is. The words leave her frozen, her mind racing to understand the depth of Alice's resolve. For the first time, Lortel feels a crack in her carefully constructed world, the realization of her solitude sinking deep. She remains motionless, caught between fear and disbelief as Alice's blade hovers close to her neck. As the game continues, Taylor and his team face many challenges but manage to overcome them one by one. They calm the panicked Klebius, defeat the maid bosses, and handle every problem with skill. After their tough fight on the first floor, things go more smoothly. Eventually, they reach the fourth floor, where everything takes a turn for the worse. The scene on the fourth floor is pure chaos. Welaine is trapped in the effects of the defensive magic runes and loses control. His body glows with unstable energy, and the crystal ball of defensive magic in his hands becomes extremely dangerous. Welaine cries for help, but the magic is taking over his body and mind. The situation becomes even more dangerous as students panic, thinking the building will collapse. They rush out of their rooms in fear, adding to the confusion and danger. The once organized protest falls apart completely. Taylor and his group act fast. Taylor blocks the blasts of magic from Willen, protecting the students while the rest of the team helps evacuate them. Once the students are safe, they turn their attention to Willen, who is still under the dangerous effects of the magic runes. His attacks grow stronger, and destructive magic spreads across the hall. Elvira realizes that normal magic won't work to stop Welaine. She pulls out an anglerweed reagent, a special substance that can weaken magic, and prepares to help. She tells the group they must physically knock Willen out because magic alone won't save him now. Taylor takes charge and runs toward Welaine while Elvira throws the scared Klebius ahead as a distraction. The group moves in a zigzag pattern to avoid Welaine's wild attacks. The air is filled with powerful magic, and the pressure is intense. Finally, Taylor gets close to Welaine, ready to stop him, but the magic runes become too unstable. Welaine's body shines brighter and brighter before a huge explosion shakes the entire hall. The situation has turned into complete disaster. Ed and Janica watch the explosion from the garden. Janica, worried about Ed's wounds, hovers over him, urging him to rest. Ed reassures her, explaining that most of the blood isn't his, trying to ease her worry. However, Ed's attention is elsewhere. The biggest concern for him now isn't the explosion, but the ominous presence of the carriage parked outside the hall, the one belonging to the Golden King elite of the Merchant Association. The Golden King, Lortel's adoptive father, is a character who shouldn't appear in this act of the game right now. His presence at this time raises alarm bells in Ed's mind. Known as a fake boss who eventually vanishes after being defeated by Lortel in Act 2, his discreet and unexpected arrival suggests a secret motive. Ed's eyes narrow as he observes the carriage, piecing together the puzzle in his head. What catches his attention next is even more unusual. Shenny, one of the maids of Ophelis Hall and a subordinate of Alice, stands by the carriage waiting for the Golden King. This feels off. Alice is someone Lortel had invested in heavily to secure her loyalty. For Shenny, one of Alice's trusted maids, to be seen with the elite now seems strange and out of place. It hints at something deeper. A crack in the loyalty Alice pledged to Lortel. The pieces begin to fall into place in Ed's mind, realizing Shenny is involved with the elite as Alice may have betrayed Lortel. Ed understands the gravity of the situation. Lortel is an essential character for progressing through the game's later acts. If the elite take over Ophelis Hall and gain access to the sealed Book of Grimoire, Lortel's downfall could occur, causing the entire story to unravel. Ed knows he needs to act quickly. He decides to take on Lortel's role, doing whatever it takes to keep the Golden King away from entering the building and changing the original storyline. Before the chaos of the protest, Alice, the chief maid of Ophelis Hall, secretly writes a letter to the elite merchant king. In the letter, she exposes everything about him, how he is Lortel's adoptive father and the man responsible for killing Lortel's biological father. She reveals Lortel's plans to take revenge by manipulating the business magnates and directors of the elite merchantry to overthrow him. She also shares details about Lortel's scheme to acquire or sabotage the sage's sealed grimoire, a critical move intended to strike the Golden King by surprise and remove him from power in the Merchant Association. Alice ends the letter with a bold demand for more money than what Lortel has offered her, promising to switch sides and create a dramatic turn of events in the Golden King's favor. Now with her sword pressed against Lortel's neck, Alice waits for the Golden King's arrival at Ophelis Hall. Lortel, usually clever and confident, is now shaken. She pleads with Alice, questioning her betrayal and pointing out that they both wanted revenge against the Golden King. Alice sighs and apologizes, but delivers a brutal truth. She tells Lortel that they, including the Golden King, are not so different, driven by ambition and survival. Her words cut deep, leaving Lortel speechless. Suddenly, an explosion echoes through the hall as the door bursts open. Taylor and his group arrive, dragging a restrained and defeated Welaine behind them. They are battered but still resolute. Elvira quickly assesses the situation, deducing that Alice must be the one behind the chaos, as only she could have provided Welaine with the defensive magic runes. Spotting an opportunity amidst the commotion, Lortel acts to collapses dramatically to the floor. Taylor and his group rush to check on her, concerned for her well-being. Hiding her tears and masking her turmoil, Lortel pretends to be overwhelmed and helpless. Without a word, she suddenly gets up, sprints away, and retreats to her room. Her mind races with plans for what to do next. Lortel stands frozen, stunned by the unexpected arrival of the Golden King. The man who pulled all the strings in the shadows has come all the way to Ophelis Hall himself. Though shocked, she quickly shifts her focus to the opportunity now at hand. Blaming him for the large-scale tampering with the Merchant Association's account books and the damage caused during the chaos could finally lead to his downfall. Her plan to overthrow him feels within reach, but she knows she must act fast. She knows what she has to do. She needs to get to her room, where a carrier pigeon is hidden. The pigeon will carry a message to the Merchant Association's officials, exposing the Golden King's crimes. Once she sends it, she plans to hide somewhere in the hall to stay safe. Even though her heart aches from Alice's betrayal, Lortel doesn't let herself cry. She's used to being hurt by others and has learned to blame them to protect herself. Wiping away her emotions, she quickly heads to her room, determined to complete her plan. At the same time, the Golden King elite enters the hall with his guards, carrying an air of authority. Spotting a student near the entrance, he calmly advises the student to evacuate for safety. However, the student doesn't budge and instead informs him that no one is allowed inside the hall due to safety protocols. The elite looks puzzled but intrigued by the student's firm stance. The student is none other than Ed, standing in front of the stairs like an immovable wall, blocking the elite's path to the upper floors. The elite, maintaining his calm, asks Ed if he has any official authority or permit to enforce such rules. Ed boldly replies that he's acting on his own judgment. In this tense standoff, Ed evaluates the situation. He knows that only 3 people truly understand the flow of the story. Lortel, who wants revenge on the elite for destroying her childhood and plans to oust him. The Golden King elite himself, who seeks the sage's sealed grimoire for ultimate power. Alice, the chief maid, who has become the central villain in this act by betraying Lortel. Ed decides to trust Taylor and his group to deal with Alice, the act's main antagonist, while he focuses on keeping the elite from going upstairs. By doing so, he hopes to preserve his understanding of the game's storyline and secure his role as a successful character in the end. The elite tries to defuse the situation, claiming he needs to consult with the Academy about the chaos inside, but Ed remains unmoved. His unyielding stance begins to irritate the elite, who activates his aura and then asks a pointed question whether Ed is siding with Lortel. 10 minutes before the confrontation with the Golden King elite, Ed and Janica arrive at Jix's room. To their surprise, Jix is calmly exercising while the building is in chaos, with most students already evacuated. Curiously, they ask why he hasn't left. Jix explains that he's trying to avoid rash actions and prefers to focus on his routine, rather than getting involved in the protest. Noticing Janica and Ed together, Jix foolishly asks if they're dating. Embarrassed, Janica yells to instantly denies it. However, she becomes flustered, giving eye contact with Ed as she worries she might have made him uncomfortable. Picking up on the awkwardness, Ed subtly makes Jix realize his rudeness. Jix hurriedly apologizes to Janica for his careless question. After a brief moment, Jix asks why they've come to him, especially considering they barged into his room, even breaking part of his wall in the process. Ed straightforwardly asks for a favor, promising to repay him later. Though Jix seems reluctant at first, he eventually agrees. Back in the hall, as the Golden King elite Keklin argues with Ed, Janica and Jix secretly observe the scene from a hidden spot. The elite tries to persuade Ed, painting Lortel as a treacherous and ungrateful person. He recounts how he raised her since childhood and accuses her of plotting against him. In an attempt to win Ed over, he even offers to double the amount of gold coins Lortel promised to anyone on her side. Ed stands firm, making it clear that he isn't interested in money or personal gain. Frustrated, the elite gives up on diplomacy and orders his guards to dispose of Ed. As the guards surround and overpower Ed, Jix springs into action. Using wind magic, he sends the guards flying, creating a moment of chaos. Jix and Janica reveal themselves, stepping in to help Ed. Janica summons her spirit companions while Jix prepares for a fight. Ed thanks them for their intervention, promising Jix he'll repay him later, before heading upstairs to check on Lortel. The elite, now realizing these students are formidable opponents, commands his guards to fight with everything they've got. A fierce battle begins as Jix and Janica engage the guards, holding their ground with determination. Meanwhile, Ed rushes up the stairs, floor by floor. When he finally spots Lortel, he doesn't waste a moment. He urgently tells her to escape through the hall's back door and run as fast as she can. In Lortel's world, kindness and goodwill always come with a price. A reason, a tag, or a coin. Everyone she's trusted has only shown loyalty because she invested in them. Now, as she reflects on her choices, she regrets the foolish mistake of believing in anything else. She looked up to Janica Failover, who seemed to grow up surrounded by love and care from others without expecting anything in return. Watching Janica and Ed's connection, built on trust and understanding, made Lortel wonder if she could ever have that kind of bond with someone. But now, betrayed by Alice after sharing all her plans, she feels foolish and scolds herself for ever thinking she could live a life like Janica's, one filled with trust and genuine relationships. Lortel convinces herself she should have stayed true to her cold, calculating self. Among the 5 people she trusted to occupy the hall, Alice betrayed her by siding with the elite. The twin maids, Shenny and Kelly, joined Alice, and even Willen leaned toward the elite's side. The only one left was Ed. But Lortel feels he'll eventually betray her too. After all, why wouldn't he? As they run through the hall, Ed asks Lortel if Alice betrayed her. Lortel suddenly stops and stands still. Her voice is low and regretful as she apologizes, saying she can't guarantee the 20 gold coins she promised him. The situation is too unstable now, and she's lost control. But Ed doesn't care about the money. He firmly tells her he's not doing this for gold. Without hesitation, he grabs her arm and pulls her forward, urging her to run. He warns her that if the elite catches her, it's all over. They need to escape quickly to secure the plan and ensure her survival. Hearing Ed's words takes Lortel by surprise. For the first time, she wonders if Ed sees something in her worth believing in. She starts to question her assumptions about trust, wondering if maybe there are people who act without ulterior motives. Still, the idea confuses and unsettles her. As they run, Ed asks her what's really going on with the Merchant Association and why the elite came to the academy himself. Lortel explains about her adoptive father, Elite Ketchlin, has been covering losses due to manipulating market prices through secret deals and monopolizing the armor trade within the association. This scheme has left him in desperate need of money to secure his power and position in the association. To fix his financial problems, Ketchlin plans to sell Sage's sealed grimoire for a high price. He sent Lortel to the academy to find a way to steal or sabotage the grimoire. For years, Lortel has worked to build alliances within the Merchant Association, buying the loyalty of merchants and committee members and turning them into her side. Her ultimate goal is to expose her adoptive father's manipulations and remove him from power, avenging her past. Ed realizes that Ketchlin's desperation explains why he's arrived earlier than expected in the story. His rushed actions to monopolize the armor trade and secure the grimoire have put him in a vulnerable position. Ed knows how important it is to keep Lortel safe to ensure her plans succeed. Lortel knows her plans can only work if her father is away from the merchantry headquarters. With him gone, the merchants on her side will have the chance to transfer the rights of sale to her. Ed quickly pieces everything together. He realizes that Lortel has been using this elaborate plan to disrupt the Academy's finances by burning Ophelis Hall. This chaos would push the negotiations for the Sage's sealed grimoire in Elite's favor. Now, Elite Ketchlin's urgent need for money has brought him to the Academy, giving Lortel a perfect opportunity to send a message to her allies and execute her plan to bankrupt him. Surprised by Ed's sharp understanding, Lortel informs she has a carrier pigeon ready to deliver the message to her allies. However, she also reveals that her father expects her to get caught and plans to use it to expose the traitors inside the merchantry. When they reach Lortel's room, Ed pauses and gives her detailed instructions. He tells her to stay hidden and avoid being seen by anyone. He explains how she can escape using the horsemen in the quarters, ride to the Arkan Mountains. He advises her to leave the horse carriage at a spot to mislead Elite's guards, and then hide at his place in the forest for 3 days, as he will write and send the message to her allies from her room in the hall. Ed notices someone suspicious guarding the back door and warns Lortel to wait until it's safe. He firmly grabs her shoulders and emphasizes the importance of staying hidden. Lortel is stunned by how calmly and decisively Ed handles everything, and for the first time, she starts to trust him. When Ed sees her frozen in thought, Lortel suddenly asks in a soft, innocent voice why he is helping her so much. Ed simply replies he is doing it for no reason, as he just feels like he should help her. With that, he leaves the room. Alone in her room, Lortel sits down, confused by her feelings. She hears a loud beating sound and soon realizes it's her own heartbeat. For the first time, someone has helped her with kindness, expecting nothing in return. This unfamiliar warmth fills her with emotions she has never felt before. Meanwhile, at the back door, Shenny, one of the twin maids, stands guard. Ed approaches, ready to confront her. As Taylor's group battles fiercely with Alice, the chief maid, the stakes rise. Alice gathers all the hall's runes and takes control of their magic, using them to launch powerful attacks. Despite her expertise as a veteran intermediate magic user, Alice cannot match Taylor's strength. Being the hero of the game-failed swordsman of Sylvania, Taylor's determination and skill are unmatched. With this, the final battle of Act 2 begins. Meanwhile, Ed confronts Shenny, one of the twin maids, at the back door. Shenny draws her sword, ready to fight. As she dashes forward with a lightning-fast attack aimed at Ed's leg, he uses his quick reflexes to dodge her strike. Ed, being a skilled player of the game, already knows her fighting patterns and starts anticipating her moves. He jams her sword with his foot and grabs her hands just as she tries to draw her knives, disarming her. But Sheni isn't done yet. Sharing a magical ability with her twin sister Kelly, due to their shared birth star, she uses low-level telekinesis to hurl objects and blades at Ed while attempting to stab him. Despite taking some hits, the wounds aren't deep due to her unrefined magic. Ed pulls the blades from his body and manages to pin Sheni down, pressing his knee against her back to immobilize her. As Sheni struggles, she begins crying and yelling about how she cannot fail Alice, revealing her deep loyalty to the maid. Ed calmly tells her that Alice will lose. But Sheni shares Alice's backstory, how Alice raised orphans and saved lives, including Sheni's. Meanwhile, Taylor and Klebius, with help from Elvira and Isla, close in on Alice. Taylor uses his powerful slash-element attack, causing a massive explosion that shakes the entire floor. Seeing the explosion, Sheni screams in despair before passing out from shock and exhaustion. Ed, unaffected by the emotional backstory, stays focused on surviving the game. He drags the unconscious Sheni into the hall and props her against the wall before quickly leaving. He knows that these side stories won't affect the main plot and chooses to prioritize his own survival as the story progresses. Ed reaches Lortel's room, noticing the neatly arranged books, luxurious wooden furniture, and decorations. He's impressed by how perfectly the room matches Lortel's character. Without wasting time, he writes a message, attaches it to the pigeon, and sends it flying toward the headquarters. This gives them a crucial time advantage since Elite Kechlin, currently in Sylvania, will take at least 3 days to return to the headquarters. Later that night, under a rain-soaked sky, Ed, battered and tired with cuts and bruises, limps toward his hut to rest and heal. He successfully stopped Elite from reaching the hall, with Jix and Janica's help, and created an escape route for Lortel. His quick thinking left Elite with no choice but to chase the horse carriage Lortel hired. Everything was falling into place, and the storyline remained intact. As Ed finally reaches his hut, expecting Lortel to already be there, he's startled by an unsettling scene. Lortel, holding a knife, walks toward him with a dark and sinister expression. Panic sets in as Ed begins to think she might be the true mastermind, eliminating everyone one by one and now targeting him. His body tenses, unable to move as his thoughts spiral. But as Lortel draws closer, she unexpectedly tears a piece of her clothes and patches up his wounds. Ed's fears vanish, replaced by relief and confusion. Lortel, with soft and caring eyes, helps him to the hut where she's already prepared a warm fire. Lortel asks Ed they should warm up first by sitting together. Her cheeks blushes faintly. Ed and Lortel sit together by the fire, the warmth helping Ed dry off and recover. As they chat, Lortel mentions the carriage driver who promised to draw attention away from her by diverting the elite's guards, even at the risk of his own life. Ed, curious, wonders how she managed to gain such loyalty. Then, remembering that it's Lortel Kechlin, he decides not to ask further and remains silent. After a pause, Lortel thanks Ed for his help and reminds him that she now owes him a significant favor. Noticing his quiet demeanor, she teases him for being so dull. Ed politely replies to just only hand him over the 20 gold coins as per their deal when the time comes. They sit for a while before Lortel breaks it with a question about him and Janica being close. She asks, as her voice carrying a hint of curiosity. Ed speaks highly of Janica, describing her as kind and dependable. Lortel listens quietly, her expression softening but showing a hint of sadness. After a moment, she adds her own compliments about Janica, though her tone is glum. Sensing something behind her tone, Ed asks what she wants to say. Lortel takes a deep breath before sighing lightly. In a better mood with a faint smile, she says she is not like Janica, who is caring, always thinking of others. At the same time, in Awfulest Hall, Jix and Janica are doing their best to hold off Elite Kechlin and his guards. However, things take a turn when Elite gets a report from one of his men that Lortel has escaped. Without wasting time, he leaves the hall to chase after her. The fight isn't going well for Jix. He's struggling, and it's clear he's no match for the guards. But Janica, who was nervous before, suddenly activates her spirit magic aura. A powerful tornado forms in the hall, throwing guards in all directions as her spirits unleash their full strength. Jix panics and yells at her to stop, worried about the destruction and casualties. Janica pauses, then turns to him with an unsettling, almost eerie smile. Her eyes gleam with a strange intensity, as she calmly says she is not mad at all. The next day, at Ed's hut, he is busy washing his ruined academy uniform. After the long and exhausting night, he skipped classes to take care of things. Jix arrives with a spare uniform for Ed and shares some surprising news. He explains what happened after the incident. Welaine has taken all the blame for the destruction of Awfulest Hall, while Chief Maid Alice, who was captured, hasn't said a word about what happened. Lortel has vanished, safely hiding in Ed's hut, and there's no news yet from Elite Kechlin. As Jix talks, Ed feels relieved. His plan worked, and now all he has to do is wait for the carrier pigeon to return with good news. Stretching his sore muscles, Ed feels the aches and pains from the night's events, but stays determined to keep moving forward. Later, Ed notices something new. His stats have improved, and he has reached the intermediate craftsman rank. This upgrade unlocks advanced crafting skills, giving him access to new abilities. Excited, he decides to learn Spirit Formula Infusion, a skill that combines spirit sorcery with magic engineering. With this ability, Ed can form contracts with spirits and create powerful weapons, magical artifacts, and useful tools. Feeling more confident in his abilities, Ed starts planning how to use these new skills for the challenges ahead. Later that day, Janica visits Ed with a cheerful smile. Ed is exercising outside the hut when she arrives and takes a seat beside him. Curious, Ed asks why she isn't in class. Janica explains that she's feeling tired and needed a break, so she decided to come to the woods for some fresh air. Concerned, Ed asks if she got hurt because of him. Janica shakes her head and smiles reassuringly, saying she's fine. Then with a slight frown, she asks if Lortel is doing okay. Ed tells her that Lortel is resting inside the hut, which makes Janica feel a little jealous, though she hides it well. Inside the hut, Lortel leans back, feeling relieved that the chaos of the Offalis Hall incident is finally over. However, her work isn't done yet. She still needs to persuade the chief maid, Alice, to help lay the groundwork for negotiating the purchase of Sage's sealed grimoire. For now, though, she waits anxiously for a reply from the elite merchant's headquarters. While waiting, Lortel can't help but notice how safe and comforted she feels in Ed's presence. His unconditional kindness and trust make her heart race, and for the first time, she feels something more precious than gold. Blushing, she realizes she doesn't want to lose Ed to Janica, whose life is already full of family and friends. Lortel quietly resolves to win Ed over, even if it means competing with Janica. Spending 3 days with Ed only deepens Lortel's feelings for him. She starts to develop a bit of a fixation, even imagining showering him with gold if that's what it takes to win his affection. But then, she decides a different approach might be better, one that feels more natural. She resolves to show him sympathy and kindness, and even considers helping him with his tuition to subtly gain his favor. Lortel's heart races with determination. For the first time in her life, she's discovered something worth more than wealth, and she's ready to fight for it, no matter what it takes. Fantasizing about Ed makes Lortel feel embarrassed and awkward, especially since she has never had a boyfriend before. Suddenly, Sleepy Lucy barges into the hut and claims her spot near the window. However, Ed quickly intervenes, dragging Lucy out and setting her up in the small tent outside the hut, which he had made specifically for her. Ed then apologizes to Lortel, asking if he disturbed her. Lortel feels unsettled by Lucy's presence in Ed's hut, seeing her as yet another rival for his attention and labeling her in her mind as a natural disaster. On the second morning, Lortel wakes up early, hoping to spend some time alone with Ed. However, to her disappointment, she finds Janica already with him as usual. Sighing, she turns back, noticing Lucy still asleep in the hut as well. Meanwhile, Ed works on crafting homemade bricks, adding another achievement to his stats, and learning the stonemasonry skill. Using this new skill, he builds a brick fireplace inside the hut. Later, he grills beef jerky for everyone, and they all dine together. As they eat, Lortel remarks that since nothing significant has happened that morning, it means everything is going according to plan. Ed thanks her for the good news but warns them not to let their guard down. Feeling a bit competitive with Janica, Lortel offers to compensate Ed with supplies and goods instead of the 20 gold coins they agreed on earlier. Ed appreciates her offer and asks if she has any construction materials or spare magic engineering equipment. Lortel promises to check. Ed then turns to Janica and asks her for a favor, to teach him some basic spirit magic and how to make a spirit connection. Overjoyed that Ed is seeking her help, Janica eagerly agrees. She demonstrates using a spirit bird, explaining how to focus and make a connection. But unexpectedly, the spirit bird speaks up, scolding Janica for giving Ed incorrect advice. The bird also reveals that during their last spirit meeting, Janica received tips on how to use Ed's cabin construction as an opportunity to get closer to him. Embarrassed, Janica hastily dispels the bird, sweating nervously as she asks if Ed heard anything. Lortel, seizing the moment to tease Janica, jumps into the conversation and mentions her leftover food stock at the headquarters, which she eagerly offers to sell to Ed at a discount. Ed negotiates, asking her to include the stocks in their agreed 20 gold coin deal. Playfully, Lortel suggests giving the supplies for free, further annoying Janica and sparking a light-hearted debate between the two women. Ed sits back, eating his beef jerky with amusement, realizing he can now learn both spirit magic and magic engineering with the help of Janica and Lortel. As their conversation continues, a new figure appears at Ed's hut. It is Belle Maya, the new chief maid of Offalis Hall. She apologizes for the sudden visit, explaining that she brings bad news, a message from the former chief maid, Alice. Hearing this, Lortel's expression shifts to worry, and the atmosphere becomes tense with suspense. Before Belle Maya's visit to the hall, Clara, one of Janica's friends, drops by to see her. Clara gossips with Belle, revealing a top-secret piece of news, but she warns Belle not to show any shock or let it slip. Leaning in close, Clara whispers that her friend Janica is in love with Ed Roth Taylor. Belle feels conflicted, trying not to show any surprise while maintaining her composure. The two chats about Ed, who has a reputation as a troublemaker but seems to be improving his image lately. Clara admits she supports her friend Janica, but can't help noticing that Janica keeps bringing up Lortel's name. She confesses that she doesn't understand either of them. Relationships, she says, are all about balance, and Janica is too naive for the game. Clara complains that Ed is acting clueless, completely ignoring the obvious hints Janica keeps dropping. She pleads with Belle to step in and do something. Belle, trying to calm her, suggests that Ed might be too preoccupied with his own problems to think about romance right now. She adds that maybe it's just his luck, or lack thereof, when it comes to relationships, leaving Clara uneasy and slightly creeped out by the idea. At Ed's hut, Belle Maya grows annoyed seeing Lucy, Lortel, and Janica all gathered together at Ed's place, giving her headaches. When Lortel why she's there, Belle Maya informs her of an important message from the former chief maid Alice. That evening, Belle Maya decides to take sleepy Lucy and Janica with her, leaving Ed frustrated. He's uneasy about Lortel's location being exposed to someone connected to Ophelis Hall, especially since Lortel is in hiding. To avoid further risks, Lortel chooses to leave Ed's place and go with Belle Maya, who offers to take her to a safe house. Before leaving, Lortel gives Ed a repaired uniform as thanks for his help. Ed expresses his gratitude, noting it'll make a decent second set for the academy. A pigeon carrier also arrives with good news, a letter announcing a victory over the elite in business sales, signaling his downfall at the Merchant Association headquarters. Relieved, Ed feels he can now return to school as usual. Lortel reads the letter, commenting that her father, the elite, must now be making his last stand and won't have time to chase her in Sylvania, ensuring her safety for the time being. However, she warns Ed not to underestimate her father, who might still have tricks up his sleeve. Even so, she expresses confidence in her allies at the headquarters, believing she can become the next Merchant Association chairman. Lortel's main concern, however, is now Alice. When Ed asks if Alice might expose her role as the mastermind behind the Ophelis Hall incident, Lortel dismisses the worry, explaining that Alice will side with whoever wins. In Alice's letter, she details the orphanages she sponsored, urging Lortel to support them financially for the next year. Lortel shares Alice's backstory. Years of relentless work caused her health to decline, but the academy ignored her struggles. Unable to manage her responsibilities, including the orphanage, Alice took a gamble during the Ophelis Hall incident, switching sides for money and support. Though her actions were seen as betrayal, Lortel acknowledges the dire situation Alice was in. After reading the letter, Lortel concludes that Alice is only siding her because she sees her victory as inevitable in her. In the cutthroat world of merchants, sympathy is rare, and Alice knows this well. While Lortel agrees to keep Alice on her side, her trust in her will not be same as before after the betrayal. As she prepares to part, Lortel reminds Ed to stop by the Merchant Association branch to finalize their contract for supply deliveries. Before leaving, Ed hands her a fire torch to guide her way. Lortel pauses, looking at Ed thoughtfully. When he asks why she's still standing there, she comments on how tall he is. She admits that she often takes risky moves to win. With that, she steps closer to Ed, adjusting his tie on his uniform. Flirting, she remarks that he looks handsome in the new set. And then suddenly, she pulls him by his tie, leans in, and kisses him unexpectedly. Flirting even more, Lortel teases Ed by commenting on how delicious the raspberries they ate were, claiming she can taste them again through their kiss. She chuckles happily, clearly enjoying the moment, while stoic Ed firmly warns her to stay within her limits. Unbothered by his serious tone, Lortel playfully mocks his boring reaction, adding another teasing remark. Next time, she says, he should try pulling her closer during the kiss, as she needs practice in pretending to push him away. Taking the torch from Ed, she finally sets off, but once she gets a certain distance away, she dashes off quickly, disappearing into the forest. Ed stands there, utterly embarrassed by her boldness. No matter how much he tries to avoid becoming too involved in the main events of the game, things always spiral beyond his control, leaving him flustered and off track. Later that night, as Ed sits by his campfire, gazing at the starry sky through the trees and listening to the crickets chirp, he feels uneasy. The storyline seems to be deviating, and he can't shake the discomfort of being pulled into the center of the unfolding events. His original plan was simple: observe the game's events from the sidelines, stepping in only when necessary to keep the scenario on track. He has no ambition beyond surviving, graduating from the academy, and carefully managing his stats. However, The plan that seemed so straightforward now feels like an endless and reckless challenge. As summer quietly fades into fall, Ed reflects on how quickly time is passing and wonders what twist the game might throw at him next. The next day at the lake, Janica gathers with her spirit friends to discuss her growing concerns about Lortel and how to handle her. The spirits inform Janica about the incident between Ed and Lortel, which immediately infuriates her. The spirit labels Lortel as an intimidating foxy redhead as Janica anxiously asks how Ed reacted. She breathes a sigh of relief when she learns that Ed responded coldly and didn't show any emotion. However, her relief is short-lived as Spirit Tarkin warns her that Lortel's persistence will only intensify if Janica doesn't act quickly to secure Ed's attention. Amid a flurry of ridiculous and cringy suggestions from the Spirit Tarkin, the other spirits take Tarkin away for a while. Spirit Marlita offers a more sensible idea. Marilda advises Janica to create a memorable and thrilling experience with Ed to make him think about her. After some thought, Janica decides that sharing a meal together might be a good start. That evening, Ed prepared his new recipe he learned and let Lucy have a taste of it. However, upon tasting it, she immediately recoils in disgust, exclaiming that it tastes awful. Ed listens to her criticism without reacting, calmly noting down his mistakes and deciding to delay perfecting his cooking skills until he receives a wider variety of ingredients from the stock deliveries. Despite the setback, Ed gains an upgrade in his stats, advancing to an intermediate level in craftsmanship. He reflects on how his core stats significantly affect his practical skills and resolves to balance and improve all his stats efficiently. However, Ed's packed schedule leaves him little time to focus on personal development. Between attending classes, honing survival skills, and keeping a close eye on the progression of the game's scenario, his hands are full. He observes that Taylor's combat abilities are steadily improving. Isla continues to support Taylor, and Princess Phineas seems to be on track. Still, Ed knows the pivotal event in the storyline, Phineas' clash with Lortel, is approaching. He's also aware that another key character, Clarice, won't enroll until next year, so he doesn't need to worry about her yet. While Elite's early dismissal creates some uncertainty regarding Lortel, Ed is sure it won't stop her from pursuing the sage's sealed grimoire. As the academy day comes to an end, Ed steps outside, looking back at the main building. He realizes it's time to start monitoring the faculty building closely since the final boss of Act 2 is about to emerge. Meanwhile, in a quiet room within the academy, someone receives a letter revealing the mastermind behind the Ophelis Hall incident. That person who receives letter is none other than Professor Glast. Professor Glast stands in his quiet office while his assistant, Claire Elfin, stood nearby. Trying to impress him, Claire praised his sharp thinking for suspecting someone behind the Ophelis Hall incident. However, Glast, a no-nonsense figure, ignores her attempts at charm. Removing his glasses, he exudes a dark and intimidating aura, ordering Claire to find the divine science thesis he had asked for earlier. Startled by his stern tone, Claire quickly rushes out to do as he says. At the Ophelis Hall faculty building, Claire receives all the materials about the incident from Annis. Relieved, Claire thanked her and started looking through the files of students involved. Among the files of students linked to the incident, 3 catch her attention: Ed Roth Taylor, Jix, and Janica. While most of the case seemed straightforward, Claire couldn't help but feel something unusual about Ed's file. His reputation and some missing pieces made her curious. That evening, Ed visited the Sylvania Merchant Association branch to collect the supplies he'd ordered under his contract with Lortel. Lortel, clearly enjoying his company, teasingly apologized for forgetting the contract details, as she is using it just an excuse to make him visit again. She prepares tea and snacks, inviting him to sit and chat. As they talk, she tells him to pick up his magic equipment at the counter when he leaves. Trying to keep his attention, Lortel shows off her fancy dress, asking how she looked for an important meeting. But Ed, uninterested, simply asked what kind of meeting it's. Lortel smiles, amused by how little he noticed her flirting. Then the conversation shifted to Ed's cabin. Lortel suggests he may need furniture, but Ed explains her company's products were too expensive for him. Lortel agrees but says she cannot give away items for free because of her merchant ethics. Suddenly she used her magic to break a chair's leg, claiming it is now damaged and she will throw it away tomorrow. She hinted that Ed, with his crafting skills, could fix it. Ed thanked her for the broken chair, still keeping his calm and serious demeanor. Lortel, entertained by how he never shows much emotion, moves closer to him. Sitting on the table nearby, she teasingly says she has made her move and asks if he doesn't see her as a woman. She boldly admits that she isn't helping him out of kindness, but because she has her reasons. Smiling confidently, she tells him she is determined to stick around and get the answers he is searching for, making it clear she has no plans to let him ignore her. Ed calmly responds, making it clear he isn't looking for any answers from her, and has no interest in getting involved in battles he knows he cannot win. Despite her attempts to get closer, he stays composed and distant. Lortel, unfazed. Lortel smiles and warns him that one day, it won't just be her struggling to hold back feelings for him. Her smile is the same as always, calm and confident. Ed notices she never shows her true feelings, whether she's winning or in trouble. He realizes it's part of her nature as a merchant, always keeping her cards close to her chest and never letting her emotions give her away. At the academy during recess, Janica excitedly teaches Ed how to control a spirit. Using her staff, she explains that he should focus on his magic to try to form a connection and summons a small fire spirit named Mug. Mug appears serious and promises to serve Ed well, surprising him. Ed remembers that before he came into this world, when he played the game as Ed, he once formed a bond with a spirit duck. They used to laugh and joke around, but in the end, he let it go. However, looking at Mug now, he feels this will be different. Curious about Mug's strict nature, Ed asks Janica why he acts that way. Janica laughs and explains that Mug is a good spirit with great energy efficiency and was carefully chosen by the high-level spirit, Tarkin. Since Ed wanted a strong spirit, she picked the best one for him. After going through a tough selection process, Mug is finally handed over to Ed, and he successfully forms his first spirit connection. Holding Mug, Ed is impressed to see how warm it is, almost like a portable heater. He checks its abilities and stats, and Janica happily tells him that Mug is a great survival tool because it doesn't need wood for heat. Seeing Ed happy, Janica smiles, even though he still looks tired. Before leaving, she reminds him to let her know if he ever needs more help. She offers to teach him more about spirit connections, and suggests that he will learn faster if he spends more time with her. As Janica talks with Ed, she suddenly changes her tone and expression. Just as she promises to come the next day to help him, she quickly switches, claiming she is very busy and that many others are waiting in line for her lessons. She remembers her spirits and her friend Clara advising her to keep things cool with Ed and not get too close too fast. Smiling awkwardly, she says it's a bit too much for her to teach him magic all the time. Ed, feeling guilty, apologizes for taking advantage of her kindness and offers to pay her for her help as a token of appreciation. Hearing him mention money, Janica gets upset and insists that she's helping him out of friendship, not for payment. She calls his offer cold and reminds him that they are close friends, and such things shouldn't come between them. Confused, Ed points out that she was the one who mentioned compensation earlier. Realizing she contradicted herself, Janica gets flustered and embarrassed. To make things right, she admits that her friend Clara told her she's too generous and needs to learn to say no sometimes. Ed appreciates her honesty and agrees that Clara is right. After some time, Janica waves goodbye, promising to meet him again at combat training and bring a special accessory next time. She leaves Mug, the spirit, with Ed, and he waves back. With his new crafting skills from Lortel's magic engineering and the low-rank spirit from Janica, Ed finally feels like he has a proper setup. Now he can learn proper crafting skills and can keep his fireplace lit all the time, making his life much more comfortable. Looking out of his hut's window at the night sky, he suddenly remembers that he forgot to check the traps and heads out. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Claire Elfin is investigating Ed, suspecting him to be the mastermind behind the Awfulest Hall incident. With everything she knows, his disownment by his family and his lack of connections to Awfulest Hall, he stands out among the other students and teachers. Reports say he often appears in the woods, which leads her here. As she carefully moves through the forest, she suddenly hears footsteps and quickly hides. What she sees is terrifying. A man carrying Lucy over his shoulder while dragging a dead deer behind him. The man doesn't use magic but seems to rely on raw combat skills, which makes Claire realize that it's not Principal Obel. At that moment, her suspicions are confirmed as that man isn't Principal Obel at all. It is Ed Roth Taylor, the true mastermind behind the Awfulest Hall incident. Realizing her intuition is correct, Claire feels proud of her detective skills. She quietly follows Ed through the forest, surprised to discover his hidden hut. Watching from a distance, she sees Ed throw Lucy into a tent he set up for her and place the deer near the fireplace. After that, Ed heads inside his hut, planning to sleep early for tomorrow's work. Claire cautiously sneaks closer, determined to rescue Lucy. Just as she reaches the tent, Lucy suddenly casts a warning spell, startling Claire and demanding to know who she is. Sweating nervously, Claire introduces herself, but Lucy, uninterested, returns to her tent and starts eating beef jerky. She then eyes Claire suspiciously before casually flying away, leaving Claire standing there, completely baffled. Back at the office, Claire rushes into Professor Glast's office, presenting the evidence she has gathered, convinced that Ed is guilty. She reminds Glast that Ed was disowned by his family, emphasizing how suspicious he is. However, Glast, uninterested in low-ranking students, barely remembers who Ed is. Claire mocks him for his indifferent attitude and insists that Ed is dangerous, recalling how he easily overpowered Lucy in the forest and kept her imprisoned in his tent. But Glass dismisses her claims, stating that Lucy often wanders and sleeps in the woods, and it's nothing unusual. Claire, frustrated, realizes convincing him won't be easy. Claire takes a different approach and confidently reveals that she used magic to record the memories from the first floor of Ophelis Hall. Glast, raising an eyebrow, questions whether she had permission to use magic for such purposes. Flustered, Claire quickly tries to cover up, claiming she lies to the authority and recovers the memories from the floor by herself. Unimpressed, Glast sternly orders her to write an apology and explanation letter for her actions. Despite this, Claire insists that Glast should still look at the memory she brought. The recorded memory clearly shows Ed sitting on the stairs, striking a perfect pose that makes him look like a mastermind. It also captures him stopping Taylor and his group from going upstairs, which seems highly suspicious to Claire. However, Glast remains uninterested and asks if she has any stronger evidence. Claire, eager to convince him, mentions the recent forest incident, explaining how Ed was carrying an unconscious Lucy, making it look like he was trying to trap her. Glast, staring at Claire in silence for a moment, simply reminds her once again to submit the apology and explanation letter. Sighing in frustration, Claire leaves his office, feeling exhausted. Glast, now alone in the office, finally looks at the memory globe seriously. As he watches Ed blocking Taylor and his group, he becomes intrigued. He finds it hard to believe that someone as ordinary as Ed could hold off the Sword Saint Taylor and the natural-born alchemist Alvira. The memory flashes again, replaying Ed's actions and combat techniques. For the first time, Glast's expression changes as he realizes Ed might not be as ordinary as he thinks. The globe finally catches Glast's attention. Back in the forest, Ed successfully crafts an impressive weapon using both magic engineering and spirit magic. Ceremonial dagger, explosion. He admires his work, realizing it's the best weapon he has made since he started living independently in the game. Feeling a sense of pride, he examines the dagger closely. Mug, seeing Ed pleased with his creation, advises him to improve the weapon's efficiency by using it frequently. Then, trying to flatter him, Mug begins singing a song in his honor. Ed, who has been observing Mug's flattery and overly formal behavior since they met, suddenly picks him up and shakes him, demanding to know the real reason behind such behavior. Mug stammers and tries to apologize, but Ed pushes further, asking if Janica promised him something in return. Mug hesitates, but Ed insists he should be honest since they are now bonded through their spirit connection. Feeling the pressure, Mug finally cries and confesses. He admits that he deeply respects Ed, but is ashamed of his own low ambitions and success. The real reason he agreed to the contract was to take advantage of the refined magic around Janica, which allows him to grow at twice the normal rate of a low-ranking spirit. Ed sighs, asking if there's anything else Mug has been hiding. Mug, feeling guilty, reveals that he also heard rumors about Ed's strict and authoritarian reputation at the academy. Fearing Ed's temper, he tries to stay on his good side by constantly flattering him. After hearing Mug's full confession, Ed calmly tells him that he understands his situation and that it's only natural for him to want to grow stronger. With that, they head back to their hut together, while Mug comfortably sits on Ed's shoulder, chatting with him along the way. Back at his hut, Ed chops wood for the fireplace. His stamina has improved, and his storage is now full of meat and vegetables. He no longer has to sleep outside feeling hungry. With enough supplies, he can now focus better on his studies by reducing sleep and practicing more, forcing himself to absorb the information quickly. However, all this effort makes him exhausted, and he falls asleep. Later, Ed wakes up to find Janica standing beside him while he's lying outside the hut. She advises him to take better care of his health, saying she's worried about him. Ed decides to focus more on himself, especially because he has received 3 letters. The first letter is from the Academy, and the second one is from the mercenary. However, it's the third letter that grabs his full attention. He realizes that this letter will decide the future direction of the game's storyline. In the original game, the main event of Act 2 was a negotiation over the Sage's sealed grimoire, a tug-of-war between the Academy's Student Association and the mercenary. But things have changed. With the fall of the elite, the original client who wanted to buy the grimoire involves Roth-Taylor family. The plot has shifted into a 3-way conflict. Now, with the Roth-Taylor family has stepped in, Crepin Roth-Taylor, the family head, gets involved personally. He wants the grimoire to further his research on eternal life. Crepin is originally supposed to be a major boss in Act 4, and appearing this early in Act 2 makes things much more difficult. In the game, no player will strong enough to defeat him at this stage right now. Ed knows how dangerous Crepin is, and wants to prevent him from getting involved, hoping to keep the storyline intact and avoid unnecessary chaos. If Crepin Roth-Taylor succeeds in buying the Sage's sealed grimoire, it will become impossible for Ed to complete the game, even with all the knowledge he has about it. Crepin's involvement would throw everything off balance, making Ed's survival and progress impossible. The third letter holds critical information about Crepin's actions and suspicions regarding the grimoire. However, the sender of the letter remains unknown. adding another layer of mystery to the situation. During recess at the academy, Princess Phinia enjoys her tea in the garden. Captain Claire approaches her, reporting that he delivered Ed's letters as she instructed. She thanks him for his service. For Phinia, the sage's sealed grimoire is the heart of the academy, and selling it just for money would bring disgrace. Even Principal Obel asks help from her, informing the princess about the academy's financial troubles and requesting her support. However, what concerns Phinia more is the unexpected interference of Kreppenroth Taylor in the grimoire's sale. Captain Claire suggests that maybe Ed reported the sale to his family in hopes of being accepted back. He believes Ed might do anything to regain his family's recognition. Before the conversation continues, Lortel, known for her cunning nature, arrives and interrupts Claire. She doubts his theory, and politely asks the princess for permission to join her tea session. Phinia finds Lortel's visit surprising, as she always thought Lortel disliked her. However, Lortel smiles and clears up any misunderstandings, offering some inside information as a sign of goodwill. Lortel reveals that it was not Ed, but Elite Ketchlin, her adoptive father, who involved the Roth-Taylor family in the grimoire business. To Phinia's surprise, Lortel adds that Kreppenroth-Taylor was the one who originally requested the grimoire. However, with Kechlin's influence weakening in the merchant headquarters, he is still determined to purchase it with Kreppen's help, as the elite merchantry has invested too much effort into the deal. This makes Phinia realize that the grimoire sale might be an attempt to form a business alliance between the two families. But she wonders about why are they now competing for it instead of working together. Lortel smiles and explains that, since she now controls the merchantry, she wants to save the grimoire by purchasing it herself. She assures Phinia that she has no intention of selling it to the Roth-Taylor family. Surprised by Lortel's honesty, Phinia asks why she is sharing such internal matters. Lortel, still smiling, calls Phinia an ally in this situation. She explains that if Phinia helps her obtain the grimoire, it will strengthen her position in the merchantry, while Phinia can keep the Roth-Taylor family in check, marking a win-win situation for both of them. Lortel continues explaining her reason for stepping in to protect Ed from further trouble. She tells Princess Phinia that Ed has already been disowned by his family, and it would be unfair to suspect him of being involved with them. Phinia listens carefully, observing Lortel's way of speaking and how she carefully chooses her words. She starts to suspect that Lortel might be hiding something, as she surprises that Lortel never worried so much for any person. Wanting to test her, Phinia casually brings up Ed and comments that he is quite a useful person in such situations. She suggests that she might interrogate him personally, using her authority to bring him to their side. And if he refuses to cooperate, she won't hesitate to exploit him. Hearing this, Lortel, who was calmly holding her teacup, suddenly starts shaking and shivering. She carefully puts down her tea, then bursts into laughter as she realizes that even Princess Phinia isn't above exploiting others for her own goals. Captain Claire, surprised by Lortel's mocking attitude, becomes agitated and questions how she dares to disrespect Princess Phinia. However, before he can act, Phinia calmly orders him to stand down. Lortel stands up gracefully and reassures Phinia that they are allies. She then gives Phinia one last piece of advice. Never underestimate Ed Roth-Taylor. She warns that if Phinia does, she will end up regretting it. As Lortel walks away, Phinia falls deep into thought. She struggles to figure out the truth. Is Ed really the one behind Kreppenroth-Taylor's sudden involvement in the bidding? Or could it be Lortel, who always acts so confident and never bows, even to a princess? Watching Lortel leave, Phinia wonders if she will ever have the chance to face her again. For the first time, she feels unsure about what to do next. At the merchantry branch, Lortel spots Ed with Janica and can't help but feel a little jealous. Janica, noticing Lortel's gaze, greets her teasingly. Lortel, who had prepared only 2 cups of rosemary tea, one for herself and one for Ed, now finds herself reluctantly offering a glass of cold water to Janica. Janica smirks and teases Lortel for not having extra tea ready for guests. Lortel, keeping her cool, fires back, reminding Janica that as a merchant, she can't afford to waste her merchandise so easily. Ed, visibly tired and drained, takes the cold water instead and hands his tea to Janica. This small gesture makes Janica happy, while Lortel watches, feeling slightly annoyed as Janica continues to tease her. After some time, Lortel presents the magic engineering equipment she promised Ed. As the glamorous tools are unveiled, Janica suddenly yells in protest. She accuses Lortel of breaking merchant ethics by offering Ed brand new equipment for free. Janica's jealousy flares up, suspecting Lortel of trying to win Ed over with expensive gifts. Lortel, maintaining her composure, brings the equipment closer and points out the minor defects, assuring Janica that they aren't brand new. But Janica, unconvinced, insists that Lortel might have done this on purpose. Lortel just laughs, further fueling Janica's irritation. As Ed looks at the equipment, he hesitates, telling Lortel that he can't accept more free items, especially since he hasn't even paid her for the previous ones. He reminds her that this is already the fourth time she's offering him something. However, Lortel waves off his concerns, saying that since he's her regular customer, he can always renew his contract, and there's no issue at all. Janica, sensing Lortel's clever tactics, suggests Ed quickly finish his payments and cut ties with Lortel before he ends up too deep in debt. Lortel, unimpressed, tells Janica to mind her own business, sparking a playful but competitive argument between them, both clearly trying to get Ed's attention. As the two continue their banter, Ed suddenly feels a strange sensation take over his body, a light, floating feeling, as if he's drifting in water. It's something he experiences when he's overworked. His mind, occupied with thoughts about dealing with the grimoire problem and building a better mattress for proper sleep, can't keep up with his exhaustion. Before he can react, he collapses to the ground. Lortel and Janica immediately rush to his side. At Sylvania Academy, Princess Phinia reflects on Ed's calm and precise demeanor, whether it was when she saw him fishing at his camp or during the Glaskin incident. His composed attitude and reputation among students, who claim he only focuses on his studies, make her rethink Lortel's words. She begins to question whether her assumptions about Ed were wrong and decides she needs to confirm it one final time. To do this, she is the one who sends Ed the third letter, an invitation to visit her at the royal residence, a letter meant to be highly secret. As she reviews her schedule for the next day, she asks Captain Claire about Ed's expected visit. However, Captain Claire delivers unexpected news that Ed has collapsed from overwork. This revelation surprises Princess Phinia. In the game, when a character accumulates exhaustion status, they are usually given several rest days to recover. Now, despite all the pressing matters and preparations for the Roth-Taylor event, Ed is forced to rest, delaying his plans. When Ed wakes up in his hut, his body feels incredibly heavy, and a strange warmth spreads through his lower belly. Looking down, he finds Lucy sleeping on top of him, mumbling in her sleep. Seeing her sleeping so soundly, Ed is reminded of how unnaturally light she is when he threw her during the Glaskin incident, making him question whether she's even human. But with his exhaustion, he lacks the strength to even move her off. Noticing the new blankets and mattress around him, he assumes that the mercenary must have brought him here to recover. Just as Lucy wakes up, she immediately starts talking about how hungry she is. Upon realizing Ed is finally awake, she offers him mana treatment, helping to restore his distorted mana flow. Lucy mentions that she has been doing this treatment repeatedly while he was in his weakened state. Once she finishes, she drifts back to sleep right next to him. Before falling asleep, Lucy gives Ed some advice, not to keep getting sick because it's a hassle for her, and warns Ed that being weak can be dangerous. Ed knows her grandfather died bedridden from an illness like he is now, so he thanks her sincerely for the magic treatment and her concern. Just then, Jix enters the hut without knocking, checking if the stove is working properly to keep the place warm for Ed. Seeing Jix walk in so casually, Lucy quickly flies away from the camp to another location, feeling embarrassed. Now fully awake, Ed contemplates how he seems to attract so many people in this so-called open society, despite his efforts to stay independent. Turning to Jix, he asks why he's here, to which Jix replies that he has been checking in on him while others are out. As they talk, Jix casually mentions that it's autumn season, offering Ed a bowl of soup. Still processing everything, Ed asks if there's any news from Sylvania Academy. Jix shares updates about the Academy exploration problem, mentioning that Taylor and Klebois managed it well, and other incidents like the Demon of the Sewers Act, which seem to be under control according to the storyline. This reassures Ed that nothing critical has changed and everything is going according to the storyline. However, the most important event, the struggle over the Sage's sealed grimoire, is still looming. Ed urgently asks how long he has been unconscious. When Jix tells him it's been 10 days, Ed realizes with shock that the main event has already started. To add more worry in Ed's attention, Jix further informs that Lortel gets no choice but to leave for an important negotiation in his absence. Panicking, Ed immediately jumps up, insisting that Jix help him send a message to Lortel right away. Meanwhile, at Sylvania Academy, the bidding war over the Sage's sealed grimoire has begun. The major players are gathered. Princess Phinia Kloll representing the Student Association, Lortel from the elite merchantry, and an unexpected third party. The man who has deviated from the original storyline, stepping into the hall with an imposing presence, the patriarch of the Roth-Taylor family, none other than Crepin Roth-Taylor himself. At the luncheon, all the key players gather to assess each other before the bidding war for the Sage's sealed grimoire. Crepin Roth-Taylor greets Princess Phinia warmly and expresses his delight at seeing her in good health. He personally apologizes for the actions of his foolish family member, Ed Roth-Taylor, and assures her that Ed's past misdeeds do not reflect the values of the Roth-Taylor family. Princess Phinia responds politely, telling him not to worry too much. However, she carefully observes him. Crepin appears noble, compassionate, and wise, with his attendants showing unwavering respect in their every action. But through her judgmental ability, she clearly sees Crepin as an evil man. Crepin then turns his attention to Lortel Quechon, asking if she represents the elite merchantry. Lortel stands and bows respectfully, introducing herself as Lortel Quechon and expressing her honor to be in his presence. As they talk, Crepin tests Lortel's knowledge and motives with calculated words. Lortel responds strategically, revealing only what benefits her. She asserts that her interest lies solely in profit, maintaining a composed and confident demeanor. The bidding process begins, and each participant writes down their bid, knowing that the highest offer will win the sage's sealed grimoire. The Academy wants to keep its financial problems a secret, so they put Vice Principal Rachel in charge of the auction, with Princess Phinia as the only royal observer. The auction takes place quietly inside the Academy building. Phinia watches carefully, knowing the grimoire is more than just an expensive item. It has great magical value for research. She knows about how rare books like this are usually sold and realizes that knowing the other bidder's highest offer is the key to winning in this type of auction, where there is no price limit. Lortel and Crepin sit in silence, observing each other's movements carefully, weighing their strategies before submitting their final bids. Lortel, driven by profit and market trends, keeps her expression calm and composed, while Crepin's demeanor remains inscrutable, exuding confidence and authority. Vice Principal Rachel collects the bids and thanks both Lortel and Crepin for their participation. As Rachel prepares to announce the winner, Phinia quickly looks at the bid amounts. She guesses that Lortel, who always thinks about profit, probably bid around 8,100 coins, the highest price a similar book has sold for before. If Lortel offered more, it would be risky because selling it again at a profit might be difficult. But still, Phinia worries that if Crepin bids just a little higher than Lortel's estimated maximum of around 8,000 coins, he will win the grimoire. Vice Principal Rachel finally stands and begins announcing the bid amounts. When she reveals Crepin Roth Taylor's bid, as expected, he offers 8,500 Flen gold coins. Phinia isn't surprised. Crepin didn't come to the Academy just to make a profit from book trading. However, when Rachel announces Lortel's bid, the entire room is stunned. Lortel has bid 9,400 gold coins, far exceeding expectations and securing the grimoire. Crepin's face darkens with frustration as he realizes his loss. Without a word, he leaves the building with his attendants, his bitter expression revealing his disappointment. Meanwhile, Lortel calmly moves to a private room to complete the transaction, leaving Phinia in disbelief. Phinia struggles to understand why Lortel, who claims she only cares about profit, would spend such an enormous amount just to secure the grimoire. The princess recalls their previous conversation over tea, when Lortel suggested they become allies. Now, it becomes clear. Lortel's true intention was to prevent the grimoire from falling into Crepin's hands. Yet Phinia remains skeptical. She cannot believe that Lortel would act purely out of a sense of justice. There must be someone behind her, someone who ordered or influenced her to stop Crepin Roth Taylor. The princess's suspicion grows, wondering who could be pulling the strings behind the scenes. As Princess Phinia recalls Lortel's words about Ed's ties to the Roth Taylor family, a realization strikes her. Ed had been fighting against his family's darkness all along, struggling to the point of collapsing from overwork. Overwhelmed with guilt, Phinia panics, questioning how she could have driven such a person to ruin by pushing for his disownment. Regret washes over her as she reflects on the consequences of her actions. However, for Ed, Phinia's misunderstanding may have been a hidden blessing. Living in the forest forced him to sharpen his survival and combat skills, turning him into someone far more capable than before. Meanwhile, in her quarters at the elite merchantry, Lortel admires the sage's sealed grimoire she just acquired. She carefully calculates her potential profits if she were to sell it, realizing the difference would only be 900 gold coins. Yet, deep down, she knows she didn't do it for profit. She did it for Ed, following his request without hesitation. Determined to win him over by any means, she sees the grimoire as an opportunity, one she can leverage to ask him for anything in return. Lying on her bed, Lortel indulges in the thought of having Ed in her debt, considering the small price of 900 coins a worthwhile investment. She smiles to herself, romanticizing the idea of Ed being within her grasp, believing she has finally secured a way to make him hers. At the campsite, Ed feels better after hearing that Lortel won the grimoire. Jix sits nearby and laughs, telling Ed that he should have seen Lortel's face when Elka gave her the news. Ed knows that Lortel might have used her charm to get what she wanted. She often relies on it, but he worries if that will be enough this time. Even though she won, Ed is still worried. He thinks Crepin Roth Taylor must have had some secret information to enter the auction. Ed feels that things might not be over yet, and Crepin won't give up easily. At Ed's hut, Janica suddenly arrives, panting and asking about his health. She looks worried and quickly apologizes for any trouble she might be causing with the rumors about him. Ed laughs and tells her it's okay as he already hears everything from Jix. Hearing this, Janica gets angry at Jix for telling Ed how she runs around the academy crying over him, which starts rumors about her being heartbroken. Frustrated, she orders her spirit bear to take Jix away. As Jix gets dragged off, she waves goodbye while Jix looks defeated. From Janica's hair, Ed's spirit, Mug, suddenly appears, crying with guilt. Mug apologizes, saying he doesn't know Ed is pushing himself so hard that he collapses. He begs for forgiveness and even says he's willing to be punished. Mug wants to hug Ed, but he's afraid of affecting Ed's mana, so he clings to Janica instead. Ed, seeing Mug making a fuss, calms him down. Jix returns after his scuffle with the spirit bear and tells Ed that Mug isn't overreacting because he has passed out for 10 days. Hearing this, Ed is shocked. He realizes his stock of meat and vegetables must be spoiled, and he has to gather everything again. But this time, Jix and Janica offer to help him out. Seeing their determination, Ed feels grateful. He thinks back to when he first builds his wooden shelter and sleeps alone in the forest. Now, with friends supporting him, he realizes he's not truly alone anymore. Janica watches Ed, noticing how tired he looks. She remembers her earlier conversation with her spirit friend Marilda. Sitting under a magical forest tree, they talk about Ed. Marilda tells Janica that this is her perfect chance to get closer to Ed before the cunning Lortel pulls another scheme to win him over. Marilda, acting as a dating expert, advises Janica to start dressing like a countryside housewife to appeal to Ed. Janica tries on a shabby-looking outfit, feeling unsure, but Marilda encourages her and says it is fine. Marilda then gives Janica tips on how to make progress with Ed the next time they meet. But as Janica hesitates, acting too innocent, Marilda gets frustrated. She leans in and asks what Janica is planning to do once she gets closer to Ed. Hearing Janica's unsure response, Marilda howls in frustration, scolding her for being too naive. She warns that if Janica doesn't act now, she might lose her chance forever. Ed is growing stronger every day, and he won't always be in such tough situations where he needs support. Feeling pressured by Marilda's scolding, Janica finally comes up with a plan. She whispers it to Marilda, who nods in approval, saying it is a pretty good idea. At night, after eating a nice stew that Janica makes for him, Ed gets up to rest as he is still tired despite all the help he receives from Jix and Janica. His main focus is on recovering. As he lays down on his bed, the door suddenly opens, and Janica appears, standing there. With a romantic pose and soft voice, she tells Ed that he looks really tired. Ed, seeing Janica doesn't return back, starts wondering if she is planning something. Janica, looking at Ed with romantic eyes, walks into the room. As Ed asks what she is planning, she only smiles and moves closer to his bed. She then sits down beside him. Trying to seduce him, she softly says that he needs to admit he is having a hard time, reminding him that exhaustion affects everyone both physically and mentally. She tells him that she understands how tough his schedule is and how much he is enduring, more than anyone else. Janica then confesses that Ed has helped her the most, simply by staying quietly by her side when everyone else rushed to offer support. She wants him to acknowledge his struggles so that he can finally rest peacefully beside her, as she also wishes to support him quietly. Seeing how much Janica cares, Ed rests his head on the pillow and finally admits that he is really having a hard time. Just by saying it out loud, he feels a deep sense of relief and quickly drifts into a peaceful sleep. By morning, he wakes up to find Janica sleeping beside him. But what makes him happiest is that his fatigue is completely gone, and he feels fully recovered, all thanks to Janica. In the morning, after waking up, Ed is surprised to see Lortel visiting him. They get to the river to sit there. She looks happy to see him feeling better, but she also tries to gain his sympathy by mentioning her own health issues, claiming she's suffering from chronic fatigue. At first, Ed thinks she's just exaggerating, but when she struggles to walk over to him, wincing from joint pain, he realizes she might really be unwell. She finally sits down next to him with some effort. Concerned, Ed asks why she came all the way to the forest when she's both busy and not feeling well. But Lortel, who mainly came to see Ed, brushes off his concern and says she has something important to tell him. She reveals that she is renaming her merchantry into a trading company and offers Ed a key role in it. She wants him to help manage assets, products, and external affairs, offering him the position of co-executive. Lortel tries to convince Ed by saying he would visit the company every day and they would be just one wall apart. She also promises him great benefits, including shares in her personal assets. In her mind, she dreams of this as a step closer to being together with Ed, almost like they are married. As Lortel continues talking, lost in her own thoughts, Ed hesitantly interrupts and asks if she doesn't think it's a bit much to go this far for him. Hearing this, Lortel takes a deep breath, pulls up the hood of her cloak, and looks at him seriously. She tells Ed that he doesn't understand anything. She explains that she knows what he must be thinking, that something is wrong with her, or that he can't make such an important decision based on the fleeting emotions of a young girl like herself. Lortel acknowledges that Ed wants to keep things professional until the very end, but he doesn't realize what she has been through. After living a life where hundreds of gold coins come and go, and facing betrayal countless times, she has come to understand one thing. She needs someone she can truly trust. Someone who will never betray her, even if all her wealth disappears one day. She tells Ed that while most people have family or friends to rely on, she has seen too much. Great merchants rising and falling, fortunes vanishing overnight. And through it all, her biggest fear is that one day, something might happen to her, leaving her with no one to trust. Finally, with a deep, heartfelt expression, Lortel asks Ed to stay by her side forever, no matter what happens. Ed looks at Lortel in surprise, but she just laughs and says she almost had him fooled. Frustrated, Ed yells at her for being too emotionally manipulative. Lortel, still laughing, admits with a smile that she has a habit of touching people's hearts and making them waver. As they sit together for a while, Lortel takes a deep breath and says that her feelings aren't a lie after all. However, Ed tells her that he plans to graduate from Sylvania Academy first and doesn't intend to leave until then, and tells to consider her co-executive offer only after his graduation. Lortel, smiling, stands up and tells Ed she can wait for him to graduate. But then, with a playful smirk, she shows him the grimoire document letter. She reminds him that he's in her debt and warns him that she'll use it as a free pass to win him over someday. Waving goodbye with the letter in hand, she cheerfully tells him it was great seeing him again and walks away. As Lortel leaves, Ed sighs, feeling like he's made a mistake. He realizes he truly does owe her for the sage's sealed grimoire, and now he feels stuck. Meanwhile, as Lortel walks back, she feels nervous about the risky move she just pulled. She had wanted to confidently tell Ed that he belongs to her now, but seeing his serious reaction completely threw off her plan. She even forgot to give him his change for the magic engineering products he bought from her, and now feels awkward about seeing him again. Deciding to quietly drop off the change at his hut, she heads back. But as she reaches Ed's hut, she's shocked to see Janica already there, stepping outside after just waking up. Both women freeze in surprise, gasping at the sight of each other. They immediately start questioning why the other is there, and tension rises. Anger and rivalry fill the air, marking the beginning of a new disaster, not just for them, but for Ed as well. Both are determined to win him over, no matter what it takes. Ed, after taking a refreshing bath in the river, gets back to his daily routine. He starts cutting logs for the fireplace, all while being constantly reminded by his spirit, Mug, not to overexert himself. Taking Mug's warning seriously, he carefully manages his stamina and completes all his tasks efficiently. Now that his food and firewood stocks are full, thanks to Jix and Janica's help, Ed can finally shift his focus back to his health and studies. With a clear mind, he turns his attention to the 3 letters he received before collapsing from exhaustion. The first letter is from Lortel, warning him to stay alert since neither of them knows what the elite might do next. The second letter is from Fenia, discussing Crepin's possible involvement in recent events. But it's the third letter that catches Ed's attention the most. It's a highly confidential message from an unexpected sender, Professor Glast, requesting a private meeting with him after the conference. Unfortunately for Ed, he couldn't meet Professor Glast because of his sudden collapse, leaving him in the dark about Glast's true intentions. However, based on what he knows from the game, Ed is well aware that Professor Glast is the final boss of Act 2, and the events of this act have already begun. In the game's story, Glast believes that only a few talented people can change the world. He wants to bring back Sylvania, the greatest sage in history. To do this, he has been studying effectual magic, which can change the natural laws of the world. However, Glast needs the sage's sealed grimoire to complete his plan. Since the Academy sold it to Lortel due to financial problems, Glast steals it. He then kidnaps Taylor's friend, Ayla, who has a special magic ability. He wants to put Sylvania's spirit inside her body to start a new era, but his plan is dangerous and crazy. In the game, Taylor fights through many obstacles and defeats Glast to save Ayla. In the end, Glast falls from the magic tower and says something important before he dies, but Ed can't remember what it was. What Ed does know is that Act 2's final battle begins when Ayla is kidnapped. He realizes that he must be ready for what's coming. In a tense moment, Ayla wakes up and finds herself locked inside a dark, damp dungeon, guarded by a terrifying demon from the underground waterway. Fear grips her as she realizes the horrible situation she's in. The eerie silence of the dungeon makes her heart pound, and she can't help but feel overwhelmed. However, Ayla soon realizes she's not alone. Another voice echoes in the dungeon, blaming her for ending up in this mess. Tears well up in Ayla's eyes as she yells at that person, calling him mean for blaming her at a time like this, insisting that she hates being stuck in this awful place. To her surprise, the person with her in the dungeon is none other than Ed Roth Taylor himself. In Act 2's final scene, Ed doesn't plan on being kidnapped. To explain this, he reflects on the past 3 days. While working on his magic engineering gadgets, Ed realizes that despite his hard work, it's still not enough for the final battle. He needs better materials and blueprints. Suddenly, an idea clicks in his mind as he recalls a key detail from the final battle where they must enter a secret laboratory during the 3rd stage of Final Act battle, which is filled with valuable blueprints. Although Taylor is responsible for handling the middle boss battle in the secret laboratory, Ed is more interested in the contents of the lab. Knowing it's dangerous to go alone, he decides asks Janica for help. At the academy, Professor Glast announces that 2 new students, Adele from Class B and Isla from Class C, will be joining Class A. This decision comes as the academy needs to accommodate more talented students. Jix realizes that with the addition of these 2 students, Class A will now have 5 members, marking a significant change after many years under Professor Glast's supervision. Even though Ayla might not be the strongest student, her unique aspectual magic stats make her stand out. Curious, Jix asks Glast whether the class criteria are based strictly on talent. Glast responds firmly, warning Jix not to underestimate the student's efforts. He advises that the quickest way to ruin someone's life is to give them false confidence in vague talent and offer inadequate support, ensuring that everyone, including Jix, understands the lesson. Professor Glast is a man who strongly believes in talent and is almost stubborn about it. This is mostly because of his daughter, Muiri. He had a lot of faith in her as a parent, even though she was just an average mage. Muir wanted to prove herself, so she joined a monster hunting mission too soon. Sadly, she was killed, which broke Professor Glast's heart. After losing his daughter, Professor Glast changed a lot. He became even more focused on proven talent and spent most of his life at Sylvania Academy studying aspectual magic. But what makes his research interesting is that he is not doing it to improve magic. Instead, he wants to bring back Sylvania, the greatest mage of all time and the creator of magic. At the end of the class, Professor Glast calls Lortel as if he is about to say something but then stops and changes his mind. Instead, he tells her that he will speak to her separately tomorrow about the lesson. However, Lortel knows exactly what he wants to ask. He is concerned about Sage's sealed grimoire, which she has already purchased. She also knows that he wants to scold her, considering it a disgrace, since the grimoire is crucial for aspectual magic research. But Lortel is not worried, as the passing ceremony and the official transfer of the grimoire to her are just around the corner, and his talk will not be any use. At the academy, as Claire's class comes to an end, Ed gets ready, knowing that the Sage's sealed grimoire connection ceremony is about to begin, marking the start of the final battle in Act 2. Ed's original plan is to closely follow Taylor as he fights his way through the stages from Phase 1 to Phase 5 to rescue Ayla, picking up any leftover items along the way, just as he planned. Looking at his must-have items list, Ed focuses on the crucial items he needs to collect, especially from Phase 3. These include Glock's Eye and Delheim's Hourglass. He needs these 2 items because their materials are difficult to obtain, and they can usually only be crafted in the final stages of the scenario. Collecting them will give him a major advantage in the upcoming story progress. At the same time, he plans to admire Taylor's progress up to Phase 5 before returning to camp once his mission is complete. To get Janica's help, Ed tells her that they need to go to the underground waterway because he lost something there and wants to find it together. Even though he expects Janica to dislike dark and narrow spaces, she enthusiastically agrees to help. This makes Ed feel a little guilty, as he can sense her concern for him, but he knows he still needs her support for the battles ahead. Just as Ed is preparing to leave, Assistant Professor Claire arrives and informs him that Professor Glast wants to see him in his office. Surprised and confused, Ed cannot figure out why he is being called. However, he assumes it might be because Professor Glast had previously summoned him, but he was unable to respond at the time due to passing out. Thinking Glast might want to discuss something important, Ed decides to go to his office. Upon arriving, Ed is even more surprised to see Ayla already there. She immediately takes a defensive stance, still wary of Ed's intentions ever since the Ophelis Hall incident, where he shot an arrow at her. Ed, on the other hand, is confused to see Ayla standing safely in the office, instead of being kidnapped as expected for tomorrow's event. Puzzled about why he was called, Ed quickly senses something is off and begins scanning the professor's desk and surroundings for any clues that might indicate a change in the future storyline. Eventually, he discovers a report on Glast's desk, written by Claire, detailing her observations and investigations of Ed about the Ophelis Hall incident. At that moment, Ed realizes that Professor Glast knows about his abilities and actions and may have figured out what he did. As he is still processing the situation, the office door suddenly opens, and Professor Glast walks in. Instinctively, Ed draws his dagger. Isla, startled by Ed's sudden reaction, screams and rushes toward the professor for help. However, Ed is not the villain. Professor Glast is. He has now revealed himself as the final boss of Act 2. Without hesitation, Glast uses his aspectual magic to trap Isla in a time prison. Reacting quickly, Ed throws his dagger at Glast while calling out to Mug to trigger an explosion. However, the experienced professor effortlessly blocks the attack and even praises Ed's quick response and ability to search through his research materials in such a short time. Despite being impressed, Glast tells Ed that it will take more than that to understand his true motives. Taking cover, Ed asks why the professor is restraining him, and even promises to stay quiet and not interfere if Glast only needs Isla for his plans. However, Glast refuses to leave any potential threats unchecked. After witnessing Ed's combat skills and resourcefulness, he decides to eliminate him as a potential obstacle. Realizing that even if he manages to escape now, Professor Glast will continue to pursue him, disrupting the original storyline. Ed contemplates his options. If he allows himself to be captured, there is a high chance he will be taken to the secret laboratory, the very place he wants to go. After weighing his choices, Ed ultimately surrenders and allows Glast to kidnap him. Observing Ed, Glast remarks that Ed is a product of effort, not talent. Despite his impressive combat abilities and survival skills, Glast considers his approach weak. Seeing Ed, he is reminded of his daughter and her struggles in the past. As Ed is trapped in the time prison, Mug stealthily sneaks out of his pocket and escapes from the professor's office. The small creature rushes towards Ed's hut, where Janica is preparing lunch, unaware of the events unfolding. An old man writes his life story, chronicling his travels across the southern continents where he uncovers many magical truths. He dedicates much of his writing to his late master Sylvania, one of the greatest mages who tragically passed away at a young age. In his heart, she remains eternally beautiful, and throughout his life, he longs to break the natural laws of the world just to see her face once more. However, he understands that what is lost cannot be regained. Instead, he chooses to pass on his knowledge by training a young apprentice, preparing her to carry on his teachings. On his deathbed, he places Sylvania's hat on his apprentice and hands over his life's work. In the final words of his book, he dedicates his legacy to his young apprentice, Lucy Marcel. In the game's story, that old man, Glocked, accepts his approaching death with serenity, waiting for it more sincerely than anyone else. Lucy, his apprentice, has no choice but to let him go, yet the sorrow of losing her beloved master, whom she calls grandfather, cuts deeply. Ed reflects on whether Lucy's pain will ever fully heal or if the scar will remain forever. The only small comfort Lucy finds is in the pouch of beef jerky she keeps from Ed's hut. As Lucy shakes her beef jerky pouch and finds it empty, she climbs down from the hut's roof to refill it. However, she spots Janica standing below, activating a deep, sinister purple aura filled with anger, while the spirit mug speaks to her. Meanwhile, at Trix Hall, the Academy's main conference room, the sage's sealed grimoire passing ceremony begins. Elite members of the mercenary and academy faculty gather as Lortel stands ready to receive the grimoire from Principal Obel Forsyth in front of the audience. As she looks at Principal Obel, she recalls Kreppenroth Taylor, who is the same age but appears strikingly different. Back at after the bidding for the grimoire concluded, Kreppen personally met with Lortel, urging her to hand it over to him. In response, she countered with a bid of 12,000 gold coins, which Kreppen accepted without hesitation. Before leaving, he revealed crucial information to Lortel that her father, Elite Ketcheln, had hired a group of mercenaries who were now heading to Sylvania. Despite Kreppen's unpleasant personality, his information proves valuable to Lortel, strengthening their alliance. Holding the grimoire in her hands, Lortel contemplates her options to whether to sell it to Kreppen for a significant profit or use it as an opportunity to get closer to Ed. A subtle smile crosses her face as she gently touches the grimoire, weighing her choices. Suddenly, Professor Glast uses aspectual magic to create a powerful barrier, preventing anyone from approaching the grimoire. At the same time, he summons two enormous spirits, forcing Principal Obel and Lortel to retreat under their overwhelming pressure. Without hesitation, Glast seizes the grimoire and swiftly leaves the hall. With no obstacles left in the way, the story moves forward without any changes, signaling the official beginning of the final scene of Act 2. In Professor Glast's secret laboratory, Ed finds himself trapped in a prison cell alongside Isla. Frustrated and angry, Ayla yells at Ed for being mean and expresses her hatred towards him. Suddenly, Coombe, Glast's friend and fellow researcher in aspectual studies, appears. He warns them to consider themselves lucky for not being used in experiments and advises them to stay quiet, fearing that the monstrous guard outside may awaken and put them in danger. However, Ed remains calm and responds confidently. Impressed by Ed's composure, Coombe tells them to sit silently and avoid any foolish actions, as he will be watching them closely. Ed leans back and waits patiently, expecting Taylor to barge in and rescue them. His plan is to seize the opportunity, gather all the magic engineering recipes and equipment, and quietly return to his hut. In the meantime, he tries to strike up a conversation with Ayla to pass the time. However, she snaps at him every time he speaks, still angry over the arrow he shot at her earlier. Ed attempts to calm her, insisting he holds no grudges and could have hurt her if he truly wanted to. Stunned by his reasoning, Ayla continues to yell, calling him a liar. Finally, Ed firmly tells her to stop and wait patiently for Taylor. As tension lingers, Ed eventually apologizes, explaining that his actions were driven by his own circumstances. Hearing an apology from Ed for the first time, Ayla is left speechless. Just then, Ed's spirit, Mug, appears, crying and asking if Ed is safe and unharmed. Seeing Mug, Ed feels relieved and grabs him tightly, finally having someone to talk to in the cell. Ayla, surprised to see Ed with a spirit companion, suggests that Mug should go and warn others for help. Mug excitedly informs them that he has already asked Janica for help, and Lucy is also preparing to come. Hearing Lucy's name, Ed's mood shifts instantly. He becomes furious, realizing the disaster that will unfold if she arrives. In frustration, he spanks Mug, sending him flying across the cell. Coom notices the commotion and approaches Ed, but Ed warns him to release them or risk facing serious trouble. Amused by Ed's confidence, Coom ignores him and returns to his work. Meanwhile, Mug stealthily returns with the dungeon keys, having swiped them while Coom was distracted. Ed quickly unlocks the cell and gets a chance to escape. Convincing Ayla to stay behind the cell as her leg hurts and dangerous monsters out there, after some hesitation and arguing, she reluctantly agrees. Without wasting time, Ed rushes out, determined to stop Lucy before she arrives and causes chaos. Ed knows that even the most dedicated players of the game avoid involving Lucy in major events, fearing the unpredictable changes she could bring. With his future hanging in the balance, Ed races against time to prevent Lucy from reaching the lab. At Ophelis Hall in Jick's room, Taylor arrives, bruised and exhausted, seeking Jick's help to rescue Ayla. Having lost track of Professor Glast after the events at Trix Hall, Taylor urgently requests Jick's assistance and plans to lead his companions into the underground waterway to pursue him. Meanwhile, Ed, having escaped from the laboratory, begins retracing his path in reverse order, unlike the original scenario. He finds it amusing to experience the final scenario this way, but at the same time, he feels relieved. In this reversed sequence, all the monsters remain confined, which works in his favor. However, his greatest fear lies in the possible encounter between Lucy and Professor Glast, which could lead to a disastrous ending. Determined to prevent this outcome, Ed hurries to finish the scenario before things spiral out of control. Eventually, he reaches the secret library, where Reyna, the librarian boss and a banshee, stands guard. Familiar with Reyna's movement patterns, Ed decides to avoid engaging with her, leaving the battle for Taylor. He knows Taylor will benefit from the experience gained by defeating Reyna and Coom, making future scenarios easier to clear. Quietly, Ed sneaks through the library, collecting only the necessary magical tools and magic engineering recipes while avoiding Reyna's sight. As Ed watches Reyna's movements from cover, Mug signals him to move. Carefully they navigate the area, but suddenly, a violent earthquake shakes the ground. The unexpected tremor causes enough disturbance to alert Reyna, who immediately spots Ed and Mug. In an instant, Reyna locks onto them, and as she approaches, both Ed and Mug scream, realizing they are in serious trouble. 30 minutes before the earthquake, Principal Obel finally puts down the giants summoned by Professor Glast in Trix Hall, saving everyone. Lortel stands in surprise, unable to believe that Glast steals the grimoire right in front of the Academy's top faculty. Obel tries to calm everyone, assuring them that he takes full responsibility and will retrieve the grimoire. However, he expresses his concerns about Glast, suspecting that he is planning something dangerous. As the others listen in confusion, Obel explains the 3 major taboos of magic which are seeking immortality, resurrecting the dead, and traveling through time. These acts defy the natural laws, disrupt time, and challenge human destiny. Lortel, remembering Glast's obsession with his late daughter and the legendary mage Sylvania, realizes that he might be using the grimoire to attempt one of these forbidden spells, which most likely to bring back the dead. Obel then asks Lortel what she thinks Glast will do if he has truly mastered a spectral magic for resurrection. Before she can answer, a faculty member rushes in, reporting that Taylor is spotted chasing Glast into the underground waterway. Worried about Taylor's safety, he also informs them that eyewitnesses see students being kidnapped, including Ayla and Ed. Hearing about Ed being kidnapped, Lortel stands in shock upon hearing the news. Believing that Principal Obel, the greatest mage of the time, will keep his promise to retrieve the grimoire, Lortel feels confident that he can easily rescue Ed and the other students as well. She decides that the most sensible thing to do is to wait in the hall. However, as she glances outside, she notices something massive moving in the distance. Curious, she grabs a pair of binoculars and sneaks to the window. Looking through them, she spots the entrance to the underground waterway and is shocked to see a huge spirit dragon. ridden by none other than Janica herself. Realizing that Janica is heading into the waterway, Lortel quickly makes up her mind. She orders her personnel to prepare for action, deciding that they will personally go to retrieve the grimoire and join the battle against Glast's madness. In the underground waterway, Janica spots Dorothy, a third-year student and one of Professor Glast's helpers. She grabs Dorothy for interrogation, but the sight of Janica's massive fiery dragon, Tarkin, leaves Dorothy trembling in fear. As Tarkin growls and Janica's dark aura intensifies, Dorothy faints on the spot. Confused about where to go next, Janica recalls the directions Dorothy mentioned before passing out. She sighs, feeling a bit guilty, and gently covers Dorothy's face to hide her sorry state. As Janica does so, Lortel arrives with her team, greeting Janica with a playful tone. Observing Janica's powerful spirits, Lortel realizes that Janica will do anything to ensure Ed's safety, even if it means destroying the entire waterway. However, jealousy creeps in as Lortel imagines a scenario where Janica wins, and Ed falls in love with her. Determined not to let that happen, Lortel approaches Janica with a cunning smile, and casually tells her that Ed has already been rescued and returned to his hut, suggesting she should check on him. However, Janica, always sharp when it comes to Ed, doesn't fall for it. She questions Lortel logically, asking how Ed could have escaped when she was the first to arrive and didn't see anyone taking him. As the two engage in playful argument, Janica casually mentions that she also asked Lucy for help, but Lucy simply yawned and walked away, leaving the two of them to handle the situation. Realizing they are left with no choice, both Janica and Lortel decide to split up and search for Ed in different directions. Both of them rushes to find and save him, hoping to win him over. Meanwhile, inside the secret library where Ed and Mug are trapped by Reyna, an unexpected event occurs. The roof suddenly collapses right on top of Reyna, trapping her under the rubble. To Ed's horror, Lucy casually falls down from above, yawning and explaining that she got bored and decided to come help. Seeing Lucy now in the scenario, Ed looks at her in shock, realizing that things are going to get much worse now. While the event unfolds, Principal Obel and his friend watch the sunset, discussing whether they should step in to retrieve the grimoire or stay out of it. Obel considers letting the students handle the situation, believing it's a valuable opportunity for them to grow, as they are the future mages and warriors of Sylvania Academy. However, his friend questions if the students really need to push themselves so hard. He acknowledges that this is the greatest golden era in the Academy's history, but wonders if they should interfere to ease the burden. He mentions talented students like Taylor and Jix, rare finds among their peers. Over time, many students have risen to the challenges faced by the Academy, showing great potential and shining like stars. He and Obel have high expectations for them. Hearing this, Obel's excitement rises. He feels something big is coming. Upcoming challenges that will be even more intense and difficult, pushing the students beyond their limits. During the event, Lucy crashes straight onto the secret library underground, landing right on top of Reyna and trapping her under the rubble. Sitting on the pile and yawning, Lucy's casual attitude leaves Ed completely stunned. As Ed regrets her unexpected arrival, Lucy innocently asks if he has any beef jerky left for her. Still upset by the situation, Ed tells her he doesn't have any, making Lucy sad as she starts looking for a place to take a nap. But before she can, Ed quickly grabs her shoulder, coming up with a new plan. Ed knows that Lucy's arrival has messed things up, but he also realizes that by now, Janica and Lortel should have entered the hall to help him rescue. To allow Taylor to defeat the remaining enemies and gain experience, he needs to stop Janica and Lortel from interfering. Most importantly, he must keep Lucy from rushing into the final stage and defeating Glast, which would lead to the bad ending. Thinking fast, Ed convinces Lucy to stay with him and not wander off. He recalls something Janica once said, sticking quietly with someone ensures safety. Using the same logic, he tells Lucy to stay close, promising her beef jerky once they escape. Now with Lucy on his side, Ed plans to gather all the magical equipment from the library, find Janica and Lortel, and get out of there, leaving the scenario for Taylor to handle. As they start their escape, Lucy unleashes her ignition spell, burning all the attacking bats in their path. Ed watches in awe, realizing just how powerful she truly is. He tries to stop her from taking down too many enemies, wanting to leave enough for Taylor to fight and grow stronger. As Janica and Lortel search for Ed, they take different approaches. Unlike Janica, who relies on her spirit connection ability, Lortel is skilled at quickly finding the right paths. As she navigates through the underground waterway, she feels a growing sense of genuine concern for Ed, something beyond her usual motives of wealth and power. For the first time, she realizes she truly wants to help someone without expecting anything in return. Eventually, she reaches a concealed wall with a spell cast on it. Just as she pauses to listen, a loud blast shatters the wall, and out comes Ed, carrying Lucy on his back while holding advanced magic equipment. The The sight of him immediately brings relief to Lortel, who is worried about his safety. Without hesitation, Ed hands her some of the expensive magic tools to carry. Lortel, however, is stunned. Seeing Ed carrying Lucy so casually ignites a fire within her. She had taken every opportunity to grow closer to Ed, making the first moves and being proactive, unlike Janica, who hesitated and played it safe. But now, with Lucy in the picture, it feels like all her efforts might be in vain. Her frustration builds, and she can't help but angrily yell Ed's name. But before she can say more, Ed suddenly pulls her close, looking straight into her eyes and telling her that he trusts her more than anyone else. Lortel freezes, completely caught off guard by his words and actions. Her heart races, and a deep blush spreads across her face. In that moment, all her anger melts away, replaced by happiness. She feels like she's finally making progress with Ed in a way she never expected. Before she can fully process the moment, one of her crew members rushes over, bringing urgent news about a major problem unfolding nearby. Meanwhile, Taylor and his group enter the underground waterway. Clebius, always scared and complaining, starts mumbling nonsense about wanting to leave. Annoyed, Elvira kicks his foot to shut him up. Clebius yells in pain and angrily asks why they even have to save Ed Roth along with Ayla. Taylor tries to calm him down, reminding him that Ayla is a good person and asking him to stay strong and help her. As they walk deeper into the waterway, Adele, the romantic and self-proclaimed fortune-teller of the group, raises her finger dramatically. She happily warns the group that something dangerous is ahead. Adele's prophecies are usually spot on, almost like she can see the future, which is why Taylor trusts her to guide them. Right as Adele points in the direction, an explosion happens. Suddenly, Tarkin, the fiery dragon spirit, appears, carrying Miss Claire. Janica is demanding Claire tell her where Professor Glast is. Terrified, Miss Claire stumbles and faints, just like Dorothy did earlier. Janica notices Taylor and his group nearby and greets them with a smile. But Taylor's group immediately gets defensive, preparing for a fight. Janica looks confused, but Taylor assumes she might be an enemy they have to face to move forward. Everyone is tense, except for Jix, who casually waves at Janica. Taylor, determined as always, readies himself to fight. But Jix stops him, sensing that there's been a misunderstanding. Before things escalate, someone yells for everyone to stop. Ed Roth and Lortel appear from another direction. Taylor freezes in shock. He now sees Janica, Lortel, and Ed together, and the realization hits him as it's impossible for his group to defeat them. Taylor remembers how Ed, with only basic magic and archery skills, managed to hold off his group and him during the Ophilis Hall incident. Now Ed looks even stronger, both physically and in combat ability. Taylor knows their chances of winning are zero. But to Taylor's surprise, Ed walks over and taps his shoulder. Ed calmly tells Taylor to focus on saving Ayla and defeating Glast. Ed assures that Taylor will now take care of the story while he will take care of the side threats, the elite Ketchuln. As Lortel's crew member rushes to her side, he delivers alarming news that the elite Ketchuln has arrived on Arkan Island, accompanied by mercenaries. Hearing this, Ed immediately understands the situation. The elite Ketchuln, the mid-boss of Act 2 in the game, wasn't properly defeated before. Because of this oversight, he has returned, taking advantage of the mistake Lortel made by leaving many of her trading company members behind. Without their leader, the elite had no trouble to take them down one by one. However, Ed knows he now holds a unique advantage, which is the magic tool that lets him see the future of the game. As he examines the unfolding events, Ed realizes everything is still following the original storyline. With Act 2 nearing its conclusion and Taylor progressing the main story, Ed sees his role clearly. If he can handle the new mid-boss, Elite Ketchuln, just as it happens in the original story, the plot will stay on track. Confident in his strategy, Ed encourages Taylor and his group, giving them a boost of morale. He wishes Taylor good luck, knowing that as the main character of the game, Taylor will face even greater challenges ahead. Trusting Taylor to handle the main storyline, Ed leaves him and his group to focus on their mission. Without hesitation, Ed heads outside, determined to confront the elite Ketchuln and eliminate this new threat before it disrupts the flow of the story. Ed thinks the elite might attack Lortel's trading company to find proof of her involvement in the armor sale scheme, which caused him to lose his position in the association. While they are running toward the trading company, Janica suddenly tells them to stop for a moment. But Ed insists they keep moving quickly. Janica stops in her tracks and forces Ed to stop as well. She reminds him that he already collapsed before and barely escaped from Glast's prison. With tears in her eyes, she begs him not to get hurt again and says the elite's problem has nothing to do with him. Ed knows that this isn't really his fight, but he also understands that the elite is a big threat. If he doesn't deal with this, it could ruin the safe ending he is trying to protect. He also realizes he'll need Janica's and Lortel's help to handle the situation. Lortel agrees with Janica and says it's her fault for involving Ed in her problems. She tells him he should be resting somewhere safe instead of putting himself in danger. Ed feels touched seeing Janica and Lortel getting along. even if it's just for a moment. But he knows this isn't the time to rest. He thanks them for caring about him, then firmly says that Lortel's problem isn't just someone else's problem for him. Hearing this, both Janica and Lortel freeze, surprised by Ed's words, changing the atmosphere completely. They stare at Ed, surprised and moved by what he said, as a new resolve begins to form among them. Ed insists they should keep running, eager to reach the exit as quickly as possible. As they run, he feels embarrassed and regretful about the awkward explanation he gives to Janica and Lortel. It's always hard for him to say things properly. Noticing Ed's troubled expression, Janica tries to lift his spirits. She tells him that he's right. It isn't just someone else's problem, as she reasons that if the elite takes over the trading company, Ed's contract will be ruined, cutting off his magic tool supplies. Hearing her explanation, Ed is impressed by how smart she is, as expected. Meanwhile, Lortel blushes silently, lost in her own thoughts about Ed's words. As they near the exit, Ed notices the scene ahead is in complete chaos. Destruction is everywhere. For a moment, he wonders if Taylor could have been responsible, but he's surprised when Janica admits that she's the one who caused the destruction. She confesses that it was an accident, and explains nervously that Dorothy passed out in the chaos. Janica worries that Ed might think she's heartless, but she tries to convince him that it wasn't intentional. Lortel's crew member informs them that they are almost at the exit, and that there's a carriage waiting for them outside. The plan is to use the carriage to quickly reach the association building, where Lortel's staff is waiting. However, when they step outside, they're met with a horrifying sight. The carriage has been destroyed, and Lortel's crew members have been killed. Standing amidst the wreckage is none other than the elite himself, waiting for them. Lortel tries to play it cool, mocking the elite for showing up sooner than she expected. The elite chuckles darkly and replies that he once taught her how to handle company records, ensuring that no evidence would remain if anyone searched her files. But this time, he exploited a gap in her personnel management. By bribing one of her crew members, he was able to lead them all into this trap. Elite mocks Lortel, seeing her struggling with the betrayal of her crew. He cruelly taunts her, saying she has finally mastered the expression of smiling through betrayal, but that it's a shame he'll ruin her with torture to make her confess. With a snap of his fingers, he transforms Lortel's beaten crew members into zombies, who immediately attack Ed and Lortel. As the fight begins, Lortel mocks Elite, accusing him of never fighting alone and always relying on mercenaries to do his dirty work. With a dark smile, Elite responds that this time he has brought the best mercenaries on the continent. He orders them to kill everyone except Lortel, who they are to capture alive. The mercenaries unleash a volley of arrows at the group, but Janica quickly activates a wind spell, blocking the arrows just before they strike. Observing the mercenaries' precise and calculated moves, Janica warns everyone to stay alert. Elite, knowing how difficult spirit successors like Janica can be to deal with, reveals his trump card, the legendary item Belarus's Prejudice, which suppresses the surrounding mana. Ed recognizes the item as a powerful, high-ranking tool, but he also knows it has a major drawback. It takes time to activate, and the preparation is obvious. However, even with this knowledge, Ed realizes they are at a severe disadvantage. The mercenaries are veterans, and their group consists mostly of mages, making it nearly impossible to cast spells under pressure. Lortel informs Ed that Elite is well prepared and already knows all of their strengths and weaknesses. If Belarus's Prejudice is activated, their fight will end in defeat. When she questions Elite about how he plans to deal with the Academy holding him accountable for his actions, Elite grins darkly, saying that it's better than losing his life. Ed feels the weight of the battle as he watches the chaos unfold. He regrets leaving this third-rate villain alive earlier in the story, as the butterfly effect of that decision has now made Elite an almost impossible foe to defeat. Remembering Elite's dark backstory, including how he killed Lortel's parents and his ruthless rise to power, Ed sees him as the ultimate villain. But despite the overwhelming odds, Ed remains determined. He knows that in the original story, Elite was defeated, and he plans to make that outcome a reality. As Elite's mercenaries continue to block their path, Ed gets an idea. He crouches down, gently unloading Lucy from his back. Nudging her, he tells her it's time to wake up. Lucy yawns lazily, complaining about how noisy everyone is. Then, without hesitation, she activates her magic aura. The overwhelming power of her spell clears the way, sending mercenaries flying left and right. With Lucy, the slothful but immensely powerful mage, finally awake and joining the fight, the tide of the battle begins to turn. At Glock's small cabin, his travel journal, written in the final days of his life, was barely known to anyone. In it, Glock wrote about Lucy. He recognized her natural talent and her blessing from the stars, but warned her not to stop learning or become lazy because of her gifts. He also advised her never to be alone, as her great power would bring loneliness. Before finishing the journal, he made Lucy promise 3 things: never to kill anyone with her magic, avoid actions that might stain her hands with blood, even by accident, and to live a peaceful life as a student at Sylvania Academy. In the present, when Lucy activates her magic, the veteran mercenaries, who had faced danger and death countless times, become terrified. They had never seen such a powerful force before. Even Elite, who had been so confident, shouts at Lucy to stop and orders his men to fight her. One brave mercenary charges at her with a sword, but with just a snap of her fingers, Lucy uses her magic to throw him away with overwhelming force. Seeing this, the rest of the mercenaries panic and run, leaving Elite behind to face Lucy alone. Elite, now sweating and scared, tries to threaten Lucy by saying he'll use his magic tool if she comes closer. But when Lucy asks if he's the leader, her powerful presence terrifies him so much that he falls to the ground. Just as she's about to finish him off, Ed steps in and signals her to stop. Elite has already been defeated, and there's no need to do more. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently as a huge earthquake begins. In the sky, the 7 brightest stars align in a straight line. Ed realizes that Glast has advanced his magic to a point where he's breaking the laws of nature, causing the magical realm to descend. This signals the start of the final battle of Act 2. Ed thinks about Taylor, who has defeated the monsters in the underground waterway and is now stronger and ready to face Glast with his group. Feeling relieved that the story is progressing as it should, Ed starts to relax. But then, to his shock, he sees Lucy flying toward the magical realm. Lucy watches as the realm's towers begin absorbing magic from the air, hinting that reviving the dead might actually be possible. Surprised and worried, Ed realizes Lucy might now be caught up in something far more dangerous than anyone expected. As Ed watches Lucy, he recalls the bad ending of the game. In the original storyline, Lucy naps on the roof of Trix Hall during this event. However, if players awaken her early and bring her to face Glast, he offers to revive her mentor, Glocked. This temptation causes Lucy to turn against the players, becoming an enemy and annihilates the entire group, including the hero, leading to a bad ending. No matter how skilled or dedicated a player is, there's no way to defeat Lucy. Ed now fears that his actions of being kidnapped and escaping the prison cell may have unintentionally triggered this bad ending. As Lucy watches the realm and Ed watches her nervously, Elite seizes the moment to activate his legendary magic tool to suppress Lucy's mana. With Lucy temporarily weakened, Elite orders a mercenary to attack Ed. The mercenary charges, but Ed, remaining calm, uses his Windblade magic to counter, throwing the attacker aside. Elite is stunned by Ed's skill. However, Lucy's overflowing mana proves too much for the tool to handle, and it shatters under the immense pressure. Once again, Elite finds himself defeated. Realizing his situation is hopeless, he falls to his knees, begging for mercy. But Lucy, furious, is ready to end his life. Just as she's about to strike, Ed steps in between them and urges her to stop. He reminds her that killing, even if it feels justified, is not the answer. His words echo Glock's advice to her about avoiding bloodshed and keeping her hands clean. Lucy hesitates, remembering her mentor's teachings. She spares Elite and turns her attention to the realm once more. As she prepares to leave, Ed asks where she's going. Lucy responds vaguely, but Ed presses further, asking if she will regret her decision. Lucy recalls Glock's final advice from his book, to be strong and accept that what's lost is lost. He dedicated his life and his writings to her, urging her to move forward. With a calm resolution, Lucy assures Ed she won't regret her choice and flies away, disappearing into the sky. With the battle over, Janica oversees the mercenaries, ensuring they retreat safely by boat. Meanwhile, Lortel captures Elite and takes responsibility for handing him over to the authorities for his crimes. With the situation under control, Ed climbs to the top of Trix Hall. His body feels heavy, but he pushes forward, knowing he must reach Lucy. When he finally reaches the roof, he finds Lucy sitting alone, gazing at the realm. Quietly, Ed sits beside her. He reflects on how much Glock contributed to the Academy, even founding the scholarship that Ed benefits from. Despite living a frugal life, Glock donated all his wealth to the Academy, shaping the future of countless students. The Glock Hall, which Janica accidentally destroyed in Act 1, was built in his memory. Ed understands Lucy's sadness that this entire Academy is her mentor's legacy, and his presence lingers everywhere. For Lucy, the Academy is a constant reminder of Glock's life and sacrifices, a legacy. After sitting with Lucy for a moment, she suddenly asks Ed if he has any beef jerkies left. Ed shakes his head, chuckling softly as he tells her he doesn't have any. Curious, he then asks what she's doing all the way up on the roof. Lucy remains quiet for a moment before replying, her voice thoughtful and distant. She says she's just thinking about the old days while watching the realm. As the stars twinkle in the sky, Lucy begins to share her story. She recalls how, back in the day, she used to cry a lot because of all the sad things that happened to her. But at some point, the sadness started to fade. She explains that it wasn't because the pain went away. It was because so much time had passed. Her old man passed away a very long time ago, and even if she were to use a spectral magic to bring him back, he'd eventually leave again. She muses that he was already prepared for death, so much so that if she revived him, he'd probably be upset, die again, and scold her for it. She looks up at the sky, her voice quieter now, and says that resurrecting someone as legendary as Glocht, a mage who dedicated his entire life to studying magic and using forbidden magic, would be nothing but an insult to his legacy. Calling herself selfish, she admits that her desire to bring him back was purely for herself, not for him. Ed listens carefully, letting her words sink in. He can't help but ask to make sure if she is okay. He knows Lucy's decision to give up on reviving Glocht feels recent, almost like it might be a passing whim. If she changes her mind again, it could lead to something catastrophic. He wants to make sure she's truly at peace with her decision. To his surprise, Lucy doesn't respond with her usual sass or ask for beef jerkies again. Instead, she leans her head on his shoulder, seeking quiet comfort. Ed stays still, realizing that despite everything, Lucy has come to terms with her loss. Even though finding another spectral magic user like Glast in the future will be near impossible, and resurrection magic won't be available so easily, Lucy understands now that the dead are dead, and what's lost is lost. She's accepted that reality, and is beginning to heal, covering her wounds with the life she has now. Together they sit in silence, staring at the beautiful night sky as the stars seem brighter, and for a moment, the sky feels peaceful. As the second act finale begins, Taylor and his team finally find Professor Glast. A massive golem, summoned by Glast's spectral magic, stands before them. Trapped in its heart is Ayla, unconscious, about to be sacrificed. The final battle of Act begins. Jix and the others launch magic attacks at the golem, trying to create an opening for Taylor to save Ayla. Taylor rushes forward, but Glast blocks his way. While fighting, Glast remembers his life as a teacher. He spent his days reading ancient books, studying magic, and creating lessons for his students. He hardly noticed the seasons changing outside his window. His visitors, Dorothy, Miss Claire, and Principal Obel, who would stop by for tea, but Glast stayed focused on his work. However, one memory never left him: the death of his daughter, Muiri. That pain pushed him to do anything to bring her back. As Taylor tries to push forward, Jix and Elvira distract the golem. Glast uses his spectral magic to trap them in a time prison, freezing them in place. Just before freezing completely, Jix shouts for Taylor to dodge. Taylor barely avoids the spell and gets back up, never refusing to give up. Glast moves into the final stage of his plan to revive Muiri. Taylor uses his powerful slash strike to destroy the golem. The golem's destruction reverses all of Glast's creations, restoring time and freeing Jix and the others. Furious, Glast tries to fight back, but Jix hits him with an ice spell, freezing him momentarily. Taylor sees his chance and delivers the final blow, saving Ayla and destroying the golem completely. Seeing his plan fail, Glast falls from the building in despair, missing his daughter Muir. He teleports to a quiet forest, ready to face his death alone. In the forest, Glast leans against a tree, weak and bleeding. He knows his end is near. As he closes his eyes, he notices someone standing before him. Opening his eyes slightly, he sees Ed. He has come to ask Glast something to confirm. After the events settle, Lortel arrives outside the island after securing her adoptive father, Elite. With all threats now resolved, she heads to meet Ed near the underground waterway. Ed arrives, with Lucy holding onto his coat sleeve. As Lortel sees Lucy clinging to Ed, she becomes slightly wary. Before anything can be said, Dorothy and Assistant Professor Claire emerge from the underground waterway. However, upon seeing Janica together with Tarkin, both Dorothy and Claire scream in terror. Janica calmly approaches the gathering to check on Ed's condition and ensure he is unharmed. Janica then shares what her spirit friends have told her about the reports of a spectral magic being used in the forest. Tarkin detected an unusual type of magic coming from the magic tower. Upon realizing that this suspicious magic is a spectral, the group concludes that it must be Glast's doing. Ed, though hesitant to interfere, decides to investigate. His recent encounter with Elite teaches him how dangerous leaving unresolved threats can be. Knowing how much damage Glast's influence could cause if he resurfaces, Ed determines it's best to face him now. In the forest, they find Glast in a terrible state. His wounds are open, and blood flows freely as he leans weakly against a tree. Seeing him in this pitiful condition, both Janica and Lortel are stunned. They ask him what he's doing there. With a faint smile, Glast jokes that he's just admiring the moon. His humor seems misplaced, but Ed keeps his tone serious, telling Glast that he must have known he would fail with forbidden magic. Glast weakly chuckles and admits he was aware of his fate. What surprises him most, however, is being defeated by students. He then compliments Ed, telling him that he's a far better student than he thought, but unfortunately for him, he discovers Ed's potential too late. Ed, seeing the opportunity to ask Glass the question he want to, finally asks, why did he kidnap him in the first place? Weak from his injuries, Glass finally explains. He confesses that he was impressed by Ed's exceptional talents. Initially, Glass had planned to use Ed as part of his schemes. However, when Glass fainted from overwork, his plans failed. He captured Ed as a precaution, intending to make him an offer, but by the time he returned to the dungeon, Ed had already escaped. Glass accepts that he is paying for his sins with his life and says it's not a bad deal. However, he admits he still misses his daughter, Muir. He reflects on the 17 years he spent with her, realizing they weren't lonely after all. Seeing Glass lost in grief and consumed by memories of his daughter, Ed decides to speak up. He reminds Glass about his assistant, Professor Claire, who deeply admires him despite his harsh and mean demeanor. To her, Glass wasn't just a professor. He was the most scholarly and brilliant mind she had ever known. Ed also mentions Dorothy, who saw Glass as a precious mentor, someone she respected immensely. Ed tries to make Glass realize that, while he may have recklessly endangered the lives of students and lost his way, his existence still left a lasting impact. Even though he sits here alone, reflecting on his life, saying he will die alone, is like mocking his own legacy. For many, Professor Glass will always remain a part of their hearts, whether as a mentor, a scholar, or a colleague. Hearing Ed's words, Glass smiles weakly and slowly removes his glasses. Summoning his remaining strength, he hands Ed the key to his personal library, entrusting him with its secrets. Inside are legendary rank crafting formulas and years of knowledge. A surprised Ed hesitates, asking why Glass would give him something so valuable. With a faint smile, Glass replies that Ed should be happy to receive such a gift. He then jokes, urging Ed to clean up all the mess he made before the Academy's investigation team arrives. Finally, Glass turns his gaze to Lucy and offers her a piece of advice to look around herself every once in a while. With those final words, Glass closes his eyes forever. His body rests peacefully beneath the moonlit Zelkova tree, as if he is merely in a deep sleep. Ed, Lucy, Janica, and Lortel stand in silence, watching him, each carrying their own thoughts about the man who had once been their enemy and, in some way, their teacher. The next morning, Ed is summoned to the dean's office for an investigation into the recent events. The dean questions him about Professor Glass's motives for kidnapping him, how Ed managed to escape without bringing Ayla along, and his unexpected involvement with Taylor's group. Ed explains everything him about his actions during the event, his encounters with Janica and Lortel, and how they worked together to resolve the dangerous situations. After hearing the full account, the dean pauses, observing Ed carefully. He expresses some suspicion, pointing out how Ed seems to know a lot while claiming to know very little. However, after reviewing Ed's past reports, including the Ophelis Hall incident and the recent Glass event, the dean acknowledges Ed's exceptional talent. Apologizing for the Academy's negligence and the suffering Ed endured, he decides to reward him. To Ed's surprise, instead of focusing solely on the report about the recent incident, the dean pulls out Ed's entire report card. After their conversation, Ed is dismissed from the office. Outside, Janica approaches Ed with a cheerful smile, asking if he's okay or if he's hurt. Ed, concerned about her, asks the same. Janica assures him she's fine, brushing off his concerns by saying her injuries are only minor rashes. As her spirit bird chirps something in her ear, Janica asks if Ed is really okay, or if he's hiding any pain. Ed, reflecting on everything that happened, tells Janica that he realized something during the event, that she is always the one working tirelessly to help and often ends up suffering in the process. Feeling guilty, Ed apologizes for taking her kindness for granted and unintentionally causing her pain. Janica, initially trying to cheer him up, suddenly grows worried. She stops him and admits she lies and isn't hurt at all, as she only pretending to be injured to get his attention. Ed is surprised but quickly reassures her, revealing something unexpected, that starting next semester, he will be living in Dex's hall, same where Janica lives. The dean rewarded him with proper student housing, allowing him to finally leave the wilderness behind. Hearing this, Janica's face lights up with excitement as she congratulates him with genuine happiness. Later, Ed returns to his hut, feeling a mix of relief and nostalgia. Although he has grown fond of his small hut and the peaceful woods, the idea of living a normal student life feels like a significant change. As he approaches the door, ready to rest, something unexpected happens. Lucy suddenly crashes in front of his door, landing behind him. Surprised, Ed turns to face her, wondering what brings her here this time. Meanwhile, in a dream, Lucy walks through the woods and realizes she's no longer on Arkan Island, but in the northern Ramelin mountain range, where she grew up. She wonders why she's dreaming of her childhood now, but decides to go to her old house to see her father's face regardless. When she steps in, she finds him on a rocking chair in a house filled with cobwebs. However, when he turns to face her, his face is deformed, and he demands to know why she didn't save him when she had the chance. She soon realizes she's having a nightmare and wakes up. After getting up, her maid arrives to prepare her for school. Oddly, Lucy doesn't respond, but instead uses high-level spatial magic because, for some reason, she feels an urgent need to go to the northern forest immediately. She lands on the roof of Ed Roth Taylor's cabin and watches as he walks toward the house after speaking with the principal. Finally, a smile crosses her face as she feels an unexplainable sense of relief. Suddenly, she overhears Ed talking about how his camping life is about to end, causing her to slip off the roof and land in front of him. Meanwhile, a professor named Flurben teaches his students how unpredictable cats are. They let you think you've gotten close to them, but once you try to pet them, they act aloof and distant. However, when you lose interest and get busy, they become clingy. Professor Flurben explains to the students who want a cat-type familiar that the best way to attract one is to act indifferent, which will make them approach first. The ladies in the class laugh about how this is even harder than dating while the ecology class on cat creatures continues. These lectures are very popular, and most students have good grades, but Ed's were initially among the lower ranks. However, he soon got ahead in his preparation and ensured his notes were better than everyone else's. After class ends, Professor Flurben calls Ed to his office to inform him about the Academy's scholarship program. It's a system where students contribute to academic tasks in exchange for tuition discounts. The professor recommends that Ed consider it while he pets his snake. When Ed asks what kind of tasks he'd be doing, Flurben smirks and vaguely says he'll handle various academic duties, including assisting Assistant Professor Claire. Claire already has a capable assistant named Anis, but the workload is too much, so there's work to do, including semester-end evaluations, academic society agendas, and freshman class assignment tests. Flurben reminds him not to be too strict when dealing with the freshmen. Ed then realizes that someone he knows will be among them when the professor continues talking about the new students. Meanwhile, Lortel appraises the sage's sealed grimoire, now in her possession, and senses its immense magical resonance. She wonders if it's wise to sell the grimoire to Crepin Roth-Taylor, the head of the Roth-Taylor family, recalling that Ed desperately begged her not to let Crepin have it. She finds herself in a dilemma, considering that she originally bought the grimoire to resell it, yet she also recognizes that she needs to be more ruthless in her business dealings. She gazes once more at the message she received from Ed about how he'd do anything for her if he could obtain the sage's grimoire purchase certificate, which ultimately changes her mind. Additionally, she considers signing up for a special winter break class at the end of the semester to keep herself occupied since Janica, Ed, and Lucy will also be busy. However, as she prepares to sign the documents, she hesitates, feeling uneasy. Back at the cabin, Lucy notifies Ed that they're running out of firewood and asks why he hasn't been hunting lately. He's surprised that she's saying something productive, which is unlike her usual lazy self. Although it's true that he has been neglecting camp activities, and that's because he's thinking of moving to Dex Hall. If that happens, he won't see Lucy as often, though he hopes it turns out well. While they're walking around the compound, Janica arrives after one of her classes gets canceled and decides to rest in the cabin. She takes a seat and pushes Lucy away, stating that they won't be able to stay at the camp once winter break starts, so she has to come as often as possible. She explains that she really enjoys spending time there, and it's a bit sad that it's coming to an end. She also adds that she hopes Ed calls her if he eventually decides to move to Dex Hall since she can help him with anything he needs. She keeps talking about how they'll see each other more, how they should eat together in the cafeteria, and how she can show him around the hall. While she's talking, Ed takes out the key that Professor Glast gave him before he passed away, and considers that it's time to unlock the secret vault in the library that the late professor mentioned. While he's lost in thought, Janica hands him an application form for Dex Hall, warning him that he might miss his chance if he applies late. Surprised, Ed thanks her for her thoughtfulness, and she urges him to fill it out with her. While she's speaking, Lucy stands between them, looking tense. She signals for Janica to stop and then turns to Ed, insisting that he not move to Dex Hall. That moment marks the beginning of an intense rivalry between the two ladies. Shortly after, while Janica helps Ed increase his spirit and mana resonance, she can't help but notice Lucy glaring at her, making her wonder if she did something wrong. However, Ed's magic power keeps increasing until he decides it's time to try intermediate magic. During that time, Lucy keeps clinging to him everywhere he goes and continues to be particularly hostile toward Janica, but her hostility seems more like fear than resentment. Eventually, Ed realizes that intermediate magic is much harder than he expected when he fails to grasp the basics, despite practicing all day. Suddenly, Lucy approaches him and asks what he plans to do once she leaves. He explains that he needs to run an errand and check the fireplace, something he wouldn't have to worry about if he moved into Dex Hall. Without warning, she kneels in front of him and proposes that they go together. Shortly after, they both create a secret entrance through the top of the school library, and Ed uses a rope to get down. While entering, he asks Lucy why she followed him to a place like this. She doesn't reply but insists that she could have helped him with magic. However, he refuses because he needs to know how to get down himself since he won't be able to take everything there all at once. Eventually, they find the secret safe and Ed tries the key. After opening it, a bright light bursts out and he sees something spectacular inside. Not long after, Ed climbs back up and recalls that it's almost time for Lortel to send the magic engineering item he requested. The object they found is a legendary rank magic tool known as Glast's Golden Phoenix Ring, which can distort the timeline to bring the magic one possesses in the future into the present. Being able to use his future magical abilities means Ed can access high-level magic right now. However, depending on how much magic he borrows, he'll be unable to fight for a while. He realizes it's wise not to use it impulsively, but only when he's driven into a corner. Another way he could use it is for a spirit contract, just like Janica, who can command countless spirits because of her vast magic reserves. Beginners like him only have 1 or 2 slots and must practice to communicate with low-ranked spirits due to their limited magic capacity. Temporarily increasing his maximum magic ability means he'll be able to form a contract with a high-ranking spirit, but there may be risks. Lucy wonders why Glass didn't act differently since he had the time to create something like that. But Ed reminds her that it's all in the past. He believes this is the most precious thing the professor could have left them, because he didn't have a habit of wasting time. This ring can break the barrier of talent known as maximum magic capacity, and must have been the reason the professor was researching magic engineering items. The reason he hid it until the very end was that it was supposed to be a gift for his daughter. When they get out, Lucy talks about how she usually only realizes the importance of something after it's gone, and she tells Ed she followed him because she had something to ask. Finally, with a solemn expression, she asks if he's going to Dex Hall and whether he can avoid going. Her words shock Ed because it must have been difficult for Lucy to say that. Eventually, he confesses that entering Dex Hall would make life more comfortable. After all, it's not normal to live outdoors in the cold winter. Lucy glumly agrees. Lucy sees the clouds in the sky and senses that it's going to rain, but it turns out to be little specks of snow, which is unusual for the weather. However, Ed mentions that he hasn't gathered enough firewood for the winter and asks Lucy for help. With a smirk, he watches as she jumps on him, realizing what he's saying. Excitedly, she asks if he means it, and he nods. He's completely adjusted to camp life. This is how the second act of the failed Swordsman of Sylvania game ended. It's now officially the third act, where the scale of the trials will grow. There's much to deal with, including Princess Phenia, who is aiming for the Student Council President position, and her clash with Lortel. Additionally, new enemies and main characters will enter as new students, and the final boss of the third act will be none other than Lucy Merrill herself. It won't be easy, but Ed decides to put aside his worries for a moment, hopeful that they will both be living well and staying healthy. He had never seen Lucy display such emotions in any scene or route while playing the game, so he's hopeful. Soon after, winter arrives in full force, and Ed spends half the day shoveling snow. He then begins cutting wood, determined to finish his chores quickly because he's been called for a student scholarship task. Eventually, Ed goes to meet Principal Obel to turn down the dorm privileges, but ends up receiving tuition privileges, which grant him more free time. However, he still can't just come home to rest because of Lucy. He's given up on throwing her out, not because she'd get cold, her protection magic ensures she won't, but because it would make him feel bad. Finally, he steps out to practice with the ring and attempts to contact Marilda, the guardian spirit of the forest. Meanwhile, Janica is lured to the Laplace bakery with high-quality refreshments by her friend Clara, as there was no other way to get her to come out, while Anis is also present. Clara immediately informs Janica that she thinks she is slowly approaching a dangerous line and has completely fallen under Ed's spell. Janica is shocked that Clara knows this, but Clara clarifies that she's not trying to stop her because her assessment of Ed has changed. She probes Janica by asking how fast her heart pounds and how nervous she gets when she's with him. After continuous probing, Janica confesses that she feels comfortable and snug around him. This further frustrates Clara, and she explains to Janica that she's heading for the worst possible ending in a dating relationship, becoming a comfortable girlfriend. Apparently, what frustrates Clara is that Janica is the only one showing emotion instead of making Ed desire her. She explains that following him around is a terrible approach to a relationship, and Janica's spirit friends give Clara a thumbs up for making a good point. However, Clara calms down and advises Janica to focus on activating Ed's desire to protect, rather than doing ridiculous things. While all this is happening, Anis watches silently as Clara dishes out solid advice she has gathered from her many friends' love stories. Clara is largely responsible for changing the negative perception people used to have of Ed, simply because he's the guy Janica likes. Everyone now seems to trust Ed, but Anis holds a different opinion. Sometime later, Anis returns to school and sees Professor Claire being scolded by the librarian for not returning a book on time. The scenario makes her feel that Claire has no dignity whatsoever, and she wonders how Claire ever became a professor. However, all the serious professors praise Claire's abilities. As Anis goes in to submit her report, a guy offers to help her carry it. Meanwhile, she reflects on how her assistance is the reason Assistant Professor Claire, who has an incredible academic mind but is terrible at work, has managed to handle all her important tasks. She thanks the guy but refuses the offer as she walks in. She is a second-year student in the magic faculty, and the reason the clumsy assistant professor's personal research lab is always clean. She drops the report on the table, along with some secret information about Ed that she collected at a rate akin to stalking, something that would have gotten her in trouble if she had been caught. Other than Janica and Clara, not many people know her true appearance, and to her, human relationships are like a game of switching masks. Since she has 20 minutes before the professor returns from getting snacks at the bakery, she analyzes all the details and information about Ed Rothtaylor. He is from the Rothtaylor family, the strongest family within the Clowell Empire, and is the only son, with 2 sisters. She reads more about Ed's birth and family history. When Anis was admitted, her family was unstable, and she had no choice but to fend for herself by working as a student teaching assistant and a scholarship student. She has great survival skills and even considers Lortel her role model. As she reviews Ed's family history again, she supposes that he must have been indoctrinated with a domineering mindset after growing up in a restrictive environment. She concludes that he is probably the kind of person who avoids responsibility and seeks a woman who will give him positive feedback to help him express himself. He would likely prefer a pretty woman, given that he has been surrounded by luxury all his life. Based on his history, he doesn't seem like someone who would appreciate a proactive woman, so she decides it's necessary for her to remain only adequate. Although he has changed a bit since his excommunication, she reasons that someone who has lived a certain way for dozens of years cannot change so easily. Regardless of whether he has become more hardworking, she believes he is still his arrogant self. After preparing a profile on Ed, she decides to practice embodying the kind of woman he might like, since they will be working together soon. Suddenly, Professor Claire bursts in with some confection she got from the bakery, but accidentally spills the tea that Anis had made for them. Fear grips her, as she expects Anis to react angrily, but instead, Anis asks if she's hurt, something completely unlike the Anis Claire knows. Not long after, in Lucy's room, Ed thanks the Academy's maid, Belle, for cleaning his uniform. Belle insists that it was nothing but notes that she has found many blonde hairs in Lady Lucy's clothes, and many white hairs in young Master Ed's clothing. She also asks Ed why he keeps speaking to her so formally, but he explains that it feels comfortable, especially since she is the Academy's chief maid and has many people to manage. Nonetheless, she insists that he has even more people to manage, referring to Lucy, Janica, and Lortel. Regardless, Belle offers to always do his laundry, no matter his decisions regarding the 3 ladies, especially since Ophelis Hall has been fully restored. When she mentions that 7 new students will be joining after the break, and one has already requested to move in, Ed realizes she is talking about Tanya Rothtaylor, his younger sister, and instantly dreads the upcoming break. Sometime later, Jix visits the cabin and informs Ed that he will be going to his hometown for the break to spend time with his best friend, Elka. Jix asks if Ed will be staying in camp for the entire break, and Ed replies that he will stay to learn how to use medium magic since he will be a 3rd year soon. However, Ed reminds him not to push himself too hard. When Ed notices that he can't sense any magic from Jix, he checks his temperature and asks if he trained past his limit. Ed, who had secretly used a ring, gives a vague answer. Jix then informs Ed that Aya has been asking about him and mentioned dragging Taylor over to apologize properly. However, Ed asks him to tell her that he doesn't want an apology because he isn't upset. Shortly after, since Jix is quite good at keeping secrets, Ed hands him some money to help hire manpower to organize Professor Glast's basement library. Jix responds that he doesn't need the money, as it's like training for him, and learns that Ed wants to use the library as a workshop. The next day, Anis welcomes the Academy's scholarship students on Assistant Professor Claire's behalf, as Claire has been awake for 2 days doing paperwork. Anis informs them that scholarship students mainly help prepare the class assignment exam for new students and supervise on the day of the exam. While she speaks, Ed recalls that Professor Glast used to handle this exam every year, but now Assistant Professor Claire will be responsible. Anis quickly assigns Klebius the equipment he requested from Trix Hall and hands another student, Onyx, some of Assistant Professor Claire's work. Finally, because she suspects that Ed looks like a player, especially since he is surrounded by so many girls, she decides to test him for Janica and Clara's sake. After conducting her research, she has created the perfect persona he might be attracted to in order to see if he can resist her seduction. She then informs him that he will accompany her to conduct the field survey. Ed and Anis head northwest to Oran Mountain to survey the field for the exam. While working, Anis mentions that she's tired and asks Ed if he is too. He proposes they take a break. In a cute, pretentious manner, she thanks him and commends his stamina and manners, which apparently dispel the misconceptions she had about him. When he asks what she's talking about, she explains that she's close to Janica and was worried Janica was spending time with a bad person, which was why she acted cold toward him. However, Ed replies that it's fine and that he doesn't care about that stuff. He comments that she must be tired from being a student TA and working so hard, but she seductively grabs his arm and replies that it's okay since he's here now. She starts talking about how she feels supported by his presence and shares that she was also excommunicated from her family, but had to support herself through school. Ed respects her strong ability to survive and solve problems that come her way, so he tells her not to be too distressed since she's endured it very well. Excited, she thanks him and remarks that they have a lot in common. However, Ed notes that something seems to have changed about her usual cool-headed and realistic image. Suddenly, she trips over nothing and falls into Ed's embrace. He catches her and asks her to be careful, but is surprised to notice she tripped over nothing. When she becomes more dramatic, he grows confused, so she asks him to wait while she goes to handle something. While alone, Anis notes that he's reliable and trustworthy and wonders if he's putting up an act. She had played her cards right by forming a relatable point of affinity, sharing that she also endured a difficult academy life, displaying her weakness so he'd want to protect her. She also tried creating contact a few times, but that didn't seem to change much. Oddly, she finds herself admiring how muscular his body feels, even though he acts like a nerd, and how he's much better at work than she expected, considering she thought he was a noble family's young master who couldn't do any work. Apart from that, she thinks he looks gorgeous, and it's no wonder Janica fell for him. Suddenly, it occurs to her that this is how Ed makes women fall for him. So she decides to stand her ground because she's different. Meanwhile, Ed waits for her while enjoying the beautiful view from the top of the mountain, which briefly makes him forget all his worries. One of his major concerns is Tanya Rothtaylor, a villainous young lady. Tanya is a genius when it comes to politics and trickery, and she is trying to become the first student council president in Sylvanian history. She will soon begin gathering the influential figures in the academy. The reason Tanya is arriving at the dorm earlier than others is to cement her position before the semester starts. She's a villainess, and Ed had thought he'd have time to prepare before her appearance. But the problem is that he doesn't know how Tanya Rothtaylor will treat him. In the game, Ed Rothtaylor is a villain who briefly appeared at the beginning before disappearing, and there was nothing much about him in the epilogue, meaning he was really just an extra. This is why he has no idea how to handle this problem. To Tanya Rothtaylor, Ed Rothtaylor is garbage. Meanwhile, Tanya arrives at the academy in a coach. To her, Sylvania consists of elites, including Princess Phenia of the Clowell Empire, Lortel, an elite trading company's executive Janica, a spirit sorcery prodigy, Alvira, a great alchemist, Clebius, Nortondale's sword demon, and the coolest one, Lucy, a rare genius mage. This gathering of nobility makes Tanya's heart pound, and she can't help but long to be part of it. She soon arrives, and Belle comes to direct her to her room and help her complete the entrance procedures. Before they do that, Tanya states that she has somewhere to be first. The first thing she plans to do at Sylvania is get rid of Ed Rothtaylor, the trash who disgraced the family name. Not long after reaching the academy, Tanya receives a letter from her father, Creepin, who encourages her ambition, instructing her to show her face around to represent him and strengthen her position. She eagerly promises herself to satisfy her father's expectations. He told her that Sylvania is a land of learning, and as such, she must treat her professors with respect as masters, so as not to commit discourtesies just because she's a noble. He also reminded her to regard everyone a grade higher than her as a senior. Just as her father counseled, she thanks a specific senior for taking the time to speak with her. Tanya talks about Ed, referring to him as a disgrace and blemish on their family. The senior finds her words interesting, so she continues, saying that Ed is full of bluff, a crude person, and was only the heir of their family because of his age. She comments that his pride is so high he never acknowledges his incompetence, and that he barely managed to get into Sylvania. The senior responds with intrigue again, but Tanya becomes uncomfortable because the conversation seems to be one-sided. Her father had warned her to be careful when meeting people he introduced her to, so as not to disrespect them, especially when it came to Lortel, as he had met with her regarding the sage's seal grimoire business. She notices Lortel's hostility and stops talking, but Lortel asks her what's wrong and urges her to continue. However, she stammeringly asks if Lortel is upset, but Lortel only smirks and asks what she's talking about. Sometime later, Ed checks off establishing a workshop organization plan, finishing academy scholarship student work, understanding medium magic theory, and contracting with a high-ranking spirit from his winter break list. He has acquired a mid-rank magic skill known as Particle Explosion, and another named Root's Desire. He got these skills from a book in Professor Gast's library last night. That morning, he heads out and tries to ignite a flame, but he still can't use magic due to the effect of the ring, preventing him from practicing what he's been learning. To light the fire, he wakes up Lucy, who is curled up under his blanket, and carries her outside to help. He points at the fire, and she lazily blasts it with flames before requesting that he leave her outside so she can enjoy the warmth. As they sit together, she mentions that she smells perfume on him, which must have come from the flower scent on Anis's body since he was working with her all day. Lucy also asks if he's feverish or sick, and when he confirms, she tells him not to die. She attempts to release his magic in case it's twisted, but when she notices it's empty, she accuses him of doing something reckless. However, he replies that it's manageable. Suddenly, Lucy makes a strange request, asking him to pat her head. He obliges while reading a book. She rests her head on his legs and enjoys the warmth of his gentle touch. Out of nowhere, Lortel appears and tells Ed it's been a while since she last saw him. He assumes she's here because of the favor he asked her, and wonders why she didn't just call him to the trading company. However, Lortel tensely clarifies that she has other matters to discuss and wanted to ask him something. Meanwhile, Tanya thanks some seniors for listening to her and offers to reward them the best she can if they help her punish Ed. She offers several antiques from the Roth-Taylor family storage, which excites Elka, but Jix gives her an intense look, wanting to confirm if she's really Ed's younger sister. The ominous aura he exudes suggests his body is well trained, and Tanya realizes she needs to be wary of him because of the strength of his magic. When Jix confirms she's Ed's younger sister, he smiles at her and announces it to Elka. Excitedly, he hands Tanya a mandatory magic engineering item for new students to help train her magic resonance. Tanya looks confused, but Jix also gives her Elka's copy of Professor Delorf's elemental study notes. After gathering several essentials for her first year, they fill an entire box with useful items. Surprised, Tanya asks if they properly heard her offer, but Jix dismisses it, saying that siblings always have trouble with one another. Soon after, Jix and Elka board a ship to their hometown, and Jix finally introduces himself as a second-year student. He explains that he's Ed's junior and is close to him because they're indebted to each other. He reassures Tanya that she'll do great and pats her on the back, acknowledging her noble lineage. As they depart, Tanya collapses under the weight of the gifts they gave her, annoyed at how things turned out. Meanwhile, in Assistant Professor Claire's office, Anis commends Claire's hard work and mentions that they'll be able to take it easy for the rest of the break if the new student's assignment exam goes well. Claire compliments Anis's stamina, as she has done most of the work assigned to the scholarship students. Most of them struggled with the tasks, except for Ed, who had no flaws in his document processing. He efficiently resolved practical issues at a level rarely seen among high-ranking nobles, which surprises Anis. While working, Claire asks about her experience with Ed and shares a secret. After the Ophelis Hall accident, she tailed him and discovered that he had built a camp bigger than their lab, entirely on his own using tools. She commends his perseverance and work ethic. When she also mentions that Ed contracted with a spirit, an incredibly difficult feat, Anis realizes she may have underestimated his practical abilities, which are vastly different from his noble upbringing. After some thought, Anis, who had investigated Ed due to Janika's interest in him, concludes that he's simply a decent and hard-working man. His appearance is outstanding. He's not arrogant, and even Claire likes him. As she starts thinking about his good physique, pleasant scent, and how well he takes care of himself, Claire notices her spacing out and calls her back to reality. Embarrassed, Anis quickly opens the windows to let in fresh air. Concerned, Claire asks if she's feeling well and suggests she may have overexerted herself. However, Anis realizes she's in big trouble. She recalls Claire mentioning that Ed made a contract with a spirit and suspects that he must have required Janika's help. If that's the case, the spirit he contracted with must be trustworthy and could report everything to Janika, including her attempts to seduce him. Trembling, she rushes out of the office, ignoring Claire's offer to grab a bite. By the way, the Failover family's motto is harmony and coexistence, and Janika Failover's love for everyone always made her shine. She gained many genuine friends, but what currently troubles her is learning about Anis and Ed. Meanwhile, Tanya approaches Janika to introduce herself and talk about Ed, just as she has been doing with others. Tanya came here on Lortel's advice, believing it would help her achieve her goal of ruining Ed. However, as she approaches Janika, the normally peaceful sorcerer rises with a fearsome spirit looming behind her. Lortel had told Tanya that Janika is kind and considerate by nature, but the Janika standing before her now looks ready to rain hail and brimstone upon her. In Ed's camp, Janika informs him that they've finished arranging most of the production materials he requested, but the legendary rank materials are difficult to find during the winter. However, he thanks her for accepting his request despite her schedule, but she tells him not to worry about it. When he asks why she went through all the trouble to come to him, she assures him that she came here to rest. Shortly after, Lortel notices Lucy and asks why she's sleeping here. Caught off guard, Ed replies that it's winter, but Lortel doesn't know how that's an appropriate answer. Eventually, she calms down and informs him that she came to talk to him about something other than engineering items. When he asks what it is, she shows him the sage's sealed grimoire she won, and the letter where he had promised to do anything for her, as long as she bid on the grimoire for him. With a smirk on her face, she informs him she's willing to get her money's worth from him. Tense, he asks her how much she's willing to get from him, so she clarifies that she won't ask him for something that's too much of a burden. Her request is for him to pick her side. It's about time for the third act, and the opposition between Princess Phinia and Lortel will begin. Lortel is getting started on her politics and strategizing. The benevolent Princess Phinia Elias Cloel is Lortel's fated enemy, and according to the storyline, will rise to the position of student council president, control the academy, and gain power. With that power, she is the main character who begins to dig up the darkness of the Roth-Taylor family in the fourth act. In the time when people in the academy have to choose sides, Lortel asks Ed to choose her side. However, the winner of this election depends on Taylor, the main character, and not on Ed, so he informs Lortel that his support won't change much. Lortel agrees since he's just a student, but explains that his reputation is improving in the academy. However, she clarifies that she wants him on her side, not for political reasons, but for reasons that are private to her. Upon hearing that, Ed agrees to join her. Oddly, Lortel is always the person who devises plans and is known for having 1,000 faces. But for the first time, he sees her genuinely happy just because he promised to join her. The next morning, Ed wakes up early as usual and asks Lucy to light the fire as usual. During his long conversation with Lortel last night, she had told him about how his little sister had been preparing something. Lortel isn't sure if Tanya really sees him as an enemy of the family or just holds a light grudge against him like all siblings do, but she explains that she introduced her to a few people. That morning, Tanya arrives with some of her workers to meet Ed. She mentions that it's been a while and shows him a present she brought for him. She seems nervous or scared of him, but she's not carrying any ill intentions as he had expected. He wonders why she's scared and recalls that he must have lived a very terrible life in her eyes while at the estate. He realizes he has misjudged Tanya. When he gets up, she shrieks in fear, and he remembers a time when he stepped on a maid who offered him food in Tanya's presence years ago. He recalls how she begged him to stop, but he condescended to her for feeling attachment to maids who were mere tools. In the present day, he thanks her for the present and promises to wear it at the start of the next semester. He also explains that he's been excommunicated and is no longer technically her brother, but he appreciates her gesture. When he turns to go in, he signals her to sit by the fire and tells Lucy, who groggily sits by the fire, trying to figure out what universe she woke up in, to give the guests a seat. He soon comes out with a few drinks and asks Tanya about those she's been speaking with. She confesses that she's been talking to them about him, and when he mentions Janika's name, an expression of fear develops on their faces. Ed comments that Janika is the kindest person he knows, and Tanya forcefully replies that she was truly kind. She mentions that Janika was very strong and summoned a high-level spirit fire lizard that threw all their workers around. To avoid him relaying the information to Janika, she eventually lies, saying that Janika was very kind and wished her luck in her school life. Ed asks her if Janika really summoned a high-level spirit, but Tanya lies that it didn't happen and that she didn't know what she was saying. At that point, Ed realizes why Tanya is being this awkward, so he decides to clear the air. He explains that he's living to the best of his abilities now and paying the price as someone who's been excommunicated. He accepts that he must have lived a terrible life at the estate and apologizes for the things he can't take back. Our boy mentions that he heard she plans to run for student council president and promises to cheer her on. Even though he's saying this, he knows Tanya will not become president since she is a villain who is here to help Phinia, but he's attached to her since she's a relative. Shocked, she stares at him as if she had seen a ghost, and Ed doesn't know how their relationship will go judging from her expression. When she returns to her dorm in Opilus Hall, she convinces herself that Ed is still trash who is just hiding his true nature. However, since she was almost burned to death for talking badly about him, she realizes that Janika truly believes in Ed and is following him. But it's strange to her that a land full of elites can tolerate Ed's acting, so she hopes that his true nature is eventually exposed. As she trudges to her door, she spots an inelegant and unsophisticated human who is her next-door neighbor, someone she had seen at Ed's camp. The girl immediately asks her if she's Ed's younger sister and offers to let Tanya know if she needs anything. When the lady walks into her room, Tanya notices the golden nameplate on her door, which only the top students have, and is shocked that the person who just spoke to her is the legendary genius mage, Lucy Merrill. At this point, nothing makes sense to Tanya. Sometime later, Anis meets with Chief Maid Belle in the Rose Garden and asks her to introduce her to a handsome and distinguished boy since she must know many students. However, Belle knows she's not someone who casually meets boys, especially because she's always so busy and has no interest in dating. Unsure of what to say, Belle mentions the young master Ed, who she thinks shares similar attributes with Anis. Anis, already feeling guilty, then confesses her sins. She admits that she met Ed to confirm the negative rumors about him, but eventually discovered they're more similar than she thought. She also found him to be quite thoughtful and considerate. When Belle probes further, Anis admits she feels a bit attracted to Ed and accepts that it's good news because it means Janica has truly found the one. Her plan is to rid herself of these feelings like a malignant tumor by finding another boy to replace him and making it known that they're dating. Upon hearing this, Belle asks if Janica has caught on to her feelings, but then corrects her, pointing out that finding another person just to replace Ed is incredibly disrespectful to the new person. Anis recounts how she ran into Janica yesterday, how awkward it was, and the dark expression Janica had. Apparently, she will have to supervise Ed in the next exam, and she feels sorry for hurting Janica. However, Belle reassures her that it may not be as bad as she thinks. After all, it's true that Anis and Clara were simply trying to watch Janica's back, so her goody-two-shoes attitude wouldn't lead her into trouble. Belle expresses how grateful she is that Anis opened up to her, and eventually Anis starts to feel better about her guilt. That evening, Ed walks around the camp and finds Janica waiting for him. He plans to collect materials to build storage for himself and expand his living room space, but when he notices Janica's aloof expression, he pours her a cup of tea and asks her to talk to him. However, she refuses because she can't bring herself to say it, so he tells her she doesn't have to. She is surprised to hear that and watches as he covers her with a cloth to protect her from the snow. Concerned that she may be struggling academically and looking like an animal backed into a corner, he can't bring himself to brush her off. Eventually, she rests her head on his shoulder, and they both warm each other in the cold. Meanwhile, Tanya recalls how the Roth-Taylor residence was always peaceful. However, after the heir and eldest daughter Arwen Roth-Taylor died, a new heir took over, and everything changed. Ed changed once he gained power, becoming a pathetic piece of trash who acted as if the whole world belonged to him. She remembers a time when he spitefully reminded her that she could do nothing to him and forcefully handed her a sword, telling her to kill him and become the next heir. When she collapsed to her knees, he laughed at her, continuing the daily torment that sometimes made it hard for her to breathe. She always lived under his oppressive gaze, but he never hit her because they shared the same blood. Still, she couldn't save her family or the estate from him, making her life miserable, as if she were already dead. But an opportunity arose when he was eventually excommunicated, and all that remained was for her to prove herself, something she planned to do through the upcoming Student Council President elections. On the day of the new student's class assignment, Anis warns Ed to stay away from her because his advances won't work on her. He just watches her in confusion, certain she must have a reason for her actions. Meanwhile, Assistant Professor Claire joins them as they prepare for the next exam alongside the other scholarship students. This class assignment exam is taking place on Oran Mountain, and Claire is in charge this time. Unlike previous exams where students had to find difficult-to-locate magic marbles, this time, there are easy-to-find magic stones. They aren't particularly hidden and don't have varying point values. Anyone in this exam can qualify for A class as long as they find a stone and place it on the altar of substitution. That's the easy part. However, because she is the disciple of the ruthless Glast, there is also the challenge of fighting and defeating countless monsters and wild animals. Only the students who survive will qualify for A class, which is why she calls it the Oran Mountain Survival Exam of Hell. In the end, none of the new students make it to A class at Sylvania Academy this year. At least, that's the original scenario according to the gameplay. And it's crucial that no one advances to A class because it directly ties into an important future event in the game. That's precisely why Ed decides not to comment on the difficulty of Claire's exam. However, he only feels comfortable because no casualties occurred, even though the exam is essentially diabolical. This is because the students will be fighting imaginary monsters, summoned using a magical engineering device called the Vision Disc. There are standard Vision Discs, which summon apparitions of low-level monsters and beasts. However, there are also purple vision discs, which summon high-level monsters, beasts, and even humans. This latter type ensures that no one will reach A class, and Anis is responsible for handling them. Because she struggles to carry them, Onyx offers to help, but she refuses. However, Lynn swoops in and signals for her to give him the purple disc. She instinctively jerks backward upon seeing him and mistakenly trips over a rock. To stop her from falling, Ed wraps a hand around her waist, and they end up in an unexpectedly intimate position. Unfortunately, the purple disc slips from Anis's hands and tumbles away, but they are lucky that Clebius catches it in time. Ed is relieved it didn't break but fails to notice Anis, who is nearly exploding due to the way he is holding her. However, Clebius doesn't notice the small crack on the disc, and moments later, it completely shatters in his hands. When Ed sees this, he immediately releases Anis, realizing that they've messed things up. Last year was the year that the failing student, Taylor, picked up a sword for the first time, and that was when he was supposed to beat Lucy and receive attention. But the scenario went wrong when Lucy beat him instead, leading to Janica going off the rails. The joint combat training for this year is equally important. The elite first years get to request combat training against the previous generations, and when the match begins, the first years go on a rampage against their seniors to win by any means possible. However, according to the storyline, they're all supposed to lose to Taylor alone. At that point, Taylor, who had gotten stronger during the year, becomes known to everyone. St. Clarice, who has also been hiding her identity, fixes her gaze on Taylor, and this act ends. The relationship between the Saintess and Taylor is important because her power plays a crucial role in the third act, Lucy's showdown, and what happens after. She has to help Taylor, so this class assignment exam has to follow the initial storyline to ensure that the elite first-year students can go crazy as planned during the joint combat training. However, the only reason they'll go into a frenzy is that none of the students get placed in the A class, and that is because Assistant Professor Claire used 2 purple discs to make the class assignment exam harder. They all look at the broken circuit and realize that it's beyond repair. Anis feels devastated and apologizes for being careless, but Ed clarifies that apologizing won't bring back the purple disc. At this rate, there'll be too many A-class students, so he proposes a solution and chooses Clebius, who doesn't know what he's talking about, as the one they're going to use. At the Oran Mountain entrance, Tanya is happy to meet other noble students as her classmates. Even the princess and the chancellor are part of her class, and everyone is dressed without showing their status or birth. However, there is one peculiar person among them from the Telos order, Saintess Clarice. The other first years bow to her, but she asks them to spare her the formalities to maintain the Academy's order. While she's speaking, Tanya introduces herself and expresses how much of an honor it is to meet her. The Saintess is happy to hear that Tanya is from the Roth-Taylor family, and comments that Crepin, the patriarch, was baptized by her, although she was too young to remember. Regardless, Tanya replies that it was an honor and expresses her hope to be baptized when she becomes an adult. Soon after, an announcement signals the start of the exam, and each faculty member is directed to their assigned area, even though the goal for all of them is to get into A class. Everyone soon sprints toward A class, which affords them free student welfare activities, fame, tuition exemption, and access to Ophelis Hall. One redhead quickly finds a stone and rushes to place it on the altar before anyone else so he can secure A class. While he's talking, another student named Joseph runs past him and reminds him to stop yapping and start running. Meanwhile, Tanya notices that there are too many magic stones on the mountain and figures there must be something else making the exam harder. She decides to conserve her energy, stay on guard, and move slowly. Suddenly, she notices a student taking off her shoes. Initially, she suspects the student slipped, but she is surprised when the girl leaps up cheerfully, explaining that she just wanted to feel the snow on her feet. Tanya is confused as to why she'd do that now of all times, but the girl doesn't see the issue. Tanya then becomes certain that the girl must have hit her head during the exam. Soon after, Tanya introduces herself, and the girl mentions that she heard members of the Roth-Taylor family hold high status. Tanya clarifies that not all of them do, as some are scoundrels, referring to Ed. Although Ed seemed reformed when she met him at camp, she believes he's hiding his true nature, which has ingrained deep fear in her over the years. Regardless, the girl thinks highly of Tanya and expresses deep respect. Finally, she introduces herself as Kylie Ekney, a country girl from a small city-state called Terranay Principality. She apologizes for her strange behavior, explaining that she doesn't know much about the modern world. However, Tanya cuts her short and signals that they need to hurry since they're in an exam. Kylie agrees but explains that she's not too concerned about getting into A class because it would draw too much attention to her, which irritates Tanya. However, knowing that Tanya is interested, she excitedly grabs her hand, thrilled to have a friend her own age for the first time, despite Tanya's protests. 30 minutes after the exam begins, the redhead keeps going and is fairly certain he'll secure first place, especially since his stamina is better than Joseph's, whom he calls a bastard. Eventually, he stops to rest due to exhaustion, but doesn't notice Clebius, who is transformed into the sword demon and is aiming a grueling punch at his cheek. The punch knocks him to the ground, and the redhead protests, asking Clebius why he suddenly popped up, saying it's unbecoming of a senior. Meanwhile, Clebius recalls how Ed had earlier explained that he and Anis would block new students from reaching the altar from halfway up, since only the strongest should be worthy of A class. In the present, Anis beats herself up for putting them in this situation and vows to do her best. Meanwhile, Onyx, a master of flight magic, is put in charge of safety, while Claire has to draft documents to report the changes in the exam. Since everyone has their assigned roles, Ed decides to stay back and guard the altar. However, Claire is concerned because Ed still can't properly sense magic, but he assures her that he has something in mind. As Clebius pounds the students, Onyx arrives to retrieve those who have been knocked down. Meanwhile, Ed checks out the purple vision disc and realizes that completely fixing it will be difficult, especially since his magic hasn't returned yet. However, since they have a large stash of high-quality magic stones containing immense magical energy, he decides to offer them on the altar to continuously recharge his magic. When he offers the first one, Mug, the spirit he contracted with, appears and tries to communicate with him, even though he still can't hear what it's saying. While Anis and Clebius stall for time, Ed offers a large number of magic stones to ensure that no one gets past him. After several students are knocked down mercilessly, some try to warn the others to run. Meanwhile, Tanya and Kylie find the unconscious students and spot the sword demon, who menacingly approaches them. While that happens, Clebius notices an explosion behind him at the northern entrance, where Anis is stationed, but he's certain the explosion isn't from Anis's magic. Because he's distracted, the girls use the opportunity to run past him, so he chases after them. Although Anis, the top teacher assistant, is talented enough to be considered a specialist in academic and practical fields, she's just a little above average in combat. She's not an easy opponent for first years, but Joseph Whitefelts is on a completely different level, unlike his sister, who had to work her ass off to become a top alchemy student. Joseph was the youngest to reach the status of Magic Society researcher and can freely use mid-rank magic, making him a genius. After she tells him to pass, Joseph tells her there's no need to be upset because he's certain she's talented in something other than fighting. However, Anis clarifies that she is upset, but not because she lost to him. She then asks him to go up. He moves forward, and Anis recalls that everything was going perfectly without a flaw, but she made it difficult by breaking the purple vision disc. The worst part is that she was unable to think of an alternative and left it to Ed, who had to lead the situation. She blames herself for losing to a new student and failing to block the northern entrance. But what frustrates her most is that she keeps thinking about Ed, who had calmly taken charge of the situation. Meanwhile, Joseph reaches the altar and runs into Ed, who welcomes him and reminds him that he only needs to place the stone on the altar, even though he won't let him do that. Surprised, Joseph comments that the exam method is kind of strange, since there'd be no one left for the other students to fight if he successfully defeats Ed. When he doesn't get an answer, he assumes there's an alternative. But in truth, he's making small talk to buy time and assess his surroundings. When he spots the purple disc, he notices it's a different color, meaning it could be stronger. He also notes that Ed isn't emitting much mana and senses that he has used magic stones, indicating a low mana reserve since he was the first visitor. Joseph prepares to blast him with fire, disappointed that Sylvania hadn't met his expectations. He releases a mid-rank particle explosion, which can hit hard if the target isn't ready. If Ed doesn't see the direction of his hand and dodge in advance, he'll get hit. But Ed quickly evades it, proving he has some combat experience. Joseph immediately assumes Ed will use fire magic, either the spell ignition or scorch. Based on Ed's hand placement, he predicts ignition, but the scale of the flame is much stronger than expected, meaning Ed has trained his basic magic to a level close to mid-rank. However, Joseph easily blocks the attack with a shield and remarks that it's a waste since it can't penetrate his defense. Battles between mages are usually determined by who has the higher mana reserve. Joseph, still unimpressed, believes that Ed lacks real combat experience and won't be able to block his offensive magic once his mana runs out. Oddly, Ed transforms into a fire monster and informs him that while he can block spells with defensive magic, he can't block physical force. Our boy grabs him by the head, kicks him in the stomach, and smashes his jaw right after. He asks Joseph why he assumed he'd only face mages just because he himself is a mage. Joseph quickly retreats and demands to know how Ed walked through the fire. Joseph prepares a mid-rank ice attack but plans to be more cautious this time. However, Ed responds with a basic level ignition spell, making Joseph wonder if he's trying to mix his fire magic with ice to create steam and obscure his vision. Annoyed, Joseph quickly switches to fire, using the basic spell, Scorch. However, Ed walks through the flames again, using the Blessing of Recovery, a spell that temporarily increases his immunity to fire. Our boy charges through the fire and attempts to stab Joseph with a knife, but Joseph quickly casts a spell that blocks physical attacks. He's confident that his casting speed is faster than Ed's, but Ed throws the knife at his shield and jumps back. It turns out that the knife is actually Mug, who had transformed. Ed signals the spirit to use a spirit formula known as Explosion. The explosion easily shatters the shield and sends Joseph tumbling several feet backward. Badly injured, Joseph remains certain that Ed's casting speed isn't faster than his, and deduces that he used a spirit formula, which also explains how he walked through the fire. Exhausted, Joseph wonders who this person is and drops the stone when Ed approaches him with a knife, conceding defeat. As soon as Ed lowers his guard, Joseph rushes forward with a mid-rank ice spear attack, but suddenly switches to a punch to confuse Ed, landing a solid hit on his jaw. After being punched, Ed is surprised that Joseph, who had spent his entire life researching magic, was able to make such an impact with his fist. However, a strange energy suddenly appears around Ed, Marilda's spirit formula. It's the protection of the wind, which blows enemies away when an unexpected attack occurs. A powerful gust sends Joseph flying several feet into a nearby rock. Now more injured than before, Joseph finally accepts his loss. Ed commends his punch, and Joseph soon asks for his name. When Ed tells him, Onyx arrives to pick up the wounded boy. Meanwhile, in a carriage, Elka asks Jix why he joined the magic faculty. He's surprised by the question, so she mentions that he would have been the top student if he had joined alchemy or combat, and she feels bad that he gave up so much for her. However, Jix explains that he doesn't place much importance on being the top student. He admits he may have been the best in alchemy, but certainly not in combat, because the top student of the combat faculty is Clebius Northendale. Meanwhile, Clebius is knocked down by a terrible energy that completely stuns him. Kylie, who landed the hit, hopes she hadn't injured him, but Onyx quickly arrives to tend to him and tells the girls to continue the exam. With only 20 minutes left, Tanya and Kylie reach the altar, where several other students lay unconscious. Tanya spots Ed, the object of her fear and hatred, and he immediately tells her to give up. In the past, Saintess Clarice had two dreams. One of the dreams she had that day was planted by Archbishop Verdio, and the other was a beautiful song by Adele about the outside world, the woman in charge of the holy fire. After leaving the Telos Order, she called herself the Romantic. Although it was unclear how she moved from building to building, she sang a song at Clarice's window when the world went to sleep. The second dream Clarice had was about the outside world, which her only friend, Adele, whispered to her while looking at the stars. Adele told her about a life where she could take classes normally, have normal friends, love normally, and hug someone who loves her, rather than receiving countless prayers from believers who revered her. After leaving the Order, Adele joined Sylvania, and when vacation came, she traveled around the world and visited Clarice. However, after Adele left, Clarice went to the places she spoke of in her dreams every night, and at the end of each dream, she would share a deep hug with someone. She and that person would explore the world together and enjoy a colorful journey, which contrasted with her pure white life up to that point. Before leaving for Sylvania Academy, Archbishop Verdio reminded St. Clarice, who was behind Kylie's disguise, to ensure she didn't reveal her identity. She assured him she'd be careful, and with the Order's arrangement to divert attention from her, she was brought to the academy. In this form, no one paid any attention to her, and she enjoyed sitting on a wooden bench, which deeply satisfied her. No one revered or bowed to her, and no one suspected that Kylie was the saintess, except Ed, of course. Meanwhile, in the present, Ed tells the girls to give up. Tanya watches in surprise as it turns out that facing her brother is the final exam. Ed pleads with the girls to return, but then activates a gnarly aura and challenges them to step forward if they insist. The aura is incredibly strong, and Tanya feels that this level of power is impossible even for people who have trained in spirit magic their entire lives. It surpasses even graduate-level skills. Currently, spirit sorcerers are called veterans if they can handle 5 to 6 mid-rank spirits, but Tanya is shocked to see a high-level spirit, Marilda, behind him. After seeing that, Kylie proposes that surrendering is the rational choice, and Tanya recalls the trauma she suffered when facing another high-level spirit while meeting Janica. However, she can't accept the idea of running away from her brother again, just as she did in the past, so she refuses to give up. Tanya recalls how Ed was 2 years ago, and wonders how someone who couldn't even use elementary magic could suddenly summon a high-level spirit. She concludes that it must be a fake. She plans to defeat the real spirit behind him, assuming it must be weaker. But as she moves closer, the energy is so overwhelming that she has to accept the reality. She really might be facing a high-level spirit. After a series of attempts, the energy knocks both girls backward, and Kylie is shocked to learn that this person is Tanya's brother. Secretly, Kylie had a fantasy about noblemen, neatly groomed, with charming smiles and graceful manners. However, meeting Ed, she is shocked to see that this is the same person Tanya had spoken of so disdainfully. Eventually, Kylie gets up and signals to Tanya to go for the spirit's main body, as planned, while she acts as bait, since she can't die except in special cases. Tanya worries she'll get injured, but Clarice assures her that she'll do it. After all, Tanya had said Ed was truly a bad person, and Clarice is willing to protect her first friend at Sylvania. Normally, Tanya would have dismissed such absurd words, but she had witnessed Kylie's abilities during their fight with Clebius, and how effortlessly she deflected his attack. She wonders if Kylie possesses a special power as she watches her charge into the storm with tears in her eyes. The sudden action confuses Marilda, who immediately tries to smash Kylie into the ground, but Kylie's holy magic blessing is suddenly activated. The blessing manifests a mid-rank or above power that automatically defends against any hostile force attempting to harm her. The clash between the two forces knocks Kylie backward, though her shield still protects her. Ed asks if she thought she could make him give up, but he soon notices Tanya leaping at him from the side with a basic magic attack known as emit. The attack knocks him away from the altar and onto the ground, where Tanya spots the purple vision disc lying nearby. As she scans the area for Ed's body, she notices several arrows flying around her and hears Ed's voice telling her to stay still. She is stunned to see that the same person who once couldn't wield a sword properly now skillfully wields a bow. He reminds her that the first shot was a warning, and as Tanya observes the arrows made of magic, she wonders if the person standing before her is truly Ed Rothtaylor. Realizing that nothing has changed since childhood, when he used to oppress her, tears fill her eyes because no matter how hard she tries, she still feels powerless. However, Ed acknowledges her efforts, commends her for working so hard, and apologizes for putting up such a fight. He explains that there is a reason behind his actions, and adds that she wouldn't have enjoyed the challenge if he hadn't resisted. As she listens, he praises her incredible performance, admitting that he would have given up if he were in her position. When she notices him wearing the gift she gave him, she realizes that something truly has changed about him. Ed reminds her that she should be proud that she fought till the end, even though it was an illusion caused by the purple disc vision. As she cries, he tells her she's impressive, but that doesn't seem to help as she keeps crying because she didn't get into Class A. Suddenly, Kyle hugs Tanya and cautions Ed to step back so she doesn't attack him. Suddenly, Claire calls out to Ed for help because Clebius is completely knocked out and the exam is over. However, Kylia notices that her voice is beginning to revert to its original tone, meaning her transformation magic is being undone. This must have happened when she pushed back and dropped the magic engineering item Verdio told her to carry. She begins to panic that her identity will be revealed and her school life will end, but Mug suddenly shows up with the magic item. Ed hands it to her and almost calls her by her title but quickly corrects himself. She looks at him in shock as he walks away to meet Claire. The class assignment exam ended, and Ed was able to return everything to the original storyline, except for one thing. One change that was created, even though it was quite meaningless, is that the Saintess's eyes, which were supposed to focus on Taylor, are now focused on Ed because she noticed he almost referred to her by her title. While Ed lies on the ground, Matilda speaks to him about beauty that transcends generations and values, such as what is seen in the setting's nonsense. Ed, however, interjects that she's talking nonsense, so she protests that humans are unable to appreciate the moment, even though they live short lives. It turns out that Matilda wasn't just a vision, she was really there. But Ed didn't want to tell his sister. Matilda reminds him that he needs to learn how to appreciate small things, and Ed realizes she's a chatterbox, just like Janica told him. However, Matilda chastises him for always being thorough about everything and not paying attention to his well-being. Eventually, she spells it out for him. He needs to date someone who can help his well-being. To gain some credibility, she asks Mug if she's right. Mug agrees and even tells Ed to listen to Matilda, and at least pretend to agree. When Matilda asks what he means by pretend, the little guy apologizes for misspeaking and attempts to repent by offering up his death. Ed, tired of their yapping, throws Mug away and asks Matilda why Janica looked unhappy the last time he saw her. She asks him if he's worried but states that she can't tell him since Janica didn't want to tell him herself. However, she reminds him not to worry too much because even Janica needs to go through difficult seasons and grow from them, especially since the world isn't a fairy tale. Soon after, Matilda hurries them along so she doesn't consume all of his mana. She explains that she's an expensive spirit, and the only reason he was able to handle summoning her, apart from the mana stones he consumed recently, is because someone else was handling part of the mana load. She clarifies that a spirit like herself wouldn't contract with just one person, and Ed realizes he truly can't summon a high-level spirit for long. As he wonders whose mana it was, the answer becomes clear. Climbing to the top of a nearby structure, he finds Lucy and teases her about coming up here to take a nap. However, she clarifies that she didn't come here to sleep. She just didn't want to stay in the hut alone, so she took a walk that led her to the altar of substitution. The thing is, Ed knows that her coming here marks the final stage of the third act. Soon, the distrustful Saintess will begin to suspect the Order after she realizes the darkness of the Holy City. Then, Telos's apostles will come to Archon Island to condemn Clarice, and the characters in the Academy will decide to follow the Archbishop's orders since they don't know the whole story. In the end, everyone's swords will be pointed at the one girl trying to protect Archon Island, Lucy, who is following her master's final will. Regardless of their insults, Lucy will not complain and will remain firm until she finally awakens. When that time comes, she will defeat all the main characters at Arkan Island and take down more than half of the raid party by herself. But in the end, her stamina will run out, and she will be defeated by Taylor, who has learned the final swordsman form. After the truth is revealed, everyone will learn why Lucy was trying to kill the god's apostles and realize she wasn't a villain after all. However, at that point, it will be too late to change anything. Perhaps it's her innate nature or because she felt they wouldn't have listened, but Lucy will keep everything to herself until the very end. Back in the present, Ed still plans to stop her. He can't handle sacrificing her just to keep the storyline intact. In a flashback to the past, the old man Glock explains to a younger Lucy that Sylvania will be able to overcome most trials on its own, but a time will come when a trial arrives that they cannot overcome. He pleads with her to lend them her strength, even if only for his sake. He told her of the events to come before they happened, and it felt terrible for her to lose her master and only family. Suddenly she leans over and places her head on Ed's legs. She tells him that she recently realized she gets lonely, so Ed decides to always inform her in advance whenever he plans to leave the hut. The next day, Clara returns from her trip home and reunites with her family. She gives Belle a gift she got for her. Clara, who is from a very wealthy, noble family, ached to return and quickly heads out to see her friends, Anis and Janica, for a tea party since she hasn't seen them in a long time. Eventually, when she finds Anis and Janica, the table is awfully silent, and Clara wonders if the two had a fight. In all the years of their friendship, she's never seen this kind of tense atmosphere and wonders what she should say to lighten the mood. Before she can say anything, Janica finally asks Anis about the hug she received from Ed. Meanwhile, Ed Roth Taylor builds a wooden wind-blocking wall and realizes that working on such low-rated items no longer raises his stats or production proficiency, so he considers looking for something new. He's doing this to prepare for strong winds, but he's soon approached by Belle, who has come to forcefully take Lucy. Belle explains that the academy has implemented a new policy. Students in the dorms can only leave when absolutely necessary during snowstorms. Lucy whispers to Ed, asking for help, but Belle explains that there will be surveillance in the dorms to keep her in place. Despite Lucy's pleading, Ed doesn't flinch. Finally, Belle asks if he really thinks he can survive a week-long snowstorm in such an environment, because she doubts this kind of wind blocker will be enough. However, Ed explains that he's only setting this up to protect his supplies, but he used twine to secure his hut's roof and tie it to the ground. Since he plans to focus on magic engineering research at the Spirit Library during the storm, he assures her that he has another place to stay. When Ed notices the worry on Belle's face, he urges her to speak, but she only wishes him the best of luck and says nothing. Meanwhile, after Janica accuses Anis of hugging Ed, Clara turns to Anis in shock. Backed into a corner, Anis says nothing, while Clara tries to clarify that there must be a misunderstanding. To break the tension, Anis admits that she did flirt with Ed and apologizes. She explains that she didn't find him trustworthy because he looked like a playboy, so she was trying to get to know him. When Janica hears that, she asks Anis if she's lying, but Anis assures her that Ed isn't even her type since he looks like a thug and is quite rash. At that point, Janica stops her from speaking poorly about Ed, so Anis apologizes for flirting with him without talking to her. However, Janica, now crying, asks Anis why she's doing things she never asked her to, making her so worried she couldn't even sleep one night because her precious friend betrayed her. She's also distressed that she's not in a position to be betrayed because she doesn't even know where she stands. But Anis assures her that from what she's seen, she's more than a friend to Ed. After hearing that, Janica protests that it wasn't right for Anis to assess Ed like she did, but since she did it for her, there's no reason to be mad. She thanks Anis for being honest that she doesn't have feelings for Ed, and Clara is relieved because she was afraid Anis had fallen for him. Suddenly, Janica rushes away when she realizes she hasn't been to the northern forest in a while. With Clara and Anis left alone, Anis asks Clara to introduce her to a man, but when she realizes that's not enough, she decides to break the stereotype by asking Clara to date her. Confused, Clara just watches as Anis rambles. When Clara doesn't respond, Anis plans to kill her feelings by avoiding Ed once the Academy Scholarship student work ends after the break. However, she's devastated to learn that the Academy Scholarship students will continue working as student assistants when she returns, because they were quite proficient. Becoming student assistants will grant them more scholarships and other privileges, but to Anis, it sounds like a nightmare. Going through Ed's magic power details, he finds that he can now learn intermediate magic. He has 4 spirit slots, with Mug in one and Marilda in the other. When Janica arrives at the camp, she informs him that he needs to make a contract with a mid-level spirit soon. Ed comments that she looks back to normal since she seemed rather sad the last time she visited, but Janica pretends not to remember. Her reaction makes Ed smile as he realizes Janica makes him loosen up. She's the only third year he can truly call a friend. Soon after, Janica mentions that she knows about his contract with Marilda, but she finds it strange since it's too early for him to handle a high-level spirit. However, Ed is up front and shows her the golden phoenix ring that Glast gave him, informing her of his future plans. When she realizes he can't use magic for a while, she understands that making a contract with a mid-level spirit will be difficult for him right now. It turns out that Ed's magic will return when the break ends and the semester begins. Janica congratulates him for making a contract with a high-level spirit, as it's rare among spirit sorcerers. Finally, she asks if he plans to stay in the spirit library through the snowstorm and comments that he works quite hard. In response, Ed teases her, saying she works even harder since she's the top student. He mentions that people will probably pay attention to her in the upcoming student council president elections. Regardless, Janica responds that she intends to stay neutral during the elections. She asks if Tanya is also running and whether he's close to his sister. Ed admits he can't say so confidently since he's been excommunicated, but that doesn't change the fact that they're related, and he plans to maintain a good relationship with her because he cares about her. Hearing that, Janica concludes that Tanya's reaction was just sibling rivalry. Suddenly she grabs his hand, and with tears in her eyes, she asks if there's something Tanya would like as a gift or food she enjoys. At that moment, Ed realizes Janica must have done something wrong to Tanya and is trying to make up for it. However, Janica insists she didn't do anything. Ed just keeps staring at her, knowing she's a terrible liar, and soon, the guilt overwhelms her into confessing. However, Ed doesn't think it's such a serious issue. Meanwhile, Kylie is informed that the storm will begin in the morning, and that leaving the dorms will not be allowed except for special reasons. As she hears this, she can't help but recall the terrifying sight of Ed, the third-year student she saw a few days ago. But more than that, she feels uncomfortable, especially when he almost called her by her honorifics, making her wonder if he knows her secret. Now, in her true form, she places the form-changing magic engineering item by her side, worrying about how hard she worked to lead a normal academy life. If even one outsider discovers her identity, her academy life will end. It wasn't hard for her to gather information on Ed because she overheard Joseph scolding the red-haired boy about failing to get close to the altar. Joseph mentioned that Ed isn't human at all and that he heard Ed built a hut in the northern forest where he lives. The only problem is that she can't go there since students won't be allowed to leave once the storm begins. And once the snowstorm ends and spring arrives, the new semester will begin, leaving her with no chance to seal his lips or do anything else. She soon opens her window, but fear grips her. The fear of Ed, the darkness, and the bitter cold. Living surrounded by pure white walls and ceilings has deteriorated her ability to appreciate the world's beauty, but she decides she must experience it for herself. So, she jumps out the window with the form-changing item in her hands. Landing on the ground, determined not to lose the freedom she fought for, she heads to meet Ed to ensure he isn't planning anything. Meanwhile, in the academic building, Klebius recalls how his eyes have long adapted to the dark, because darkness is all he's ever known. The most vivid memory he has is of his brother, who stayed by his side even when everyone in the household avoided him, especially the memory of when he stabbed him through the heart. After the break ends, Claire asks him if he doesn't want to be a student assistant. He explains that he felt like a burden to them last time, even though he liked the good treatment. From the way he's talking, Claire suspects that another lab is trying to scout him, but she soon gets him to agree to take the job as a student assistant. Meanwhile, Ed feels like he is trained to the limits of what he can handle. During the break, he was able to concentrate on training and increase his stats in the advanced crafting skill slot for spirit formula infusion and magic engineering. He has improved both advanced skills enough to be considered his specialties, and he plans to spend the remaining week working on them in the library to use them more effectively. As he climbs out, he recalls that he gave Jix some money to clean up the mess in the library with a bit of magic, but Jix had even helped organize the books by theme and title. For that to happen, it seems he got some help from Elka, even though he had told him it was a secret. He'll have to find a way to repay them later. He picks a book from the shelf and decides to focus on a few formulas instead of trying to learn hundreds, aiming to create at least one legendary magic engineering item. After that, he plans to craft a few more to raise his magic engineering skills, and then make other rare items once he masters the basics. While working on his plans, he reaches into his bag but doesn't find the items he needs. It seems he left them in the hut, so he's forced to return in the storm to retrieve them. Meanwhile, Kylie pushes through the painful storm and eventually finds the river in the northern forest that Joseph mentioned. She checks the map she brought and tries to pinpoint the hut's location. At this point, she feels like she's on an adventure. Clarice is not weak. She's more talented than most mages, and her holy magic is even stronger than others. The holy magic's blessing ensures that anyone who attempts to harm her will have the damage returned twofold. so even if she encounters a wild animal or a robber, she won't be harmed. Regardless, she feels a certain fear when it comes to Ed, especially because he may have been baptized by the Telos Order since he was the successor to the Roth-Taylor household. The issue is that the Holy Magic's blessing does not harm those who have been baptized by the Order. However, there should be no reason for him to harm her. She just needs to be certain that he doesn't know who she is. Soon after, she reaches his door and tries to push it open, but it won't budge. When she forces it open, she notices a small pot filled with blood placed behind it, and her force spills its contents onto the ground. She stands there, confused, but soon becomes afraid when she sees a wild boar tied nearby. There's blood everywhere, and fear grips her. Has she entered hell? As if that's not enough, she soon hears footsteps and quickly hides. Moments later, someone steps through the open door and notices the blood on the ground. Meanwhile, Kylie hides, trembling, as the person approaches her hiding spot and pulls out a huge knife from one of the drawers. Trying to muffle her whimpering, she accidentally hiccups, and the person turns toward her, asking who she is. While she stammers, Ed recognizes her and calls her name in confusion. Surprised, he asks what she's doing here and why she's shaking. However, Kylie, overcome with fear, releases a divine holy magic explosion toward him, an attack that nullifies most of the opponent's magic while inflicting physical damage. The blast hits Ed, launching him backward and sending him crashing through a bookshelf. When she sees that he's been severely injured, she falls to her knees, trembling, realizing she didn't mean to kill him. In tears, she prays to Telos, believing she has committed a grave sin. She was supposed to live a life of purity, but now she is stained with sin. Pledging to burn in the depths of hell to atone, her prayer is abruptly interrupted by an angry Ed, who walks up to her and asks if she's kidding him. Shocked to her bones, the spirit within her seems to leave her, and she faints on the spot. Meanwhile, in Ophilis Hall, the chief maid is summoned when it is discovered that Kylie is missing. Belle is one of the few people aware of Kylie's true identity, as the Order decided the person in charge should know what's going on. The nation would be in an uproar if they knew the Saintess had disappeared into a snowstorm. But Belle stays calm, determined to handle the situation discreetly, especially since the Saintess possesses the holy magic's blessing. To avoid reducing the staff required to maintain the hall, Belle decides to search for the Saintess alone. Before heading out, a maid informs her that a witness last saw Kylie heading toward the northern forest. Hearing this, Belle realizes that Kylie is heading toward Ed's territory, the same Ed who is strangely blessed with women. Worse, it's a snowstorm, and a man and a woman left alone together, forced to rely on each other until rescued, doesn't sound like a good situation. The imagery in her mind makes her uneasy, so she rushes out, knowing she must find them as soon as possible. The Saintess is in danger. There is a suspicious man in the forest who walks around carrying the bloodied corpses of beasts. These were the rumors among the students, but Belle knew the truth. She knows he's a pretty considerate person, and he faithfully carries out his duties despite the many women who approach him, which makes him worth trusting. But the thought of relationships getting more complicated by adding the Saintess to the mix worries Belle, especially because she's certain that Ed doesn't know Kylie's true identity. When she enters through the door, she finds a dazed Kylie with Ed, who looks severely injured. Confused, Belle asks what happened, so he explains. Afterward, Belle informs him that she has to take Kylie back soon so the snowstorm doesn't get too intense for them to pass through. Ed knows why the Saintess came all this way, but it goes against the storyline since her identity is supposed to be revealed much later. It's not time for that yet, but he knows Kylie is unsure of him. He apologizes for his rude behavior and pleads with her to put the chair down, but he accidentally calls her Saintess. Kylie puts the chair down but recoils again when both women realize Ed just called her that. The Saintess asks if he already knew, and he mentions that he's a baptized follower of the Telos Order and was able to recognize her up close when her spell was undone. Within himself, he plans not to change his decision to avoid getting involved with the main characters. However, at this point, Saintess Clarice might do something unexpected, so it's better to let her know he's aware of her identity so she's no longer anxious. To help her, he explains that he understands she must have hidden her identity because she's tired of living without restraint. Before she can reply, he asks her what she thinks of the kind of life he's living in the forest. After hearing his question, she reasons that Ed isn't living a life of freedom. It looks more like survival. It seems there is a light and dark side to everything, and Ed's life is the dark part of freedom. However, Ed apologizes for being so rash, explaining that he spoke that way because he felt no one else would say it to her. Shortly after, he asks them to leave, so Belle takes the Saintess back to the hall. As they head back, the Saintess plans to enjoy a delicious soup in a warm room, while Ed will keep smelling blood and enduring the harsh reality of the storm. She had never imagined that the person who stood against the students at the altar would be living this kind of life. He had destroyed her idea of freedom, but she still respects him nonetheless. While they're leaving, Belle notices the Saintess looking back and hopes she hasn't also fallen for Ed, but she's not certain. Soon after, spring comes and the Laplace bakery opens again. Lortel meets Ed at the bakery, securing a seat for them without reservations because she supplies them with goods, and they can't refuse since she runs a monopoly. She finds it amusing, but Ed doubts the baker does. Later, Lortel explains that there was a bit of an error in the distribution process due to the snowstorm. The bakery had ordered a bunch of supplies they didn't need beforehand, but canceled all their orders when the storm got closer. It was unethical for them to monopolize food that could have gone to other businesses by placing fake orders, so Lortel had to handle it. While they chat, the baker returns to beg Lortel to change her colleagues' minds about limiting orders, as it will affect the bakery. However, Lortel ignores him and simply asks Ed if he'd like to walk her to her afternoon class. Ed notices Lortel's cold attitude toward the bakery. She explains that she doesn't want to be harsh, but the snowstorm cut off their main distribution base, and funds are tight at the moment. Ed accepts her explanation, so she reassures him that she's an expert in managing money and will ensure the company's funds aren't wasted because that's what it takes to run a business. Suddenly, she notices he isn't carrying his textbook, so he explains that he'll have to run to the library to borrow one, but running is good for his health. That surprises her since the textbook isn't expensive, so she asks why he doesn't just buy one. When she thinks about it more, she realizes that textbooks aren't actually cheap for most students, so she asks him how much it costs. Seeing her pull out her purse, Ed replies that he appreciates the offer, but it's not necessary. Soon after, she mentions that the student council election is approaching, but she won't run for a position because the trading company is her priority. However, she wants someone who likes her to become student council president, so she suggests Ed run for the position, promising to support him. Ed refuses, so Lortel asks if his sister is running, especially since she doesn't want to suck up to Princess Phinia if she becomes president. However, it will be hard for Tanya to win, even if all the top students support her, because the gap between her and the princess is too large. Hearing that, Ed realizes Lortel is right. It makes more sense for the princess to become president. Tanya, on the other hand, does almost anything to get votes, no matter how desperate, but she can't close the gap and will eventually lose by an overwhelming margin. Suddenly, Lortel asks if Ed supports the princess. He confesses that he leans more toward Tanya. That answer makes Lortel happy because most people admire Princess Phinia, and she was worried he might be the same. Lowering her head, she asks if he knows she likes him, admitting that she almost got jealous. In a vulnerable moment, she places her hand on his chest, but isn't sure if her attempt works since Ed doesn't say anything. Regardless, she rests her head against his chest and suggests checking his heartbeat. Immediately, Ed pushes her away. Lortel protests, asking if she did something wrong. Ed responds that she didn't, but he doesn't plan to date anyone until he graduates. Hearing that, Lortel asks if he plans to date after graduation, but he doesn't reply. Happy that she's gained some insight, she rejoices. Graduation isn't too far off, and she's eager to see if he can keep rejecting her. While she talks, Ed remains silent, thinking about how graduating safely isn't an easy goal. The main character must defeat the final boss at the end of the story to restore peace, allowing him to graduate. Clarice, the symbol of the Order, and Phinia, the symbol of the royal family, need to support the protagonist in order for him to defeat the final boss, the Sacred Lance Dragon. In other words, Taylor must grow as the storyline intends and make allies. The class placements went as planned, and Clarice seems to be hiding her identity well. Even though he feels bad for Tanya, Phinia will become the council president, allowing the storyline to return to normal so he can rest easy. However, despite Ed's expectations, the scenario is already breaking down, because Princess Phinia suddenly wakes up one day and decides she doesn't want to run for council president after all. Meanwhile, Clebius freaks out because a first-year student had sent him a duel request form and wonders why they didn't pick someone else. He's the first person the student sent the form to, and he begins to curse about his damned life and why it has to be him that this person wants to duel. While that is going on, this first-year student also goes to inform Jix that he'd like to duel with him. When Jix asks why, the guy says he'd like to learn from him, but Jix tells him not to give some shallow reason like that. When the guy hears that, he comes out plain that he'd like to prove his worth. Jix asks him why he needs the duel since he's already claimed the position of top student in his year, but the boy protests that being top student doesn't mean much since he's just a first year. However, since Janica is the top student of all the third years, Drake is the top student of the Faculty of Combat, and Ed is popular among the first-year Faculty of Magic, he plans to duel against them all. But, to follow the proper order of things, he sent a request to Clebius, the top student of the second-year Faculty of Combat, but it seems like he's avoiding it. The guy plans to win against him and then duel with Elvira, the top of the Faculty of Alchemy, before dueling with Jix. Jix wonders why he's next when he's not a top student, So the guy explains that the top student of the second-year Faculty of Magic, Lucy, is out of the question. So that's why he chose Jix. Intrigued, Jix tells the boy he's self-centered, and it seems that the first lesson he needs to be taught in Sylvania is that he's not always right. The guy informs Jix that he doesn't think it'll be easy to defeat him, but Jix responds that what he means is that he won't even get to fight him, Janica, or Ed, because he won't even be able to defeat Klebius. That statement annoys the first-year student, but Jix tells him to learn to perceive reality properly if he wants to defeat him. Shortly after, Jix steps out and runs into Ed, who thanks him for his help in the library. Jix soon informs him about Wade, the first-year student who's sending out duel requests to all the top students. Interestingly, Ed already knows that Wade Callermore's challenges will go on from Act 3, Episode 3, to Episode 5. In the third episode, Wade, who is a skilled swordsman and the son of the commander of the Northern Border Territories, was able to easily become the top student in his year. Unsatisfied, he goes on to challenge his seniors, and in the end, he defeats them all with ease, even Jix. Jix had already been exhausted going into the fight, so it was kind of unfair, but it still ended in a loss. Wade's rampage, which seemed like it wouldn't end, was eventually stopped by Taylor, who had improved over the year. Jix asks Ed if he'd like to check Wade out at the welcome party for the first years that night. But Ed turns down the offer because he already knows what Wade looks like. As he walks away, he notices that the refreshing atmosphere of the school is giving him more energy. Meanwhile, Jix wonders if he should have told him about something else he's noticed. Since he's in the same grade as Fenia and sees her often, he's noticed she's been looking rather down recently. But whenever he's talking to someone and Ed is brought up, she always listens. Sometime later, Jix intentionally calls the name Edward, but focuses on the Ed part, and he notices how the princess jolts back to look at him. However, Jix decides he can always tell Ed later, especially after he's looked into the matter more. Because it's spring, the scenery of the northern forest soon becomes warm. Lucy, who's chilling on the hut's roof, chases away butterflies that are disturbing her while Janica teaches Ed and compliments his improvement. She explains that he should be able to enter a contract with a mid-rank spirit now, and adds that it would be unbelievable that he did this in 1 year. Janica seems to be in her teacher mode, so to play along, Ed comments that he was able to because he has a great teacher. Surprised by the comment, she replies that usually he'd have to climb mountains and valleys to find a spirit whose mana flow matches him well. When Ed protests that he didn't think about mana flow when he made a contract with Marilda, Janica explains that that is because he matches well with fire and wind elements. She suggests that he look into a spirit that's not also wind or fire, and he considers that she's right because finding another element would make it easier for him to respond to various situations. When Ed realizes it will be pretty difficult to find this spirit, Janica responds that most people consider finding their mid-rank spirit a work of fate. However, she helps him first connect and then concentrate his mana into his eyes, allowing him to see the myriad of mid-rank spirits that Janica had chosen for him. When he sees them, he wonders if she doesn't get distracted with all these spirits around. But Janica responds that they like her and she always talks to them all. However, his job is to pick out one of them, so the spirits come forward to introduce themselves one by one. While Ed checks them out, he notices Mug rating them too and wonders what he's judging for when he's just a low-rank spirit. However, our boy feels a bit weird, so Janica asks him what's wrong. He responds that it's nothing, but inside, he hopes to meet his spirit by fate too and wonders if they're using the right method. That night, a welcoming festival is organized for all the first-year students. It's pretty meaningful for the new students, but the organizers soon find out that Janica and Lucy, the top students for the third and second years, were unable to attend due to personal reasons. The faculty became worried that the festival would be unenjoyable because of their absence, but it didn't eventually have any impact because the dignified Princess Fenia attended. The first years were quite afraid to speak to someone of royal blood, including the nobles. There was only one person who was able to talk to her during the event, and that was the top student of the first year, Wade Callermore, who's from one of the 3 greatest swordsman households. They both play a game of chess, and Princess Fenia commends Wade's skill, even though she eventually wins. While they talk, she mentions that she thought she was the best at reading people, but she's found out that she was wrong. Kicking Ed Rothtaylor was only a small concern to her initially. However, he saved Janica, made a home in the forest, and as more time passed, his presence grew bigger until even the incoming students spoke highly of him. As his presence in the school grew, her mistake also grew bigger. She understands that she can be wrong sometimes, but for some reason, she keeps acting like a child by evading her problems, which means that nothing will be resolved. Suddenly, while enjoying the game, she finds new strength and decides that she cannot run from her problems forever. She decides to take 4 days to resolve everything and then go to Ed's hut in the northern forest and talk freely with him. After that realization, she felt refreshed, until the morning of the third day, when the news of Ed Roth-Taylor's death reached her ears. Sometime later, Tanya writes a letter to her father, as she always does, talking about how there are many things she's not used to while living away from home. She mentions the busy schedule, how she's made a few school friends, how she's been working toward the goal she told him about before she left, and her plan to become the youngest student council president. She explains that she's worried because she heard Princess Phinia will be running for president too, but she'll try her best. She also adds that she's met with Lortel, and negotiations for the purchase of the sage's sealed grimoire will begin soon. Finally, she talks about how she met Ed, noting that he seems to have become hardworking and diligent, as if he's a completely different person. She recalls a dream from her childhood where her older sister Arwen held one of her hands, while the other person was either her father or Ed, back when he wasn't much of a scoundrel. She suggests that he's either turned over a new leaf or returned to the way he was before, and she ends the letter. After reading through the letter, Crepin holds a deadly poisoned sword, capable of killing with even a slight graze. Soon after, he hands it to a butler and informs him that he's sent a response to Tanya to assist her with the student council president elections and the negotiation for the grimoire's purchase. He has decided to send her a trustworthy subordinate, to whom he also hands the poisonous sword. Normally, sending a subordinate into Sylvania isn't allowed, but since this is for business purposes, the Academy has to permit it. After dismissing the men so they can set off for Sylvania, Crepin removes his gloves, exposing a very red-colored hand with eyes on it. The eye is of the highest-ranked magic called cause and effect, which allows him to see the results of any action he sets in motion. He places his hands on a round ball, which drains a significant amount of his mana. He can't use it often for that reason, but the method is tremendously powerful. Suddenly, a vision appears before him, one of his subordinates driving the poisoned sword through Ed's stomach, then dropping him off a cliff as Janica rushes to save him. Crepin doesn't consider this the best plan, but he views it as a necessary sacrifice. 3 days before Ed's death, Tanya considers how popular Princess Phinia is, and realizes her chances of winning against her are nearly zero. As she thinks about giving up, Jix walks past and asks if she's heard of elemental studies training. Noticing her expression, he asks what's bothering her and suggests they have tea with Elka later. Meanwhile, the other girls in their class fawn over Jix, whom they consider the strongest person in the academy, impressed that he's talking to Tanya. Later, Lortel shows up in Tanya's classroom to set a time for their negotiation meeting. Her classmates are also impressed that she just spoke with an executive from the elite trading company. Shortly after, Lucy Merrill, known as the Academy's greatest genius, greets Tanya while passing by. The other students are amazed by Tanya's high-profile connections, noting how she never boasts about them. Tanya overhears her classmates' chatter and uses it to motivate them, encouraging everyone to work hard to become exceptional students. As she steps out, she realizes her status within the academy has risen drastically in the past few days, even though she hasn't done anything. The only reason she's receiving this treatment is that she's Ed's younger sister. She had always thought of him as trash, but now she feels like the trashy one. The overwhelming realization unsettles her, but she's soon distracted when two of her father's subordinates, Kadek and Nox, arrive to greet her after a long time. She's glad to see them and appreciates her father's thoughtfulness. Kadek informs her that he'll be gathering information on the grimoire's market price and the trading company's funding to facilitate negotiations. Meanwhile, Nox explains that he's here to assist with the student council president election. When he suggests gathering intel on Phinia, Tanya stops him, revealing that they've received news that Princess Phinia will no longer be running for president. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Janica and Ed have a drink together when she mentions hearing an announcement that the princess is withdrawing from the election. The news surprises him, so he asks if the announcement is final or still subject to change. The final boss of Act 4 is Crepin Roth-Taylor, known to the world as the benevolent patriarch of the Roth-Taylor family. However, only Princess Phinia recognizes his true darkness. With her influence in the imperial family and the academy, she is the only ally who can lead the fight against Crepin. Her withdrawal from the election is a major problem. Suddenly, Janica walks up to Ed and tells him she has a feeling he's about to do something reckless again. She protests that she can't bear the thought of him getting hurt and bleeding on his own while she remains unaware. To avoid making things harder for himself, she offers to help him. In response, he admits that he believes it would be better if Princess Phinia became student council president. Janica finds this odd, considering that the princess has always been mean to him and that Tanya is his sister. As they talk, Jix approaches and jokingly remarks that they're being scandalous in broad daylight because of how Janica is holding Ed. Apologizing for interrupting their quality time, he mentions that he thinks he knows why Princess Phinia withdrew from the election. Embarrassed, Janica quickly lets go of Ed, but Jix pays her no mind and explains that Phinia is like an alpha wolf that has lost her pack. Because she made the wrong decision, her pack died, and now she has lost her confidence and is incapable of acting. Before leaving, he casually mentions that it's going to rain tomorrow, so they should prepare accordingly. After Jix leaves, Ed reflects on how Jix's animal-like instincts often surpass human senses. The worst possibility he considers is that Princess Phinia has lost all hostility toward the Roth-Taylor family. He wonders what he should do. While he's deep in thought, Janica remarks that the rain will be perfect for training the water spirits, and suggests they head to the northern cliff tomorrow to train a mid-rank spirit. Her words make Ed smile, and he decides to focus on what they can handle for now. Meanwhile, Lucy, lounging on a rooftop as usual, wonders if it's really going to rain. Suddenly, something occurs to her, so she jumps down to light a fire. Later, Ed returns home, reasoning that the rain will make it harder to go out, so he hopes it passes quickly. Shortly after, the rain begins, extinguishing Lucy's fire. The next day, the rain continues as Ed and Janica head to the northern cliff to train a water spirit. Mug, snuggled in Ed's coat, is excited to visit the coast, even though it's desolate and far out. Mug thinks it was an excellent choice to contract with the mid-ranking water spirit, Leisha. As they talk, two men approach them. Ed immediately aims his mana arrow at them, but Caddick greets the young master, claiming that it's an honor to see him again. These two are the mid-bosses of Act 4's final chapter, subordinates responsible for the darkness within the Roth-Taylor family. They're veterans who have been part of the Roth-Taylor family's history all their lives, and they're Crepin's right-hand men. Although Ed should be happy to see them, he doesn't feel quite excited for some reason. When Caddick calls him young master, Ed replies that he's thankful he still calls him that despite his excommunication. Furthermore, Caddick mentions that they've come under Master Crepin's order to assassinate him, but they've decided to repent. As they kneel down, Caddick explains that the family's vassals harbor great hatred toward him, which is why they plan to assassinate him. However, after investigating his new life, they've discovered that he has changed and returned to his true self as the heir. While kneeling, Knox declares that they'll explain everything to Crepin and plead for Ed to become the heir of the Roth-Taylor family once again, to restore the family's glory to the world. Suddenly, Ed tells them to stop with the bullshit. Both men smirk when they realize Ed has seen through their plan. Caddick commends Ed's growth, rushes at him with a poisoned dagger, and sends sword strikes of wind ahead of himself. However, Ed, who knows his fighting style, quickly dodges the windsword strike, but he's soon ambushed by Knight Knox, who wields a flaming mace. Quickly, Ed rolls out of the way to avoid the flames and strikes at the men with a water attack, which Caddick easily blocks with his daggers. While they're fighting, Knox asks Ed if he remembers someone named Meliana, the poor child who lost vision in one of her eyes for his amusement. Meliana turns out to be Knox's daughter, and he is clearly fighting with the rage from that experience. Deeply angry, he blasts Ed with fire, but is shocked when Ed completely protects himself with a shield. Our boy doesn't flinch and admits to what he did, but reminds Knox that revenge is useless. He explains that only emptiness lies at the end of vengeance, but Knox, enraged, smashes his shield, unwilling to hear it from someone like him. As Ed moves backward, Caddick retorts that even though Ed has grown, it'll be impossible to block Knox's magic-infused mace. He's dodging well, but he'll die the moment he gets hit, especially since the bow he's carrying is hindering him. The struggle continues as Ed desperately avoids Knox's attacks. Seeing that Ed's movements are becoming sloppy, Knox charges at him with his mace, sensing he has nowhere left to run. As Knox is about to land the final blow, Ed agrees that he's out of options, but Knox is suddenly stabbed in the back by a dagger. The attacker turns out to be Mug. Shocked, Caddick wonders if Ed has used telekinesis or spirit formula, but he soon realizes that Ed had only been using basic magic to force them into attacking while he prepared a counter. Suddenly, Ed tells Mug to trigger the divine explosion, and he does, spilling Knox's blood everywhere. While the explosion is still happening, Ed quickly fires 2 mana arrows at Caddick, who can't comprehend how the boy is still attacking inside an explosion. Soon after, our boy emerges through the blast, using his blessing of recovery that grants him immunity to flames. Surprised, Caddick asks how a scoundrel like Ed has grown so strong in such a short time, but reminds him to aim for vital points next time. Suddenly, Caddick unleashes a barrage of wind attacks that knock Ed backwards several feet toward Knox's body. It seems Knox had used his own body as a shield to protect his vital points from the explosion. Enraged, Caddick charges in to end the fight. While he's still in the air, the water spirit Lycia ambushes Caddick from behind, completely enveloping his head in water to make him choke. The attack forces Caddick to drop his dagger, and he struggles to breathe. Suddenly, Knox, who seemed to be dead, grabs the poisoned dagger and leaps toward Ed from behind. Normally, burns and stab wounds like his would easily render most unconscious. But as a battle-hardened veteran knight, Knox remains conscious, a factor Ed hadn't accounted for. As the knife inches toward Ed's face, he realizes his mistake, But Marilda immediately activates his protection of the wind skill, which blows enemies back when an unexpected attack occurs. The blast of wind strikes Nox, but instead of launching him backward, it only dazes him, causing him to collapse. On his knees, Nox asks Ed to finish things quickly, but Ed grabs his hands and tells him he's the one who should be making that request. Ed acknowledges that the two of them would only be here if his father truly wanted him dead, meaning he is destined to die regardless. He concludes that killing them won't end this, so he'd rather die here. He informs Nox that his death would only leave emptiness, but it wouldn't be meaningless, because at least Nox wouldn't live shackled by revenge anymore. He offers this as a small gift for his loyalty to the Roth-Taylor family, so Nox pushes the knife through his stomach. Soon after, Janica arrives, apologizing for being late because her class ended later than usual. As soon as she reaches the scene, she sees Nox pushing Ed's body off the cliff and rushes toward him, but she's too late to catch him. Nox realizes they're in trouble because there's a witness. Suddenly his body becomes immobilized, and he doesn't understand what's happening. A strange energy bursts from Janica's body, and the seasoned warrior, who thought he had seen everything on the battlefield, realizes there are things he has never encountered before. He soon beholds the summoning of the highest level spirit, one even stronger than a high-level spirit, of which only one exists per element in the natural world, and only one girl who can execute it. She turns to him, bloodlust in her eyes, and asks if he understands what he just did. A giant white circle appears, which not many people can understand. This is the summoning of the highest-ranked darkness spirit, Glaskin's right hand, the sun that scorches the earth. It possesses a tail larger than the Imperial City, and is the one who burned down the Alphonse Mountains during the Age of Myth. This is the highest-rank fire spirit, Teorphus. Even summoning just one of his hands would be enough to burn all the northern forest to ashes, and Nox doesn't even know whether to be in awe or afraid. It is clear that what comes next for him is absolute death. When Janica turns to him again to ask if he understands what he just did, he starts choking on his spit. Suddenly, an intense wave of heat covers him and begins burning his skin. Out of nowhere, Marilda appears behind him, shielding him from the heat wave, and urges him to run. When she repeats the instruction, it makes no sense to him why she's helping him. But she insists he must survive and report everything he has seen and experienced. Severely injured, Nox crawls away from the site. Annoyed, Janica demands to know what Marilda is doing and orders her to move. Marilda refuses and explains that she wasn't the one who summoned Teorphus, urging Janica to think about it carefully. In a flashback, Lortel asks Ed how his magic engineering is going, since she had given him some magic engineering items and ingredients before. Actually, all Ed did throughout the break was train his magic engineering skills, and his efforts were so successful that he managed to create a legendary rank engineering item. The item he created was Delheim's Hourglass, which reverts all physical states by a few seconds, removing all damage and wounds. However, it is a one-time use item. As Ed crawls out of the water onto shore, he recalls how he reversed the effects of falling off the cliff and the poisonous dagger. Since he only reversed time by a few seconds, the injuries he sustained earlier remain, but the salt water that seeped into his wounds is causing his temperature to drop rapidly. He had summoned Marilda because the situation at the top of the cliff seemed abnormal, but he doesn't know how things turned out because of how injured he is. This legendary item shouldn't exist in the third act, and he never expected to use it this early. His long-term efforts now seem wasted. However, at least he survived. To him, Crepin's cause and effect determination magic is extremely troublesome. Even if he were to defeat Katic and Nox and survive, Crepin could repeatedly use his enormous mana pool to find a future where Ed truly dies. That's why he needed to die once. So Crepin would lose interest in him for a while, believing him to be dead. He figures that the only reason the Academy would allow the subordinates inside would be to help Tanya with her election and purchase the grimoire. After that, they would have to leave. In the meantime, he'll have to live like a dead man. He can survive, but the issue is that his body isn't moving well. While lying on the ground, a fire spirit belonging to Janica finds Ed, which brings him relief. Before he can say anything, Janica jumps on him, hugging him tightly and pushing him to the ground. Happy, Ed apologizes to Janica for always making her worry and hugs her back. Later, he explains to her that it's better for him to stay hidden until the election ends. To help, Janica promises to bring him essential supplies and daily tools. When he mentions that his injuries hurt, she quickly removes her hands from around his neck and apologizes for hugging him so tightly. Meanwhile, Lucy hides under the hut's covering, watching the falling rain. Although it seems like she's doing nothing, she's practicing the art of waiting. Normally, Ed would walk through the forest grass, and once he confirmed the fire had gone out, he'd kick the wooden reinforcements to ensure they were sturdy. Then, he'd put away all the clothes drying on the line, place rust-prone tools under the tent, greet Lucy, and sit at his desk to read a magic engineering book. Meanwhile, Lucy would always sit near the fire and sleep while listening to the rain and the sound of Ed flipping through his books. Suddenly, she detects manna laced with the scent of blood but chooses to ignore it. Eventually, she heads out to investigate and runs into subordinates of the Roth-Taylor family. When Knox spots her, he asks for help, claiming he tripped in the forest and that his partner was mauled by a wild animal. However, much to Knox's confusion, Lucy's eyes light up, and she offers to let him live if he tells her the truth about what he was doing in the forest. Meanwhile, some guards discover the seal of the deadly poison dagger, an advanced seal so rare that one might only see it once in a lifetime. The lead guard laments that these kinds of incident reports always happen during his shift. However, from the traces on the dagger, he deduces that it was used to kill someone. Considering the fall from the cliff, finding the body will be difficult, especially after the rain stops. The man turns to Janica, who explains that she was on her way to meet Ed to practice spirit sorcery. But when she arrived, he had already been stabbed. He asks if she saw the culprit, and she confidently states that it was the subordinates sent from the Roth-Taylor house. The guard proposes that he will speak to the dean in the morning, but before he can finish his sentence, Lucy appears. Janica immediately tries to calm Lucy down, promising to explain everything back at the camp, but Lucy reveals that she has already captured the murderers. As she picks up Ed's bow, a bright energy pours out of her body, and she instantly vanishes. Janica urgently informs the guard that they need to catch Lucy before things escalate further. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Knox writhes in excruciating pain under Lucy's power. Lucy stands before him and demands answers about the Roth-Taylor family. Knox, however, tries to explain that they were only assisting Tanya and had permission from the academy. Mentioning Tanya's name only makes things worse. Lucy immediately storms off toward the hostel, enraged, to confront Tanya. In deep rage, Lucy demands Tanya Roth-Taylor, and Belle quickly rushes out to ask Lucy what's going on. Belle activates one of her magic engineering items to try to subdue Lucy, who is levitating with the Caddock and Knox by her side. Belle asks Lucy why she's doing this, but Lucy breaks apart the magic engineering item in her hand with just a glance, demanding that they bring Tanya to her. Meanwhile, another huge explosion occurs somewhere else, and Wade commends Elvira for putting up a good fight, even though he beat her. She accuses him of arrogance for beating the second years, but Wade explains that he still has to beat Jix to complete his plan of defeating all the second years. Jix, who is standing nearby, is surprised that Wade was able to beat Elvira, the top alchemy student, even though his specialty is one-on-one battles. Wade is the heir of the renowned swordsman family of Callermore, and some onlookers gossip that he might really beat Jix after all. Before they begin their fight, an explosion shakes the building. It turns out to be Lucy, who is in a fit of rage. They quickly rush toward the noise to investigate, but when they arrive, Jix realizes they're too late. He sees Belle and the others turn to stone. In reality, they are all frozen in a time prison using time-type aspectual magic, and Lucy is likely the only genius who can witness aspectual magic, which someone spent their entire life researching, and copy it after one look. Still deeply angry, she orders them to bring Tanya to her, and one of the maids signals to the students to quickly follow her. The maid explains that they don't know what to do, but if Lucy is telling the truth, it seems Ed Roth-Taylor has died after being killed by the subordinates of the Roth-Taylor family. Shocked, Jix stops running and tells the others to go ahead. Wade warns him not to seek revenge but to evacuate with them. However, Jix insists they go ahead, saying he'll evacuate later. Jix rushes to Tanya's room and realizes that no one has seen Tanya Roth-Taylor 5 minutes after the first loud noise and that her door is locked. The only place she could be hiding is her wardrobe. He opens it and finds her trembling in fear, wondering why any of this is happening. All the evidence points to Tanya, but Jix doesn't understand, especially since Tanya's reputation was improving due to Ed's influence. Although she had some ill feelings toward Ed, orchestrating an assassination seems strange. Immediately, he calls her attention and asks truthfully if she had Ed assassinated. Trembling, Tanya swears she didn't. Even though he can't be sure, Jix decides to protect her because he knows Lucy will eventually kill her. Though he feels desolate hearing about Ed's death, there are too many things he doesn't understand. He decides to get the details later and tells her to stay in the room for now. If she steps into the square, she'll die. He must stop Lucy because he knows Ed wouldn't have wanted her to get blood on her hands. Suddenly, Wade appears and informs Jix that he has to achieve his goal, even by force, so he demands that Jix hand over Tanya. Meanwhile, Lucy continues destroying the hostel, and Clybius, who jumps into the square, stumbles upon another frozen statue. Dorothy, a top third-year alchemy student. Shocked that even a top student has fallen victim, he notices Lucy spotting him from above. He quickly runs for his life, lamenting that there is no peace in his life and that he didn't come to Sylvania to die. Suddenly, he trips over a stone, falls on his face, and curses once more about how much he hates this. While he's on the ground, Elvira approaches him and asks what he's doing. She informs him that only the top students can stop Lucy for now, and they need to hold out for 30 minutes until the academy workers arrive. She then walks away and tells him to escape to the academy building once his legs have recovered. He watches as she heads toward Lucy, preparing to subdue her until the academy workers arrive, knowing that she is also a top student. Meanwhile, Lucy rushes to Ed's cave with Teorphus and informs him that the situation is bad. The academy workers are on their way. She explains that Lucy found out before she could explain everything, so she doesn't know what might happen. When Ed asks about Lucy's whereabouts, she replies that Lucy has gone to the hall to find Tanya. Upon hearing this, he immediately gets up, realizing he must go himself. In a flashback, Lucy recalls how Glock had attended to her while she was sick, and how he warned that she'd get sick like this again if she kept rolling around in the rain. In a funny manner, he reminds her to remember this feeling because, slowly, the number of times she will get injured or sick will reduce. He informs her that she will meet weak people who could spend their entire lives just barely managing to do the things she does easily. In the present, several academy workers fire different attacks at Lucy, but they don't affect her at all. When she realizes they're not going to bring Tanya to her, she tells them it's fine because it won't be long before she finds Tanya herself. Glock had told her that she would become such a powerful mage that no one would rival her, and life might get tedious because of her innate talent, even seeming meaningless. Meanwhile, as Lucy walks toward the workers, all of them become stone as they're frozen in the time prison. She recalls that Glock had told her that everything, including pain, would eventually become a distant memory to her, but she believes he's a lying old man because she's certainly in pain right now. As she takes a step forward, she steps on a trap that triggers a huge explosion. After the smoke clears, Lucy appears unscathed, and Elvira, who had thought the trap was a good plan, laments that Lucy's casting speed is abnormally high. With one wave of her hand, Lucy commands Elvira to move, and a huge power envelops and throws away the poor girl. As she's being thrown away, she realizes that Lucy was able to cast so fast not because of a specific type of magic, but because of the level of mana she was emitting. So, in the end, the problem was mana, because a mage is only as strong as the level of their mana. However, Elvira informs her that alchemists can understand mana and transform it into something that isn't magic, like magic engineering items or reagents. Lucy's eyes widen as Elvira pours something called a red quartz reagent onto the ground, onto all the magic engineering items she had positioned, to use the power of the reagent to channel Lucy's mana to activate the items. Elvira explains that if she activates all of these items with an increased output at the same time, all the mana in the area will evaporate. Even though all the magic engineering items she's spent her entire life making will get ruined, she plans to do it to help all the students and the maids evacuate. Suddenly, Elvira activates them all, but Lucy doesn't move an inch while she's doing that. Suddenly, Elvira receives an overload message that the amount of mana has surpassed the limit of the tool. Shocked, she watches as each of the engineering items explodes around Lucy. Calculating the amount of mana it takes to overload all magic engineering items is theoretically possible, but no one does it because it's not academically valuable, and no one has that amount of mana. If someone like that existed, it would be impossible to stop such a person in the first place. The time it took to apprehend the head maid, Bleal, the fourth-year top alchemy student, Dorothy, 14 high-class maids, and second-year top alchemy faculty student Elvira, is 3 minutes. Lucy walks past Elvira, who is severely injured, but Elvira grabs her leg and asks if she doesn't think she will regret it if she keeps going. She reminds Lucy that she could have easily sent the entire hall flying at once with all this mana, but the fact that she hasn't done that probably means she feels that Ed wouldn't have wanted her to do this. Regardless, Lucy continues and says she'll decide that after meeting Tanya. While she's talking, a strange being approaches her in the dark with a sword. However, Lucy had detected him and cushioned the hit of his sword by protecting herself with a shield. It turns out to be Clebius, who tells Lucy he's not going to let her get past him, even referring to her as a mother fair. In response, Lucy creates a small explosion in her hands and releases it into Clebius's torso. The time it took to apprehend the second-year top combat faculty student Clebius is 1 second. Meanwhile, Wade tells Jix that he has to achieve his goal, even if he has to do it by force, and demands Tanya. He swoops in to strike Jix with his sword, but Jix quickly averts the attack and retaliates with his own sword. Wade is surprised that Jix is able to use the island family swordsmanship, the swordsmanship of a beast that once roamed the northern grasslands and became civilized after staying at the island estate. As the men continue to battle, Wade reasons that this is real swordsmanship experience. However, it's incomplete, and he can find a weak spot in Jix's center of gravity. He goes in for his next attack with a maniacal smile, certain that he's won. As he's about to strike Jix by his side, a bright green light appears called the Wind Blade, which knocks back Wade's blade and allows Jix to knock him to the ground. When Wade is on the ground, Jix asks him if he wants to keep going, and Wade gets up, prepared to continue. The swordsman confesses that he enjoys fighting strong people, so there's no need to give up this opportunity. As he leaps in for another strike, he begs Jix to entertain him more, but Jix comments that it's shameful that Wade only enjoys victory and not fights. He accuses him of only showing drive when it comes to fights in which he sees the potential for victory, because if he truly wanted to fight someone strong, he wouldn't have chosen Jix, especially because Lucy Merrill is the magic faculty's top student. Stung by his comment, Jix calls Wade a cowardly bastard who keeps looking for an excuse. With one move, Jix pushes his sword down and goes in for the last strike, but eventually stops when he gets close to Wade's throat. Wade asks him what he should have done against an impossible opponent like Lucy, since it would be foolish to challenge her. Jix tells him that that's his limit. Meanwhile, Lucy makes her way into the hall. In a flashback, someone considers how pride is the leading cause of warriors' downfall more than anything else. This person advises caution against men who charge pompously into battle, with no respect for those who have put their lives on the line. He believes Clebius would be wiser if he relied on fear rather than pride. Behind Lucy, Clebius still follows after her, despite the fact that he's literally oozing blood. In the flashback, the person tells Clebius that if he lives with fear in mind, there will come a day when he will not be able to move his feet off the floor, and he will be able to escape. But as his body trembles, his hand will be firm and steady on his sword, and he will know loss is inevitable. That will be his conviction. Suddenly, a crimson energy surrounds Clebius's body, and he transforms into the sword demon. Elvira, who is still watching nearby, is shocked by the beast Clebius has transformed into. However, Lucy isn't fazed and uses Ed's bow to fire a fire arrow using a mid-rank fire magic called Flame Pillar, then multiplies it by 100, causing a huge explosion. As she does that, she keeps in mind that she promised not to kill anyone. The reason she can do that despite making a promise is because she's confident that she cannot kill that monster with just this much. Her eyes widen when she realizes the arrows didn't touch him, and that he has gotten faster. She looks back and notices him charging toward her with his sword. Before he can hit her, her protection of the wind is activated, since she has a contract with Marilda, and the wind blows Clebius backward. However, he's not knocked down and manages to stabilize himself with his bare hands. More wounds form, and more blood spills over Clebius's blood-stained body. It wouldn't be strange for him to have fainted from all the blood loss. But the amount of mana surrounding his sword and body increases the more he is injured, and the more his blood flows. With ridiculous speed, he makes several strikes on Lucy's shield, and even though she's protected, it worries her that he's holding a cursed sword. This is the Nortondale family's taboo: blood swordsmanship. Several drops of sweat cover Lucy as Clebius attacks the top of her shield again with intense rage. Finally, she raises her hand and generates an explosive force in her palm, firing it at him. Oddly, instead of destroying him, the monster charges through the attack and breaks through the shield. Quickly, Lucy creates another shield around herself and blasts the monster with a stronger attack. This attack launches Clebius backward by several feet, with blood spilling out of every hole in his body. Blood swordsmanship uses the blood flowing from your body as a new mana source and is a taboo among taboos. In a flashback, some men find Clebius after he had transformed and call him a bastard for killing someone. Even the Nortondale family itself forbade Clebius from inheriting it. While the men shout at him, Clebius's brother walks up to him and reminds him that he's not a monster. In the present, while blood oozes from his body, Clebius wakes up again and gets back on his feet. He's the monster who learned blood swordsmanship on his own, and after many years, he had to acknowledge that he's a monster. However, when Lucy raises her hands into the air and activates a high-level lightning magic called Divine Punishment, he has to acknowledge that Lucy is the real monster. Meanwhile, Jix runs away with Tanya, but they abruptly stop when Lortel blocks their path. Lortel tells Jix that he can escape if he goes through the door at the end of the hallway, but Jix stops Tanya from moving forward because he senses that something is off. Regardless, Lortel comments that Tanya is lucky to have Jix helping her. Jix, still cautious, asks Lortel if she's heard about Ed, but she replies that she's not sure. Jix asks her what she was going to do if it was just Tanya by herself, so Lortel replies that she would have ripped her to shreds. However, Jix reminds her that would be rash, so she agrees that instead of killing her, she should start with her fingernails to make her confess. When Tanya hears that, she pleads with Lortel, insisting she wasn't the one, but Lortel asks them to go ahead, especially since she can't beat Jix in a battle anyway. When Jix hears that, his body instinctively freezes. As everyone in Sylvania knew, making an enemy of Lortel was a foolish choice. The moment this girl began to show hostility toward you, you could never know what was waiting for you behind the door. Unsure of what to do, Jix freezes, deep in thought. But he hasn't caught on yet because, at this point, they shouldn't be safe. It shouldn't be possible for him to spend this time frozen in thought. Meanwhile, Lucy asks Clebius how many times he plans to get hit by her high-level magic before giving up. In a flashback to the past, Clebius's brother told him not to blame himself too much because it was the fault of those who wanted to test his powers, not his. His brother asked him to lift his head because this wasn't a curse. He told the young Clebius that the power he had was from a hero who charged forward to hold the line against an enemy bearing down on him like a mountain, and this was the power their progenitor, Belcus Nortondale, used to protect their family. He informed Clebius that he could also become a hero just like Belcus with this power. In the present, Clebius curses and tells himself that his brother was wrong. As he charges toward Lucy one more time, he believes he's just a demon who bathes his surroundings in blood once he loses his rationality. At that point, concepts like rationality don't apply to a monster like him. As Lucy blasts divine punishment lightning once more, Clebius leaps into the air to avoid the trajectory of the lightning, inching closer to tearing her in half. As he comes in close, Lucy intensifies the power of the lightning around her to stop him, but is shocked when Clebius manages to charge through it and point his sword at her neck. Clebius remembers how his brother told him he could become a hero with this power, until he finally killed him. After Clebius stabbed his brother told him it was a relief that he was the one who got killed this time, and not someone else because he could at least forgive him. His brother's last words were to not blame himself too much, as he bled out against the wall. To Clebius, the true hero was his brother, who died that day at the hands of a monster. In the present, he transforms back to normal and tells Lucy he really can't go on any longer. He doesn't want to become a hero, but he just doesn't want to become a monster. Finally, he crashes to the ground as his sword shatters. As the maids and students evacuate in the rain, Clebius believes he's done his part. In blood swordsmanship, the amount of mana surrounding your body and sword increases the more your blood flows. Ironically, the closer you are to death, the more powerful you become. But even that great power is insignificant in the face of Lucy. Yet perhaps due to her complacency or his determination, a moment occurred that could never be repeated. She definitely could have died. Lucy, who had lived her entire life as the strong, could never get used to that feeling. The fear of death she experienced for the first time made her determined that she had to kill the weak who no longer had the ability or will to fight. As she generates great power to bear down on Clebius, she notices a drop of spirit water that draws her attention. When she looks to her side, she sees a hooded person who fired this spirit water arrow. Clebius spots the person who fired the arrow, and he angrily confirms that this mother fear, as he puts it, is alive, just as he suspected. Meanwhile, Jix doesn't know what to do, and he realizes he has to hurry up and make a decision. Suddenly, while he's looking at Lortel, the glass window close to Lortel breaks, and Janica leaps into the room, jumping on Lortel. Surprised, Janica helps Lortel up and turns to Tanya, relieved to have found her. Lortel notices that Janica seems fine even after hearing the news about Ed and wonders if she's gone crazy. Janica turns to Marilda and asks if she's misinterpreting the situation, but Marilda, who had probably told her about it, assures her that she arrived just in time. Out in the square, Ed is shocked to see Clebius in such a battered state. Clebius retorts that he knew all that fighting was for nothing, and that he'd never be able to reach Lucy's toes even if he put his life on the line. However, he didn't run away because of everyone else who fought, even though they knew they would be unable to stop her. He even mentions Elvira, who sacrificed everything she had worked on her entire life without hesitation. In a flashback to a time with his brother mentions that their progenitor, Belcus, could have given up like the others, but Belcus believed he could become something like a hero. As Elvira helps Clebius up, he curses again, wondering why his brother didn't just let him run away, only for him to end up losing anyway. As Clebius laments that it's all so meaningless, Ed places a hand on his shoulder and thanks both of them because their efforts weren't meaningless. Regardless, Clebius doesn't take the compliment and beats himself up for being an insect piece of shit until he collapses due to blood loss. To Ed, none of what he said was flattery. He has a full understanding of all the main characters in the academy, but he never thought anyone would have the ability to stop Lucy, including himself. It took at least 10 minutes to evacuate everyone and for Ed to arrive, and Clebius stood his ground that entire time. Clebius, the failed swordsman of Sylvania and the third act's final boss, went against the awakened one, Lucy Merrill. This whole time Lucy doesn't say anything and just stands there. Ed apologizes for not telling her beforehand, but informs her that he was in a situation where he had to die. But his life was also in danger, so he couldn't prepare a way to tell her in advance. While he's talking, she runs to hug him, and with tears streaming down her face, she tells him she thought he was dead. Ed places a hand on her shoulder, reminding her that he's still here, and then puts his arms around her. Meanwhile, Jix reasons that he was certain nothing would cause him to feel fear again after entering civilization. In front of him are the high-level spirit, Marilda, and now Janica, who proclaims that she's been looking for Tanya all along. He believes that the two ladies aren't in their right minds due to the news of Ed's death. But as Jix prepares to react, Janica tries to stop him and confesses that she has something to say about Ed. However, he doesn't hear her over the explosive force he uses to destroy a nearby wall. He immediately tells Tanya to run down a nearby path and go west from there until she reaches the life buildings, where she can ask for help. He explains that she must find someone from the Imperial forces or a noble family with whom she has a relationship. Before she leaves, Tanya asks what he will do. He says he'll block them to the best of his ability so they don't go after her, even though it might not be possible. As she heads out, she asks him why he would go so far, and he informs her that it's because she's Ed's younger sister before urging her to run. After she passes through the entrance he created, Jix prepares himself to fight, sure that the ladies won't listen to him no matter what he says. He tries to calm Janica by saying he understands her feelings since he also has someone he loves, but Janica, who is explaining the situation to Lortel, wonders what he's talking about. Jix continues his speech, saying he'd be extremely hurt if he lost the person he loves, and that he understands if her entire body is burning with fury, especially because she loves Ed more than anyone. When he mentions how serious and precious her love for Ed is, Janica turns red in the face, surprised by what he's saying. When he continually describes her passionate love and feelings for Ed, which will remain in her heart forever, he suddenly receives a huge fire attack that literally knocks him out of the building. Completely dazed, he hears Janica tell him that Ed's not dead as she strikes him with the staff in her hand and pleads with him to stop talking. Meanwhile, Lucy remains in Ed's embrace as the rain continues falling. Emotions are the same, and you regain your composure once you release them. Lucy had believed that the way she felt about Glocked was the same way she felt about Ed, but those overlapping feelings were similar, yet slightly different. Suddenly, she pushes him away, which shocks Ed, so he calls out to her. Although he had only said her name like he normally did, her heart felt like it was burning. Lucy finally realized that the emotion she was feeling was. Lucy considers how the smell of settled grass makes her feel serene. When that scent comes from the stack of hay near the hut, she lets it linger because she doesn't particularly dislike the smell. However, the maids feel the exact opposite. While Ed speaks, she detects that familiar scent of grass on him that makes her feel serene. Ed informs her that those from the academy will arrive soon, and he'd have to explain his circumstances. He proposes that they go see the others since the rain has stopped, but Lucy, whose face is as red as a tomato and has just been staring at his face all along, asks him what he said. Ed chides her for not listening and explains again that she'd probably have to face a disciplinary committee and apologize to Elvira and Clebius because they got really hurt, and Elvira lost all of her engineering items. Lucy is surprised by that because, according to her, Elvira came at her first, and Clebius cut himself to lose all that blood. Even though the magic she used may be cruel from their perspective, she feels like she worked really hard to ensure she didn't kill them. When Ed notices Lucy crying because he said she'd have to apologize, he sighs and informs her he'll take care of it since he's also responsible. She doesn't even hear any of that, but is stung by the fact that Ed sighed. She feels like she's been treated like a pathetic person, that she's been hated, and that Ed is disappointed in her. To avoid him becoming disappointed, she quickly proposes that she'll apologize, and Ed commends her wisdom. The scent of grass wafts past her again, and Ed proposes that they start moving since she's not hurt. Meanwhile, Lucy, who is love-struck, just keeps staring at Ed's face. When she smells that scent of grass, if she lets her guard down for even a second, she can't breathe and feels shivers run down her spine. She wonders why this has happened since she had just considered Ed as someone who took care of her perfect nap spot at camp, who fed her, sat with her, and allowed her to lay on his leg. She realizes they've spent most of the year together, and now she's awestruck by his scent. Meanwhile, Ed turns to go look for Janica, but Lucy suddenly grabs him from behind. With tears in her eyes, she asks him if he really has to leave now, but Ed doesn't seem to understand what the heck is going on. At the Ophilus Hall central entrance, Janica chides Jix for talking too much, and Ed soon arrives with Lucy. Suddenly he notices Lortel looking the other way and asks her what she's doing. She's obviously red in the face, so she clears her throat and calmly turns around to acknowledge the fact that Ed is safe after all. Our boy immediately apologizes for making her worry, but Lortel claims she didn't, because she had logically thought that he wasn't someone who would die easily, especially since he had the Delheim's hourglass that he requested from her. As she continues to narrate how merchants always remain calm and rational, Jix looks at her in confusion, and she turns to Jix to confirm how calm she was. Since he's scared of her, Jix affirms that she wasn't emotionally stirred at all. Furthermore, when Tanya glares at him, he also covers up her own emotional outburst. Soon after, Lortel fixes Ed's collar and claims that she didn't think he had died. She explains that seeing his face puts her at ease and confesses that she was a bit anxious though. Suddenly, she grabs him by the collar and attempts to pull his face toward her because he has to pay for making her anxious. But Ed doesn't understand that logic. Before she can make her move, Lucy comes between them and pushes Lortel away, red in the face with jealousy. For a moment, everyone remains silent, and Jix just looks at them all in confusion. At this point, Lortel becomes extremely angry that Lucy just blocked her chance. Worried, Ed places a hand on Lucy's head and asks her what's wrong. He explains that Lortel was just saying she was worried and that there's no need to push her away. However, he doesn't notice that Lucy is about to burst because of the way he's touching her and is literally oozing out smoke from her head. Suddenly, Janica yanks Lucy out of Ed's reach and protests that they're both standing too close. But Lucy aggressively pushes her away too. At this point, all three women face each other defensively, and for some reason, Ed feels like there's an emergency. He stands there in shock as he watches the face-off, and Jix watches from behind with keen interest. All three women glare at one another in an intense staring competition, and Jix watches excitedly, hoping for some action. However, the emotions are doused when Elvira reminds them that they don't have enough time to be doing this. Ed quickly agrees with her because the Academy people will arrive soon, so he informs them that he plans to hide the fact that he's alive, and he explains why he's doing that. Eventually, Lucy apologizes to Clebius and Elvira and decides to help Tanya, who had run away. Jix suddenly regrets letting Tanya run away, and they eventually agree on a story about what happened before Lucy turns everyone back from their frozen state. Meanwhile, Nox and Caddick remain tied in the middle of the square, while Ed disappears from the Academy before anyone discovers that he's alive. Shortly after, Clebius is shocked that all his injuries have been healed, and he wonders what happened. When he looks up, he sees Elvira, and he starts to panic because he thinks he's dead since he was certain that he was bleeding profusely just a moment ago. Elvira soon stops his yapping and informs him that the Academy workers are coming soon, and he has to testify that he stopped Lucy. Moments before, Lucy bowed her head to apologize and healed Clebius's injuries. Lortel promised to provide secret maintenance funds for Ed, and Elvira still can't wrap her head around the unexpected things that Ed said to Clebius while he beat himself up. After Elvira drags him down to rest, Clebius concludes that it must have been Ed who blocked Lucy and beats himself up for not being able to beat Ed again. While he talks, Elvira considers how the most intriguing thing she's discovered from this experience is Clebius. When he laments that life is shitty and expects her to yell at him, she affirms that life is truly shitty, and they both look up to watch the night sky for a while. Meanwhile, Tanya, who had been frantically running through the woods, slips over some mud, and she quickly gets up, urging her legs to move. She urges herself to move because she's certain Lucy would be after her. Unfortunately, no one is chasing Tanya, but her plan is to get to a safe place and find out the truth about how Ed died to clear her name. With tears in her eyes, she runs through the woods so she doesn't get caught, but there's no one to stop her. Sometime later, the guard who was summoned to the site of Ed's murder reports that the investigation into Ed's death is nearly concluded. They use something called thoughtography magic to analyze the scene and attempt a reenactment, which matches Janica's testimony. It appears that subordinates of the Roth-Taylor family stabbed Ed, causing him to fall off the cliff. The subordinates, who seem to be the culprits, have been imprisoned in a facility in the Academy basement, and their punishment will be transferred to the Royal Palace. The principal, Obel, listens to the guard's report and confirms that Ed's death has been essentially verified. He proposes organizing the facts properly for an official report to the Royal Palace, aiding in the conclusion of the investigation. The influence of a student's death seems greater than expected. Lucy had an extreme reaction upon hearing the news, leading to a situation where students had to be evacuated in the middle of the night. It's clear that Ed had a significant impact on many people, and reports indicate that Lucy was eventually stopped by Clebius. Obel is intrigued by Clebius's strength and suggests that the Academy prepare a commendation for him. Regarding Lucy, they plan to hold a disciplinary committee hearing, which is overseen by the Academy's vice principal, Rachel. During the hearing, Elvira and Clebius are called to testify. While the damage to Ophelis Hall is not insignificant, it is minimal compared to the previous Ophelis Hall occupation incident. Lucy might have received a lighter punishment if she had shown any sign of remorse. Other educational institutions, as well as the royal family, consider Sylvania the best academy because it produced the rare genius mage, Lucy, and the Academy frequently uses this for promotion. At this point, expulsion is not an option, and it would be preferable not to leave any disciplinary records. However, Lucy's attitude toward the situation greatly frustrates Vice Principal Rachel, despite her intent to be lenient. Eventually, Rachel revokes Lucy's scholarship eligibility, suspends her for 10 days, restricts her access to student facilities for 70 days, lowers her practical exam score by 2 ranks, and revokes her eligibility to stay in Ophelis Hall. Although the punishment seems harsh, The scholarship means little to Lucy since the Glocked Scholarship Association has already covered her tuition. Even with a 2-rank grade reduction, the gap between her and Jix, who ranks second, remains vast. She also rarely uses the school's facilities, so the restrictions do not affect her significantly. Lucy is about to sign the punishment agreement when Belle interrupts the proceedings. As a witness, Belle suggests that forcing Lucy out of Awfulest Hall is not an effective punishment and won't make her truly reflect on her actions. When Belle starts speaking, Lucy frantically urges the vice principal to hand her the document so she can sign it quickly. But Belle argues that expelling Lucy from Awfulest Hall is a reward rather than a punishment. Instead, Belle suggests restricting her movements within the dormitory for a probationary period. Lucy pleads with the vice principal to just suspend her from school entirely, but Belle assures Rachel that the maids will stand guard 24/7 to ensure Lucy doesn't leave. In the end, Rachel grants a 30-day probation. Upon hearing this, Lucy bursts into tears, finally beginning to reflect on her actions. As she begs, Belle reassures her that she will personally make sure Lucy is unable to step outside. Sometime later, Janica visits a cave to inform Ed that Lucy is under probation. Ed considers the punishment lenient, though he knows Lucy must feel like she's dying inside. Meanwhile, Janica prepares her favorite beef stew, which piques Ed's interest. He is surprised that she insists on doing his laundry, helping him with spirit classes, school lessons, and cooking. The student council president elections are approaching, but 3 concerns trouble Ed. First, Phinia has seemingly lost the will to run for president. Second, Tanya, who was supposed to be Phinia's rival, is currently missing. Third, the Roth-Taylor subordinates Caddick and Knox remain imprisoned at the academy. Ed staged his own death so that Krepp and Roth-Taylor would hear about it and stop searching for him. However, since things have taken an unexpected turn, Caddick and Knox have been arrested at the academy, and Ed now needs to find a way to free them so Kreppen truly believes he is dead. Only then can he safely come out of hiding. Suddenly Janica comments that Ed, a noble young master from a duke's family, keeps getting involved in various troubles despite being excommunicated. As a simple farm girl, she doesn't understand his struggles or how to properly comfort him. Ed assures her that she doesn't need to overthink it, especially since she has already done so much for him. However, she explains that she doesn't want him to keep suffering and wishes he would stop having such a hard time. Her words surprise Ed, and for a moment they share an awkward silence before abruptly looking away from each other. Shortly after, Ed thanks Janica, acknowledging that she is the only one who worries about him this much. She laughs, embarrassed by her own words. Anyway, their top priority now is finding Tanya. Ed mentions that he has a hunch about where she might be. In the failed Swordsman of Sylvania game, Tanya Roth-Taylor was always portrayed as a proud, fearless, and strong girl. Since he has witnessed her strength firsthand, he is certain that Tanya is fine and is somewhere, confidently planning for the future as always. Meanwhile, Tanya is in tears in front of Princess Phinia, desperately trying to explain that she never ordered anyone to kill her brother. Before Tanya arrived, Phinia had already heard of Ed's death and had cancelled most of her work to deal with her complicated emotions about him. She had wanted to talk to him, and with just one more day, she might have done so. But she was too late. If she had acted sooner, things might have been different. But her pride held her back. The goal she had pursued since enrolling, the presidency of the student council, now seems out of reach. Although the position holds little power compared to the royal family, it would have given her authority within Sylvania, ensuring she didn't end up like the third prince, who relied solely on royal influence. She wanted to win the presidency on her own merit to challenge the darkness within the Roth-Taylor family. However, now she wonders if she even deserves power. As she cries, Claire knocks on the door and brings in Tanya, who had been on the run. Although Phinia doesn't yet know the full story, the Academy's initial investigation suggests a strong possibility that Ed was assassinated by Roth-Taylor subordinates. With Ed gone, Tanya is now the only remaining Roth-Taylor family member on Arkan Island. Uncertain whether the princess will believe her, Tanya tearfully insists that she did not kill her brother. In response, Phinia hugs her, sympathizing with her suffering. Realizing she must learn from past mistakes, Phinia asks Tanya to explain everything, so she doesn't jump to conclusions about the Roth-Taylor family. After hearing Tanya's account, Phinia decides to believe her and promises to help her hide until the situation clears up. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Tanya profusely thanks her. Phinia, in turn, reflects on Tanya's gentle nature. She had expected a fierce political rival, but instead she finds a girl with a soft heart. While they talk, Claire enters to inform the princess that she has a visitor. To Phinia, her true opponent in the election has just arrived. When she opens the door, she finds Lortel, who casually remarks that, despite Ed's unfortunate death, the Academy's plans must proceed. The princess, on guard, demands to know why Lortel came looking for her. Lortel, smiling, replies that she wanted to ask why Phinia is hiding Tanya, In the Theophilus Hall, Lucy lies in her bed and prays for death, with 29 days left until the end of her probation. This is 3 hours before Lortel and Princess Phinia meet. Meanwhile, Leisha and Ed spar. Leisha comes in with a strong hit, but our boy sticks the knife in his mouth and breaks her form into a pool of water. Moments later, she regains her form and attacks him from different directions, but he still manages to defend himself. Shortly after, Mug commends Ed's incredible reaction time and ability, expressing how touched he is. Leisha, on the other hand, proposes they end things here for today because his close combat skills are outstanding for a mage. She comments that he must have been training for a while, and Ed replies that it's because she's an excellent duel partner. Ed mentions that Mug is too small and training with Marilda is a bit too much, but Lacia interjects, saying she thinks fighting with Marilda would be more helpful. However, Ed believes that fighting with a house-sized wolf would send him to an early grave. Leisha explains that high-rank spirits can freely change their forms, which is why Marilda can easily travel around the entirety of Arkan Island. After a workout session, Ed realizes his stats barely increase once they pass 15. Once you go past that, you need to fulfill special conditions like clearing hidden quests. Considering what he can obtain as Ed Rothtailor, he's certainly getting closer to his upper limit, so he considers acquiring a special ability once his long-term goal of mid-rank magic is achieved. He can't afford to grow complacent and stop improving. Suddenly, Lortel enters the cave and turns red in the face upon seeing him with his shirt open. She comments that she was enjoying the view and comes closer to attend to him, noting that he needs to find time to rest. When Ed mentions that he's at ease because his needs are mostly provided by others, especially Janica, Lortel realizes that he must have been training with spirits. When she notices the spirits are watching all of this, she wraps her hands around his arm, prompting Mug to start screaming about an emergency. Lortel enjoys a good laugh, and Ed asks what she's planning to do. She informs him that she's planning to see Princess Phinia soon, because she realized there are things she can profit from before the election begins. Based on his request, she explains that releasing the 2 knights, Caddock and Knox, would be easy, but it's not free, so she'd like to take the deposit for it now. Ed wonders what she's talking about, so he asks if he can hug her once. She's initially shocked, but then decides to play along. When he pulls her close, she immediately turns red. With her hands on his chest, she pushes him away and pleads for him to wait. Her reaction makes Ed ask what's wrong, and she responds that it feels different from how she imagined it before coming. She asks why he's not wearing clothes, protesting that he should know she's already walking a tightrope in her heart and should have some courtesy. When he replies that he only did what she wanted, she hugs him again and says he was supposed to do it slowly. Eventually, she confesses that she came because she wanted an answer in advance to her request for him to take her side once the election begins. Ed wraps his arms around her and suspects she's up to something regarding the elections. With her head still on his chest, she explains that she thinks she'll have many enemies soon, but if the entire school turns against her, she at least wants him to remain her ally. Later on, at the royal dorm, which is exclusive to Princess Phinia, Lortel informs her that she's come to find out why she's hiding Tanya. Lortel had overheard Jix telling Tanya to run to the imperial or royal family for help, so she deduced that Tanya would most likely be here. The princess asks why Lortel is even looking for Tanya in the first place, and Lortel explains that she has business with her. She states that Tanya acts weak to those she can't dare touch, but cruel to those weaker than her. In response, the princess mentions that the Rothtailor family holds enough power to make the royal family cautious, so Lortel realizes that getting Tanya will be difficult since the princess is on her side. In preparation for something like this, Lortel declares that she's going to run for student council president because becoming both the student council president and association leader will force Tanya to come to her. After Lortel leaves, Phinia tells Tanya that this isn't a situation where she can keep hiding. The Rothtailor Knights have been arrested, and all the routes off Arkan Island are in Lortel's hands. Because of Lortel's evident feelings for Ed, she mentions that Lortel must believe Tanya is the culprit, which is a dangerous situation. Suddenly, Princess Phinia asks Tanya who she thinks may have killed Ed since she didn't. Finally, Tanya confesses that she was the one who killed Ed, shocking Phinia. The girl explains that Caddock and Knox came to Sylvania under the pretext of assisting her, and the one who gave the order was their patriarch, Crepin Rothtailor, who didn't care about Ed. She suspects he did it because she mentioned Ed in her letter, making her believe she was the one who caused Ed's dreadful fate. Princess Phinia assures Tanya that she didn't commit any crimes and asks what her plans are. Tanya recalls how Ed never gave up and showed her how much a person can change, so she proposes that the only way to survive and uncover the truth behind his murder is to run for student council president. The princess reminds her that it won't be easy since she's currently a murder suspect, but Tanya considers Ed and those who have helped her. Since she's been backed into a corner, she refuses to remain intimidated. Upon hearing this, Phinia informs Tanya that she will publicly support her. Those words shock Tanya, and when she asks Phinia why she would go that far, the princess confesses that she's not sure but has a debt she couldn't repay to Ed Rothtailor. Sometime later, Lortel's secretary Liena gathers several related documents to help Lortel run in the upcoming elections. Liena reveals that she has obtained information that Tanya will also be running with Princess Phinia's support, but she doubts Tanya will gain much support since she's a suspect in a crime. Liena also protests that Lortel is doing all the work herself, losing sleep, and questions whether the council president position is truly achievable. When Lortel asks her to only ask necessary questions, Liena quickly apologizes and heads to the academy to submit the documents. After Liena leaves, Lortel wonders why she's asking such useless questions and determines to show her soon. Meanwhile, Lucy, who is severely bored, rejoices because she manages to make her pillow stand on its own. Eventually, the pillow slumps, and so does her excitement. She asks a nearby maid how many days she has left, and she's told there are still 27 days remaining. Suddenly, the maid remembers that the disciplinary action was passed yesterday and took a long time to process because the academy has been busy. Because of that, they have to restart the count, meaning she now has 29 days left again, nearly giving Lucy a stroke. Meanwhile, in the academy prison, Caddick considers how Duke Crepin was correct because Ed was able to react with incredible battle proficiency, even though he wasn't fully technically developed. This means he'll be a future threat to the Rothtailor family. Knox agrees, adding that it's not just Ed's abilities that are impressive, but also the spirit sorcerer, who summoned a spirit with the resolve to burn through all her mana, and the mage who resolved to take revenge in a moment. Since Ed was able to build relationships with such people, his potential could not be calculated. Although they were aware that Ed, the delinquent heir of the Rothtailor family, was a terrible person, Caddick and Knox still weren't sure why Crepin ordered them to assassinate him. But after completing the mission, they suspect that Ed, with this much power in his grasp, had thoughts of opposing the Patriarch and pretended to be a lunatic after being named heir in order to run away to Sylvania. Knox worries that Ed may have been raising forces here, but that's not their main concern now. Their main concern is leaving this prison and reporting the events that have occurred to the Patriarch. Suddenly, the guard watching them approaches the gate, opens it, and informs them that there are those who would benefit from the confusion of their escape. He introduces himself as Dune, the decoy of the trading company. Sometime later, Lucy lies on her bed, thinking about Ed and the hut. When Belle informs her that she has 24 days and 3 hours left, Lucy asks her to kill her. Meanwhile, a beautiful lady walks around the academy, receiving glances from everyone who passes her. She's quite pretty and has a fascinating aura, but she suddenly disappears, only to reappear in front of Kylie, who had been admiring her. Surprised, Kylie wonders who she is, and the woman pledges to learn all she can about this place and live her life to the fullest. Her excitement is soon doused when she opens the academy newsletter and sees Tanya, whom she had hoped to see after the incident, still in seclusion. She is surprised to hear that Tanya is running for student council president, but is quite glad that she's safe. The more shocking news is that the third-year student, Ed, is dead. She recognizes that the subordinates of the Rothtailor family are the likely culprits, and she still remembers what she saw at Ed's hut and the things he said. The painful part is that Tanya, her first friend, is said to have a hand in the murder. Although Kylie believes in Tanya, public opinion about her in the academy is worsening, especially after news of the Rothtailor Knight's escape. Also, the air around the academy after Ed's death is quite dark and gloomy. Meanwhile, Principal Obel realizes that the paperwork concerning Ed's death is massive, so he is pleased to assign it to a professor who has interacted with the people involved in the incident. When Obel asks if there's anyone like that, the work, as usual, gets assigned to Assistant Professor Claire. While doing the grueling paperwork, she comments on Ed's death, saying that one never knows what will happen in the future, and Clebius gives a short reply. Claire notices that Annis has also stopped talking. Annis, staring at the profile she made of Ed, feels tears fill her eyes and pain swell in her heart. She comforts herself, telling herself she'll be fine, and recalls that it was Janica who testified about the event in court. She considers that Janica must be having an even worse time than she is. She goes to check on Janica, who excitedly declares that she's going to try using curry to cook today. When she asks Annis for advice on cooking a new dish, Annis suddenly hugs her out of nowhere, surprising her. Annis, believing that Janica must be hiding her emotions, tells her to wake up and advises her to accept that Ed is dead, with tears in her eyes. Janica, who doesn't know what to say, simply remains in her embrace and silences Driss, who has returned from picking up groceries, so he doesn't ruin the moment. Sometime later, Ed receives a copy of the Academy's newsletter from Janica, who also informs him that Tanya has returned to the Academy on her own after leaving the royal dorms, where she had been hiding. Apparently, Tanya has been actively cooperating with the investigation to prove her innocence, and the princess has chosen to publicly support her, even though more people support Lortel. Suddenly, Janica asks what happened when Lortel came to the cave, surprising Ed. She pretends it's none of her business, as girls do. But Jix soon interrupts by saying that Lortel will become student council president. Jix believes it doesn't matter if Lortel becomes president, but is worried that the knight's escape has strengthened the rumors about Tanya's involvement in the murder. He mentions that he went to the royal dorms after Princess Fenia called him and noticed that Tanya is in really bad shape. Initially, Tanya received attention from the top students because she was Ed's younger sister, but now she is being framed for murder and suspected by all the students in the academy. After the candidate registration period ends, she'll have to stand in front of everyone, and it doesn't seem like she'll be able to handle it. Jix hints that Ed should do something about it. Right now it's Act 3, Scene 2, right before the election. According to Ed's memories, this act doesn't have a single fight scene. It is meant to clearly show all the relationships the protagonist, Taylor, has built so far. Normally, Taylor would actively support Princess Fenia since she was the one who chased Ed Roth-Taylor out at the beginning and saved him. Because the top students in each year have a large influence on the students, Taylor would go convince the top students he has a relationship with. However, Lucy, who doesn't vote because she's lazy, Janica, who wants to give everyone a vote, Wade, who is on the princess's side, and fourth-year Dorothy, who supports Tanya, cannot be convinced. The ones who can be convinced are Joseph, a first year in the magic faculty, Claude, a first year in the alchemy faculty, Clebius, a second year in the combat faculty, Alvira, a second year in alchemy, Drake, a third year in combat, Adelante, a third year in alchemy, Deke, a third year in alchemy, and Traciana, a fourth year in the magic faculty. These top students make a total of 8 people. In the elections, as long as you can get 5 of these 8 on your side, you can win. With this method, the princess would win the election, and Taylor would obtain the royal family's support, which is the biggest force backing him until the end. In the 4th act, he especially needs the royal family's power to go against Crepin and the final boss. Maintaining the flow of the scenario is a matter of life and death because it's the most assured way of guaranteeing survival in future trials. Although small aspects have changed, Ed considers that he needs to ensure the major parts of the storyline continue and that the princess becomes student council president. If he continues to hide, opinions about Tanya will worsen, and to prevent Lortel from becoming president, Princess Fenia might decide to run. It might be better for him to let the princess know he's alive so he can convince her to run and persuade the top students he knows to sway things in her favor. However, until the registration period is over, there are still many ways to turn Princess Fenia into a candidate. Another issue is Tanya, who was supposed to be a one-time villain that would disappear later, is now being accused of murder. She's experiencing a great ordeal that was never in the storyline, and Ed must choose between Tanya and the storyline. While he's thinking, Jix notices his concern and asks if he'd like to cancel their plans for today. But Ed assures him he's fine and proposes they begin. Our boy plans to confirm the results of all the training he's been doing and find something to distract him. Jix thanks him for the opportunity, as he hasn't had a proper opponent in a while and has been itching to sweat. With a maniacal look in both boys' eyes, they prepare for their light sparring. Meanwhile, Tanya thinks about old memories of her time with Arwen and Ed when she was much younger. She tries to recall every scene of how they walked hand in hand to the hill covered in blooming flowers. Perhaps that was her last happy memory, and her life has been filled with great responsibility and heavy pressures since then. Looking out the window, she hears the chants of several students protesting that she stepped down since she's a murderer, and she wonders how things ended up like this. Meanwhile, because Tanya, who has been driven into a corner, will have a heavy influence on the storyline, Ed hesitates a bit before taking action. They soon begin their sparring, and Ed considers how Jix, the strongest second year other than Lucy, who was a comrade to Taylor until the end and should have lost his fight to Wade due to exhaustion, charges towards him. Jix lands the first strike on the ground using a skill called the First Sword. Although it's a small detail that Jix didn't lose the fight to Wade, it still bothers Ed. As he blocks the attack, he wants to check how much Jix has improved and how much he himself has improved, since he's the one who has changed the most from the original scenario. He uses basic defensive magic to create a shield around himself to block the attack that shatters the ground before him. The moment the dust clears, he's surprised to see Jix leap right at him, realizing he's fast. He wonders how Jix is moving so quickly, but he considers that it may also be difficult for him to dodge because of the speed. He throws his burning dagger, crafted from Mug, at Jix but misses. Jix stares at the dagger on the ground, and in an instant Ed calls out to Mug, triggering a huge explosion of the sword. As the fire clears, Ed is surprised that Jix has phased backward and blocked the flames. He wonders about Jix's unnatural movements, and as he picks up the dagger to slash at Jix, who also slides backward without moving his legs, Ed realizes he's using telekinesis magic to move his body during battle. No matter how much control Jix has over his magic and physical abilities, those movements aren't ones that can be replicated because they require a battle sense that surpasses simple theory. Suddenly, Jix uses mid-rank magic, Ice Spear, and blasts Ed, who realizes Jix is fighting with no mercy. He wonders if Jix assumes he'll dodge it, but in reality, he's just barely managing to. It's clear to him that this move was a diversion to activate greater magic. Ed comments that he thought this was supposed to be a light spar, and Jix agrees, saying he thought the same but changed his mind. Suddenly, Jix activates high-rank magic called Advanced Mana Armament. With a smirk, Jix explains that practice should feel like the real thing, so he delivers an explosion so great that Janica, who is cooking far away, gets worried. She also wonders if Ed will be okay with the curry she put in the food and decides to hurry up. Meanwhile, Jix immediately moves in to crack Ed's shield right after the explosion. He slams his axe against the shield and it eventually cracks. As the impact pushes Ed backward, he quickly prepares a water spirit arrow and fires 3 arrows toward Jix. However, the arrows are stopped by an energy field around Jix because the mana armament move creates equipment around the user using their mana. Most mages don't have a reason to arm themselves in such a way, so there's usually no need for such high-rank magic. But as the only mage who can use all types of weapons without limitation, this is Jix's unique magic. As Ed keeps firing arrows from all angles, Jix abruptly moves out of view, using telekinesis to get behind him. As he wields 2 of his weapons toward Ed, our boy turns around in shock, realizing that these telekinetic movements can't be predicted. As Jix comes in to strike, Ed's Blessing of Wind activates due to his contract with Marilda, knocking Jix backward and cutting him enough to draw blood. Eventually, Jix lands on his feet, but he's surprised to see he has landed on one of Ed's water arrows. He immediately wonders when Ed managed to fire the arrow, but our boy quickly activates a spirit formula known as Manifest Waterhead. The move causes the water droplet on the ground to transform into Leisha's form, and Leisha immediately jumps at Jix, who quickly slices the first form with his blade. The moment he turns the other way, he sees Ed inches away, preparing the mid-rank magic, Particle Explosion. Our boy releases the explosive energy toward his sparring partner. After the move, Ed realizes that Jix is strong, especially since he was able to learn mana armament. At this rate, Taylor's party would have no problem facing enemies. While he's thinking, something incredible happens. Jix immediately flies back into the air, declaring to Ed that he can't let his guard down and will be getting serious from now on. With a deadly look in his eyes and explosive energy around him, Jix smirks and activates an advanced mana armament known as Convergence. Ed immediately directs Leisha toward him to match the energy Jix is throwing at him. This is only the beginning of the 3rd act, and the ability that Jix has shown so far is the maximum of what Ed expected at this point in the storyline. There's apparent shock on his face because he hadn't expected to see Jix use this form so soon. This is the same form from Act 4, Scene 7, during Jix's final battle at the Grigol Cathedral infiltration. Jix wields a huge lance known as Nature's Lance, with several bright swords hovering around him. Jix explains that instead of fighting Ed in a ridiculous mental battle, he'd rather crush him with the overwhelming difference in power. Jix points the lance and all the swords toward Ed, who immediately launches fire attacks at the incoming swords to stop them. At one point, he becomes worried because he had to use Particle Explosion and the sword, leaving him almost out of mana. As if that's not enough, the major problem is the next attack that follows. As another wave of bright swords is launched at Ed, he slams his fist on the ground to create a bright shield around himself. Breathing heavily, he brings out a magic engineering tool known as the Impact Amplifying Ball. Jix comments that Ed's use of a magic engineering tool means he's out of mana. Excited, Jix moves in for the final attack and tells Ed that this is the end. As he moves in to impale Ed with the lance, he's shocked when Ed suddenly triggers something resembling wind magic. He wonders how Ed is able to do that since he's out of mana, but Ed replies that he needs to go all out since Jix is prepared to do the same. The tool Ed is using is the legendary rank magic engineering item, Glast's Phoenix Gold Ring. Since he can't afford the ring rendering him unable to use mana for a while, he decides to use the least amount of mana possible while still manifesting its power. As he's about to blast Jix, he hears a spirit tell him that he's finally been able to summon her without the help of the Altar of Substitution, Lucy, or Janica's mana. The spirit commends him for being able to make a great strike, and it turns out to be Marilda's human form, which was previously impossible to summon due to the drastic mana pull. Days later, at the Academy, Lortel gives her candidacy speech, and the crowd goes wild with excitement. Dune, who is standing in the crowd with Liena, wonders why there are even 4 contestants when the election's result is clear. Suddenly, the crowd begins to chant Lortel's name because her sincerity and leadership ability in the trading company proves she'll do well as president. Liena asks Dune what he will do if Lortel becomes president, and he affirms that this means nobody within Sylvania Academy will be able to stop the company leader. As Lortel proudly walks off the stage, she runs into Tanya, who looks tense, and makes a snide remark to mock her. As she walks past Tanya, she asks what's wrong because she seems nervous, but Tanya musters up the courage to say she did not kill her elder brother. Tanya then bravely steps onto the podium and prepares to give her speech to a crowd that doesn't seem interested in listening. She clears her throat, introduces herself, and declares her intent to run for student council president. The air in the crowd grows cold, but Tanya continues to deliver her heartfelt speech. While that's happening, Lortel notices that Tanya is putting on a mask, pretending nothing is wrong. However, no one has reacted to her words since her speech began 10 minutes ago. The moment Tanya ends her speech, several people in the crowd call her a murderer and start throwing things at her. They demand she explain the murder charges brought against her and whether they stem from internal conflicts within the Roth-Taylor family. As they continue throwing stones, she struggles to turn her face away and still thanks them for listening to her speech. Suddenly, she slips on a plastic bottle and laughter erupts from the crowd. Immediately, Tanya falls to her knees and wonders if it was foolish to step onto the podium. She reasons that she should have run away, and as she beholds the menacing crowd seeking to devour her, she decides to flee. Suddenly, a bright light erupts in front of Tanya, pushing away the hateful students. It turns out to be Marilda, who has arrived with Ed on her back. As Marilda scares the students away, Ed stretches his hand toward the now crying Tanya and informs her that while he has much to explain, he needs to resolve this situation first. Several days before Ed appeared on the podium, Marilda visited Ed in her human form. She commends his improved magic power efficiency, but notes that it still isn't enough. Marilda then activates a spirit formula called Updraft, which lifts everything around into the air and restricts movement. Immediately, Jix is thrown into the air. Ed assumes that Jix's growth at this point in the plot has maxed out. He also considers that he hasn't used a large amount of magic power with the ring, yet he has completely exhausted his reserves. Having used every possible magic technique available to him, combined with Marilda's cheat-level secret technique, it seems he will win. While Marilda complains about being summoned in this form, with a small mouth, no fur, and no tail, she suddenly detects Jix behind her. However, because movement is difficult in this form, she is unable to stop him before Jix gets his sword right in front of Ed's neck. Quickly, Ed accepts his defeat, and Jix disintegrates his sword. Jix is impressed that Ed has trained himself so much in just 1 year. Ed realizes Jix has grown stronger than he did in the original plot and wonders how that happened. When Ed mentions this, Jix explains that watching Ed grow stronger daily pushed him forward as well. As they both lie down to rest, Ed reflects on how he has done everything he could to keep the plot on track, partially to maintain his knowledge of the future, but also to ensure Taylor's victory in the final act. He once believed the plot was the only answer, always managing to steer it back on course. He feared factors beyond his control, and after hearing of the knight's escape, he hesitated to save Tanya. Now, what little remained of the original plot seems to have slipped from his hands. Still, he decides to focus on what he can do. Jix, who will be Taylor's ally in the final act, must grow stronger. Just in case, Ed has also trained himself and built reliable comrades. Although it may be naive, he considers that deviating from the original plot doesn't mean they are doomed to a bad end. On the day of the candidacy speech, all the students run for safety, and Joseph tries to calm them down because he has seen the high-ranking spirit before. Right in front of them, Ed removes his hood, and they realize he's alive. He walks to the microphone, introduces himself, and proclaims that he wasn't murdered by Tanya, whom he supports more than anyone else. As he speaks, Lortel walks away with a smirk on her face. Since Tanya already has the support of Janica, Lucy, and Princess Phenia, they still need the votes of Clebius, Elvira, Jix, Joseph, and Wade. However, it shouldn't be too difficult to win them over. After Ed clears the air, he finally feels at ease. Shortly after, he heads to the school's security office to explain how he used the Delheim's hourglass to survive. He stayed alone in a cave before being rescued by Janica and immediately returned to defend Tanya. The security leader recounts everything Ed has said to confirm the details, and Ed affirms them. By this point, he already has dark circles under his eyes from being interrogated by nearly 20 people. He hopes the investigation is over but begins to think otherwise when he is called to meet with the principal. Ed enters the principal's office, and Principal Obel comments that he must have had a hard time after reading all the investigation reports. He apologizes to Ed for the lack of security at an academy level, but Ed replies that the enemy was meticulous, and it would have been hard to detect this with regular security measures. The principal appreciates his comments but adds that it feels very deliberate. It seems as if Ed waited for Caddock and Knox to escape to inform the one who sent them about Ed's supposed death before he felt safe enough to reveal himself. Obel explains that he has no intention of digging into the internal conflicts of the Roth-Taylor family, but as the head of the academy, he has to report Ed's appearance to the Imperial family. However, if he reports to the Imperial family, the Roth-Taylor family will also find out that he's alive. When Ed suggests postponing the report, Obel asks why. Ed explains that his death was ordered by Crepin, his father, who is the real power behind the Imperial family. But Obel comments that he has no interest in matters outside the academy. When Ed continues to plead for a postponement, Principal Obel mentions that his grades are rising rapidly, and his reputation among the students is increasing. To Obel, it's as if Ed has become a completely different person, and because Sylvania always stands with its students, Obel assures him he'll keep his secret. Later that evening, Kylie stops a boy from approaching Tanya because her schedule is over for the day, and she doesn't accept inappropriate gifts. Meanwhile, Tanya approaches Ed, whom she had been expecting, and Ed congratulates her because he heard her election is almost certain. However, Tanya explains that she can't let her guard down just yet. Tanya's innocence has been proven, and she eventually received an overwhelming number of votes. But the major reason Tanya could receive these votes is because of Lortel's downfall. Lortel persistently framed the election as a one-on-one battle between herself and Tanya, making everyone forget the other minor candidates. And at the perfect time, when their supporters were fairly equal, an article about how Lortel embezzled trade funds and abused her business partners was released, causing her to naturally resign in disgrace. As a result, only Tanya's supporters remained. Sometime later, Tanya meets with Ed and notes that they haven't had time to talk since she's been busy running for office. She mentions that she wanted to thank him, but he reminds her that he's told her it's fine, especially as she kneeled before him with tears in her eyes on the day she announced her candidacy. However, Tanya interjects that the thing she wanted to thank him for was something else. She considers asking him an inappropriate question, but decides to ask anyway. She asks him why he supported her when she announced her candidacy, especially because he was supposed to stay hidden. She mentions that she felt as if he couldn't stand the injustice she was going through, so Ed agrees that that's why he did it. He mentions that she's his family, so it's clear that he'd take her side, which makes her smile. Since she's now student council president, she requests that he inform her if a crisis comes so she can do whatever she can to help. As Tanya walks away, Ed watches her with a smile on his face, but his reflection is soon interrupted by Lortel, who teases him about the touching statement he just made to Tanya. Ed wonders how much of what he said she heard, and asks her how she's been coping with the terrible rumors about her recently. She sits down next to him and cheerfully declares that it's all according to plan. The factor that secured Tanya's victory is the article about Lortel, and Lortel's company deliberately exposed this scandal to help Tanya, setting up a competition with Tanya for the presidency position, and everything else Lortel did was to pressure Tanya into becoming president. Lortel told Ed about her plan the day she came to the cave, and his duel with Jix erased the hesitation in his heart. He had truly saved Tanya because she is family, but he also considered her usefulness. The upcoming fourth act is a battle against the Roth-Taylor family. He's already an enemy of the family, but Tanya is an insider and the perfect connection for diversion tactics and gathering information. Eventually, Lortel comments that her infamy in the academy has been rising, and Tanya doesn't seem to think too highly of her, so she'll leave it all to Ed. Ed replies that she has a bad habit of manipulating everyone around her, but she jokes that it's just an occupational hazard. However, Ed asks her if she's really okay, but since rumors don't take away her money, Lortel doesn't care, especially as long as Ed doesn't turn into her enemy. At this point, the storyline is entering a new phase, and the future actions of Princess Penia, who did not take the president's position, are now uncertain. The power struggle between the Roth-Taylor family and the Imperial family is also uncertain. All Ed can do is watch and see how the remaining part of the third act will unfold. Soon after, he returns to his hut after almost a month. There are many things to do, but when he enters, he finds Lucy sleeping on his bed, which makes him smile. He immediately goes to his usual spot to read his books, but he eventually falls asleep due to fatigue. The news of Tanya's election as student council president came 3 days later. Meanwhile, Janica goes to meet the senior professor of spirit studies, Melina, who offers her a grading job for extra bonus points. Melina is offering her this because she's already at the highest level, even among active spiritists. Janica still wonders why Melina chose her, so Melina advises her to establish her dignity as a senior in the next joint combat training. Janica, however, doesn't seem interested in doing that, so Melina mentions that she's the top student in her year, the best spiritist in the academy, yet she's always smiling like the happiest person in the world, with her head floating in the clouds. Melina mentions that it's obvious she's dating Ed, but she looks like she's lost her mind from an outsider's perspective. Janica immediately turns red and wonders why Melina would say she's dating Ed. Melina clarifies that they're always together, and that Janica is always grinning and spacing out in classes, which is typical of a kid who just started dating. Janica begins to stutter and tries to stop the professor from speaking in front of the other students. but Melina loudly declares that everyone already knows she's dating Ed, which makes Janica feel like disappearing. In the southern mountain range of the eastern Sparta region, there's a land of farming known as Pulin. Deep into the ridge, there's a small farming village called Torin. There, we see a young Janica Failover, who would bring light to this village. Suddenly, she meets a young male boy who speaks to her formally. However, the boy's manner of formal speech was quite unfamiliar to her. Regardless, the boy eventually became comfortable with her and started to tell her about the imperial holy city. Janica remained cheerful and loved by everyone. Eventually, the male boy comes to confess his feelings for her. The young girl didn't know how to reject people, but she rejected the boy's heart. After that, the male boy ran away and didn't visit the village for a long time. Later on, he brings her a letter of admission from Sylvania and bids her farewell with his formal speech. She then opens the letter to read its contents. 3 years later, Janica is still scared of rejections and uncomfortable with formal speech. She gets startled when the administrative officer asks if she has any questions. The lady promises to quickly deal with any issue if it's an administrative task. However, Janica is short of words as she stares at the leave request from Trick's dorms. Regardless, the lady still tells her that a lot of people will help her if she just asks. Despite having a lot of people in the past, Janica finds the attention to be a burden. After that, she meets up with Anise, who realizes that Ed was alive all along. Anise sees that her friend must have had her reasons, but she wonders what's worrying Janica now. Janica then mentions how she finds it hard to reject other people's requests. Anise then calls her out for always cooking for Ed and acting like his maid, but Janica says she did those things because she wanted to. However, due to how close they are, she finds it hard to request things from the MC sometimes. Anise then suggests that Janica should put some distance between her and Ed. Since they're so conscious of each other, she feels this would help. Nevertheless, Anise is worried that they might become too distant because of this. On the other hand, Janica thanks her friend for the advice and takes her leave. Anise tries to stop her, but it's too late. In the end, the girl worries that she might have just done something horrible. Meanwhile, our MC has been able to unlock a lot of crafting formulas. The one he wants the most is the thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden cane. The formula is quite simple, but the cane still has a very high force rank. Ed needs a branch from a tree that's over 1,000 years old and has been struck by thunder. He can easily find a tree that's old in the northern forest, but the issue is finding thunder. His attention suddenly moves to Lucy, and he decides to wake her up. As she opens her eyes and sees his face, she quickly runs to the top of a tree. The protagonist then asks her why she's acting so surprised. Lucy tells him to talk, but he decides to postpone what he wants to tell her. Later on, Janica pops up at the camp. Ed notices that she's late, but she tells him that she has no particular reason to be late. He then asks if she wants tea, and she accepts while wondering how she's supposed to put distance between them. Later that evening, she commends how good he has gotten with handling spirits, especially Mug. Our MC suddenly stops as he sees Belle, who tells him that Rachel has requested for Lucy. He apologizes for making her worry due to the news of his death, but she's glad to see that he's fine. As the two of them lock eyes, the protagonist lets the maid know that he'll continue to speak formally to her. She tries to persuade him, but Ed refuses. Janica, on the other hand, is shocked to see Belle acting so frustrated. This suddenly reminds her of the male boy from back then. The maid then mentions that she's glad to see that Janica is doing well too. As she heads off with Lucy, Janica bids her farewell. After that, our hero's lover asks if they can speak to each other formally. She tries to explain how it's better to talk in a manner where they show respect towards each other. After she tugs on his shirt, the MC nervously agrees to her request. After that, Janica addresses our protagonist as Sir Ed. This catches him off guard, and he finds himself short of words. At the same time, Janica is feeling embarrassed as well. 3 minutes later, they try to have a conversation around the campfire, but Janica brushes it off. The air is really awkward and Ed has no idea what to do. While she remains quiet, he tries to think of a way to get rid of the awkward atmosphere. Suddenly, she gets up and remembers that her curfew is almost over. Janica thanks the MC and quickly runs back to her dormitory, leaving our boy completely speechless. A chilling fear runs over Ed's body as he realizes that he has to keep up this formal speech with Janica. Later on, we see Ed reading a book in the middle of the forest. Marilda then asks if he's going to continue his formal speech with Janica, but he doesn't get why the spirit is asking when she saw everything. However, Marilda says that she wants to know if anything interesting happened in the academy. Ed then explains that things are still quite awkward between him and Janica. Because of this, he's worried that something may be up with her. Marilda then teases him about being worried about Janica, and he accepts it. He quickly brushes the topic aside and asks for permission to snap some branches of the tree. The spirit points out that he doesn't need her permission for a few branches. Despite the tree being named after her, Marilda says she's protecting the forest because of an old friend who put her name on the tree. She then points out how her human form wasn't easy to get from the start. Usually spirits take on the forms of animals because it's more convenient. She then asks the hero if he knows the form she had to copy. Since she can read his thoughts, she tells him that her human form is closest to his ideal type. Ed is shocked to see that this is his taste in women, but Marilda confesses that she was just lying. The spirit points out that she can't just copy anyone, since transformation magic is difficult. The form she has belongs to a child she met when Arkan Island was uninhabited. Upon hearing the girl's description, it finally clicks in Ed's head. The girl is the same one who established the school and is none other than Sylvania. As night falls, our hero sits by his campfire when Janica comes to meet him. He then offers her some apples while still trying to maintain their formal speech. As she sits down, he asks her to pass her plate, and she hands it over. While eating the apples, Janica still wonders what to do about the awkward situation. With her face down, she decides to ask Ed something strange, but she asks him to hear her out before he replies. As the protagonist continues peeling his apples, she asks what he thinks of her coming to live with him at the camp. Upon hearing this, he mistakenly hurts himself with the knife. Janica then freaks out as his blood spills everywhere. Later on, the protagonist bandages his finger and also has the time to collect his thoughts. After that, he addresses Janica, saying that she's someone who's incredibly kind and sincere. He also tells her that he likes her a lot. As he continues to talk about her lovely charm, she hides her face in embarrassment. She then asks for a moment to catch her breath. Ed explains why he's worried about them living under the same roof, but she tells him that she's fine as long as she's with him. At that moment, they both look at each other with red faces and are unable to say anything. Ed then gets up and slowly walks to her while thinking of her sudden proposal to live together. He then sits beside her and asks if she's going through a tough time. He wants to think rationally about this since her request is out of the blue. The girl looks up to the sky and talks about how she misses the days of having a room to herself. Right from the beginning, it hasn't been easy for her to live in the normal forms where she couldn't escape everyone's gaze. Ed understands how hard this must have been for her. Janica then tells him how she wanted to escape to the camp if it was possible. Even though it would be a burden for him, she still just wanted to ask. Regardless, the MC points out that it being burdensome to him is unrelated. He decides to make his own weight request next time. Since they're going to know each other for a long time, he suggests that she should stay in a second hut. With tears in her eyes, she gives him a tight hug and thanks him. At that moment, he points out that she's no longer speaking formally. Ed then pats her head and comforts her for the moment. The next day, the MC gets up to prepare for lessons. Suddenly he hears a huge rumbling sound outside. He opens the door and sees Tarkan along with other spirits who have come to build the hut. Tarkan tells him how they celebrated in the spirit world last night. Right now, they've decided to build Janica's hut directly opposite Ed's own. While spirits debate on where to place the hut, Mug shows up and says they have to finish the work in 10 days. Tarkan isn't too happy about this, and he yells at Mug for having it easy, unlike during his own days. With no other choice, Mug decides to have the work done within a week. After that, the fire dragon heads off. The protagonist is worried about Mug having to finish the hut in 5 days, but the little spirit doesn't have much of a choice. After that, our hero decides to go make the thunderstruck, 1,000-year-old wooden cane. Since Janica has done a lot for him, he wishes to repay her by crafting this new cane, and he hopes she'll like it. Meanwhile, Lucy is having a hard time sleeping, partially because of the construction work going on. However, her true anger is because of Janica, who is moving into the camp. As Janica greets the little girl, she sees her expression and recalls their battle of wits before. She then proudly tells Lucy that she'll be living in the camp. However, this only makes the little mage more upset. Later on, we see the protagonist at the faculty building with a lot of borrowed books. These elemental magic books are supposed to help with the firepower of his particle explosion spell. While being lost in thought, he suddenly sees a girl playing her guitar by the water fountain. Her name is Adele Saris, and she doesn't really appear often in the game. As he passes her, she calls out to him, and he wonders why she's talking to him. She tells him how much she's heard from Taylor and Ayla, but our boy doesn't really care. According to Jix, Taylor has been growing much stronger recently. Adele then offers to play a song for Ed, but he declines. As he walks away, she tells him that if he rises to the patriarch's throne, he'll have to kill the person he respects the most. The protagonist becomes shocked by this sudden prophecy. However, he feels he doesn't have to worry much since her prophecies don't always come true. On the other hand, he feels more unsettled because Adele will die in a scenario in the third act. Our hero returns to the camp and doesn't seem too happy about his current situation. He wants to make 2 canes for both him and Janica, but Lucy says she'll only strike one of them with thunder. Seeing how stubborn she is, he decides to make only one and give it to Janica, but this irks the little girl even more. Hearing Ed talk about Janica makes Lucy want to rip out her hair. Suddenly, she agrees to strike both canes. However, it's on the condition that Ed goes somewhere with her. It is said that Archmage Glocht was renowned for his research results. He also possessed two of the highest-ranked spirits, Teorphus and Freyda. After the old mage retired, he invested his life savings into the education sector. In the end, he made Sylvania Academy become the best educational facility in the world. As our hero walks around campus with Lucy, people start looking at him weirdly. It's also said that Glocht met Lucy at a monastery in the Great Ramelin Mountains. The old mage was shocked by the little girl's magic talent. So, he spent his remaining days polishing this gem, which he had found. Sadly, his later years weren't so great. Not only did his wife die, but all his colleagues had passed as well. This is why he secluded himself in a hut in the mountains. There, Lucy brought him relief and would be someone who could continue his will. Due to this, the Archmage was able to pass away happily. Lucy then tells Ed that this is how her journey began, but she says it's over now. According to his history lesson, Ed learns that the old man is from the lawless area of Cohelton. However, Lucy says he's wrong because that's just where the Archmage spent his youth. According to her, Glocht's hometown is actually Arkan Island. She says the old man was always worried about the academy and how his heart saw Arkan Island as his hometown. Back then, she covered his corpse with a blanket and froze the body with ice magic. At her young age, she was able to maintain the ice magic for a while and carried the body out of the hut. She headed south of the Ramelin Mountains and passed many lands before arriving at the Clole Empire's borders. After that, she passed through many more counties, rivers, and forests, before finally reaching the Mexis Bridge that connects to Arkan Island. The journey took a toll on her body. According to her, it took her 3 months and an extra week to find a strange cave. According to her, this is where the Archmage and the Great Sage taught each other. She then takes Ed to where Glocht's body is buried. There, he sees a book about aspectual magic written by the Archmage. Glocht's book on the southern views already cost 7,000 gold. Upon seeing this posthumous book, the hero can't imagine how much it could be. Lucy tells him he can take it since she already knows everything there. She feels she might begin a new journey soon, but she plans to keep her promise to Glocht by protecting Sylvania. It's not really a happy story, but she says she just wanted to show it to Ed. Since the young girl is yet to escape her master's shadow, she waits for danger to approach Sylvania. Nevertheless, once the trial has passed, she'll be able to start a new journey. The MC decides to spend time with Lucy, listening to the sound of the waves while comforting her. The atmosphere was just right, which is fortunate for them. Janica's cabin is finally finished, and she's shocked to see how fast it was built. She looks back and sees that the spirits are completely exhausted from being overworked. Mug tries to explain that this is all Tarkin's fault, but he pushes it aside and ascends with his companions. After that, Janica writes the word cohabitation on the ground and becomes increasingly excited at the thought of it. Ed's cabin door opens and Lucy steps out. She quickly gives Janica an evil look, and the girl is surprised to see her. After looking at the words on the ground, she takes pride in the fact that she's in a better position than her rival. Meanwhile, Ed unlocks the ability to use basic aspectual magic. Mana particles gather at his fingertips, but Marilda notices that he's finding it difficult to use. Lucy says he'll get the hang of it after practicing a couple of times. She quickly shows off her skills by lifting all the work tools in the camp. Her face goes completely red as Ed pats her head and commends her for being a genius. The MC is shocked to see that aspectual magic can actually be learned in the game since it's basically the greatest power. Apart from the danger it poses, it's a very difficult magic to grasp. It'll be difficult for Lucy to teach Ed, which makes him wish that he had Professor Glast right now. His face becomes very grim as he remembers the professor. Suddenly, Jix approaches him, shocked to see him with another woman. At this point, he wonders what kind of trouble Ed will get into. The protagonist then unsummons Marilda and Jix apologizes for reading the situation wrongly. After that, the guy shows Ed the books he asked for. The protagonist decides to repay him, and Jix asks for assistance with his student council work. He is concerned about the request due to the last issue with Tanya, but Jix tells him that the council president wants people she can trust. The council president has already gathered some top students and plans to recruit more, including Ed. Jix feels that the protagonist will reject the offer because he already has a lot going on. However, Ed is shocked to see that he expected it. After Ed saved Tanya, a lot of things have become unknown, such as Jix joining the student council. The joint combat training will be happening soon before the third act's final event. During this event, there's a scenario where Claude loses in the final battle. Ed remembers it as one with a bad ending, but it's out of his hands now. Right now, the flow of things is all unknown to him. Later on, we see a giant carriage known as the Wheeled Palace, moving and being guarded by a lot of elite knights. On top of the palace, there are two people sitting, known as Archbishop Verdio and the Holy Pope, Eldine. The two dignitaries will be arriving in Sylvania soon. With Verdio and Eldane visiting, Tanya is pressured to make sure that preparations go as planned. We also see other students helping her to sort out some paperwork. She sees that the dignitaries are worried about Saintess Clarice, and that the Holy Pope also wants to meet Adele. Meanwhile, the real Saintess is getting ready to show up for the first time in front of the students. Sadly, the Pope's visit overlaps with the combat training, which she was hoping to attend. Clarice will rather much remain a student than return to the Holy Imperial capital. Also, she hasn't been able to meet Adele because the girl is usually in and out of places. Not only that, but the Saintess has had some nice adventures and now has stories of her own to tell. Of course, she can't tell the Archbishop about the incident with Lucy and Ed as well because Verdio will make her leave the academy. She finds it hard to refuse the Archbishop's words because he's always been like a teacher to her. Belle then tells her to eat comfortably after seeing how nervous she is. Clarice just needs to make sure that no one finds out her real identity, but she suddenly remembers that the protagonist knows who she is. Because of this, she fears what would happen if Ed and Verdio were to meet. As she shudders in fear, Belle offers to make tea for her, but she refuses and asks her to help with preparations to go out and meet Ed. The Saintess tells the maid that she needs to meet the MC quickly. On the other hand, Belle didn't want Ed and the Saintess to meet. The students gather to look at the matchups for the joint combat training. Meanwhile, Janica is feeling bad about not having any challengers for the training. Just like last year's exam, the results reflect in the grades of the students, and lower grades fight with higher grades as well. The only difference this year is the rule that you can challenge an opponent through a duel request. Currently, there are no first years in Class A, which makes them eager to win against a second-year student. These matches between the first and second years will be worth watching too. On the other hand, not many people are interested in the third and fourth-year matches. Aside from when Janica beat Lortel, no one else was able to beat their junior. Janica notices that Ed is reading the book Lucy gave him, and he says it's important. She starts feeling jealous and he wonders why she's making such a face. Suddenly, the knights clear the way for the Saintess to come through. The protagonist becomes nervous when he sees the chariot because it's weird for Clarice to be there. As she steps out, he starts wondering if the Pope's visit was delayed. He and Janica are shocked as Clarice steps up to our boy, saying that she wanted to hurry and meet him. After greeting him, the Saintess requests to have a short conversation with the MC. On the other hand, Janica nervously introduces herself to the Saintess. Ed figures her reaction is normal since the Saintess isn't a regular person. However, he can't believe that the girl in front of him is the same as Kylie Ekney. Clarice then tells him that Eldine is currently visiting Trix Hall. This makes Ed more wary as to why Clarice came to see him. She then mentions how Verdio is really smart and could make someone wonder if he could read minds. She explains that there are rumors stating that the Archbishop can read one's thoughts. As Ed listens to her, he finally realizes why she must have come to see him. This is because she's worried that Verdio will find out that Ed knows her identity. He then tells her that there's no way the Archbishop will meet him. Since he'll be partaking in the joint combat training, he'll most likely never meet Verdio. Upon hearing this, the Saintess is relieved. Suddenly, Janica asks her if she just came there to see Ed. She then starts to give Clarice a deadly look. The Saintess tries to explain herself but only makes things worse. In the end, she admits that she wanted to see our boy. After getting embarrassed, she runs back to her carriage. As the carriage zooms off, all eyes suddenly focus on our hero. Ed also admits that Clarice is a hard person to spend time with. Later on, we see students cheering as the combat training takes place. Rumors are also flying around about Ed being just strong among the third-year weaklings. One of the combatants, Kordek, brings out an upgraded weapon and says he'll show why the upper grades are different. The other students become nervous and scared as they see the guy's blunt weapon. The professor then signals the start of the match between Ed and Kordek. In a split second, the fourth-year brute appears in Ed's face and tells him that it's not too late to run if he's scared. However, our boy blocks his opponent's strike with his magic and blasts the guy. Kordek lies on the ground, wondering how a third-year student is so strong. The protagonist then sends his spirits after the guy and finishes him with a huge explosion. The other students are left speechless as Kordek lies like a roasted chicken on the ground. Ed commends his opponent, but his mind was focused on other things during the fight. After Clarice's visit, he escorted Janica to the stadium. On his way to the other stadium, he suddenly meets Adele. The girl feels that their meeting is by fate, but Ed is confused by her words. As she leaves for the hall, Ed thinks about the consequences of influencing the scenarios. After recalling Glast's death, he finds it hard to just let things pass. He then calls out to Adele and tells her that she'll die soon. Shockingly, she tells him that she already knows with a wide smile on her face. Upon hearing this, Ed bursts out of the room and runs fast to search for Taylor. Suddenly, the ground starts rumbling as if there's an earthquake. He looks outside the window and sees that what's happening now is far more than he imagined. His eyes grow wide with fear as he sees a creature thought to have gone extinct. The sacred lance dragon awakens, wreaking havoc in the whole vicinity. In the original story, Taylor crushes the strongest freshman and takes down Claude, who drank the evil god's blood. As he exits the room, he hears of Adele's death. This incident causes Clarice to lose trust in the Order and become a different person. Due to this, players named her the Faithless Servant. As the Order dispatched troops to deal with Clarice, an awakened Lucy completely wipes them out. However, this is changed with the appearance of the sacred dragon, Wellbrock, which is supposed to appear towards the end of the main story. Ed wonders just what the hell is going on. Meanwhile, the dragon is causing so much destruction with just its foot. As it takes a step forward, the shockwave is too much for him to handle. Students run for their lives, trying to escape the explosions as well. As the protagonist staggers to get back up, he sees that half of the dormitory has been reduced to ashes. After that, he dashes forward and breaks out of the window. He then powers up his magic ring, knowing that he might never be able to use magic again. He uses all the power he can muster to summon Marilda and tells her to run quickly. Over in Trix Hall, the knights try to get the Saintess to safety. She tells them to gather the others as they offer to take her back to her carriage. In the blink of an eye, the knights are impaled by sharp objects that burst through the window. Clarice shields herself, and as the dust settles, you can see the frightened look on her face. She sees the scales, and as she walks out, she wonders who could have created such a horrid creature. The surviving knight tells Marv to prepare the carriage. The guy tells them the carriage has been destroyed and offers them a horse instead. Clarice is then told that the horse will take her outside Arkan Island. With tears in her eyes, she says she can't ride a horse, but the knight urges her to hold on to it tightly. With his remaining strength, he taps the horse, and it sets off with the Saintess. As Clarice looks at the horrible scene before her, she recalls the stories that the Archbishop once told her. Wellbrock rages out, and she rides to safety. With its magic breath that resembled the sun, it completely destroys everything beneath him. As Clarice screams in fear, a barrier suddenly appears, defending her from the dragon's attack. She looks up and sees Principal Obel, who says that the dragon has awoken too early. Wellbrock raises its foot to crush Obel as the man prepares a spell. As things look grim for him, suddenly, purple chains sprout out and hold down the beast, thanks to Lucy. The dragon thrashes out and breaks the chains, leaving the young girl bewildered. After that, the dragon stomps her back to the ground, shattering the earth. The shockwave is so strong that Clarice can barely hold on to her horse. Luckily, Lucy survives, thanks to her magic shield. Obel then thanks her for buying enough time for him. He then unleashes a high-ranked defensive magic to hold back the beast. Lucy also comes in to support him. Meanwhile, the Saintess is completely traumatized by the dead bodies around her. She needs to run away quickly, but the fear and shock have left her confused about what to do. Suddenly, Ed shows up in front of her, and he's glad to see that she's safe. He extends his burnt-out hand to help her up and explains that he knew she would be at the Trix Hall. He also tells her that she can't escape the dragon's range even if she were to leave the island. The protagonist then helps her onto the spirit wolf. He looks over to Lucy and Obel, knowing that their strength will barely be enough to hold back the dragon. In the original story, Taylor would raise his power and acquire the ultimate swordsman form. At this point, Ed wonders if he should give up, but he then tells Marilda to run. In order to resolve this, he needs to find out what caused the plot to change. At first, he blamed himself for the recent changes in the plot, but this doesn't explain why the final act of Chapter 5 is taking place now. In order to find out what summoned the dragon, he needs to get information about the major characters of Act 3. Lucy is currently fighting the dragon, and Clarice has no idea what's going on. Since Taylor must be trying to save people, Ed is shocked to see who this leaves out. Over at Nail Hall, as the students are running for their lives, Adele sees that the combat training plans have been cancelled. However, she is sure that fate will allow her to meet the Saintess one day. As the battle goes on, Ed figures if he finds Adele, the truth will be revealed. With him using the ring to borrow power from his future, he doesn't have much time. He arrives at the Ophilis Hall and tells Clarice to head inside. However, it turns out that the barrier wasn't able to block the dragon's scales. The Saintess shudders as she sees that most of the students are dead. The protagonist quickly grabs her land and runs inside, knowing that someone is still maintaining the barrier. As he rushes to the top floor, he finds Belle's body impaled by scales. Clarice offers to use holy magic to save her, but Ed already knows it's hopeless. Our hero figures that Belle crawled up to the top floor after suffering the dragon's attacks. With her remaining strength, the maid gives the MC a key before passing out. Knowing her, she'd say she did what she had to do. Tears flow down Clarice's eyes as she looks at the dead maid. As Ed closes Belle's eyes, Clarice believes that the maid will be all right. However, the protagonist grits his teeth in anger and runs out of the room with the Saintess. He opens the door to Clarice's room and tells her to keep a strong heart while he heads out. The Saintess tells him it's too dangerous, but as he tries to explain how things are outside, his words get cut off when he sees a huge gathering of mana particles in the air. He notices that it's aspectual magic and begins to search through all the books in the room. He feels the book he's looking for has to be there. Eventually, he comes across Glock's introduction to aspectual magic. As he assesses the situation, He notes the method of effectual magic being used is nothing like he's seen before. Meanwhile, the sacred lance dragon blows down fire on Obel's shield, and he can barely hold on any longer. As the flames head for where Ed is, he finally figures out why things are so weird. When Clarice asks if he has figured out something, the dragon's flames burst through the window, causing a blinding light to shine in the room. The entire room is destroyed in a huge explosion, and as the dust clears, there's barely anything left of the building. The Saintess then opens her eyes to see Ed standing over her with an iron rod through his body. While barely holding on, he tells her to ask for help if she needs it. Tears fill her eyes as she looks at him. He suddenly starts calling out some numbers, but the Saintess tells him to save his strength as she tries to heal him. Sadly, her efforts aren't enough. Our boy then dies and falls on her shoulder. The effectual magic outside starts to grow bigger. Meanwhile, Clarice cries out, wondering why everyone had to die like this. She holds on tightly to Ed, begging and apologizing for all that has happened. Suddenly her eyes open, and she sees herself back when she met with Ed and Janica. The students around are wondering why Clarice came to meet the protagonist. With the confusion, Ed asks the Saintess why she came to meet him. She suddenly dashes over the table and rips his shirt open, embarrassing our boy in the process. She doesn't see any wounds on his body and wonders how this is possible. Janica quickly calls her out for her actions. Clarice sits back down, breathing heavily, and wondering if everything she just experienced was a dream or a hallucination. She doubts the possibility after seeing the blood marks on her hand, and she realizes that she must have come back to the past. The Saintess recalls how she came to warn Ed about Vertio. After that, she went to Trix Hall to wait for the Holy Pope. While waiting for the Pope, the Sacred Lance Dragon attacked, and a lot of people died. Right now, she stares at her hand in complete disbelief and fear. As Ed calls to her, she quickly grabs his hand and runs off with him. He tries to tell her that she needs to meet Eldine as he gets shoved into the carriage. On the other hand, Clarice desperately says that they have to hurry to the Mexis Bridge. As the carriage speeds off, the other students are still confused by what just happened. Janica wonders if the Saintess is eloping with her love. Meanwhile, the protagonist tells Clarice that her actions will cause problems. She then tells him how a dragon will attack the island and everyone will die. Clarice explains that she already died once and has now returned to the past. Back then, Ed was about to tell her something before being crushed by the rubble. However, she reminds him that he told her to come to him for help no matter what. Upon hearing this, our hero has no idea how to respond. As they get to the bridge, they have to wait for the inspection personnel. Ed tells her that it's better to go back and meet the Pope, but she starts reciting the numbers that he said back then. Upon hearing this, Ed is completely shocked. The carriage's driver notices how crowded it is and tries to tell the Saintess that this will take time, but Ed tells him to get through fast because there's an emergency. He tries to highlight how everyone will be in danger if they don't break through. The coachman then tells them to hold on tight as he breaks through the crowd. Our hero decides to believe Clarice after she recites the numbers that no one else in that world would understand. Those numbers were his military service number before he came into this world. As they ride off, Ed starts to understand why the Saintess chose to escape. For time to have been rewound, it means effectual magic was definitely involved. While he continues his explanation, Clarice asks him to allow her to lie on his chest for a little while. Meanwhile, Ed figures that the magic used should have been impossible with a human's magic power. Suddenly, Wellbrock rises up and roars loudly over the horizon. Clarice screams in fear, but they have successfully escaped this time. However, the same nightmare occurs again for her. She turns back to look at Ed, who calls to her and is terrified to see him impaled by the dragon's scales. As she weeps, she tries to heal him and apologizes for not being able to help him again. Once again, our hero has died for her sake, and all she can do is say sorry. Nevertheless, Ed comforts her, telling her not to cry and saying that he's sure that he'll help her again. After those final words, he dies. Clarice begins to blame her blessing, wishing that Ed had it instead of her. As she wishes to return to the past once more, she finds herself at her initial meeting with the protagonist again. As he asks why she came to talk, she rushes to hug him with tears in her eyes. This time around, she swears to save him. She quickly shoves him into the carriage again and tells the driver to head towards the east. After explaining the situation to Ed, they decide to find a place to hide. However, the dragon's attacks still reach them, and the protagonist dies by her side again. She regresses for the 4th time again, but Ed still dies in a cavern by the Western Sea. On her 12th time, they go to Glast's secret lab, but the dragon still strikes them there. Clarice regresses up to 22 times, but the results are always the same. Again and again, Ed keeps dying, and Clarice only sees herself in a pool of blood and misery. No matter where they ran to, the Archbishop and the Holy Pope were never present, but our hero kept dying and saving the Saintess. She calls out Ed's military service number to him again and wonders what to do now. Meanwhile, they're back at the Mexis Bridge where inspections are taking place. As Ed leaves the carriage, she expects him to yell out how they need to pass, but this time he asks the driver to stop. Then, he asks the Saintess to get off because he can tell that she has been through this process a lot. Ed gives her his jacket and tells her to get some rest. He then tells her that he knows some people worth asking for help from. Clarice asks the protagonist to run away because she's tired of seeing him die. Despite trying countless times to save him, nothing worked. In the end, all her efforts are in vain. Ed tells her that it's okay and wonders why her wounds won't heal, despite going back in time. As he tends to her wounds, he notes how the holy magic's blessing protects her body and gives her resistance against the same type of magic as well. This means that time is being rewound due to holy magic in the first place. She then realizes that Ed must have found this out when he was searching through books the first time he died. With this, he tries to show her that there's hope. As she flings herself on him, he asks how many times she has repeated the day. The Saintess tells him that she lost count after the 10th time. Ed tells her to calm down and commends her for coming this far. As she looks up at him with her teary eyes, he tells her to leave it all to him. Now, they have to remove the source of this issue. Ed finds it strange the way Clarice changed after Adele's death. The faithless saint was basically a destruction of her original character. It only makes sense that she experienced so much for her personality to change. Now that he has seen how much she has gone through, it makes sense why Clarice would go against the order. This also means that the original story hasn't changed. Later on, Ed storms into the nail hall and tells the Saintess that they need to stop the resurrection of the Holy Lance Dragon. They need to find the Archbishop and the Holy Pope, but no one knows where they are. She finds it strange because these two dignitaries should attract attention normally. As they enter the training room, they see Taylor and Wade sparring. Taylor gets distracted and hit on the head, then their attention turns to Ed and Clarice. Ed quickly covers the Saintess with his jacket and moves through the crowd. Seeing that they have to find Verdio and Eldane quickly, our hero meets with Lortel, who will most likely know their whereabouts. As she grabs the hero's hands, she's shocked to see that Clarice is with him. She calls him out for trying to hypnotize the Saintess, but Ed tells her that he needs to find someone quickly, and he offers to pay any amount of money she wants. Upon hearing this, Lortel asks him to explain what's going on. At the carriage depot, she successfully gathers all the intel and teases Ed about charging a high fee. She understands Ed's behavior, but doesn't understand why the Saintess has changed so suddenly. The protagonist begins to tell her how the combat training will be ending soon, and he also highlights how she keeps a clear head in most situations. He then tells her to stay calm and believe what he's about to say. With time running out, he starts explaining the situation, and Lortel can't believe her ears. Suddenly, the ground begins to rumble and destruction engulfs the city as the dragon begins its attack again. Ed uses his body to protect Lortel from the scales, leaving her shocked by the current situation. As the dragon moves, the tides shift, and a great storm befalls the city. As Lortel comes back to her senses, she sees the protagonist leaning over her with injuries. He then asks her how much she wants. She is speechless for a moment but decides that she owes him for saving her life. From the intel she gathered, Verdio and Eldane used a concealment rune to hide their movements. However, they headed towards the academic cathedral in the faculty building. As Ed and Lortel head towards there, Clarice bursts out of the carriage and tries to stop Ed. Seeing how worried the Saintess is, Lortel starts to feel awkward. The merchant girl then tells them to get moving. Luckily, there's a horse that can still get them to the faculty building. Ed gets on it and asks for the reins. As Lortel hands it over, she tells him that one of them needs to stay back. She quickly helps Clarice to get on the horse and tells Ed that she believes in him. While Ed swears to repay the favor, she quickly grabs him and plants a kiss, leaving the Saintess feeling awkward. Clarice then looks at Lortel and notices her deadly gaze. Nevertheless, Lortel now has her insurance. After that, the horse starts to move out. The merchant girl then tells Clarice that clinging onto someone's property can get quite messy. After bidding them farewell, she slowly walks through the field of dead bodies. She forces herself to put on a smile as the dragon is about to crush her, but those who laugh in the face of danger find themselves as the victors in the end. While Obel and Lucy fight the dragon, our hero and Saintess ride off to find the culprits of this calamity. Ed tells Clarice to take to heart what he has told her. However, she wonders how he's so calm in the midst of all this. Suddenly, their horse gets struck, and he shields her as they fall to the ground. As she opens her eyes, she notices that Ed is bleeding a lot. However, he tells her not to worry because he's had far worse injuries. Luckily, they finally arrive at the cathedral, where they see a strange person standing on the roof. This is one of the people revered as the greatest of holy sorcerers. Even Lucy will have a hard time against one of them, and they are known as the Apostles of Telos. As the guy lands before them, Clarice tells him to step aside. However, the apostle tells her that he can't let them pass because of Eldon's orders. In that instant, Ed's dagger reaches his face, but the guy quickly parries it. The protagonist then tells Clarice that she needs to break through quickly. As the apostle tries to stop her, he sees a magic wave ball that Ed tossed towards him. The ball explodes and pushes the guy back. After that, he gets attacked with wind blades, but he is able to block it. However, the Saintess uses the chance to enter the building. The Apostle of Telos then wonders who Ed is. Seeing that he has lost a lot of blood, he tells the MC to give up. Suddenly, the ground begins to rumble as Ed charges his mana and gets ready to fire a magic arrow. The Apostle goes ahead to fortify his body with high-rank magic. As the protagonist fires the arrows, his opponent quickly evades them and introduces himself as Lightspeed Taldarak. The guy dives toward Ed and impales him with his spear. The scene then flashes back to when our hero told the Saintess not to give up. As she runs through the building, she recalls his words, telling her to break through and come to an understanding of what's going on. Meanwhile, Ed grabs the Apostle's hand, refusing to die easily. He stabs the guy's hand and charges up the power in his ring, leaving Taldarak scared. With this, Marilda is summoned, and she devours the Apostle in a single bite. As our hero falls to the ground, the spirit tells him that he should have summoned her from the beginning. She tries to get him to keep it together, but our hero is already losing his vision. The last thing he sees is a bright light shining from the cathedral as Marilda screams out his name. Clarice finally reaches the door, but it's locked, and she doesn't know what to do. Past the door is a sacred chamber that she knows of. She tries to use her magic to force it open, and it explodes. After that, she suddenly sees Adele covered in blood. She runs to help the girl and asks what happened. Adele is shocked that the Saintess has come sooner than expected, but she tells her that there's no need to come back again. As she walks off, Clarice sees the mark of a holy blessing on her arm. For that one mark, the holy dignitaries must be gathered, and there is only one person who can have this blessing inscribed on their body. This is none other than the Saintess, so seeing this on Adele makes no sense to Clarice. However, the girl tells the Saintess to wait a bit longer because it'll all be over soon. As Clarice reaches out for her, Adele's body bursts out with magic, and the Saintess regresses to the same day again. With the anger in her, she gets up and decides to tell Ed about everything immediately. The first memory Adele recalls is seeing seagulls flying above the harbor. There, two kids are running around and playing. She then tells them to be careful and watch where they're going. Her parents ran away from their homelands to the trade city of Oldek to seek refuge from the war. Sadly, they were still used and scammed and could barely afford a piece of bread for the day. One day, while she's enjoying a nice meal, her dad tells her he'll be back soon after taking care of something. As the man walks away, he occasionally takes a look back at his daughter. Meanwhile, the wonderful sandwich Adele had tasted like nothing at all to her. After that moment, she became an orphan. She then goes to Deldaros Orphanage, where she worked together with the other children. Luckily, they were able to rest occasionally and receive support from the Telos Order. She also learned to play the lute, which made her spend more time at the church. One day, Archbishop Verdio gets congratulated on his entry into the Holy Imperial Capital. While Verdio thanks everyone, his robe suddenly catches fire. As the fire begins to spread, it is quickly doused with a bucket of water. The Archbishop is shocked to see Adele with buckets of water. He then asks her how she knew it would happen. She tells him that she has dreams about the future, but she can't see her own future. Upon hearing this, Verdio grabs her hand and calls her the Saintess of Telos. Just overnight, Adele saw herself at a table with luxurious meals and the respect of high-ranking clergymen. Her new life was incomparable to the one she lived in poverty. She received baptisms from the Holy Pope, Verdio, and the greatest apostle. She also bore the Holy Magic's blessing on her body. With this, her holy power grew stronger. All that remained was the baptism of the stigmata, and for the first time, Adele was able to see her future. Later on, Verdio lashes out at her because she wants to give up on being the Saintess. She thanks him for all the care, but she wants to use other means to serve Telos. Seeing that she can't be convinced, the Archbishop tells her that her ability to see the future is the reason she was selected as the Saintess. He gives her a nasty look as he realizes that she can now see her own future. As years passed by, Adele remained as the caretaker of the Holy Flame. As she plays the lute through the night, her future would appear once she fell asleep. There, she sees the feral dragon, Wellbrock. Verdio then decides to offer her as a sacrifice because his plans have gotten out of hand. While in the imperial capital, she heard a lot of things. Thanks to Emperor Kloll, the world was finding peace, but the Pope's influence was reduced. Verdio, who was also a businessman, knew that they needed to turn things around with fear and the miracle of God. They planned to summon the Holy Lance Dragon and have the Order subdue it. For this, Verdio was searching for a sacrifice which was none other than Adele. However, several years later, she meets Clarice, who has an incredible gift for holy magic. Clarice then asks her what she has to do to live a pure life. Adele stops her music, thinking of how to tell Clarice that it's her fault that she's the Saintess now. She then starts singing for Clarice while telling her to run away in her mind. As they enjoy the night, Adele hopes that Clarice will be able to run away. She would sing these songs, hoping that Clarice would run, but the guilt always came back to stab her. One morning, she decides to run away to the Sylvania Academy. As she walked through the place covered in blood, the students were speechless. However, she eventually realizes when and how the Holy Lance Dragon will revive. When she heads to the chapel, she meets Taldarak, who tells her that outsiders aren't allowed inside. She would then show her holy blessing mark and enter the chapel, where the apostles are waiting. There, she sees a chest containing Wellbrock's fang. She tries to convince Verdio and the apostles to stop, but they won't listen to her. Seeing that Saintess Clarice isn't there, they must have thought that Tales of the Dragon were fairy tales. However, the appearance of the mighty beast proves them wrong. In the end, Verdio tries to quickly get the Saintess to be used as a sacrifice. The magic circle on the floor would seal the dragon once the Saintess was sacrificed, so Adele decides to use herself as a sacrifice and endures the pain. Nevertheless, she didn't predict that the holy magic blessing would protect her body from the necklace. The aspectual magic within her gets pushed to its limits, so the process repeated itself again and again. Adele was shocked when Clarice managed to enter the chapel the last time. Now, she pushes herself to try 1 or 2 more times to finally end the loop. As she drags her bloody body to the chapel again, she suddenly bumps into Ed and wonders what he's doing there. The story continues from Adele's point of view. She remembers going to Verdio, who never believed her. She tries to convince him that once they unleash the Holy Lance Dragon, there will be no way to stop it. However, he has another plan: to release the dragon and then perform a miracle by stopping it themselves. For them, it's the perfect way to make the world bow before them and their god, Telos, reclaiming the Order's lost glory. Adele knows from her dreams that she is the key to ending the Order's arrogance and stopping the revival of the Holy Lance Dragon. For that purpose, a saintess must be sacrificed at the rune of sacrifice. Thinking about the life of a saintess, she recalls Clarice, the current saintess. Adele, however, is ready to take Clarice's place because she believes it is her duty from the beginning. But every time she sacrifices herself, the blessing of holy magic in her body protects her, summoning residual aspectual magic. As a consequence, time repeats itself, again and again, until she runs out of holy power. Once again, she awakens in the combat training room of Glocked Hall after revival, her body on the verge of death. She knows that after a few more revivals, her holy magic will be completely depleted, and true death will finally consume her. When that happens, the chance of reviving the Holy Lance Dragon will be lost forever. She walks down the hall once again, knowing the Order's arrogance will repeat endlessly. Every time they revive the dragon, everyone rushes to find Clarice for the sacrifice. Meanwhile, in every loop, Adele places herself on the rune of sacrifice, giving her life again and again. Her body weakens each time, but she endures the pain as punishment for once trying to escape her duty. That thought alone keeps her going, knowing her body will eventually lose all holy power. She stops trying to convince Verdio because it's useless now. All she can do is offer herself to the rune of sacrifice until everything ends, thus preventing the dragon's revival. That's why she once again heads toward the worship hall to sacrifice herself. But in the present moment, she finds herself face to face with our hero, Ed, who casually asks whether she prefers cold water or orange juice. She doesn't understand why he's there, stopping her. Ignoring her confusion, Ed decides for her. She'll have orange juice since he's drinking cold water. Then he gently makes her sit on the bench. Adele feebly protests, saying she needs to proceed with her duty, but Ed places the glass of orange juice in her hand and calmly tells her she's going to die. Hearing this, her eyes widen as she recognizes him. She remembers now in the very first time loop, when she was going to sacrifice herself, he appeared before her in the same way. Back then too, he told her she was going to die. And just like that time, she gives the same reply. She already knows. Now, sitting on the bench, even though it's the same day in the repeating cycle, the conversation with Ed feels as if it happened ages ago. Her mind reels, urging her to end the conversation as soon as possible so she can go to the cathedral and finally finish this painful cycle. But Ed isn't convinced by her casual reply. She doesn't understand why. He points out that he just told her she's going to die, and yet she answered as if it means nothing. Adele remains calm, not realizing what's wrong with her response, simply repeating that she needs to go. He asks again, whether is that all she has to say? Her answer is cryptic, because deep inside, she already knows, not only from the countless loops of time, but from long before that she knows she is destined to die. So she never finds any other words to say. She recalls her moments with Clarice, but Ed's question keeps echoing in her mind. She wonders if there's something she should say, but her memories focus instead on Clarice's gentle smile, the one she always wanted to protect. Ed's question repeats again in her head, over and over, until she wants to scream at her own mind to stop. Her thoughts drift to her childhood, to the first time she ever had a proper meal, a sandwich. She remembers looking at her father's back and mumbling a small thank you. But now, when she blinks, she sees Ed instead of her father, asking the same question again. Her eyes widen as tears pool in them. She realizes that she had been lying to herself all along. She didn't really want to thank her father. Instead, she wanted to beg him to stay with her. Back in the present, tears fall into her glass of orange juice as she finally breaks down, admitting her fear of death. the truth she had buried beneath layers of duty and lies. Ed sighs deeply as he finishes his water, sets the bottle on the bench, and stands. He remarks dryly that it took her long enough to say something so obvious, then tells her to explain everything since they are going to end the loop. A little while ago, Clarice had already told him everything, about the endless loop of time and her encounters with Adele. So Ed decides to meet Adele while Clarice prepares to go to the cathedral. Now, standing before the massive gates of the cathedral, Clarice steps inside. Taldarek, startled to see her, asks why she's here as she's supposed to be in Trick's hall. Ignoring him, she walks past. She can't afford distractions. Inside this sacred place lies the truth she must confront. As soon as she opens the inner doors, she commands everyone to stop what they're doing. Her voice echoes across the hall, drawing the attention of the holy priests of Eldine and Archbishop Verdio himself, who greets her with a knowing smile. She begins her accusations, as she tells Verdio that she once believed him to be a selfless man, one who put the capital above all else. He smiles proudly and admits it. He adds that their lord watches them from the skies, but they must prove his existence to the ignorant people of the earth. In order to do this, they need to show them something referring to dragon. With dread, Clarice realizes his true intent, to revive and then kill the Holy Lance dragon to make people believe in God. Verdio assures her the process will be short, when she protests that no one has even considered the possibility of failure and risk. Then she stops dead as she realizes that her life is their last solution, and he doesn't deny it. He calmly admits that her life is simply insurance, a failsafe he'll use if things go wrong. Meanwhile, Ed learns everything from Adele, the Order's grand illusion. The truth is far uglier than faith allows. In reality, the Order is drowning in financial crisis, so they plan to awaken the Holy Lance dragon and stage its defeat themselves. By doing so, they'll restore people's faith and, conveniently, refill their coffers. As they travel, Adele explains bitterly that Verdio has always been like this. For him, faith means growing the congregation and enriching the capital's treasury. When Ed asks if she ever tried convincing him, she answers that she did. But after fleeing the capital, she realized there's no reasoning with him. Besides, Verdio has the Apostles of Telos under his command, which is a force powerful enough to crush any resistance. It's said their strength even surpasses that of the Imperial Army. At that same time, Verdio assures Clarice once again that the revival and subjugation process will be brief, urging her to rest in the meantime. Adele, however, grows increasingly anxious about the Apostles' power. Before she can say more, Ed crouches and suddenly lifts her onto his back. He states firmly that Apostles don't matter right now. She doesn't understand, until a flash of high-ranking magic blazes before them, which is an electricity magic surges through the cathedral, divine punishment made manifest. The air cracks with purple light while Verdio's face tenses as he realizes there's an intruder. He tries to intimidate the unseen presence, invoking the name of Lord Telos to scare them off. But the figure steps inside, her magic lashing out violently, striking the people standing near Verdio. Finally, the intruder reveals herself. She is none other than Lucy, who coldly declares that she doesn't fear Telos, because she is an atheist. When she grips one of the apostles with her magic, she repeats her lack of faith in God, adding that she believes only in punishing sinners. Verdio, taken aback, protests at her calling them sinners. In response, she hurls the apostle against a distant wall and coldly replies that sin is something engraved within the Order's laws and the Church itself. Now she turns her magic toward Verdio. He can't believe what she's doing, that she's truly turning against them and the Order of Telos. Meanwhile, the Apostles of Telos, the 8th seat, Lenos, and the 2nd seat, Reuben, prepare to take down Lucy. She remains completely unfazed. As Reuben charges forward, ready to strike her, she moves first, unleashing her lightning magic. The blast hits him squarely, making him shriek in pain. Another apostle appears, his voice ringing through the cathedral as he accuses her of daring to sully the holy chapel. He is the 3rd seat of the apostles, the Lightspeed apostle, Taldarak, who steps forward, his spear gleaming with divine energy. He levels it at Lucy, declaring that he will end her for her blasphemy. But Lucy proves faster, not through speed, but through spatial leap magic. In a blink, she vanishes from his sight and reappears behind him. With a snap of her fingers, electricity bursts forth, striking him from behind. Taldarak lets out a piercing shriek as lightning courses through his body. Verdio watches the scene in disbelief. The apostles are supposed to be the strongest warriors in the nation, yet this girl, alone, is overwhelming them. Even though there are 6 apostles in total, she's crushing them without hesitation. His mind races, wondering what her true reason is for attacking the chapel. Their plan to awaken the Holy Lance dragon is already in motion, and the preparations on Arkan Island, near the Academy students, are complete. But now, with Lucy's sudden intrusion, he can't risk the plan being exposed. Acting quickly, Verdio seals the dragon's necklace relic inside a sacred containment box. He grits his teeth, concluding that the operation has failed. Raising his voice, he gives the order to retreat and commands everyone to protect the holy Pope E. Seeing him flee, Lucy immediately activates her espectual magic, Time Prison, attempting to trap Verdio within it. but the coward calls out to Taldarak, ordering him to protect him. The apostle, wounded yet loyal, steps between Lucy and Verdio, shouting that he's doing this for Lord Telos. Verdio then turns to Cleve and commands him to kidnap Clarice. Cleve hesitates only for a moment before obeying, apologizing to Clarice as he grabs her. She struggles and pleads with him to let her go, but he doesn't listen. Verdio has already planned everything to erase all traces of his crimes by taking both Clarice and the evidence, the necklace, with him. In this situation, the Academy will be forced to yield to the Holy Pope E's pressure rather than listen to Lucy's accusations. Meanwhile, Lucy intensifies her magic, unleashing her divine punishment against Verdio. But one of the remaining apostles intervenes, shielding Verdio and helping him escape. Orders are shouted across the cathedral that everyone is to retreat and regroup at the designated point. The apostles of Telos, though bloodied and shaken, remain determined. No matter what they must face from now on, they are resolved to ensure that the order emerges victorious. Looking at their retreating figures, she scoffs in annoyance. At the threshold of the cathedral, one of the apostles points out that they might eventually be caught. Verdio assures them that all they need is a moment to destroy the evidence and secure Clarice. Once they do, they can report Lucy's violence to the Academy and prove their innocence. But his words die in his throat when the heat of an ignition spell flares around them, engulfing the cathedral's entrance in fire. The flames surge toward them, making him question how such devastation could come from a basic magic spell. Someone tries to strike the apostles with an explosion blade, but they deflect it. The blast draws the attention of nearby students, who stare toward the chapel, wondering what's happening inside. Meanwhile, our boy summons Mug to fight, and the creature obediently complies. Verdio spots Ed and immediately realizes the truth that Ed is working with Lucy. He had anticipated their escape and waited for this very moment. Furious, Verdio hurls a holy spell at Mug, who apologizes faintly before being struck down by the blast. Verdio runs into the woods. After getting far enough, he grows confident that he has lost his pursuers. He plans to hide in the dense forest with the evidence, convinced that no one will find him. But his thoughts are cut short when Ed steps into his path, demanding that he hand over the necklace. In the next instant, Ed grabs Verdio by the hair and throws him off the cliff, jumping down after him. In the fall, Verdio lands on top of him, weapon raised, ready to unleash a spell. He finally understands that Ed knows everything and probably sent Lucy on purpose. Verdio moves to attack, but Ed kicks him away. The spell fires, grazing Ed's shoulder. Gritting his teeth, Ed stabs Verdio in the side, though the Archbishop still clutches the necklace box tightly. Ed demands again, darkly this time, that he hand it over. The scene flashes back to when Adele was with him. She explains that Verdio himself is strong, even without the apostle's support. As he helps her sit on the ground, Ed understands the gravity of their situation. They're short on time, and Verdio has clearly been preparing for this moment for years. He likely has every card ready to play. Even with Lucy's help, their chance of success is uncertain. Ed briefly considers going back in time, but he doesn't voice it, not when Adele is already physically weakened. Then her next words widen his eyes. She consoles him softly, saying that even if they fail, she will turn back time a few more times. He grits his teeth because he knows that it is a lie. Her condition is so terrible that she can die at any moment. Now, in the present, he thinks about Adele's condition and doesn't hesitate to push the blade further into Verdio, snatching the box from his grip. He opens it to find a necklace still glowing with magic. Verdio, despite his condition, grins wildly, revealing his grand plan, that no matter their efforts, the Holy Lance Dragon will revive. Now that the apostles are defeated, the Holy Saintess's sacrifice is the only way to stop it. Then everyone will know Telos' greatness. Next moment, a burst of magic energy surges from the necklace, a clear sign that the Holy Lance Dragon is finally awakening. At last, our boy understands that to prevent this calamity, he must subdue Verdio and take the necklace outside the island. However, the problem is that once the time loop begins, no one will remember it except the Saintesses. So Adele must sacrifice herself once again. He needs to relay this information, or the same tragic cycle will repeat endlessly. He recalls Adele's words about not wanting to die, and despair engulfs him as his body grows dull and lifeless, realizing it's already too late. In the next moment, Lucy appears like a ray of hope, contradicting his words. He immediately begs her to relay his message to one of the Saintesses, but instead, she pushes him away. He insists that they need to hurry, but she refuses. He is taken aback by her refusal, but she explains that she doesn't have to leave his side to relay the message to either Clarice or Adele. So she writes down the information he asked her to deliver, imbues it with magic, and sends it to one of the girls. Seeing this, he praises her clever use of magic. She consoles him, saying that with some practice, he can use magic this way too. He thanks her softly, then grows frustrated, realizing that despite all their efforts, the Holy Lance Dragon has been revived, or rather, revived once again. He wonders whether Adele, in her current condition, will be able to stop it. Not only that, but another problem arises, which is the time revival. When time resets, he will forget the plan. So, he must act quickly to forge a new one, steal the necklace, and escape the Arkan Island in time. His despair is interrupted by Lucy, who reminds him of her promise to the old man, that if the Academy ever falls into danger, she will protect it. She is determined that no matter how many times time repeats or the dragon revives, she will face it and fight to defend the Academy. She believes he will do the same, and he agrees. She adds that she joined the Academy only to keep her promise to the old man, but deep down, she has been waiting for a moment like this. She is exhausted from that endless waiting, yet she knows there's little she can do if time keeps repeating itself. This time she hugs him tightly, expressing her wish to die in his arms, though they both know they will forget these memories once time rewinds. He agrees silently. She then admits there's something she has wanted to tell him for so long, but never found the right time to say. Ed notices the shield starting to tear down, and the intensity of the moment already tells him what Lucy wants to say. Finally, Lucy confesses that she can't live without him and pleads with him not to die. Placing his hand gently on her head, he jokes that it's not a difficult request, and in the next moment, the dragon roars. They see a rain of light descending, which is actually the dragon's attack aimed at them. Yet both of them remain still, holding each other without protest. The rain turns into dragon shards, piercing their bodies, and they die in each other's arms, even as the attack ceases. With that, time repeats itself once again. On the other hand, Adele is also on the verge of losing her holy power. Without it, she can neither rewind time nor see her future, so death is ready to consume her. Prepared to die, she regrets not stopping the Holy Lance Dragon's revival. Yet, she feels a bittersweet happiness for at least meeting Clarice one last time in this loop of time. Still, she wishes she could see her smile again. Even if it's a lie, she wants to sing for her. Not to mention, her encounter with Ed has completely shattered her resolve to die, after confessing that she wants to live. Coughing blood and writhing in pain, she realizes she can die any moment. So before death consumes her, she must fulfill her duty. She forces her body to move despite the agony, determined that in the next loop she will stop the Lance Dragon's revival. That's what her death is destined for. She recalls the plan she got from Lucy but deems it nearly impossible to execute in the next loop. First, Clarice has to convince Ed of everything, since he will again lose his memories. It will take him at least a whole morning to come up with a plan, not to mention gathering enough force to face the Apostles of Telos and stop them. No matter how fast they move, all this will take at least a day, and by dusk, Verdio's plan will already be in process. Meanwhile, he will inject enough magic power into the necklace to sustain the dragon's revival, which will eventually awaken. Looking at the direction of the sun, Adele concludes she can soon enter the chapel. She steels herself, ready to sacrifice her life for the rune, but suddenly her eyes widen. Outside there is bright morning light without the looming presence of the dragon. Meanwhile, our boy is clutching his head and collapsing to the ground, while Janica looks at him in concern. He holds a book titled Glock's Introduction to Espectual Magic, meant for those who have developed resistance to espectual energy. There are rare individuals who are naturally immune to it. In reality, Adele's magic is a mixture of espectual and holy power. That same blessing grants resistance to holy magic. That's why, as a saintess, Clarice never lost her memories in the time loop. At the same time, Ed is also affected by the time rewind, but not completely. Perhaps because Adele doesn't have enough power left, or because he's already studying espectual magic, his body's espectual resistance starts countering Adele's magic. As a result, when he wakes up this time, he awakens with his memories intact. At first, he's in unbearable agony as every loop's memory crashes back into him. Both girls are worried, but when he notices the wounds on Clarice's arms, he realizes he doesn't have a second to waste. Meanwhile, Verdio is preparing to revive the dragon. Ed knows he must move fast. Verdio begins the ritual to revive the creature's glory, unaware that Ed is already behind him, his ultimate goal being to reach the cathedral and snatch the necklace, which he does immediately. Verdio is shocked to see him and orders Lenos to stop him. Lenos fires a flurry of arrows at our boy. Ed dodges and endures the attacks while his mind races back to the beginning of every time loop. It's always the same. Clarice trying to convince him, reminding him of everything, even reciting his service number to make him believe her. Verdio, meanwhile, remains arrogant, certain that someone like Ed doesn't stand a chance against the frontline apostles. But Ed regrets always overlooking the one chance that could have changed everything from the very beginning, Janica. Now, riding on her spirit animal, he realizes how much he has underestimated her. She's faster than any carriage, stronger than him, and most importantly, she doesn't need any explanation to understand what must be done. Sensing his determination, she looks ahead, her energy flaring like wind and flame combined, urging him onward. They have already taken the necklace. Now there's no turning back. He immediately mounts behind her, knowing they are racing against time. Instead of a carriage, this way they reach their destination within an hour, but it's already too late. The magic within the necklace has already been activated. This necklace is the key to unlocking the Holy Lance Dragon, but the lock lies within the seal on Arkan Island. Once the magic between the seal and the necklace resonates, the dragon will be revived. To prevent its awakening, they must take the necklace as far away as possible before the resonance completes. Verdio doesn't even grasp what Ed is actually doing. Before he can finish his sentence, Ed sends a blade flying toward him. The moment both of them step outside the cathedral, the blade detonates in a violent explosion. In the air, he reminds her of their initial plan. She's supposed to escape while he finds his own way out, but she refuses to leave him behind. She reminds him of his dire situation. Just last year, he was nearly expelled, and this incident will definitely get him thrown out of the academy. Attacking the order is no small matter. She then offers him a choice, to hide either in her homeland, Pulin, or among the deserters and isolated regions. He tries to protest, but before he can speak, she takes his hand and confesses that she knows how much he has suffered alone. He doesn't understand. She explains that she knows what he has gone through each time he wakes up in this endless time loop. So she declares that if he is going to be expelled, then so is she. Not only that, she's choosing a fugitive's life with him. Finally, with fierce resolve, she insists that she can't just leave him to suffer alone. He doesn't know how to respond, but he doesn't get the chance. When he looks behind, all 6 apostles of Telos are pursuing them, weapons drawn and ready. He shouts for her to escape as fast as possible, and she immediately complies. Meanwhile, Verdio emerges from the rubble and finds Clarice standing before him. Clarice recalls the moment Ed told her that there is still something only she can do. She already knows everything that happened in the time loop. Now she has to stop Verdio. While Verdio tries to justify what happened, she steps forward, ignoring his words and following the plan Ed laid out. According to that plan, she needs to awaken Holy Pope, the only one capable of stopping Verdio. She tosses the candles aside and demands if Holy Pope is just going to stand there and watch. Her voice trembles with urgency as she pleads with him to confront Verdio. Elsewhere, some students casually discuss the upcoming duel between Taylor and Wade, speculating that Taylor might lose, completely oblivious to the battle raging in the skies above them. As Ed and Janica attempt to escape, Janica remarks how she was idly sitting in Glocked Hall just 10 minutes ago. Then a powerful wind blade hurtles toward them. Their faces go pale, they can't dodge it. In the next instant, they're both thrown from the spirit bird. Seeing her falling, Ed dives after her. For a brief moment, their hands touch. Then he grabs her tightly, clutching the necklace in his other hand as they plummet together. The apostles continue their pursuit, desperate to reclaim the necklace. Janica leans closer, whispering in his ear that she believes he can handle the rest. Her words make his eyes widen in shock. Then, with a faint smile, she pushes him away, reaffirming her trust in him before activating her ring's magic. Moments later, the Academy's atmosphere changes. The air crackles with energy as the sky fills with countless winged spirits. They swarm around the apostles, surrounding them completely. Among these spirits, one stands out, the enormous figure that eclipses the sun, plunging the world below into an eerie darkness. Legends say this spirit was the first of all spirits, the original of the water element that gained sentience. Its name is Frida, the rarest and strongest of all water spirits. The apostles struggle against the lower-class spirits, unhappy with their overwhelming numbers, hundreds upon hundreds of them. Meanwhile, on the water's surface, our boy feels the necklace's magic power dimming. But his greater concern is Janica, who is expending enormous amounts of energy to control the spirits. When he asks if she's all right, she jokes that she's using enough magic to keep her in the bed for a week. The next moment, she starts to collapse into his arms. Alarmed, he reaches for her to check her fever, but her face is already flushed pink. Sweating and trembling, she feebly explains that his closeness is making her fever worse. Meanwhile, the apostles quickly realize that to defeat the winged spirits, they need to target the girl controlling them. They create an opening for Taldarak, who readies his weapon and charges straight toward Ed and Janica. Reaching them, he demands to know if she's the one commanding the spirits, his blade poised to strike her down. Janica, burning with exhaustion and heat, says nothing. Taldarak continues coldly that he usually doesn't enjoy killing people, but he has no choice this time. She must be eliminated. Before he can finish, his words are cut short. Behind him stands Ed, with another spirit, Tarkin, looming in the air like a fire beast. Shock flashes across Taldarak's face as he feels resistance on his weapon. Turning back, he realizes in horror that Tarkin has clamped its jaws around his weapon. Seizing the moment, Ed lunges forward, grabs Taldarak from behind, and locks his arm around his neck, trying to strangle him. At the same time, Janica, despite her fading strength, continues to maintain Tarkin with her dwindling magic power, desperately keeping Ed protected. The next instant, a violent explosion shakes the ground, throwing everyone to the earth. Dust and fragments swirl through the air. Taldarak rises amid the chaos, genuinely impressed by Janica's power. She has not only summoned one of the highest-ranking water spirits, but is also controlling another high-level spirit at the same time. Yet his confidence doesn't waver. Smirking, he demands that Ed hand over the necklace if they both wish to live. But Ed stubbornly refuses. He knows he won't be regressed anymore. He has no more chances, no more loops. The Delheim's hourglass is gone as well. Still, every death he has witnessed, including his own countless times, remains burned into his memory. That's why, this time, he refuses to let anyone die. His eyes burn with fierce determination. He's done watching people fall. Now he's fighting to survive. It's good that he has already moved a little farther from Arkan Island, weakening the magic in the necklace. However, it's still not far enough, which means there remains a chance for the Holy Lance Dragon to be revived. He grows increasingly frustrated to find his opponent none other than Taldarak, also known as Lightspeed because of his ability, Holy Body Awakening. With this ability, Taldarak converts holy magic into physical energy, making his movements surpass even the speed of light. Thanks to the countless time loops he has lived through, Ed already knows Taldarak's frightening speed. The moment his target disappears from sight, he understands that following Taldarak's movement with the naked eye is impossible. Taldarak appears behind him in an instant. Ed closes his eyes, since he can't see his opponent anyway, and activates the Blessing of Wind just as Taldarak is about to strike. This ability allows him to repel any enemy with powerful wind when ambushed. Taldarak is caught off guard by the sudden counterattack, but Ed knows he's staking everything on this one move. The Blessing of Wind can only be used once. Without wasting a second, he activates his mid-tier magic, Point Explosion, and attacks it at his enemy. Taldarak stumbles back, his body clearly taking the toll of the explosion. Cursing under his breath, he growls that Ed is refusing to comply. Ed, however, knows his own weakness. He doesn't have enough firepower to finish this. Hearing his thoughts, Tarkin assures him to conserve his remaining firepower and declares that he'll cover that flaw. Not to mention, the Apostle's immunity to magic makes him more powerfully. The spirit then launches a blazing fire attack toward Taldarak. Taldarak moves faster than the eye can track, easily dodging Tarkin's flames. Tarkin apologizes weakly to Janica for his failure, realizing she can't supply him with enough magical power while controlling multiple mystical spirits. Ed understands that it's taking everything she has just to keep magic going. He knows their situation is at its worst, especially with someone like Taldarak added to the fight. Yet, he doesn't give up. Drawing in his breath, he hurls an ignition arrow toward his enemy, which is a volatile blend of water and fire magic. The moment it hits, steam bursts into the air, surrounding Taldarak in a dense haze. But Taldarak already anticipates the move. The instant Ed prepares his next strike, Taldarak's blade flashes through the mist and slashes across his body, too fast to react. With no other choice left, Ed summons Marilda. In the next heartbeat, the high-ranking wind spirit manifests beside him, his last trump card revealed. In his previous time loop, Marilda had been the one who turned the tide of battle. But this time things are different because Janica is already using the Golden Phoenix Ring, cutting off his ability to summon freely through his own power. Lightning arcs through the air as Taldarak grips his weapon and charges forward, closing the distance between them with terrifying speed. Ed, cornered and bloodied, searches his mind for a last option, but his opponent's voice cuts through the roar of battle, declaring this to be his end. A chilling sense of déjà vu grips him. He has died countless times in these repeating loops, but each death has strengthened his spirit magic, leveling up. With every fall, his bond with his spirits deepens. With every struggle, his understanding of magic grows. He also remembers those endless practice, failure after failure, each one shaping him into what he has become. And now finally his effort bears fruit. His will aligns perfectly with his spirit, and the manifestation completes. The air trembles as Marilda rises in a swirl of cutting wind, ready to handle Taldarak. Ed steadies himself, determination etched into every breath. He knows success never comes on the first try, nor does fate guarantee victory, but that has never stopped him. Standing tall against Taldarak's next assault, he resolves once more to fight, no matter how impossible the odds. Taldarak stands poised with his weapon, light shimmering along its edge, ready to strike. Ed, sensing the fatal blow coming, immediately calls forth Mug. The spirit materializes in front of him, taking the attack on Ed's place. Our boy knows it too well. Every warrior here has their own reason to fight, their own desperate thread of survival to cling to. As Mug holds off the strike, Ed's other spirit surges forward, biting Taldarak's arm. Amid the chaos, Ed steadies his breath, his mind a storm of exhaustion and focus. His arrow glows faintly in his grasp, drawn with trembling hands yet unwavering purpose. The world, he thinks, is full of men like Taldarak and himself, ready to survive at every cost. He releases the arrow and it strikes true. The spear of light pierces through Taldarak's body, driving him backward. Even as the enemy collapses, Ed doesn't stop. He raises his fist, striking at Taldarak's limp form, his body screaming in protest, but his will refusing to break. Every ounce of strength, every breath left in him, he pours into the struggle to stay alive. When it finally settles, Ed staggers to his feet because he knows time is slipping away, but his goal remains unfinished. He retrieves the necklace, clutching it tightly, the key to everything. At that moment, Clarice is still in the cathedral. She tries to make Holy Pope aware of the situation, urging him to reason with Verdio. But Verdio only watches her with a sly, unreadable smile. His words drip with mockery as he questions whether Holy Pope would really be swayed by someone as naive as Clarice, someone who, in his eyes, knows nothing of what the Order truly does for its cause. Clarice's anger flares as she throws his deceit back at him, revealing that she already knows about the Order's plan to use the Wellbrock necklace to revive the Holy Lance Dragon, stage its defeat, and parade their false victory before the people. Verdio's composure cracks for the first time. She goes on, her voice cutting through the cathedral air, telling him what she has witnessed in the loops of time, how every attempt to subjugate the dragon ends in failure, again and again. Holy Pope, now awake and horrified, demands the truth from Verdio, and Clarice, breathing hard, declares that this is why she has come, to stop the tragedy before it repeats once more. She continues, saying that in the end, they leave no choice but to sacrifice the Saintess's life to seal the Holy Lance Dragon. She is ready to offer her life if it truly is the will of God. Instead, their greed and ambition take the lives of countless innocent people. After bringing such calamity upon the world, no one will have faith in the Order anymore. Verdio still tries to downplay her words, while claiming she knows nothing about the consequences. She firmly explains that she knows every part of their plan, but this time, if she will die there, two people already know the truth, referring to Ed and Adele, and they will tell everyone about their plan, causing people to lose their faith in the Order in the end. Verdio adds that those people are still on Arkan Island and that they can easily catch them. Besides, by pushing authority of Holy Pope, they can take action against Clarice as the Saintess who has lost faith in the Order. At that moment, the Holy Pope interjects about his authority, declaring that for decades he has been nothing but a puppet, one who kept choosing between doctrine and reality, a coward who never did anything but follow others. Now he decides to place the future of the Order in Clarice's hands instead of Verdio's. With fire in her eyes, she turns to Verdio and firmly states that his plan will never succeed. As the Order now stands under the Holy Pope she officially excommunicates Verdio. Verdio starts to chuckle, amused, as if her words can't change anything. He grabs her wrist and drags her ahead, revealing his plan, that if she refuses to sacrifice herself, nothing can stop the revival of the Holy Lance Dragon. Besides, he is confident that Ed will be stopped by the Apostles. Even if Ed somehow defeats them, Verdio is certain he won't make it far in his current condition. Meanwhile, Ed takes out the necklace, while Verdio states firmly that the revival of the Holy Lance Dragon is about to begin. But Clarice stops suddenly and shakes her arm free from him, her eyes filled with confidence in our boy's strength. With that, she activates her holy power, a divine discharge that causes Verdio immense physical pain. The air cracks with lightning as her divine energy bursts forth, striking Verdio down in a flash of brilliance. Lying limp, he asks when she becomes so colorful, because as a saintess, she is supposed to follow only pure white light. She explains softly that she is also a student who has learned that even a beam of light, which looks pure white to the naked eye, is made up of many colors. Red, which reminds her of Loritel, gold, of Janica, turquoise, of her summoned water spirit, blue, of Ed, and violet, of Lucy. All of them have fought in different time loops against the revival of the Holy Lance Dragon. Now Ed hands the necklace to Lucy, who flies away at the speed of lightning. Meanwhile, Clarice reflects on how the efforts of all these colors blend together to form pure white light, symbolizing their united struggle to triumph over darkness. Meanwhile, at the second joint combat training ground, Taylor is training with the first years as an upperclassman. However, the efforts of the first class should relentless in the original storyline because they want to surpass their seniors to earn better grades. But because of certain reasons in the early scenario, when everyone sees Ed and Marilda, not many students from first year joins Class A. In this way, Taylor is able to defeat the top student of the Faculty of Alchemy, Claude. However, refusing to give up, Claude desperately drinks the forbidden potion, the evil god's blood, and awakens as the mid-boss, the alchemist of calamity of this act. Empowered by the magic of the evil god Mebulaire, Claude unleashes all kinds of black magic, creating countless trails of destructive energy that leave other students injured. Now this chapter within a game reaches its climax. The protagonist has already faced countless enemies. In the end, both Ed and Taylor can barely stand, yet the story continues as Taylor unleashes an elemental slash at his enemy. Now he is powerful enough to cut through even the darkness element as well. A lightning strike bursts from the department building, shocking everyone, as Ed keeps moving forward despite his injuries. Because originally, in the game, this is how Chapter 3 of the second joint training is meant to conclude. Taylor emerging from the combat training fully recognized as a powerhouse, shedding his past reputation as a failed swordsman. Everyone claps and cheers for him, witnessing his victory. From this moment on, Taylor's name is etched into everyone's mind. But originally, as soon as Taylor leaves the arena, he is supposed to receive the news of Adele's death. No one originally knows how she dies, only that according to the story's script, she is meant to die at this point. Now, in the present story, when Adele is about to throw herself onto the rune to sacrifice her life, Ed grabs her from behind. Her eyes widen as she looks back at our boy with tears in her eyes. Looking at Adele, Ed realizes that he has changed the story's timeline. Meanwhile, Taylor and his companions never receive any news of death this time. Rumors spread of a disturbance within the Order as Verdio continues shouting at Clarice. Verdio gets punched hard by a knight while the Holy Pope silently watches him. Everyone assumes this commotion to be an internal matter of the Order. In this way, by changing the course of events and preventing Adele's death, the faithless saintess never comes into existence. As a butterfly effect, the Holy Lance Dragon is never revived earlier than its destined time, and the Order's army never descends upon Arkan Island. Finally, the final boss of the third chapter, Awakened Lucy, never appears, as she is originally the unintended villain of this episode. On the other side, many other events unfold. In the end, Lucy simply wants to eat meat. Meanwhile, Academy remains safe and protected. After 2 days, Ed is knocking on Janica's door, asking about her well-being. She protests from inside, telling him not to come in since she hasn't washed up yet. Besides, her eyes are not good enough to see clearly. During the battle, Janica has already used most of the mana she had reserved for the future. As a consequence, she now doesn't even have enough mana to see properly. But that's not all. Her high-ranking water spirit, Frida, who blocked the 5 apostles, also crashes into the forest outside Arkan Island. So, when Janica wakes up to find herself in a cottage, our boy has no idea that Lucy is the one who helped her. Still, he feels grateful for her to be alive and safe. His thoughts are interrupted by the voice of Belle, who offers her help, saying he can always call her if he needs anything. Ed thanks her, thinking that the headmaid probably hasn't had much household work lately. But now, with Janica's condition, she will finally have more to do, which seems to brighten her eyes. Then the maid asks about his condition, and he assures her that he is fine, though he points out Janica's state. She quickly corrects herself, saying she was actually curious if something is bothering him. After a brief pause, he admits that something is indeed concerning him. She nods in understanding and decides to help Janica first. While walking inside, she loudly announces how she is going to assist Janica with changing, making sure Ed hears it clearly. She then adds with a teasing tone that she hopes he won't make any mistakes. Turning to him, she remarks that it's quite a dire situation, but slyly adds that she wouldn't mind if he came closer to the cottage to listen to what's happening inside. Having had enough of her nonsense, Ed slams the door shut and firmly tells her to focus on her work instead of talking nonsense. Yet she comes back out again, throwing a cheeky comment of his usage of informal speech. Left speechless, he chooses to walk away rather than dignify her words with a response. While waiting outside, he overhears an argument inside, the sound of Janica protesting about having to stay in such a dusty place. Hearing that, he sighs softly. He thinks about Belle's earlier remarks and her question, realizing that she has sensed his inner turmoil. Tending to Janica is troublesome, but he's still grateful that the day finally passes. Besides, it's weird. He has only been away from the camp for a few days, but it feels like an entire month. Looking at the pile of firewood, he realizes he needs to gather more. At that moment, someone calls out to him. At first, he calls her Kaylee, but when the person reveals her face, it turns out to be Clarice. Once they settle down, Clarice explains that she has officially excommunicated Verdio. He is now being escorted to the capital under the order of the Holy Pope and the Apostles. Later, he will receive a suitable punishment decided by the Pope himself. Ed wonders whether she can really trust the Church. She answers that the Holy Pope understands Verdio's past and his passive errors. But she can't help thinking about how Verdio, with his misguided ideology, managed to wield so much power over the Church. But this incident alters Order's entire direction. Therefore, Clarice decides to have faith in the future. Then she swiftly reveals the news about Adele's disappearance. She has used all her authority to locate her, but it seems Adele's trace has completely vanished. Ed asks if she wants to say something to Adele. Clarice admits that initially she wishes to share her experiences since leaving the capital with her. Then, softening her tone, she corrects herself and says that for now she simply wants to express her gratitude to her. She then leaves her loot there, quietly adding that wherever Adele goes, she always takes it with her. She hopes that, in this way, Adele will choose this camp as her next travel destination. They continue walking, and she asks if he stayed at the camp during the summer vacation. He confirms, saying he had nowhere else to go. Hearing that, she requests him to treat her like his junior. He replies that this is already what he's been doing. Besides, calling her Kaylee feels more natural now. She corrects her request, instead offering her help whenever he might need it. She adds that she can't repay what he has done for her, but she will support him with everything she has. With that, she goes on her way while Ed watches her until she disappears from sight. At that moment, someone approaches from behind, warning that she should leave soon. Otherwise, she'll run into Clarice. It's Adele. He asks if she will be alright on her own. She answers that although her holy power and effectual magic haven't fully returned yet, she's happy to finally be able to move her body again. He then asks if it's really okay for her to leave without meeting Clarice. Adele admits that she doesn't have any song left to sing for her, then softly adds that, more truthfully, that she no longer has the courage to lie to her anymore. She recalls how, from the very beginning, she has been lying. Whether it was her words of praise for Telos, or the songs she sang about travel and freedom. Everything she played on her lute was nothing but lies. Much to Ed's shock, she throws the lute into the fire. She then expresses her desire to travel to the places she once lied to Clarice about. That's why she doesn't want to carry the weight of her lies anymore in the form of that lute. She explains how she has always traveled to escape from her fate, but now she wants to travel simply for the sake of traveling. Ed asks if there's really any difference between the two. Smiling, she admits that there is. The difference is that now she has a place to return to. She intends to come back within 3 years to see Clarice graduate, so she can return and sing new songs for her. Ed tells her that in the meantime, he'll make a good instrument for her. She teases him, asking if that means she'll have to come back after 2 years instead. Then Ed repeats his question from last time, reminding her that she has lost her aspectual magic and can no longer see the future. Whatever visions she once had have ended now. From this point on, she'll travel to places she's never been before, without knowing what fate has in store for her. She's stepping into the unknown, leaving behind everything that was once written in her destiny. Finally, he asks if she's afraid of the future she can no longer see. This time she easily admits that she is, but with a gentle smile, she adds that it's that very fear that makes her journey exciting. When she leaves, Ed keeps thinking about how Adele was supposed to be dead, one of the many things that have changed. He remembers the crossroads where he stood 2 days ago, faced with a choice: to stop the revival of the Holy Lance Dragon, or to save Adele. He chose to stop the revival, which means he also chose to sacrifice Adele. At that time, Adele's holy power was weakening, and if Lucy still hadn't regained her memories, Ed had no choice but to abandon Adele for his own survival. He knows exactly what kind of person he is, as he remembers his past life, where he used the excuse of survival as a shield. At this moment, he understands that no matter what, be it companionship, duty, or friendship, he will always choose his own survival over everything else. As the fire dies out, he thinks about the summer vacation he now has to spend at the camp. Janica comes outside and rests her head on his shoulder while he sits lost in thought, reflecting on how far he has come and how much things have changed. How he, Ed Rothaler, who should have been long dead, has become a top student. The final boss of the first act, Janica, is here with him. The boss of the third act, Lucy, has disappeared. Then his thoughts turn to the one thing that hasn't changed at all. During his time here, when he had to alter predetermined scenarios or turn a blind eye to Adele's sacrifice, through all of that chaos, one truth remains constant: that despite all of the odds, he survives. As darkness settled over the camp, the obsidian saintess Adele quietly gathered her belongings and left earlier than planned. The script Ed had been depending on was now completely off track, throwing the entire timeline into chaos. Even so, he was keenly aware that the next major turning point was fast approaching: the Lucy subjugation battle. He understood that this event was not merely a disorderly boss encounter, but a rare chance to accumulate skill proficiency, level experience, and unique abilities that could be deliberately leveraged. Acquiring those advantages was essential for enduring the horrors awaiting in the fourth act. At the same time, a more alarming issue weighed on him. With the timeline fractured, Tai, the person truly destined to save the world, was in danger of lagging dangerously behind in level progression, a mistake that could have catastrophic consequences. Ed recognized that he could not continue coddling the original plot indefinitely, yet he also regarded Tai's growth as his primary safeguard against the coming apocalypse. He further acknowledged that this battle was pivotal to Lucy's personal development, as it was meant to be the moment she finally released the emotional burden she carried regarding Gluck. Concluding that the most effective way to repair the derailed script was to consult the source directly, Ed attempted to reach Lucy. However, despite her usual tendency to remain constantly near his camp, she had inexplicably avoided him for several days. As the pressure of the collapsing plot weighed on him, Ed tried to sleep in hopes of dulling his anxiety, only for his body to betray him at the worst possible moment. He awoke abruptly, drenched in sweat and clenching his teeth, as though the strain of existential dread had manifested physically. Gasping for air and gripping the bedsheets as if they were his sole anchor to reality, he realized it had been a long time since he had experienced a night terror of such intensity. Though he could not recall the exact threat from the dream, the lingering fear made it clear that it had been anything but harmless. After forcing himself to recover, Ed redirected his attention to the next unavoidable ordeal, the end-of-semester exams. He reminded himself that once those were over, the long-awaited freedom of vacation would finally arrive. Later, he sat by the campfire with a book in hand, briefly savoring a rare moment of peace. That calm was shattered when an immense surge of pitch-black energy suddenly erupted, spiraling through the clearing and extinguishing the firelight. The abrupt darkness triggered a painful recollection Ed had not anticipated. His mind drifted back to the time before he had been cast into this world, when the tranquil forest imagery was replaced by visions of blazing flames and torment, with himself seated calmly at the center of the inferno as though it belonged to him. He realized then that the fiery hellscape had been the recurring nightmare that plagued him every night prior to his arrival in this world. Back in reality, concern over Ed's mental state quickly disrupted the group's casual downtime. Jix, while nonchalantly devouring a plate of cookies, responded to questions about Ed by noting that although Ed insisted he was fine, he was clearly emanating an unsettling aura. On the surface, Ed appeared as busy and composed as ever, but his pretense of well-being was convincing no one. He continued to function like an impeccable academic weapon, juggling camp responsibilities, scholarship obligations, and coursework flawlessly. Despite this, Jix remained unconvinced, trusting his instincts that beneath Ed's stoic and obsessive productivity lay an overwhelming mass of unresolved emotional strain. Tanya, for her part, was visibly distraught, openly worrying about the deterioration of her brother's mental condition. While Jix agreed that the situation was grim, his own anxiety stemmed from a more specific concern. He emphasized what he saw as the most dangerous factor of all, Ed's social circle itself. In his view, it was not merely complicated but lethally hazardous. A chilling image formed of Lucy, Jenica, and Lortel appearing less like potential companions and more like overwhelmingly powerful raid bosses poised to annihilate anyone who crossed them. The realization sent a shiver through Tanya, as she was acutely aware of just how dangerous those three individuals truly were. Jix observed that Ed almost never showed weakness, which meant that his current emotional slump could easily be mistaken for a rare opening, or more accurately, the signal flare for a brutal competition to claim him. This realization made Jix uneasy, as he sensed that the struggle for Ed's affection was on the verge of becoming bloodier than a battlefield. Meanwhile, back at the cabin, Jenica was focused solely on regaining control of her magic. She informed Ed that she believed she was ready to handle low-rank spirits again. Ed responded by pointing out that her eyesight was still so blurry it resembled a smudged camera lens. Jenica admitted that she was genuinely afraid her unstable mana might twist out of control and explode in her face. However, she reasoned that as long as Ed remained nearby as a safety net, she was willing to take the risk. She explained that she could not afford to remain on the sidelines forever, especially with the exams drawing closer. After steadying herself with a deep breath, she began the chant. Ordinarily, Jenica never resorted to chanting for low-tier summons, as her skill level made such measures unnecessary. This time, however, she treated the process with extreme caution, as though she were defusing a bomb. Ed carefully observed the swirling mana and took note of the specific spell sequence she was using. Before he could analyze it any further, the energy suddenly destabilized. A blinding flash erupted, and Mug appeared, loudly celebrating the fact that his favorite summoner had finally remembered his existence. The successful summon immediately backfired. Jenica began coughing violently, as though she had inhaled soot from a chimney, leaving Mug utterly bewildered as to why his dramatic entrance had turned into what looked like a medical crisis. The mana drain struck her at once, causing the world to spin around her. Just as gravity threatened to pull her down, Ed's instincts took over. He caught her in mid-collapse, preventing her from smashing face-first into the ground, and asked whether she was all right. What could have ended in a concussion instead became an unintentional embrace. Jenica's mind instantly short-circuited, her face flushing to a shade of red that rivaled the fire spirit she had just summoned. Ed, completely unaware that he himself was the cause of her condition, ordered Mug to leave so that he could concentrate on treating her. The spirit reluctantly obeyed, disappointed that his moment in the spotlight had been cut short. Ed, meanwhile, misinterpreted Jenica's romantic panic as a medical issue and assumed she was running a high fever. He placed his hand on her forehead to check her temperature, an action that sent Jenica's heart rate skyrocketing and confirmed that her problem had nothing to do with mana exhaustion, but everything to do with being far too close to her crush. The moment was abruptly interrupted by a new voice, which remarked that witnessing such a chaotic dynamic in person felt strangely unreal. Ed looked up to identify the speaker and saw Lortel strolling in, greeting him with a cheerful wave. She explained that she had merely stopped by to check on him after his long absence, even as her thoughts screamed in disbelief. Although she had prepared herself mentally, stumbling upon what felt like a live romantic comedy scene had not been something she had anticipated. Lortel took a moment to register the fact that Ed had actually managed to build a fully functional cabin. However, the cozy, domestic atmosphere surrounding him and Jenica immediately made a vein throb in her forehead. She promptly shut down any possible explanation, deciding that she truly did not want to know why they looked like a happily married couple on their honeymoon. Her sharp voice cut through the tension, snapping Jenica out of her daze and making her realize they were no longer alone. The confrontation began with polite greetings, but the atmosphere quickly grew thick with tension. Jenica, however, chose not to de-escalate. Instead of clarifying the misunderstanding, she smiled with unnerving confidence and casually declared that she and Ed were living together. She straightened her posture, clearly proud of this supposed new status, while Ed attempted to interrupt and explain that it was not technically cohabitation at all. His effort came too late. Lortel maintained her smile, though the visibly bulging vein on her forehead suggested she was only seconds away from committing arson. Forcing herself to remain composed, she corrected Jenica by reframing the situation as nothing more scandalous than them being neighbors. Eager to change the subject before she completely lost her temper, Lortel shifted the conversation to business. She advised Ed to purchase all of his supplies for the next semester immediately, regardless of how strained his finances might be. Ed expressed confusion, pointing out that the vacation period had not even begun, so there seemed to be no reason to rush. In response, Lortel's expression darkened as she dropped her usual merchant facade and issued a grim warning. She made it clear that this was not about saving a few coins. If he waited until the end of the break, she warned, the supplies would not merely become expensive, they would become impossible to obtain. Finally, she attempted to reassert her superiority by remarking, in a condescending tone, that Jenica was fortunate to have stumbled upon such exclusive information at all. Jenica was not merely holding her ground, she was planting a flag. She dismissed the remark about luck with a sweet smile and reminded the merchant that, since she was practically Ed's roommate, she naturally received all breaking news by default. She still offered a cheerful expression of thanks, which Ed immediately recognized as the polite equivalent of a slap in the face. He watched in awe as his usually gentle friend transformed into a ruthless verbal gladiator solely for Lortel's benefit. However, the playful exchange died the instant Lortel dropped her mask. The air around her twisted, and the friendly atmosphere was incinerated, replaced by a dark, fiery aura that made it clear the coming shortage was not a simple market fluctuation, but a full-blown catastrophe. Lortel, who prided herself on her composure, neither screamed nor hurled fireballs. Instead, she muttered that the situation was irritating in a way that struck harder than a curse. Deciding that staying any longer might actually cause her to lose control, she turned to leave. She did not get far. After only a few steps, she came to a sudden halt, not out of hesitation, but because she was a merchant first and a jealous rival second. She took a breath and genuinely admired the surroundings, the fresh air, flowing water, and prime real estate. Lortel casually remarked that she now understood why Lucy treated the place like a premium nap zone. The comment immediately triggered Jenica's instincts. Jenica voiced her confusion, asking what Lortel meant, and although her physical vision was still blurry, her intuition was perfectly sharp. In that brief moment, Jenica saw the truth as Lortel's mask slipped. Lortel was not simply enjoying the scenery, she was staking a claim. With a dark, predatory grin that signaled imminent capitalism, Lortel quietly stated that this was the place she had been looking for. It was the unmistakable Lortel Kihan smile, the expression of a merchant who had just discovered a gold mine in someone else's backyard. Back at Lortel's official residence, events were already unfolding. One of the head maids was handed a letter personally sent by Lortel, containing a job offer for a member of the staff. This was no ordinary offer, but a blatant poaching attempt, complete with a promise to provide a replacement if the maid chose to leave her current post. The maid was stunned by the sudden proposal, especially when she saw that it included an advance of 3 to 4 gold coins, a substantial sum that proved this was far from a casual invitation. At first, the maid scoffed at the idea, believing that years of loyalty to the Offless Hall could not be shaken by a mere pay raise. That confidence faltered when the head maid casually mentioned that she had noticed the fine print. She explained that she had initially doubted her own eyes, but the offer was unmistakable, a salary of 3 to 4 gold coins paid daily, not monthly or weekly. The staggering number caused the maid's thoughts to completely short-circuit as she realized the offer was enough to buy a small country, or at least her undying loyalty for the rest of her life. Faced with such an overwhelming sum, loyalty stood no chance, and the maid timidly wondered aloud whether she was truly about to quit her job. The scene then shifted to Ed, who, having taken Lortel's ominous warning to heart, had immediately begun hammering away at his cabin. Rest and relaxation were forgotten. With economic collapse looming, he reinforced his shelter like a doomsday prepper. While wiping the sweat from his brow, he was interrupted by someone calling out his name. Looking down from the roof, he saw a small group of Lortel's subordinates approaching. One of them introduced herself as a representative of the acting head and indicated her colleagues, Downey and Linen, explaining that they were officially responsible for sales at the Sylvania branch of the Elt Company. She stated that their purpose for appearing at his doorstep was to take basic measurements for a new business venture, making it clear that Lortel wasted no time at all. Ed's mind went blank as the phrase basic measurements sank in. He connected the dots with growing horror, realizing that Lortel was not merely paying a visit, but preparing for a hostile takeover. His fears were confirmed when the representative cheerfully informed him that the acting head intended to build a villa right next door. From her office, Lortel wore a smug, satisfied smile, fully aware that she had just turned Ed's peaceful forest retreat into the newest battleground of their Cold War. As two figures quickly opened their bags and took out measuring tools to begin their work, Ed introduced himself politely while climbing down from his position, remarking that it was an honor to finally meet them. He then added that their excessive formality made him feel somewhat uneasy. Lun replied with a smile, remarking that Ed looked about the same age as him and suggesting that he relax a little. He added that since Ed was someone his master valued highly, a bit of flattery from his side was not a bad thing. Lun also mentioned that he did not think they would be seeing each other often, explaining that Lady Lortel usually disliked sending her subordinates all the way out there. Ed asked whether there was a specific reason for that. Lun explained that Lady Lortel herself was surely aware of how drastically different her behavior became when she was there. With Ed, she acted like any other girl, but in front of her subordinates, Lortel Ketchel became a cold-hearted leader, as if iron flowed through her veins. Ed found this intriguing and commented that Lun's words sounded somewhat disrespectful toward his master. Lun responded casually, asking whether Ed truly thought so, and clarified that it had actually been meant as a compliment. As he reached into his bag, Lun added that regardless of anything else, if Ed ever needed help from their side but felt awkward approaching Lady Lortel directly, he could contact Lun at any time. Lun then carefully wiped an elegant bottle of wine and explained that the wine cost about 1 gold coin even on the old black market. He warned that it was extremely strong and should not be given to anyone who could not handle alcohol, as they would get drunk instantly. He cited Clarice as an example, noting that she had taken only 1 sip and ended up completely trashing the place that same afternoon. From somewhere nearby, Clarice shouted angrily, protesting that Lun should not go around telling people such embarrassing stories. Ed took the bottle and muttered that Lun was overestimating him. Laughing, Lun remarked on the irony of that statement as he turned to leave with a mysterious smile, adding that, on the contrary, he believed Ed was underestimating himself. Sometime later, at Gulvin's store, Ed stood with a dark, exhausted expression as he looked at the pile of magic tools before him. He recalled Lortel's instruction that he should shop before the semester began, noting to himself that since he could now craft most items on his own, he mainly needed consumables. Suddenly, Ed sensed someone behind him and asked why that person was there. Annie greeted him, accidentally dropping her book with a long sigh. She explained that she had come to buy a few things and had not expected to run into him. She pointed out that he had not visited the lab recently and must have been busy. Annie mentioned that she had heard about Janica Pular Rover and that Janica had been injured quite badly. She admitted that she had been shocked when Janica announced she would be living at Ed's camp, but observed that she seemed to be settling in well. Annie added that Ed must be going through a lot himself. She continued talking without pause, saying that she understood Ed's situation and had already explained things to the professor. She urged him to take care of himself and reassured him that Kleendale and Ziggs Eifelstein were doing well, so he could relax a little. She emphasized that he needed that scholarship to make life easier. Ed, momentarily dazed by her nonstop talking, thanked her awkwardly. Annie then stepped back and said she would take her leave. However, in her haste, she bumped into a table and her grocery bag slipped. Ed quickly stepped in to catch it and asked whether she was all right, warning her to be careful because she had almost fallen. His gaze then drifted to the contents of the bag, and he noted with surprise the sprouted potatoes, a rotten apple, hand-dug spinach, and bread that appeared moldy. Realizing his rudeness, Ed quickly apologized. Annie responded coldly, telling him to go ahead and look because there was nothing special inside. She stated that she had no reason to try to impress him and questioned whether being poor was something to be ashamed of. She added that just because he had seen her like that did not mean she needed his approval. Overwhelmed, Annie suddenly broke down. She sat down and sobbed, saying that she simply wanted to die. Ed stood there like a statue, completely flustered, and apologized repeatedly. Annie had always been known for her noble aura, despite being a commoner, but her family had gone bankrupt just as she entered the academy. Ed realized that although he himself was struggling, her life was even harder than his. Later, the two sat on a nearby bench. Annie even bought Ed a pastry. Ed thanked her quietly to himself, thinking that she shared a bakery card with Clara and that he could have lived his entire life without realizing how poor they truly were. Her face still red, Annie explained that a new professor was replacing Professor Glass, which was why she was buying missing supplies. She remarked that Ed also seemed to be purchasing many items lately. Eid replied that it was nothing and said he had merely heard that the prices of school supplies were going up. Annie agreed, saying she checked the prices every day and that everything had become about 10% more expensive than the previous month. Eid broke into a cold sweat as he realized that Annie checked prices every single day. She had once shouted at him, asking whether he thought she was overdoing it, but then her tone had softened. She had admitted that it might sound strange, yet she believed that the two of them were quite similar. She had explained that if he became sick, he would lose his work, his dormitory, and his place at the academy. At that moment, Eid had understood that while he himself lived in a tent in the forest preparing for a game scenario, for Annie, the academy itself was the jungle she had to survive in. Annie had given him a small quiet smile, said her goodbyes, and left with a visibly brighter expression. She had thanked him and confessed honestly that she had thought the same about him when they first met. After a brief pause, she had shared her suspicion that if someone was manipulating prices on such a scale, it had to be the Elk Merchant Association. She had predicted that they would soon clash with the student council and admitted that she did not understand why they were squeezing profits at that moment, though she was certain they had a plan. She had added that their leader was probably smarter than herself before bidding him farewell. When Eid returned to his camp, he found that Lortel was already there waiting for him. She had teased him by saying that Grench wine was hardly a good gift and had mocked Lune, remarking that if he was going to embezzle money, he should at least buy expensive items. She had added that a higher price did not always mean better quality. As Eid took off his backpack, he had pointed out that the bottle belonged to her anyway. Lortel had smiled and replied that everything ultimately came from her pockets. She had explained that Lune occasionally embezzled money to bring back items like that and that he did not even realize she knew about it. When Eid asked why she allowed him to do such things, she had answered that it gave her leverage in case he ever crossed the line. She had called it a bad habit of hers, explaining that she needed insurance in order to truly trust someone. She had admitted that although it sounded strange to say that Eid was special, she still had not found anything that bound him to her yet. She had then stepped forward, taken his hand, and suggested that they share their weaknesses. She had said she was certain that he had many questions he wanted to ask her. Sometime later, as they walked together through the professor's dormitories, Eid had calmly remarked that hoarding school supplies seemed rather cliché for someone like her, and asked whether she was really planning to buy everything up. Lortel had responded with a sly smile, stating that she was the only person on the island who could set prices, and had asked whether he was worried about her. Eid had remained silent. Lowering her voice, Lortel had suggested a trade, proposing that if he told her his secret, she would explain why she was raising prices. At that moment, Eid had closed his eyes, recalling a question she had asked him a year earlier about whether he had ever killed anyone. His voice had turned dark and cold as he confessed that he had lied to her back then. He admitted that his hands had killed before, not once or twice, but countless times. His low voice had echoed through the silent space as he stated that whether she believed him or not was up to her, but that he had once participated in battles across several distant lands. He had explained that once a person was drawn into such battlefields, they were forced to witness more deaths than they could ever accept. Among those who fell, there were always a few people one felt compelled to save, especially close companions, comrades one spoke with often and genuinely cared about. As he spoke, scenes of war had gradually surfaced, like a nightmare being awakened. He described how bombs and shells screamed through the air, how smoke and fire surged upward and blotted out the sky, and how relentless explosions left no one a moment to breathe. Without changing his tone, Eid had continued, explaining how one would grit their teeth and rush forward to save others, even when their body was on the verge of collapse. He described carrying severely wounded comrades across the chaotic battlefield, ignoring the pain tearing through their muscles and clinging desperately to dying companions, tears flowing uncontrollably as they breathed their last in one's arms. He added that eventually, hesitation would appear in one's eyes, and in the end, that person would still turn away and run. While fleeing, they would shout for the rescuer to stop because survival itself had become too overwhelming. Sitting in his chair with a dark expression, Eid had confessed that although the pain was initially so intense it felt impossible to breathe, one day a realization would come that one had gone mad. Even the deaths of those closest would no longer be enough to cause complete collapse. He explained that this was because everything revolved around clinging to one's own life, sinking entirely into survival instinct, remaining tense, alert, and hypersensitive to everything. Survival, he said, became the only thing that existed in the mind. However, he continued, once one left the battlefield and entered a world where no one wished to harm them anymore, a new torment emerged. If one happened to save someone, a question would inevitably resurface. Narrowing his eyes slightly and lowering his voice to almost a whisper, Eid admitted that the thought would echo relentlessly despite all attempts to ignore it. The haunting question of whether, had he not turned away back then, he might have been able to save them. Eid trembled as he silently thought that their deaths were his fault. He believed they had been key characters in the script, people he could have influenced. He fabricated countless excuses, even deceiving himself. Yet in the end, he lowered his head and reaffirmed that long ago he had already reached the conclusion that he would never become anyone's comrade again. After reaffirming that resolve, he tightly closed his eyes. Recently, he had forgotten this determination, which likely meant that he had grown duller. Eid leaned back in his chair as though releasing the last of his strength, recognizing this as his weakness. Outside, the moon slowly emerged from behind the clouds. Cold silver light spilled onto the ground, covering everything below with an eerily peaceful appearance, completely at odds with the heavy atmosphere that had just unfolded. At the same time, Lord Kale spoke in a calm tone, stating that Eid should give her an answer, reminding him that he had already made a promise. She added that he was probably wondering why she had bought all the documents and study books. Crossing her arms and no longer hiding her intentions, she explained that she had received a report that a rat had infiltrated the trade guild and that this was the process of luring that rat into the open. Over the past few days, she noted, the inventory numbers of study supplies and books in the warehouse had repeatedly failed to match, with ledger figures irritatingly inconsistent, as if someone were deliberately leaving traces behind. Hearing this, Eid spoke with a hint of doubt, saying that it meant someone had been embezzling goods. Tilting his head slightly, he thought for a moment before suggesting that it might have been Lun, mentioning that Lun had even claimed to have used the embezzled money to buy alcohol. Lord Kale immediately denied this, asserting that Lun was not that bold. She explained that Lun only dared to indulge in minor luxuries and had never crossed the line. Raising her eyebrows slightly, she exhaled softly as if organizing her thoughts, then said that she believed there was someone far more sinister than Lun. She reasoned that when prices rose, that person would sell ahead of them and then flee, and that would be the moment they caught the rat, adding that she might even have to kill someone. Hearing this, Eid could not help but feel startled. Suddenly, Lord Kale tilted her head as if recalling something. She reminded him that they had discussed this before, mentioning that he had once asked her whether she had ever killed anyone. At that time, he had answered solemnly that he never had. Lord Kale slightly lowered her head, her voice growing heavier, and said that although he had never personally killed anyone, if they counted those he had failed to save, then he must have killed many people as well. Lifting her head, her gaze turning cold, she said that he was the kind of person who ignored the world and judged everything solely by the numbers in an accounting ledger. She pointed out that he was the only person who had seen a girl with a rope once around her neck. The image of a rope dragging across the ground flashed through her mind. Lord Kale's hand tightened, though her voice remained calm. She remarked that everyone was like that. She gave an example of a merchant who noticed a child's talent and bought the consent of the child's biological parents to adopt them. While the child ate burnt bread in a corner of the slums, those parents never realized that after selling their child, they would be killed to prevent any leakage of information. Lord Kale shifted slightly, her tone firm, and stated that all of them were accomplices. She then asked Eid if he knew how much her parents had sold her for. Slowly opening her palm, she revealed that it had been for 3 gold coins. Lord Kale smiled, the expression carrying a faint sense of nostalgia, as though it had all happened just yesterday. She reflected that just yesterday she had been a girl sold for 3 gold coins, and now she had become someone who could spend 3 gold coins a day merely to recruit someone she liked, remarking on how ridiculous it was. Eid hesitated before speaking, then remarked that 3 coins a day seemed a bit excessive. Lord Kale replied gently that she thought the person would refuse, but that it did not matter. She said that dealing with the rat who had sneaked into the trade group handling Lun, the one constantly plotting betrayal, did not bother her in the slightest. Glancing to the side, she explained that this was because she expected nothing from anyone and trusted no one. She added that Eid already knew the reason. Eid answered immediately that it was because she did not want to be disappointed. Hearing that, Lord Kale curved her lips into a faint smile, confirming that this was also why she was always lonely. She smiled once more, this time with a strangely cheerful expression, and admitted that this loneliness was her weakness. Eid narrowed his eyes, hesitating as if he had just made a connection. He inferred that from the very beginning, the reason she had set aside her busy schedule to invite him for a night walk was related to something she had already noticed. Lord Kale lightly interrupted his thoughts, implying that she had ears and was fully aware of what was going on. As she said this, she gently took his arm, the movement so natural that it was difficult to tell whether it was intentional. She then mentioned that her hearing was slightly sharper than normal, and that she could hear farther than other people. It appeared that she had heard the recent rumors circulating within the academy, rumors suggesting that he looked depressed, as if he had run out of energy. Thinking of this, Lord Kale subtly tightened her grip on his arm. She then brought up that among the children of noble families, there was a ritual performed before marriage, in which the two parties would exchange their weaknesses, because once two people knew each other's weaknesses, they would naturally grow closer. She spoke of this softly, as though merely blurting it out in the stillness of the night. At night, the academy was truly quiet. Roads that were usually crowded were now eerily empty, the silence so profound that it felt as if one had been cut off from the rest of the world. A place that was normally lively had suddenly become deserted, giving rise to a sensation of being left alone in the world. She acknowledged that it really did feel that way, yet Lord Kale had no intention of stopping. She admitted that such a feeling had always existed for her, even during the daytime, but sometimes she needed it, and she believed that he understood that as well. Eid gently closed his eyes, his expression gradually relaxing, before lifting his gaze to the night sky. He conveyed that the atmosphere felt very comfortable. She tilted her head slightly to look at him, the corner of her lips lifting, and remarked that she had already told him that they were very similar. The next morning, a voice rang through the hall as Belle Mary Bode sincerely apologized to Miss Lordle Calum. Belle explained that although the high salary offered would have been very beneficial to her, she took pride in working at Awful's Hall. After a brief hesitation, she continued, admitting that she was not always treated fairly and that there were times when she felt dissatisfied. Sometimes the work was extremely difficult, and there were moments when she was completely exhausted, yet despite all that, she still wished to continue taking responsibility for Afale's Hall. Upon hearing this, Lord Alkale lowered her gaze slightly. The salary of 3 gold coins per day, an audacious offer she had proactively proposed, suddenly felt heavy, filling her with a sense of heartache. She realized that she could not simply convert the trust Belle placed in her work into money. With that thought, she made another proposal. She suggested a part-time agreement instead. Belle reacted with visible surprise, anxiously lifting her head, clearly taken aback by the idea of a part-time arrangement. Lord Kale calmly explained that she had heard Belle had recently been spending much of her time caring for Janica Failover. She proposed that Belle only needed to stop by occasionally and manage things for her in the same way she was already doing. Belle would be free to come whenever she had time to handle whatever needed to be done. Lord Kale then paused and looked straight at Belle with an expectant gaze, asking whether twice a week would be acceptable. Belle broke into a sweat, hesitating as she struggled to decide how to respond. Lord Alkale silently observed her, excitement flashing in her eyes. Eventually, Belle avoided her gaze and replied softly that such an arrangement would be acceptable. Lordle immediately smiled in delight and expressed her gratitude. Belle, drenched in sweat, tightly shut her eyes as if mentally preparing herself. When Belle mentioned that there might be terms to consider, Lord Kale casually interrupted, cheerfully pulling out a sheet of paper. She explained that it was a contract she had prepared in advance. Belle reacted in confusion, but Lord Kale placed the pen in her hand and urged her to sign in the indicated places. Belle awkwardly complied. Once the quill left the paper, Lord Alkale finally nodded in satisfaction. She then added that from that point onward, Belle would also be responsible for managing the estate in the adjacent camp. Belle stood there holding the pen, still unable to fully comprehend what had just happened. When she tried to speak again, Lordle did not give her the chance to finish. Taking the contract, she happily turned around and left, effectively leaving Belle with a part-time job worth 1 gold coin. Belle remained frozen in place, her expression filled with panic, realizing that she had fallen into a trap. A few days later, when Eid set foot in the camp, old memories resurfaced involuntarily. Watching others busy at work quickly pulled him back to reality. Life at the academy had never paused, and he resolved not to sink deeper into sadness or heaviness. More accurately, he simply did not have the time for it. The final season had already arrived, and he needed to complete the scepter as quickly as possible. Vacation would come soon, and before then, he intended to prepare as thoroughly as he could. The scene then shifted to Tanya Rothseller's room. She stood silently, holding a letter in her hand. The letter had just been sent by the head of her family, and no matter how many times she read it, the worry never left her face. She reflected that during vacation, many students returned home to rest with their families before coming back to the academy. Tanya read the letter telling her that she should return home to rest for a while and then come back to Sylvania, and that if possible, she should bring him along as well. Although the message consisted only of words on paper, the pressure from the writer seeped into every line. Her face suddenly turned pale as countless thoughts crowded her mind. At that moment, a maid appeared beside her and gently remarked that she looked tired. Tanya replied that she was fine, yet in her thoughts, confusion churned endlessly. She was still busy dealing with the trade guild, which had begun to overstep its authority, and now even her father had added to her burdens. The castle remained filled with sighs throughout the night, but the troubled night quickly passed, giving way to a dimly sunlit morning. With half-closed eyes, Tanya walked down the corridor, tugging at her clothes while complaining that her head hurt terribly. Before she could finish, she abruptly stopped. As soon as the door opened, a familiar figure stood before her. Upon realizing it was Tanya, the person opposite was equally startled. Both of them jumped back at the same time, and a shrill scream echoed through the silent hallway. It took Tanya several seconds to recover. She quickly adjusted her tone and posture and greeted Lucy Merrill, asking whether Lucy had something she wished to say. Lucy awkwardly pulled her hat lower, her embarrassment obvious, and apologized for what had happened previously. Tanya immediately waved her hands and hurriedly explained that Lucy had already apologized before and did not need to do so again. Scratching her head, Tanya awkwardly changed the subject, commenting that the weather was quite nice that day and perfect for taking a nap. She then asked whether Lucy was planning to go to her brother's camp as well. Lucy replied somewhat stiffly that she had not been going there much lately. Tanya tilted her head and asked why. After clenching her teeth for a moment, Lucy finally admitted that sleeping elsewhere felt strange. She complained that her dress became dirty, dust covered her, and her hair ended up in a mess. She continued rambling for a long time, her face turning red like a ripe tomato, before concluding that she did not look pretty at all. Tanya and the nearby maid froze as the same thought flashed through their minds. Lucy Merrill was once again worrying about how others perceived her. It was a weak concern, yet somehow at that moment it made laughter impossible. Lucy then added that she had been planning to visit the camp the next day, explaining that not going there for a long time made her want to stop by for a while. Tanya's maid hesitated briefly before stepping forward to comfort her, telling Lucy not to worry. Suddenly, she became enthusiastic, raising her hand with determination and swearing on her title as a maid that she would prepare the most perfect appearance possible for her. That, in truth, was the main duty of the deputy maid. Offals Hall's primary task was to support students, while its secondary task was to excel in romantic affairs, knowing who liked whom and who was paying attention to whom, all of which lay firmly within their grasp. Lucy was left stunned, her mouth hanging open, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a house on the edge of the forest. A pigeon leisurely perched on the windowsill, but before it could coo, all its feathers suddenly stood on end. Not far away, a gloomy demonic aura spread outward, its owner casting a deadly gaze across space while voicing a cold accusation toward Lord Kale. Before the accusation could be completed, the sound was abruptly cut off. Space twisted violently as another dazzling light erupted. Two sources of power collided and intertwined, forming a massive cocoon in midair. When the remaining energy gradually dissipated, a silver-haired spirit slowly emerged. Tilting her head, she playfully asked how it had gone. Eid casually evaluated the situation, noting that summoning her in human form no longer consumed much strength. She responded indifferently that it seemed so. At the same time, she silently sensed the lingering power on the 1,000-year-old wooden staff that had once been struck by lightning and concluded bluntly that making it had indeed been the right choice. Janica Failover, meanwhile, looked extremely excited and remarked that she had never seen a staff made from such wood before. Eid slowly suggested that she could try using it, asking hesitantly whether Janica wanted to give it a test. Janica took the staff but remained cautious, explaining that she had not fully recovered yet and was unsure if she could properly test it. Even so, she eventually closed her eyes, her expression turning serious. In an instant, the surrounding air began to stir as mana surged like an invisible vortex. Janessa could not help but exclaim in amazement, remarking that it was incredible. She noted that not only was it effective, but she could also feel mana naturally flowing through her body. Standing beside her, Eid quickly explained that this was because her spirit sensitivity was already extremely high, which was likely why she could perceive it so clearly. Janica beamed and firmly stated that this staff would definitely enhance her spirit's power. It was hard to believe, and she finally understood why people loved magical tools so much. After a brief pause, she reached out and told Eid to take it back. However, Eid refused decisively, stating that it belonged to her. Janica blurted out in confusion, asking if it was really hers. Eid confirmed that he had made it specifically for her, adding that he owed her a great deal and apologizing for not properly thanking her even until now. Janica stared at the staff and softly asked whether it would not suit him better instead. Eid sat down on a tree trunk and tried to reassure her, saying that he could simply make another one, so she should not worry. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze froze, because Janica's next words were far too shocking. She remarked that if he made another one, then there would be a matching pair. Blushing, she hugged the new gift tightly and promised that she would use it well. When she expressed her gratitude, her eyes were even moist. Eid stared at her blankly for a moment before finally smiling in satisfaction, thinking to himself that he had indeed made the right choice. The scene then shifted to the crowded Academy Plaza. The announcement for the final exams had been posted high up, immediately drawing the attention of most students. The atmosphere quickly became noisy as the final exam season officially began. Who would take first place this time depended entirely on the subject. Eid would be required to face both a written exam and a field exam, though this rule only applied to intermediate and advanced students. The written exam was capped at 100 points, while the field exam had no maximum limit. Because of this, the top students in each class were always able to maintain their rankings thanks to their outstanding field exam scores. This situation also applied to WDE Christie, the top student of the first-year cohort. The current top student of the second-year cohort was Lucy Marielle, whose reputation needed no further explanation. As for the third-year cohort to which Eid belonged, the top student was Janica Failover. Thinking about this made his head spin non-stop as he wondered whether he could surpass her field exam score. He had heard that there would be a mock exam directly supervised by professors. Most students believed that exceptions like Lucy or Janica did not have enough strength to directly confront professors. However, in return, the overall top student would be exempt from all tuition fees. In truth, Eid could still manage with the Academy scholarship and his trading arrangement with Lord Al-Kale, but life had been quite tight in the past. Back then, he had no chance of aiming for first place, but now things were different. Clenching his fist, he resolved that this time he would take first place. At the student council room, a familiar voice rang out, guiding him inside and informing him that the president was waiting. Eid opened the door politely and expressed his thanks. The girl who had guided him responded awkwardly before muttering softly to herself that he really was very popular. At the same time, the contents of the letter sent to Tanya replayed in his mind. In the letter, his father mentioned that the first vacation would be coming soon and expressed a strong desire to see her again. He suggested that she return home to rest for a while before going back to Sylvania. He also stated that he knew Eid was still alive and asked that, if possible, she bring him along. He added that if public opinion had improved and Eid's magical abilities had progressed, he would no longer pursue the matter regarding the insult to the princess. He wished to accept Eid back into the Rothsaler family, both as family and as his father, and said that he wanted to give him one last chance. He asked Tanya to convey these words to Eid, explaining that after losing Arwen Rothstar, he did not want to repeat the same mistake again. Finally, he stated that if Eid wished, the doors of the Rothsaler house would always remain open. Eid read the letter extremely quickly, an indescribable feeling rising in his chest. It had been a very long time since he had last received a letter from his father. Tanya lowered her voice as she tried to persuade him, telling him that their father had already forgiven him, and that this was precisely why he wanted him to return and resolve everything through conversation. Eid responded with apparent indifference, remarking that if that were truly the case, then it would indeed be a good thing. However, Tanya immediately sensed something amiss. She pointed out that just from his expression alone, she could tell that he did not genuinely believe what he was saying. Inside Eid's mind, calculations continued endlessly. An opportunity to reclaim power was presenting itself to a fallen noble. On the surface, it appeared beneficial, yet inwardly he was filled with doubt. His father had once attempted to assassinate him, and now suddenly wanted to summon him back. To him, this could only be a trap. After pondering the situation, Tanya nearly jumped to her feet, stating that she would return herself and speak to their father directly. Eid immediately stopped her, insisting that they should return home together during this vacation instead. He burned the letter right in front of her and added that it was fine, as he already had plans of his own. What followed was a tale that now existed only as a fragment within the history books of the imperial era. In that year, the Chloral Empire had been engulfed in a fierce war against the AIN race. The enemy forces advanced all the way to the front of the capital, Clol, pushing the entire empire into an unprecedented state of despair. During those dark days, the hero who stood before Emperor Killy's army and led them to fight until the very last moment was OL Forces. At his side were 3 young mages who supported him throughout that perilous journey between life and death. Accompanying them were an adventurer named Glace, the swordsman Zalon, and an outlaw whose appearance was careless and unrestrained. That man was named Sai. The outlaw who had gradually faded into historical obscurity had now appeared once more, this time as an official lecturer at Sylvania Academy. After a tense silence, Bell spoke again and carefully instructed him to proceed slowly and watch his steps. He inwardly marveled, thinking that she truly lived up to her reputation as headmaid, as such attentiveness was not something just anyone possessed. He followed her, though his mind remained full of thoughts. Eventually, Eid decided to voice what had been bothering him and questioned whether walking at such a pace was not a bit too slow. Belle suddenly turned around as if she had just remembered something important and announced that she had recalled a very important question. When he wondered whether there was something else, Belle lightly cleared her throat in a somewhat defensive manner and explained that it was something extremely difficult to put into words, asking for a little time to think. After hesitating for a while, she seemed to have chosen her words, but just as she was halfway through speaking, she abruptly stopped and quickly glanced around. It turned out that the deputy maid had run ahead to prepare things for Lucy and signaled that everything was ready. Seeing this, Belle let out a sigh of relief and decided to swallow back everything she had intended to say. She told him to forget about it for now and that she would explain everything in detail later before informing him that they had arrived. Eid did not dwell on it, his gaze fixed firmly on the space ahead, while the contents of the letter replayed in his mind. In the letter, the writer expressed deep gratitude for being given a new opportunity, stating that even though they had been expelled from the family, they were so overwhelmed with emotion that tears nearly fell. Since being cast out of the Rothsiller family, they had constantly reflected on their mistakes and worked tirelessly to become a better person. They had built relationships at the academy, even forming connections with the royal family worthy of the Rothsiller name, and wished to prove their abilities and sincerely introduce the companions they had bonded with. Ide stood silently before the door as countless possible answers passed through his mind. As for the person he trusted the most, there was no need to even call her name. It was room 302, Lucy Merrill. Belle gently pushed open the door. He stood there dazed for a moment, as if not yet mentally prepared, before his gaze suddenly changed. Lucy's familiar hair swayed softly through the air. Her appearance that day was clearly different, gentler and softer, completely unlike the image she usually had at the camp. Lucy noticed his presence and shyly attempted to greet him, but Belle quickly spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere, remarking that Lady Lucy, as always, dressed quite neatly when she was in her room. Eid smoothly continued the conversation by noting that Lucy had not appeared much at the camp recently and asking whether she had been busy. Lucy flusteredly denied it, insisting that it was not really the case. Eid walked around the area while quietly observing her, remarking that she seemed completely different from how she was at the camp and noting that this must be how she spent her time while resting. Standing beside her, he blurted out his surprise, commenting that it suited her unexpectedly well. Belle, stepping forward in confusion, asked what he meant and pointed out that everything there suited Lucy perfectly, then reminded him that he had said he wanted to discuss something with her and urged him to get to the point. Startled, Eid hurriedly refocused on the real matter. He recalled his intention and, after a brief pause, asked Lucy whether she would return to the family with him once the exam ended and the vacation began. Emboldened, he added that they would then greet his father together. His words caused Lucy's face to flush red, while the headmaid was so shocked that she stood frozen with her mouth agape. Realizing how his words sounded, Eid quickly corrected himself, insisting that he had misspoken and asking her not to misunderstand. He took a deep breath and explained that what he truly meant was this. From his perspective, the journey ahead was one in which he would be staking his life. He went on to say that they would have to travel to Duke Rothsailor's territory, a task that would demand tremendous time and effort, and that he had no intention of asking for her help without offering anything in return. He stated solemnly that this was something he could only say sincerely because he truly trusted her. Ide then declared that he planned to overthrow Rothsailor's power from within the family itself, acknowledging that it was immoral and a betrayal, but asserting that he no longer intended to allow his father to remain as the head of the family. Lucy slumped lazily in her chair and asked indifferently whether this was for the sake of revenge. The question made Eid pause. After thinking for a long time, he replied that it was not for revenge, but simply to survive. He explained that once the father who wanted him dead was overthrown, the next family head would likely be Tanya, which was an outcome he could accept. After that, he would become the eldest son of the greatest ducal family on the continent, standing in a position where no one could easily threaten or harm his life. With a serious expression, he added that from that position, he would do everything within his power to help her, and he earnestly asked her to help him in return. Lucy maintained her usual languid posture, and only after a long silence did she finally say that she had no particular intention or opinion regarding the matter, reminding him that she had never been interested in power. Eid lowered his head and nodded, saying that he understood. However, Lucy suddenly asked what then he thought she was interested in and whether he believed she could truly fulfill the promise she had made to her master. She pushed open the window, allowing sunlight to flood the room, and freely voiced her worries. She wondered whether the crisis he had spoken of had truly passed, whether she had fulfilled that promise well enough, and what she should focus on so that she could continue living peacefully without being dragged back by her past. She reiterated that she had no interest in power, and that if she chose to help him, it would simply be because she wanted to help, with no other motive involved. Then, Lucy suddenly changed her tone and stated that even so, she could not do it for free. Eid hesitated briefly before asking what she wanted. Lucy did not evade the issue and spoke directly about what frightened her the most. She confessed that after completing all the promises she had made to her master, what awaited her was not peace, but emptiness. She feared that once she cast off all her burdens, that emptiness would swallow her whole. Looking straight at Eid, she asked him to help her escape that feeling. Hearing this, Eid felt his heart sink, though he was still confused, and asked what exactly he was supposed to do. Lucy stood with her back to the light, her figure submerged in the pale sunlight pouring through the window, and told him to help her search for a reason, something that would allow her to continue living without fear. A sudden gust of wind blew the curtains apart, and in that moment, everything became strangely clear to Eid. He realized that the weight of Lucy's words was immense, serious, heavy, and sincere, too real to be taken lightly. Her face remained expressionless as ever, neither smiling nor crying. He wondered what expression would appear if he reached out now. Before he could say anything, Lucy suddenly blushed. At some point, without him noticing, Eid had hooked his little finger around hers, as if a promise had already been formed. No further words were necessary. The two of them reached a silent understanding. Lucy parted her lips as though she wanted to say something, but in the end, she said nothing. Instead, she stepped forward and tightly embraced Eid beneath the golden sunlight. In that moment, he understood how much that hug meant to her. There were burdens she had carried for a long time, burdens he would never fully know. Lucy remained silent for a long while, focusing only on the embrace, as if it were the only place where she could finally find comfort. Later, outside the written examination room, Eid glanced at Janica and told her that, for the time being, the two of them were enemies. Janica was startled by this declaration and internally questioned why they had suddenly become enemies. In contrast to her panic, Eid remained completely calm. He explained that although he did not intend to make things overly serious, he was also aiming for first place this time. From the moment he opened his eyes and transmigrated into this world, Eid had only one goal: to graduate safely from the academy. To achieve that, he needed an enormous amount of tuition, relying on a scholarship from the Glock Fund and the money earned from his deal with Lordl. He had struggled as much as he could, yet still did not know whether he could last until graduation. However, if he managed to take first place, all tuition fees would be waived. In the past, he had never dared to dream of ranking first, but now things were different. After hearing his explanation, Janica laughed, saying that she finally understood. She admitted that if she lowered her guard around him, she might truly lose first place to him. In Class A, everyone's level was nearly the same. Behind Janica, the voices of other students rang out continuously. Some complained that they still had not finished the test and did not know which answer to choose. Others remarked in frustration that Janica was completely superior in spirit arts, though they felt they had a slight advantage in subjects based on memorization, such as history and magic theory. Janica raised an eyebrow with interest and declared that she would not easily give up first place to Eid either, explaining that the people of her hometown would be very proud if she ranked first. Eid did not respond and only looked over quietly. At last, the final evaluation exam officially began. Not long after the written test for elemental studies ended, a weak cry for help echoed through the area. Anise Halen broke into a cold sweat when she witnessed the scene. Professor Sai had been scheduled to replace Professor Glace, but in the end, the one overseeing matters was teaching assistant Claire. She had prepared all the exam questions and evaluation criteria on her own for 3 consecutive days, and now she was utterly exhausted. Confused, Anise asked what was wrong with that student. Clee Nordelin was slumped over, muttering endlessly to himself. He kept questioning why he had gotten everything wrong, even material from the basic swordsmanship textbook, and concluded that he was completely useless. Anise explained that he had become like that after the written test on basic swordsmanship. At that moment, another person ran over and loudly scolded Clavius, asking whether he intended to sit there being useless all day and urging him to perform well in the remaining exams. Aid turned and asked what that person was doing there. Elvia Nair explained that she had come to ask about the theory behind an elemental anti-magic potion she was developing, believing that consulting professors from the magic department would yield more accurate results. Anise whispered hesitantly that Elvie had arrived at the worst possible time, since teaching assistant Claire was asleep after being overworked for days. Hearing this, Clavius's expression darkened as he curled in on himself. He muttered that it was all over and that he would lose first place. He then asked Eid whether he also thought he was pathetic. Elvie became angry upon hearing that and told him to stop whining, scolding him for daring to speak that way to his senior. After saying so, she jumped onto Clavius's shoulder, causing him to scream loudly. He shouted back, asking what any of this had to do with her and whether she could not see how miserable he already was. Anise blushed and looked toward Eid, remarking that it seemed he had done well on the written exam and appeared quite refreshed. Eid replied that he had done reasonably well. Anis pointed out that since entering the academy, he had never neglected reviewing theory, and now that he had stable lodging and a steadier life, achieving good results was only natural. Judging by the scores, Janica currently held a slight advantage. However, if someone wished to truly compete for first place, the decisive points would lie in the Practical Elemental Studies exam. According to the curriculum, this term's practical exam involved a duel with a lecturer. The opponent was supposed to be teaching assistant Claire, but Anis could not help feeling worried. Given Claire's current condition, she wondered whether the exam would really proceed smoothly. With the exam scheduled for the next day, she looked as though she were on the verge of collapse. There was no telling where she would find the strength to undergo a combat test. Anis poked the person slumped over the desk and remarked that it would be difficult, noting that the woman was clearly exhausted, though she believed another lecturer would probably replace her. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed through the hallway. A bearded man clutching his head rushed into the room, frowning as he complained that his head hurt terribly and wondered whether he had drunk too much alcohol. Teaching assistant Claire recognized the familiar voice and immediately jumped up, asking why Professor Sai was there. Sai walked over, his voice dropping as he explained that he had just been severely reprimanded by Principal McDowell. The principal had criticized the entire situation as ridiculous, pointing out that everything, from the written exam content to the supervision of the practical exam, had been reported under the name of the youngest teaching assistant. He had angrily questioned Sai about what he had been doing and sarcastically asked whether he was a professor who never worked, simply because the principal believed himself to be superior. Claire immediately apologized in a panic. Sai pulled out a chair and sat down, sighing as he said that it was fine. Since he was receiving a salary, he reasoned that he should do his job. He then confirmed that the practical exam was scheduled for the next day and instructed Claire to go rest, stating that he would take charge of the practical exam himself. After that, he narrowed his eyes and glanced at Eid, identifying him as Eid Rothsailor. With an interested smile curling at his lips, he proposed fighting him. Hearing this, Eid broke out into a cold sweat, completely taken aback. The next day, at OL Hall's combat training ground, the chatter of students echoed everywhere. Rumors spread that the new lecturer, Sai, would be fighting Eid Rothsailor from Class A, and many believed the match would be impressive. Students pointed out that even the student council president had come, along with Chief Secretary Ziggs Favelstein and the head of the action department. Tanya watched nervously, sweating as she thought that she simply could not believe Eid could defeat a lecturer. Aside from Lucy Merrill, no matter how talented a student was, no one could overcome a professor, especially not Professor Sai, who was nicknamed the War Hero. Despite her busy schedule, she had still come to watch. Tanya did not want Eid to be injured before the vacation began, particularly since he was about to return to his family estate. Sai stood before him, disdain evident on his face. He thought that sleeping drunk on the floor had made every bone in his body ache and mused that perhaps he should drink less. Blue energy overflowed from his body as he declared in a low voice that Eid would lose the match. Before he had even finished, Sai launched a direct attack. Eid did not dodge and immediately raised his hand, blocking it with an identical spell. Blue light erupted between them as fierce winds blew and dust scattered everywhere, the two attacks completely canceling each other out. Sai narrowed his eyes, admitting that Eid's firepower was stronger than he had expected. He then closed his eyes as blue lightning began to emanate from his body. Eid frowned cautiously, realizing that this was not basic magic. Lightning burst forth like a storm as Sai activated intermediate lightning magic, Flashlight. A blinding explosion of light erupted, power spreading outward and obscuring everything in a hazy glare. The students cried out that they could not see anything. Eid raised his arm and pulled up his clothes to shield his eyes from the intense light. Suddenly, Sai's voice rang out beside his ear, praising his performance and noting that his reactions were quite good. In the next instant, Sai appeared directly in front of Eid, preparing a fierce assault. He charged again, activating intermediate lightning magic once more. Purple lightning shot from his body, tearing through the air and carrying surging mana straight toward Eid. Without hesitation, Eid immediately deployed basic defensive magic. The barrier had barely formed when it was struck by overwhelming pressure, shaking violently yet managing to hold. Right after that, Eid lowered his center of gravity and thrust his other hand forward. Fire-attributed mana rapidly gathered as the surrounding temperature soared, and he launched his attack without delay. Sai erected a shield around himself and even smiled slightly, acknowledging that Eid had mastered basic magic well. However, in the very next second, his eyes widened in surprise as he suddenly realized that his vision had been obstructed. At that moment, a fireball exploded, its blast echoing across the arena floor as countless sparks scattered through the air. Amid the smoke and flames, Eid stood motionless. His face was cold, his eyebrows raised as he stared straight ahead, sweat slowly sliding down his face. Sai let out a low laugh and remarked that Eid learned quickly, noting that he seemed to be the type who practiced immediately after seeing something once. Without waiting for any response, Sai shifted his tone and declared that they should move on to practical application and speed things up. Immediately, the water and fire elements collided violently. Thick steam surged upward, smoke and mist swallowing the arena and blocking all vision. The entire battlefield fell into chaos, where sounds became warped and distorted. Eid remained still within the steam, his cold gaze sweeping the surroundings. He recognized this kind of vision-obscuring environment as something familiar. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from the fog. Eid instantly raised his hand and activated his magic, but when the attack flew out, he froze. What stood before him was nothing more than a block of ice carved into Sai's shape. At the same moment, Sai's real body appeared behind him. Eid was unable to conceal his shock. A sudden strike came crashing down, and Eid leapt aside at the last second, narrowly avoiding the blow. Sai pointed out that Eid's reaction speed was good, but criticized him for thinking too much, warning that in real combat, hesitation meant death. Around Eid, multiple clones appeared one after another, completely surrounding him. Even when Eid unleashed wind blades to disperse the steam, the fog quickly regrouped as though it had never been broken at all. Sig's mana output overwhelmingly surpassed Eid's. Eid considered that he simply needed to find the real body, but immediately rejected that idea. He concluded that all the visible clones were fake, reasoning that Sai must be quietly moving behind him, waiting for the moment Eid let his guard down. At that realization, Eid suddenly widened his eyes. That instant reaction caused Sai to freeze for a brief moment. A black hole appeared at the center of the arena, sucking in all the surrounding clones and erasing them without a trace. Eid had activated a coercive holy spell of forced convergence to eliminate all the afterimages at once. In the blink of an eye, the arena was completely cleared. There was no steam, no clones, nothing left behind. However, just as everything seemed to have gone smoothly, Eid's eyes flew open in alarm. The holy convergence spell in his hand was suddenly dispelled and replaced by violent wind blades that tore through the air. Eid failed to defend in time, and the attack struck him squarely in the back. His body slid across the arena floor like a torn doll that had been thrown away. Sai watched him with suspicion and questioned what he thought he was doing, wondering if Eid was deliberately limiting himself to elemental magic alone. Eid struggled to his feet and answered honestly that it should have been obvious, since the opponent before him was an elemental studies professor. From the stands, Tanya covered her mouth in shock. Below, Sai burst into loud laughter, commenting that this brat was interesting. He admitted that he had never evaluated a student using only elemental magic before and told Eid to use whatever spells he knew. Eid asked in confusion whether that was really acceptable. The desolate scene resurfaced in Khalid's memories, reminding him that the war had ended, and Emperor Cloel's reign had continued. Guardian Obel and the three heroes of the war had headed to Sylvania Academy, where they all took up teaching positions to train the next generation. However, as Khalid sat alone in the self-study room, he questioned what he could possibly teach students who were like greenhouse flowers, raised in good homes and sheltered environments. His thoughts drifted back to the battlefield. He reflected that wild survival skills were considered abuse in the academy, and that he could neither force students to stay awake all night for mana sensitivity training, nor teach them killing techniques or survival through murder. Khalid's eyes widened as he gasped in horror. At some point, the surrounding area had already been frozen solid by his mana. He recalled how he had fought endlessly with the academy administration over numerous incidents, and even clashed with students themselves, which ultimately led to his departure from the academy. After that, Khalid remembered living for a long time as an adventurer, wandering through the lawless lands of Kohelton while completing various requests. Eventually, he heard about the opening for a professor's position at Sylvania, along with the news of the death of Glast, his only lifelong friend. He returned, yet nothing truly changed. Glast had died without leaving anything behind, and there was nothing Khalid could do about it. As a result, he resolved to simply take the salary. Sitting in a chair inside a room thick with the smell of tobacco, Khalid wondered whether the ones who had stayed with Glast until the very end had been his students. Fragments of memories involving Ed's group surfaced. Khalid thought that such an ending suited Glast. Claire, looking worried, explained that one of those students had been someone Professor Glast had cared deeply about while he was still alive. Khalid recalled how, until a name slipped carelessly from the assistant professor's mouth, he had not realized the significance of it. He then asked what that person's name had been. Returning to the present, Khalid casually withdrew his hand from his coat pocket and told them to stop him by any means necessary. His expression turned ferocious as he declared that if his opponent was still standing on their own two legs after 10 minutes, he would grant a perfect score. As he issued the challenge, Khalid began activating his magic, calling out Ed Rothstaler's name. Suddenly, several ice arrows shot toward Khalid at high speed. Drawing on his extensive experience, he reacted instantly and sliced the arrows apart. Khalid's eyes widened as his usual calm vanished. He focused on Ed, who had already assumed a ready stance, and realized with surprise that from the very moment their conversation had begun, Ed had already finished summoning a mana bow. As Ed continued firing arrows, Khalid dodged while expressing amazement, noting that elemental studies were not even Ed's specialty. On Ed's side, the boy began summoning a water spirit through spirit-style mana source manifestation. The ground glowed as a magical pool of water appeared. Khalid was startled upon seeing the spirit summoning and questioned whether Ed was a spirit mage. He reacted swiftly by freezing the flowing water with ice magic. Observing Ed more closely, Khalid came to a realization. From the very start, it was difficult to even call Ed a mage. While closing into melee range was standard for mages, when the opponent was also a mage, one was taught not to close the distance. Khalid noticed Ed charging straight toward him and understood that the moment Ed realized fighting purely with mana was disadvantageous, he had instantly changed his fighting style. A thrilled smile spread across Khalid's face as he thought that for someone with such skill to rely only on elemental magic was almost like fighting with his arms and legs bound. When it was Khalid's turn to counterattack, he regarded the situation as a common occurrence on the battlefield. Suddenly, a red light shone directly into Khalid's face. Not to be outdone, Ed prepared to respond at that close distance. From Ed's hand, a magic sphere was summoned as he gathered basic holy-type magic. As Ed closed in further, he swung a sharp object at Khalid with his other hand. At some point, Ed had already prepared a dagger, its sharp blade tearing through the air. Just before the dagger could strike, Khalid swiftly raised a barrier. Khalid praised Ed's fast reaction and noted that since holy-type magic had already appeared, the next move was obvious. At that moment, Ed suddenly stopped his assault and instead called out to Mug. Following the summoning call, Ed's dagger immediately began to glow. A massive explosion erupted as a spirit-style explosive roar echoed through the area. Though caught off guard, Khalid quickly leapt backward to escape the blast. He coughed a few times as he stared at the explosion before him, growing even more excited as he remarked on just how impressive Ed was. After being summoned, Mug appeared perched on Ed's shoulder as an intermediate fire spirit. Assessing Ed's overall strength, Khalid concluded that he had already surpassed the level of an ordinary student. Such attacks were still unable to bring Khalid down. He slowly rose to his feet, remarking that the impact had finally snapped him back to his senses. From that moment on, Khalid began to fight in earnest, declaring inwardly that since things had come this far, he would go all the way. Ed was stunned when he sensed the magic Khalid was using and questioned what it was supposed to mean. Khalid responded that he himself had no idea how he was going to clean up the aftermath either. It became clear that the spell Khalid was preparing was no longer basic magic, and he dryly noted that he would probably have to write yet another incident report. Up in the stands, Tanya panicked, protesting internally that no matter how often she had been called a mad dog, she could never go that far against a student. Indeed, the magic Khalid was unleashing was high-level lightning magic. A bolt of lightning crashed down upon the academy, accompanied by Tanya's scream as she realized he was using high-level magic. As Khalid cast the advanced lightning spell, lightning converged in the sky into a massive cluster. An overwhelming force struck the academy's training grounds, an attack known as Heavenly Punishment. After the strike, the entire arena floor was engulfed in thick black smoke. Khalid covered his nose, only now beginning to regret his actions. He cursed himself, wondering if he had gone too far, reminding himself that Ed was only a student. Suddenly, Khalid's eyes widened as he realized he had somehow assumed Ed could endure the attack. Without warning, a sudden strike shot straight toward Khalid's face, and he barely managed to tilt his head aside to avoid it. The blow grazed his face, leaving a cut from which blood began to flow. Within the swirling smoke, Ed's silhouette gradually emerged. Khalid was shocked to see that Ed was still standing. He questioned in disbelief whether Ed had truly endured a high-level spell. His surprise deepened when he saw Ed slowly forcing himself back to his feet, still standing. Khalid questioned whether Ed truly intended to keep fighting. Grinding his teeth, Khalid admitted that he finally understood why Glast had taken such an interest in this boy, and that this was it. Though wounded, with blood continuously streaming down from his head, Ed's expression and gaze remained completely unwavering. He stood amid the sea of flames as if he had just stepped out of a battlefield. Khalid also moved forward, and the two of them now faced each other like warriors on a true battlefield. Khalid reflected that Ed was someone who had crossed countless lines of death. He challenged him, urging him to come forward, recognizing the killing intent that could dwell only in the eyes of such a person. Ed responded by summoning another spirit to counterattack. The spirit roared, instantly activating wind magic, and Ed charged forward without hesitation to confront Khalid head-on. In response to Ed's assault, Khalid invoked ice magic, erecting a massive wall of ice. The two energies collided directly, and the ice wall began to crack under Ed's sharp, relentless strikes. Ed surged forward with a dagger in hand, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Seeing that gaze, Khalid was suddenly reminded that he had faced countless people with eyes like that before, comrades with whom he had fought while placing his very life on the line. The battle continued without pause. The fight shifted into close combat. Ed launched an attack, and Khalid answered with a powerful counterstrike. The two remained locked in a stalemate, neither willing to yield. Ed countered again, driving his knee straight into Khalid's abdomen. Suddenly, Khalid's hand began to glow as he cast magic at point-blank range. A massive explosion detonated directly toward Ed, an intermediate spell known as Point Explosion. Ed took the hit head-on, and within the blast, his form blurred and faded. Then, unexpectedly, a hand shot out from the explosion. To Khalid's astonishment, Ed's hand clenched tightly onto his collar. Ed was still able to fight, having activated a blessing that granted temporary fire protection and a surge of fire immunity. Seizing the opportunity, Ed launched a lightning-fast counterattack using a spirit-style technique known as Explosive Voice. Khalid's expression gradually twisted into madness, exhilarated by the intensity of the battle. This time, Ed's attack succeeded in blasting Khalid away, aided by the Blessing of Tempest, which caused an unexpected hit to hurl the enemy back with violent wind. Ed staggered slightly and questioned why the Blessing of Tempest had activated. Turning his head, Ed finally realized that he had narrowly escaped death. He concluded in shock that this outcome had been deliberately engineered to intentionally trigger the Blessing of Tempest. Khalid rose to his feet and warned that, on the battlefield, even a single moment of carelessness could cost lives. He then continued casting ice magic, stating that Ed understood that truth better than anyone. Everything within the spell's range was instantly frozen, as Khalid declared that it was only one step away from high-level ice magic known as Eternal Permafrost. Before such advanced magic, even Ed's body was completely immobilized. Khalid's face turned cold and merciless as he remarked that even if the ice were melted now, it would make no difference. Preparing to end the battle, he summoned a barrage of sharp ice arrows and asserted that it was already too late. The icy projectiles shot forward at extreme speed, and at that moment, Ed could only shut his eyes and await his tragic end. Suddenly, something rushed in and blocked the attack in front of him. A large man appeared, stopping every strike launched by Khalid. Ed opened his eyes and stared in shock at the scene before him. The man standing ahead clenched his fist tightly, smoke rising from his fingertips. Standing before Ed was a heavily built man with a massive muscular frame who stated that 10 minutes had already passed. He went on to say that Khalid had gone too far. The speaker was revealed to be Dyke Elfalin, the top student of the 4th-year combat department and a senior member of the Student Council's Action Committee. As Dyke continued, he pointed out that Ed Rothstaler was no longer capable of fighting and formally addressed Khalid as a professor. At the same time, Tanya rushed to support Ed, anxiously asking whether he was all right and if he had been seriously injured anywhere. Khalid admitted that his blood had boiled for the first time in a long while and that he had acted out of character. Dyke then bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude for Khalid's understanding. Khalid, however, grumbled irritably that it was enough, scoffing that Dyke clearly understood nothing and was already eager to write the incident report. Khalid then announced that Ed Rothstaler would receive a perfect score on the Elemental Studies practical exam. Ed questioned this in disbelief, asking whether the practical exam did not have an upper limit. Khalid replied indifferently that in that case, Ed should simply take the highest score, adding that if he performed well on the written exam, he could even place first overall. Khalid walked over to Ed and remarked that he finally understood why Glast had kept an eye on him. He added that he did not know why a young master from a ducal family was living in a place like that. But before he could continue, Ed explained that there had been personal circumstances following his expulsion and that he had grown accustomed to living in a forest cabin. Khalid cut him off and flatly said no, clarifying while glancing downward that he was not talking about a cabin. Those words made Ed freeze in place as Khalid stated that Ed was living on a battlefield. After saying that, Khalid turned and left, advising that regardless of the reason, it would be best to get out of such a place quickly, no matter how comfortable it might seem, because screams would eventually pierce through the walls. His hands began to tremble as he added that in the end, if someone stayed in a place like that, they would become a wreck who could not endure without being intoxicated by something. As he walked away, Khalid took a swig of alcohol, and a look of sorrow crossed his face as he concluded that such a fate would be just like his own. Khalid turned around and left, casually remarking that he would see them next time, while also commenting that not only he, but that guy as well, was seriously out of his mind. Tanya anxiously rushed over to check on Ed, asking if he was okay, whether he was badly hurt anywhere, and insisting that they absolutely had to formally protest to the academy about what had happened, declaring that she would take responsibility and personally question them about it. Dyke agreed with her, stating that the situation had definitely been dangerous. Suddenly, however, he noticed that the layer of ice on Ed's leg was still there. He wondered aloud whether Ed had not melted his frozen leg yet, before realizing that it had not melted at all. He concluded that it was not because Ed could not melt the ice, but because he had chosen not to. Dyke recalled how Ed had placed his staff against it and gathered red mana, which was not fire magic, but holy-type magic. It was clear to him that Ed had been gathering holy-type mana, and he reflected that if he had not intervened and the fight had continued, he could not help but wonder how it would have ended. Dyke then turned back and called out to Ed Rothstaler, extending his hand toward him and saying that his interference had been unnecessary. Ed sincerely responded that it was fine, explaining that as long as he had received a good practical score, nothing else really mattered. Dyke expressed his admiration, saying that he had only heard rumors before, but that this was his first time seeing Ed in person. Gripping Ed's hand firmly, he remarked that at this rate, the overall top student might truly change. Ed humbly replied that, as Dyke already knew, the current top student, Janica, was not an easy opponent. Dyke laughed comfortably and said that was so, adding that seeing juniors climbing up one by one was starting to make him feel a sense of crisis himself. Ed let out a relieved breath and noted that the exams were now over, and all that remained was the grade announcement. Inside the professor's office, a familiar voice greeted Collide, addressing him as Professor Collide. Collide stepped out looking completely drunk and asked who the person was, before suddenly remembering and saying that they were the student assistant, Anise Halen. He mentioned that there were rumors claiming she was more efficient than most assistant professors. Anise awkwardly accepted the stack of documents and asked what they were. Collide instructed her that they were the grade data and told her to put them up on the bulletin board. Anise asked in return whether it was the top 20 students per grade that were released every semester, adding that she would organize it and post it. She then tried to find her own position on the list, thinking to herself that while her practical exam had been a bit lacking, she was confident in her written exams, and that although it had been close last time, this time would be different. Seeing her reaction, Collide bluntly told her that her name was not there. Anise shot him a dissatisfied glance and internally dismissed it, thinking that it did not matter anyway. She reminded herself that the full grades could only be seen by the student council and professors, while what was made public were each student's best subject, worst subject, and the rankings of the top 20, including the top student. She recalled that people said Sylvania's top student rarely changed because the system was biased toward practical exams, but just as she thought that this year would definitely be different, her eyes widened in shock when she looked at the list. The ranking board had been posted, and all the students were already gathering around it, buzzing with animated discussion. The rankings for the first and second years were announced in order. For the first year, the rankings listed Maid Callamore in first place, followed by Joseph Whitefelt, Dennis Beniams, Claude Bellisis, and Tanya Rothstaler. For the second year, Lucy Mayriel ranked first, with Lortel Caharan, Claveus Norton-Dale, Jix Effelstein, and Taylor McClory following behind. As the names were read out, quiet murmurs spread among the students. Some of them remarked that the results seemed reasonable, noting that the person in question had worked extremely hard. Next came the rankings for the third and fourth years. In the third year, Ed Rothstaler took first place, followed by Janica Failover, Drake Regas, Atalanta, and Sari Camellan. For the fourth year, Dyke Elfalin ranked first, with Tressiana Blumriver, Dorothy Whitefelt, Gerks, and Patriciana Bloomriver listed after him. What drew the most attention was the top two positions in the third-year ranking, with Ed Rothstaler holding the top spot and Janica Failover coming in second. Some students whispered among themselves, questioning whether the top position was simply given to anyone who lived fiercely. Ed, however, recalled the long months of relentless effort he had endured. He reflected that it had taken him 1 year and 7 months to reach this point, and that while some might say he had achieved something unbelievable in a short time and others might argue that he had endured for a long time, the truth was that the result mattered far more than the process. He acknowledged that he had become the overall top student of the third year and that, instead of desperately scrambling to earn money for the next semester's tuition, he could now devote more time to preparing for the dangers that lay ahead. In short, he realized that his chances of survival had increased dramatically. He knew that the feeling he should have been experiencing was relief at having survived, yet something else stirred within him. As he clenched his teeth and stared at the ranking board, Ed found himself questioning what emotion was surging up inside him. At that moment, a familiar voice called out his name. Janica ran toward him excitedly, loudly announcing that Ed was the top student. She then spoke shyly, admitting that she had ended up in second place and that Ed had won. Ed interrupted her by calling her name sharply. To Janica's surprise, he suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her away from the crowd. Startled, she called out to him, but Ed continued walking, stating that he had something important to say, and suggesting they go somewhere without anyone listening. When they reached a quieter place, Janica asked nervously what was wrong. Ed then confronted her, asking whether she had intentionally performed poorly on the written exam. He sternly accused her of deliberately giving up first place for him. Janica hesitated before admitting that it had been obvious. She hurriedly explained that because of her previous disciplinary action, she would not have received scholarship benefits even if she became the top student. She added that she had already moved out of the dorms and that, honestly, the expectation of being first place had felt heavy. After thinking it through carefully, she felt it was better to step down. Hearing her explanation, Ed ground his teeth in anger. Janica insisted that her grades were more than good enough to make her the top student, but that for now, she thought it made sense for Ed to be the third-year top student instead. Eventually, Ed swallowed his anger and forced himself to steady his breathing. Coldly, he thanked her, saying that it was thanks to her that he had won and that he would not forget this. Unaware of his inner turmoil, Janica cheerfully responded that it was nothing and reminded him that he was always the one who worked the hardest. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by another voice remarking that the two of them were there. Janica turned around in surprise and asked Anise what had brought her there. Anise reminded her that they were supposed to go to Laplace Bakery that day to celebrate the closing ceremony, the three of them along with Clara, and scolded Janica for always forgetting. Janica reacted in shock, realizing that it was indeed that day. Anise then appeared to come and go like the wind. She greeted Ed briefly, apologized, and said she would borrow Janica for a while since Janica must have forgotten about their plans. Left alone, Ed sighed and simply agreed. That afternoon, as the sun burned red in the sky and time quietly passed, Anise and Janica sat together on a bench. Anise, sounding helpless, told Janica that she had messed up. When Janica still failed to understand, Anise sighed again and explained that Janica had not acted with bad intentions, but simply liked Ed and wanted things to go well for him. She added that she had seen Ed's grades, and that even if Janica had earned a perfect score on the written exam, Ed still would have taken first place. Hearing this, Janica became even happier and exclaimed in relief, expressing how glad she was and emphasizing that Ed had truly worked hard and had really wanted to become the top student. Anise shouted at her, telling her not to forget that, because of Janica, Ed could not become the top student and that he had given the position up to her. At those words, Janica could no longer smile. Anise continued, telling Janica that she needed to realize something important. When standing in a high position, simply being kind was not always a good thing. Anise spoke while glancing toward Janica, carefully observing her friend's expression. She slowly sat down beside the trembling girl and gently advised her, suggesting that if Janica did not trust Ed, then she needed to consider what choice she truly had left. Night had already fallen in the forest near Ed's residence. Sitting alone, he silently reflected on the events of the day. He recalled that he had tried to become the top student purely because it had been necessary for his survival, and from that perspective, the process itself had never truly mattered. However, he could not shake the gloomy feeling lingering in his chest. He realized that perhaps his desire to become the top student had been something separate from mere survival. His thoughts drifted to his match against Professor Collide, an exam in which he would have earned full marks simply by lasting 10 minutes, yet he had still tried to win regardless. He admitted to himself that he could have stopped on his own. From the moment he arrived until now, his goal had always been singular: survival. And yet, at that moment, he found himself worrying about something beyond that. Feeling a surge of melancholy, Ed tossed another branch into the fire. He then stood up and concluded inwardly that it no longer mattered. The semester was over, and he no longer had time for idle thoughts. Whether he liked it or not, he resolved to focus solely on survival from now on, and decided that he would depart immediately for the Rothstaler estate. The scene shifted as another morning arrived at the imperial palace of the Clowell Empire. From within the palace, a voice remarked that it had been nearly 5 years since the Rothstaler estate had last been mentioned. A young woman was kneeling deeply before the emperor, addressing him as her father. She stated that she had heard Penia was returning from Sylvania and expressed regret that she would have to leave without seeing her. The emperor of Clowell responded that he understood her desire to reunite with Penia and catch up after such a long time. However, from the perspective of the emperor of Clowell, he explained that the Rothstaler duchy represented a tremendous opportunity. The young woman reflected inwardly that even if her father had arranged this assignment to separate her from Pania, the Rothstaler family was still the greatest ducal house on the continent. She acknowledged that if she were to become emperor, it was a tool she would have to master completely. She considered that many influential nobles would attend the social gathering, but if she had to prioritize, the Rothstaler family itself would come first, particularly Patriarch Crepin and Tanya Rothstaler, the first freshman to ever become Sylvania's student council president. She also recalled that there was a son who was supposedly being reinstated during this visit, though she questioned whether he had not been expelled in the first place and concluded that he was probably not worth worrying about. She then rose to her feet and announced that she would take her leave. The emperor instructed her to travel safely as he watched his daughter depart. That daughter was Saleha, the front princess, who was now setting out to fulfill her duty, departing toward the Rothstaler estate. Standing before a magnificent building, voices of admiration arose. Someone remarked that every time they came to this place they could feel it anew. Tanya looked around in awe and commented that the place truly felt like another world. Together, Tanya and Ed entered the building, which was known as Ophalis Hall, the most luxurious and expensive facility on Arkan Island. In terms of cost alone, it ranked second, though its scale was not even half that of Ophalis Hall. The guards bowed respectfully and invited them inside. As he walked in, Ed wondered silently whether there was something particularly special about this facility. When the doors opened, the sight within was even more astonishing than expected. He realized that everything inside existed solely for one person. A young woman had already been waiting for them. When Tanya and Ed arrived, Penia turned around and formally identified herself as Penia Elias Cloel, the third princess of the Cloel Empire. Both Tanya and Ed immediately bowed, offering their greetings and expressing gratitude for granting them an audience. Ed began to explain the reason for their visit, but before he could finish, Penia bluntly stated that they needed her authority. She pointed out that since she had been the primary individual responsible for his expulsion, her approval would make his reinstatement significantly easier. Ed fell silent, acknowledging inwardly that although her words were blunt, she was correct. Ultimately, this meeting was him asking her to support his reinstatement. Returning to the Rothstaler estate was a massive gamble. Although Lucy had agreed to accompany him, he knew that force alone could not solve everything. Among nobles, most problems were resolved through authority. From that standpoint, gaining the approval of someone lofty and noble would make it difficult for anyone to oppose his reinstatement. The problem, however, was that receiving such approval was difficult, and proving that he had received it was equally challenging. Penia then remarked that it had been a long time since she had sent her greetings to the Rothstaler family. She asked Ed Rothstaler to deliver her regards to Lord Crepin on her behalf. Ed looked down at the letter placed on the table, momentarily stunned. He wondered to himself whether it was truly a letter and questioned whether she had prepared it in advance. He had believed that Princess Penia viewed the Rothstaler family as hostile and had planned to propose a deal in which he would investigate the family's internal affairs. Yet instead, she was suddenly entrusting him with a message of goodwill. As Ed held the letter in his hands, he realized the gravity of the situation. A royal letter could not be entrusted to just anyone, and more importantly, the meaning behind the letter was even heavier. The absence of a wax seal meant that Penia deeply trusted him not to tamper with it in any way, an indirect but unmistakable expression of that trust. Ed spoke up, saying that he had been prepared to negotiate further. Penia smiled, her expression visibly relieved, remarking that this meant something important. She then agreed calmly, stating that it was fine. Ed understood clearly that this implied the sender completely trusted the messenger. The scene shifted to Ed's small cabin deep in the forest. He noted to himself that departure would be in 2 days and that he needed to prepare to leave the camp for a while. He had already collected all the traps he had set around the forest, oiled them, and stored them away, even putting a lock on the cabin door. As he continued checking everything, he thought that what remained was just food supplies, guessing that aside from items that could be stored long-term, it would be better to use everything up. Suddenly someone called his name. Janica had appeared by the fireplace without him noticing. Looking embarrassed, she told him that it was ready. While stirring the pot of soup, she spoke rapidly, explaining that Miss Bell had shared some precious herbs, so she had added them to the curry. She mentioned that she had tasted it earlier while seasoning and that the aroma had been amazing. Ed immediately sensed something unusual and pointed it out, questioning her behavior. He asked why she had been acting so cautious around him. As he observed her more carefully, he realized that she had been watching his reactions a lot lately. He then asked her directly whether it was because she had given up first place, or because she thought she had been rude to him. Janica hurriedly denied it, insisting that she had not given anything up and questioning what he meant. However, Ed was not fooled by her clumsy lie and concluded that this was indeed the reason. In the end, Janica let out a sigh and admitted it. She lowered her head and said that she thought she understood him well, but sometimes felt like she did not know him at all, which was why she kept having bad thoughts. Ed asked what kind of bad thoughts she meant. At that, Janica's voice began to tremble as she confessed that she feared Ed might eventually end up hating her. Ed reflected inwardly that kind and capable people sometimes became rude precisely because they were overly considerate, and that Janica must have been disliked for this reason before as well. Seeing that her eyes were beginning to well up with tears, he spoke, thinking that she worried far too much. He told her that it was impossible to fully understand someone anyway, but he could say with certainty that there was no one in the academy who knew him as well as she did. Even if she was a bit rude at times, he could never hate her that easily. He then affirmed that, to him, she was someone truly special. Hearing this, Janika's face instantly turned red. She grabbed the hem of his clothes and asked him why he would not just be rude to her once, whether through a mistake, a slip of the tongue, or even by asking a favor. Ed reacted in confusion, but she persisted, saying it could be something difficult or time-consuming. She then revealed that she was not even going home during this vacation. After hearing that, Ed hesitated before making a suggestion. He asked whether she would be willing to take a request. Janika's face filled with determination as she immediately agreed, telling him to say anything. Time passed quickly. 2 days later, they arrived in the Rothstaler territory, located at the very heart of the empire on its most valuable land. Anyone wishing to enter the imperial capital from the bustling cities along the western coast had to pass through this territory. Its position was such that it embodied the authority of the Rothstaler family, and the people of the empire often referred to it as the shield of the imperial capital. Inside a carriage, Ed was sleeping soundly when a whispered scream rang out. Tanya, who was sitting beside him, panicked and called out to him, begging him not to wake up. Janica, meanwhile, was staring at Ed with a terrifying expression, commenting that the atmosphere was too frightening and questioning whether they were really going to continue like this all the way until arrival. Her gaze was fixed intensely on his legs, as if she wanted to devour him. It turned out that Lucy was sleeping soundly on Ed's lap, which greatly displeased Janica. She tried forcefully to pull Lucy away, warning that sleeping like that was dangerous. Tanya watched the two of them in fear. Janica still refused to give up, insisting that Lucy move and repeating that it was dangerous. Tanya's face turned pale as she wondered why this was happening at all, and questioned whether those two people were actually together. Overcome by fear, tears streamed down her face as she muttered that it was scary. While the carriage was speeding along the road, it struck a large rock. The strong impact jolted Ed awake. He slowly opened his eyes and looked down. Inside the carriage, everything was in chaos, and the person lying beneath his feet was Janica. Confused, Ed wondered what on earth had been happening up until now. By the time the carriage stopped to rest, the sky had already grown dark. Someone announced that they would arrive sometime the next day. Tanya then spoke, remarking that Ed seemed very close with those two. Ed began to explain that since the start of the semester, but Lucy suddenly interrupted, calling Janica by name. Everyone was startled by Lucy's voice. Lucy looked straight at Janica and told her to stop it, pointing out that there were countless spirits around them as well. Hearing this, Janica jumped to her feet in shock. Lucy then exposed the truth, explaining that spirits swarmed around the camp every day, and that whenever something happened, they ran to Janica to chatter reports. It was obvious that they had been reporting every single move of that girl to her. Lucy questioned her, asking whether she truly did not feel like she was being watched day and night. Janica denied it awkwardly and hurried to explain that the spirits had acted on their own. Lucy immediately exposed her, pointing out that Janica could have stopped them but had chosen not to, all while pretending to be innocent. Lucy let out a sigh and bluntly concluded that Janica was sneaky. Ed then spoke up, saying that it was fine and that he did not really mind, adding that, given his position, there were also valid safety reasons. Janica quickly seized on his words, insisting that Ed himself had said he did not mind. However, Ed continued by clarifying that he had not thought things had gone as far as reporting every single detail. His remark left Janica frozen in place. Lucy took the opportunity to press her advantage, describing the situation as creepy. She circled around Janica, hurling insults and calling her sneaky and gloomy. Lucy kept attacking verbally, stating that if it were her, she would feel so ashamed that she would stay as far away as possible. Ed finally stopped her, telling her that it was enough. He then announced that they were almost at the Rothstaler estate and said they needed to discuss how they would proceed from there. He reminded them that the Rothstaler estate was essentially enemy territory and emphasized that they should not forget their purpose, coming here to find evidence that could expose Crepin Rothstaler's true intentions. The next morning, the carriage convoy continued its journey. It was explained that the Rothstaler estate was not merely one building but a cluster of 5 or 6 structures visible at a glance. The estate was larger in scale than Awfulus Hall and resembled a village more than a mansion. It was a place where the family's authority stood even higher than that of the imperial family, and where a member of the Rothstaler family ranked above even the emperor. Suddenly, the butler's hand slipped, causing Ed's luggage to fall to the ground. The color drained from the man's face as fear flashed in his eyes, sweat pouring down his body. All the servants immediately bowed deeply and apologized, addressing Ed as young master. At that moment, Ed thought to himself that these people were treated like gods. The butler's trembling voice followed, explaining that he had been so nervous after seeing Ed again following such a long time. and that Ed's glorious return had been so dazzling that someone as lowly as himself had made a mistake. The old man's frail body shook violently as he begged desperately for forgiveness. Ed responded calmly, saying that it was fine and that he would carry it himself. The butler was utterly shocked and looked up at him, while Ed showed no concern and simply walked inside. All four of them entered the mansion, carrying with them a silent resolve that from now on, survival itself was the priority. Inside the estate, someone had already been waiting for a long time. Crepin sat arrogantly upon a seat of power, welcoming them with a twisted expression and addressing Ed as his son. At that moment, Ed found himself facing an extremely dangerous trial, vowing inwardly that he would drag the so-called god down. Inside the mansion, there hung a large portrait of a woman. Tanya remarked that he would be seeing Sister Arwen's portrait again after a long time, and reminded him that when he had been at the estate before, he had strangely disliked that portrait. Ed frowned and reflected that Arwen Rothstaler, the eldest daughter of the Rothstaler family and his older sister, was no longer in this world. He stared at the painting and wondered why it was hanging there, questioning whether it was out of longing for a daughter who had passed away first, or to honor her life as a model noble lady of the Rothstaler family. While he was lost in thought, a familiar voice said that he had come. Crepin descended from upstairs and told him that he must be tired from the long journey. Smiling, Crepin added that he had wanted to see him, calling him his son, Ed. He then began explaining that the estate must be quite busy, as a grand social gathering would begin the following evening. With everyone seated together in the room, Crepin explained that all the servants were occupied with preparations and asked for understanding if they seemed somewhat inattentive. Ed apologized for returning at such a hectic time. Crepin gently replied that it was precisely because of this occasion that he had summoned him, since at the social gathering they would announce to all that his proud son, Ed Rothstaler, had returned. He then looked at the companions beside Ed and inquired whether they were the academy friends to whom his son owed a debt. Unica shyly introduced herself as Unica Feylover. Crepin responded that the name was not entirely unfamiliar to him and recalled that she was a spirit mage capable of handling high-level spirits without difficulty. Turning to Lucy, he remarked that she must be the one Tanya had mentioned in her letter, the renowned once-in-a-generation genius mage. Lucy cut him off and simply stated her name as Lucy Mayriel. Her bluntness caused the atmosphere in the room to fall silent. Crepin suddenly rose from his seat, causing the household servants to panic, but he forced a smile and commented that Ed had brought interesting friends. He added that although he would have liked to have breakfast together, Her Highness Selaha, the Frost Princess, had just arrived at the Rothstaler estate, and as her vassal he was obliged to treat her with the utmost hospitality. He told Ed that his room had been kept as it was and instructed him to go and rest. Ed agreed but said that before that, he had something to give him. Taking a carefully kept letter from his pocket, he told his father that he had something to present to him. Later, at the dining table, Crepin held the letter in his hand. Selaha tried to deduce what it could be and observed that it bore Pinia's seal, yet lacked a wax stamp. Crepin stared at it and understood it as a symbol of perfect trust. Selaha wondered whether Crepin Rothstaler, the power behind the imperial court, had already sided with Pinia. Suddenly, Crepin stated that she seemed to be mistaken. Placing the letter away, he explained that he was the recipient, and that a letter without a seal did not symbolize trust toward the recipient, but rather trust toward the one delivering it. Smiling, he added that in his opinion, Princess Selaha would be more curious about who had delivered the letter. Meanwhile, Ed stood before the door to his old room and realized that it was Ed Rothstaler's private room. He slowly opened the door and glanced inside, only to look downward instead of around. Lucy entered behind him. He asked whether she had not said that she would move to the room next door. Lucy climbed onto the bed and told him to wake her if something happened. Ed reflected that although Lucy acted careless, she never missed anything important and wondered if she was trying to keep her promise to protect him while they were at the estate. He thought it was surprising that his private room remained intact even after he had been expelled. He had heard that Arwen Rothstaler's room was also untouched, so perhaps it was not strange, given that there were so many spare rooms that it was possible to leave them as they were. He approached a cabinet and opened it, thinking with relief that it was fortunate. However, he was surprised to find a locked drawer. He reasoned that since he was already considered reckless Ed Rothstaler, it would not matter if he broke the desk. Yet he hesitated, thinking that he could not damage it without knowing what was inside, and wondered whether he should simply break the lock. Suddenly, a strange light emanated from within the drawer. It turned out to be Lucy's magic, which caused the drawer to open. Ed immediately gestured in praise toward her before stepping forward once more to approach the drawer. Ed opened the drawer and saw that it was filled with countless envelopes, and he wondered what it was. As memories resurfaced, he recalled that in episode Act 1, Chapter 1, the one who had framed the protagonist, Taylor McClure, and been expelled was that foolish delinquent, Ed Rothstaler. He reflected that they did not know the detailed story after the scenario of that third-rate villain who had exited early, but it had certainly been miserable. He thought that in order to avoid ending up like that, he had worked tirelessly. However, he realized that the story before the scenario was completely unknown territory. As he flipped through the papers, he thought that at this rate, he would soon die. He questioned what meaning there could be in a life that was bound to end in death anyway, and what value could be given to a life that only waited for its promised death. He reflected that although his life, intoxicated by the glory of Rothstaler, had been short, he now intended to end it all, and that as a member of the Rothstaler family, his journey ended there. Examining the letters, he noted that they were all letters written to Arwen while she had been alive, handwritten by Ed. Looking at the number of letters on the table, he assumed that they must have exchanged letters for several years and that it would take a long time just to read them. Still, he considered it a good thing and resolved that from then on, whenever he had time, he would cram all those massive letters into his head, because soon he would have to act as Ed in front of Crepin. Meanwhile, a mage was casting a spell. It was said that the Bloom River family, the greatest magic noble house in the Empire, primarily dealt in practical combat magic aimed at winning duels. Rather than focusing on academic depth, their magic for victory was considered somewhat cunning and ruthless. As waves of magical attacks were unleashed, people referred to the head of the Bloom River family, Signir Bloom River, as the Witch's House. However, when another person cast a spell, Signir's attack immediately dissipated. The arrows turned to ashes at once, and the overwhelming power forced her to step back. In astonishment, she murmured that before such overwhelming mana, there was not even a scratch. Lucy, still sleepy, remarked indifferently that the type of magic was meaningless and asked if it was over now. Later, in the Rothstaler Central Garden duel arena, Signir bowed and thanked Duke Crepin for arranging such an unusual duel as soon as they had arrived, explaining that her children at Sylvania had been making such a fuss, so she had wanted to see his skills for herself. Crepin told her not to take it to heart and said that he also thought it had been worth watching. He then remarked to Ed that he had quite an unusual friend. Ed agreed, saying that she was indeed unusual. Crepin observed that Lucy looked quite tired at the moment. Ed explained that she normally slept a lot and had not slept well the previous night. Crepin then said that if she recovered, he would like to speak at the evening banquet. He added that it had been a splendid duel, fitting to mark the beginning of a grand social gathering, and concluded by saying that he would see everyone at the evening banquet. Ed thought to himself that the distinguished guests had begun to gather and that now was the time. He decided to let Lucy rest in her room for the time being and to move while things were chaotic. Suddenly, a voice called out, startling him. Janica ran up to him and said that, as they had discussed, she had the spirits scout around the estate, and since there were hardly any people who could sense spirits, it had been easier than expected. Ed quickly covered her mouth and prompted her to speak about the area around Duke Crepin's private office. Janica became flustered when she realized he was holding her and exclaimed his name. Ed gestured for her to lower her voice and whispered that she should come into his room. Janica, confused and embarrassed, asked whether they were really going into his room, just the two of them, right now. Ed confirmed that they were and explained that they first needed somewhere without ears, adding that no one would enter his room carelessly. Janica hesitantly agreed, saying that was true. Ed led her inside and said that there they could talk alone. However, a voice suddenly echoed from inside the room, remarking that it did not seem like the most suitable place for a secret meeting since there was already a guest. Both of them immediately knelt down. Ed said that he had not expected her to be in his room and asked forgiveness for his rudeness. Princess Selaha was already seated there, holding a letter as she waited. She stated that there was no need for a long conversation, since he already knew everything he needed to know. With a faint smile, she asked the young master whether he would continue to remain on a sinking ship like that, Ed Rothstaler. Ed immediately dropped to one knee and apologized, saying that he had committed a discourtesy and had not expected her to be in his room. In a respectful tone, he addressed her as Princess Saleha and questioned whether it had truly been a discourtesy. Princess Saleha merely smiled and replied that it was not at all. She coolly remarked that making a few commoner women cry was quite a classic pastime for high nobles and that she had no intention of meddling in his personal hobbies. Still, she warned him that it was best not to give his heart too much to lowborns. If a child were to result, everything would be turned upside down. She added that she had seen many noble men swayed by such lowly people and commented on how ridiculous they had looked. Ed calmly thanked her for her wise words and then asked whether she had business with him. Saleha answered that she did and stated that she would not speak at length. She explained that, as he might have noticed from observing her closely, Penia overthought too much and was not suited for the throne. Extending her hand in invitation, she urged him to join her side. Ed, however, responded cautiously that he would not dare clasp the first princess's hand with his lowly one. Although he was a member of the ducal family, he said he could not lay a hand upon someone so noble. Hearing this, Saliha laughed softly and stood, remarking that he spoke pleasing words and that a verbal agreement would suffice. Yet her eyes suddenly narrowed as she realized his true intent. She exposed that he was, in fact, refusing her. She then warned him that Lord Crepin, his father, would side with her, and that as his son, he ought to make a wise choice. At that moment, Ed thought to himself that this was precisely why Princess Saliha of Frost cooperated with Crepin's plan and obtained the power of an evil god, only to ultimately fail to control it and be devoured alive by Mebula. Recalling the course of events, he reflected that even among the Act 4 characters, her fate had been especially horrific, and thus he could not join her. If he had to find grounds to refuse, this was the moment. He then declared that thanks to His Majesty, the Cloail Emperor's reign, this was an age of peace. In such times, he asserted, a virtuous ruler was needed, and he firmly believed that Princess Penia would be a fitting emperor. At this, Saliha crushed the paper in her hand and countered that Penia had no desire for imperial power, asking whether he knew that. Ed did not hesitate to respond that even if she had no ambition for the throne now, he would quietly trust and wait for Princess Penia. Inwardly, he admitted that there was no better pretext than Penia to refuse Saliha's offer. After his words, the room fell silent for a moment. Eventually, Saliha stepped closer and lifted his chin, murmuring that he looked appetizing. Startled, Ed asked her pardon. Looking down at him, she elaborated that she enjoyed plunder, that chastity was most beautiful when broken, and that she wished to see how far his conviction toward Penia would go. Ed could only think to himself that, to be honest, he was not actually supporting Penia, and that there seemed to have been a misunderstanding. Saliha withdrew her hand and said that there was plenty of time. As she prepared to leave, she reminded him that the social gathering would last 5 days, and during that time he should feel the vast gap between Penia and herself. If he changed his mind, he could tell her any time. Ed carefully thanked her for her counsel. Before departing, Saliha glanced back at him and stated that they would meet again. Later, under the high moon, Janika's voice rang out as she insisted that she was not such an easy person either. Though she was a commoner, she declared that she was not someone to be looked down upon. Ed called her name, but she shook her head, lamenting that she should have answered smoothly like Lortel. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became. Ed reassured her that she had never been that kind of person to begin with. Janissa grew dejected, noting that Saliha was a princess and beautiful, yet she kept hitting on Ed. Becoming serious, Ed changed the subject and asked whether she had found anything after looking around the mansion. Janica remembered what she needed to report and explained that although the mansion was huge and troublesome to search, Moose had brought back some information. Surprised, Ed asked whether Mug had. She confirmed that beneath Duke Crepin's private study, there was an unusually large amount of magical energy. Structurally, however, the area below the study was the kitchen, and there should not have been that much magic in a place where servants worked. Ed admitted that it was definitely suspicious. Janica continued that it would be best to check it themselves, but the Duke went in and out of that study constantly, and when it was empty, it was tightly locked, making investigation difficult. After hearing this, Ed reminded her that they had 5 days, so they should wait for a chance. He added that he would keep his door open at all times, and if anything happened, she could come to his room anytime and tell him. Janica's face suddenly flushed red as she stammered at the implication of entering Ed's room anytime. However, Ed remained focused on the urgent matters at hand. He noted that there was much to do, that he had not even read half of the letters between Arwen and Ed yet, and that staying locked in his room every day would raise Crepin's suspicion. Inwardly, he resolved that he must read the letters whenever he could and investigate the study when possible, but to avoid suspicion, he would from now on diligently attend the social events. Time passed, and the first day of the social gathering began. It was merely a warm-up for the long 5-day schedule ahead, so everyone tried to relax and rest. Then Saliha appeared in a dazzling dress, and the atmosphere shifted. A young woman's voice greeted Princess Saliha respectfully, saying it was an honor to meet her. Tanya Rothstaler introduced herself as the heir to the current head of the Rothstaler family. Saliha responded pleasantly that she seemed very reliable and predicted that the Rothstaler family's glory would last for decades at least. Tanya expressed that the gathering was modest since it was only the first day. Saliha replied cheerfully that she had arrived early, so there was no need to worry about it, and thanks to that, she had seen something interesting. Amid lively murmurs, a young man entered, and people whispered that he was the former heir who was to be reinstated, Ed Rothstaler. Dressed sharply, he drew countless whispers. Many remarked that he certainly looked fierce, that he seemed bigger than before, much sharper, almost like a completely different person. Observing him, Saliha commented to Tanya that she had a fine older brother. Tanya smiled and said that she was proud of him. Meanwhile, Saliha's sharp eyes carefully examined Ed. Inwardly, she calculated that Ed Rothstaler would witness many things in the remaining 5 days. She reflected that she had already secured Fulis, the adjutant of Commander Magnus, who would arrive on the 3rd day, and wondered whether that was all. She further considered that Archbishop Samuel of the Telos Order, who would arrive on the 2nd day, was also on her side. Feeling pleased with herself, she left while thinking that she hoped he would come to realize many things, as it would be a good opportunity. The 1st day came to an end, and the social gathering moved into its 2nd day. The carriage of the Telos Order, which held the greatest religious authority on the continent, arrived. The eyes of powerful figures all turned toward the Saintess's room, as her support carried enormous political significance. It was understood that depending on whom Saintess Clarice favored and what political messages she exchanged, the balance of power could be reshaped. Therefore, the ambitious Saliha had already established connections with the new Archbishop Samuel, who served the Saintess closely. A butler walked ahead carrying a basket of white flowers in his hands. He explained that the flower language of the white orchid symbolized purity, innocence, and eternal friendship, adding that there was no flower more suitable for the Saintess, and that it also expressed a wish for the harmonious development of a relationship. Saliha praised him, remarking that, as expected, he had good taste in gifts. Dest smiled and replied that she flattered him. Saliha then confidently stated that since she had already spoken with the Archbishop, she would be the first to meet the Saintess, adding that there was no need to be overly forward at first and that leaving a good impression would suffice. However, Archbishop Samuel suddenly began to stammer. Even though Saliha was already standing before him, he hesitated before finally informing her that the Saintess was not present at the moment. Saliha was stunned and asked what he meant. Inside another room, a girl's voice rang out saying that meeting him at his family home felt special, like a romantic chance encounter in a distant land. Ed hesitated and responded that it was an honor. A hand clasped his firmly, and she told him that the honor was hers. Blushing, Clarice insisted that she was the one who felt honored. Ed explained that Saintess he had managed to leave under the pretext of showing her the Rothstaler mansion. In Arwen Rothstaler's room, Ed held his head in frustration and pointed out that every move she made was being watched by everyone, asking whether she should not act with that in mind. He then asked what had put her in such high spirits. Clarice cheerfully replied that it was nothing compared to when she had been buried in the crowds of the holy capital. She admitted honestly that she had been a bit worried. Although she had been overjoyed when she heard he would be reinstated, she had feared that he would not be treated well. Ed acknowledged that he had not exactly been well regarded to begin with. As she spoke, Clarice jumped down from the bed and said that if anyone had tried to harm or insult him, she had planned to teach them a lesson, though fortunately that did not seem to have happened. Ed answered that even if it had, it was something he should handle himself. Suddenly, Clarice grabbed his hand and told him not to try to shoulder everything alone. She abruptly suggested that they could handle it together. Startled, Ed asked what she meant. Stammering, Clarice clarified that she meant he could make use of her authority. She explained that if he stayed by her side at that evening's banquet, no one would dare look down on or be wary of him. Ed remained calm and remarked that if she put it so boldly, the person who gladly accepted would appear strange. Clarice hurriedly denied that that was what she meant, insisting that it would be a win-win situation and that it would be better if things moved in a way that benefited him. She added awkwardly that, while they were at it, she also, before stopping herself and admitting that adding so many reasons only made it sound awkward, and that she would not pile on further explanations. Holding his hand tightly with both of hers, she confessed that she needed a partner that night, and asked whether he would dance one song with her at the banquet, explaining that showing their connection would help improve his standing. She continued murmuring that it might be beneficial for her as well, though perhaps not, but there was a high chance it would bring more good than harm. Ed pointed out that she had just said she would not add strange justifications. Clarice shouted that he did not have to be so sharp about it, calling him Ed Sunbei, and trailed off before firmly declaring that she would refuse every dance invitation that night, except for one person. Nevertheless, Ed could not give her a definite promise. In the end, Clarice said she would be leaving, as she still needed to meet other guests, noting that coming to see him first might upset some people. Ed questioned why she had come to him first. As she opened the door, she simply smiled and replied that, who knew, then left without further explanation, the door slamming shut behind her. Suddenly, the wardrobe door behind Ed creaked open. Tanya stepped out with a suspicious expression and called out to her brother. Ed, equally startled, exclaimed her name and turned around in confusion, asking why she was there. Tanya explained that she had been searching everywhere because of his tailcoat and had finally found him, only to discover that the Saintess had been there, but she insisted that was not the point. She approached him and demanded to know what he was trying to do, mentioning Yenika Sunbei, Lucy Sunbei, and now even Saintess Clarice, and asked how she was supposed to deal with all of that. Ed had no chance to respond at first and could only call her name. Troubled, he attempted to find a reasonable explanation, beginning to say that it had just, before ultimately conceding that things had simply turned out that way. Down in the courtyard, Clarice was breathing heavily. She thought to herself that this was not Sylvania Academy, but a social gathering, and that being the best at magic, the richest, or having the highest grades did not matter there. A faint smile appeared on her lips as she reassured herself that, in any case, within the Rothstaler estate, she held the highest authority, at least for that night's banquet, and that there was no one who could challenge her. The renowned Emperor Cloel was said to have had a son. However, after the Crown Prince announced that he would not succeed to the throne, the people's support naturally split among the Emperor's 3 daughters, leading to a fierce struggle for power: the Frost Princess Selaha, the Princess of Wisdom Persica, and the Princess of Charity Penia. The next morning, a voice echoed through the palace halls, remarking that it had been a while. Penia knelt deeply before the king and respectfully greeted him, asking whether he had been well, addressing him as her father. The king reminded her that his deteriorating health was no secret to anyone, though he trailed off with quiet resignation. Penia's face tightened with concern as she observed that he did not look well either. After a brief hesitation, her lips trembled as she confessed that she did not believe she was worthy of succeeding the throne. That night, in the Imperial Library, Penia stepped inside when a female voice greeted her with mild curiosity, saying that she had heard Penia had given up the throne as soon as she arrived. Penia replied that her sister was always in the library at times like these and asked whether she, too, had no interest in the throne. Persica lifted her gaze from her book and commented that there was always joy to be found in discovering new books to read there. She was the Empire's second princess, Persica Elias Cloel. Setting her book aside, she noted that it had already been over a year since Penia had suddenly decided to enroll at Sylvania, and remarked that she was almost getting used to Penia visiting every school break. However, she observed that Penia seemed more downcast compared to before she had enrolled and asked whether it was because of that Rothaler again. Casually tossing a book aside, Persica pointed out that the party hosted by Crepin Rothaler was suspiciously large, attended by many influential nobles, royalty, and even the Saintess. She had assumed that such a gathering would trouble Penia. Penia responded by asking whether it would be a problem, insisting that Crepin Rothaler was a loyal servant and a model noble, and that she and many others believed so. Nevertheless, she remarked that Persica had always glared at Crepin Rothaler without any particular reason. Persica cast her sister a sidelong glance and reflected that, given their situation, they were all gifted at reading different things. She read books, Selaha read power, and Penia had always read people. Penia sighed faintly and conceded that perhaps that was true. She admitted inwardly that while it was not wrong to say that a Rothaler was the source of her depression, it was not Crepin Rothaler. The image of Ed surfaced in her mind. It was Ed Rothaler. Memories slowly resurfaced. She recalled that she had wished to escape the invisible power struggle and prove that she was worth more than her title. It had already been a year and 6 months since she had left for Arkan Island. In the meantime, the balance of power had shifted toward the first princess, Selaha, and the throne had slipped further and further from her grasp. Returning to the present, Penia remained lost in thought, yet she acknowledged that she had no intention of reclaiming any lost ground. Closing her eyes tightly, she reflected bitterly that the man had proven her secret weapon, her insight, to be useless. Persica's voice interrupted her thoughts, stating that she did not believe Penia when she claimed she was not interested in the crown, but that she trusted her eyes and had therefore done some digging. She revealed that the books before them were all the ones Crepin Rothaler had examined while volunteering to inspect the library. They were all forbidden books containing ancient magics of myth and long-forgotten evil gods. Penia was taken aback. Persica added that she had heard how Penia had caused Crepin's son to be disowned and that he had recently returned. She remarked that most people who had lived as nobles would have starved in his situation, so it was obvious he would want to return to power. Yet she found it odd. Even if Crepin had only disowned his son to appease Penia, why would he suddenly reinstate him now? Only then did Penia recall her previous meeting with Ed Rothaler. Before leaving, he had visited her quarters and, as he took her letter, had admitted in surprise that he had not expected her to help him so easily and that he had been prepared to negotiate with her. Penia began to analyze the situation in her mind. She considered the possibility that her original suspicions had been correct. that he had deliberately gotten himself disowned because he knew something about his family that others did not. Perhaps he had intentionally left Krepin, who was researching the evil god, and his reinstatement had meant being sent back home in shackles. The negotiations he had mentioned might have been his intention to discuss with her ways to fight against the darkness looming over House Rothaler. Regret welled up within her. She realized that, under the excuse of trust, she had once again sent him into danger. Clenching her fist tightly, she silently reproached herself. Persica continued speaking, noting that that night marked the second day of the party and that it would continue for 2 more days. She admitted that she had wanted to go as well, but it would have taken an entire day and a half just to get there, so she had given up. She went on to add that Penia, however, might be able to make it there in a day if she rode without stopping. Suddenly, Penia shouted Persica's name. Then, turning away decisively, she declared that she would be leaving at once, saying that since Persica seemed to be doing fine, and as it was late and she needed some sleep, she would take her leave. During the night, the cry of a royal retainer echoed through the darkness as he urgently called out to Princess Penia. A servant respectfully reported that they had prepared the fastest horse with the greatest endurance as she had requested. Penia mounted the horse and declared that she would be riding at full speed. Without hesitation, she urged the horse forward and commanded that they ride to the Rothaler Manor. Her gaze was unwavering and resolute as countless soldiers charged into the night behind her. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure stretched leisurely and remarked that any man capable of making even the third princess ride out into the darkness would surely bring shock upon the Rothaler Manor. Persica removed her glasses and mused that she did wonder what he looked like, though now was not the time to dwell on such curiosity. With a faint smile, she concluded that with this development, she was now the only remaining princess in the castle. As time passed, the party entered its second day. Ed extended his hand and politely asked Clarice if he might have the dance. Flustered yet delighted, Clarice replied that it would be her honor. As gentle music filled the air, the atmosphere grew warm and at ease. Ed's hand rested lightly at Clarice's waist while their steps moved gracefully in rhythm. Before long, Clarice's face had flushed a deep red, yet the two of them continued to dance, blending seamlessly into the lively ambiance of the celebration. Suddenly, whispers drifted through the crowd. Someone pointed out the loser who had only just been reinstated, while others murmured that they had seen him the previous day and that he had seemed like a completely different person. Even so, they questioned how such a lunatic could ever truly change. The malicious words reached Clarice's ears, and her expression darkened. Ed calmly reassured her that there was no need to be upset. Clarice admitted sadly that she had merely been thinking that perhaps she had done all of this for nothing. Ed gently responded that it was all right, and that, regardless of everything, the Saintess had been a tremendous help to him. With a hint of regret, Clarice sighed that they had been given this opportunity to dance, yet she had wasted it worrying. However, she quickly brightened and insisted that the party was far from over, asking him to dance with her again. Smiling, Ed replied that it would be an honor, Saintess Clarice. As they continued, Ed reflected inwardly that on the second day of the party, a more thorough search would begin. Lucy was on standby on the roof in case anything happened, while Jenica would infiltrate Krepin's study to find evidence to bring him down. He acknowledged that dancing with Clarice had drawn unwanted attention to himself, but he believed it would benefit him in the long run. He was confident that none of the nobles present would dare to pick a fight or interfere with his plans. At that moment, a voice addressed him, remarking that he seemed busy. Ed Rothaler. Ed cast a glance and thought to himself that everyone might stay out of his way, except her. Turning around, he saw Princess Saliha approaching. She observed that he was wearing an expression as though he had just encountered yet another problem to deal with. Inwardly, Ed admitted that she was exactly right. Saliha picked up a glass of wine and commented that leaving such a grand party behind made his intentions obvious, suggesting that he was planning to pursue that commoner girl. Ed lowered his head and privately admitted that while it was true he had intentions, they were not what she believed. Outwardly, he respectfully thanked her for her opinion and stated that he would consider his actions more carefully in the future. Saliha suddenly let the wine glass fall from her hand and questioned whether she might test if his words were sincere or empty. The red wine glass shattered upon the floor, the sharp sound drawing the attention of every noble in attendance. All eyes turned toward Ed and Saliha. She then proposed that he dance with her as well, remarking that he seemed to be quite the dancer. Ed quickly assessed the situation. Ordinarily, it was the man, especially one of lower status as he had done with Clarice, who requested a dance. Yet this time, the Frost Princess had asked him first. With everyone watching, there seemed to be no way he could refuse. And yet, to the astonishment of even the maid who had been cleaning nearby, he calmly stated that he could not. Maintaining his respectful demeanor, Ed explained that he could not possibly dare to lead a dance with the princess, as he was unwell and would only cause trouble. Having said that, he turned and left swiftly, not allowing Saliha another word. Taken aback, Seliha inwardly cursed his insolence, thinking that it knew no bounds. The more she reflected on it, the darker her expression became. Furious, she departed, reminding herself that this party had been her opportunity to establish herself as the next sovereign. On the first day, she had met the patriarch Crepin, and on the second, she had intended to meet the saintess. Yet not only had Ed claimed the honor of meeting the saintess first, he had also refused her offer to dance. She bitterly wondered whether he had resigned himself to becoming Pania's dog, and concluded that in doing so, he was merely shortening his own lifespan. She resolved to isolate him completely from all power. Looking ahead, she recalled that on the third day, the investor Roland would visit. He was an investor in a trading company that handled all goods entering the capital and a close aide to the company's leader, who had recently taken charge of the entire operation. She believed that Ed would deeply regret his actions once he realized that Roland stood firmly on her side. The soldier turned back and informed Mr. Roland Bellatrax that his superior had canceled his business trip and that he had been requested to return to headquarters to continue his work. A man's voice echoed in disbelief, questioning how that could be possible and demanding to know why. Roland grew suspicious and questioned whether the leader was going instead, insisting that it was nonsense and that he should be the one to go this time. The soldier then asked whether he would like to speak to the leader himself. Roland shook his head and replied that it would not be necessary. He reflected that the eye of the storm could not be considered isolation, but rather the very center of everything. Inside the carriage, Lortel wore a sinister smile, being the leader of the trading company. Meanwhile, Clarice delightedly covered her face, the saintess of the Telos order. Penia continued rushing forward with all her strength, the princess on horseback. Janissa quietly carried out her plan, the genius spirit sorcerer. Lucy remained fast asleep, the legendary mage prodigy. Ed had already changed his clothes. They were all gathering around one man, and Ed appeared to be fully prepared. The Rothstaler estate had 6 floors. As the banquet continued late into the night, many servants were still moving about. However, the higher one went, the fewer people there were. Most major facilities were located on the lower floors, as the upper floors contained private areas used only by family members. Above the 3rd floor, servants prevented outsiders from entering. A voice suddenly remarked that they had heard he was not feeling well. Ed responded indifferently that he could manage on his own and told the person to go inside. Of course, members of the Rothstaler family could enter freely. His study was located at the end of the 4th floor corridor. All the windows on the 4th floor were locked, which meant that he was not there. While the social gathering was underway, the host, Crepin Rothstaler, had to attend to incoming guests and the party, so he had no reason to be in his study. The sky had already darkened, and preparations were complete. A sudden gust of wind passed through, and it was now the perfect opportunity to uncover Crepin Rothstaler's secret. Pressing himself against the door, Ed whispered that she had slipped away quite well. Jenica chuckled softly and replied that, unlike him, no one noticed when she disappeared. The door slowly creaked open. Both Ed and Jenica, filled with curiosity, tilted their heads to peer inside. A bewitching voice suddenly echoed, stating that they had come and that, without others watching, they had not had the chance to speak alone. Crepin curled his lips into a faint smile and suggested that they talk, remarking that Ed had survived countless trials and returned in glory, and that he had many questions for him. Ed hesitated and addressed him as father, saying that he had something for him. However, Crepin responded with suspicion, asserting that his son would not call him father because he truly hated him. He claimed that no matter what his son had endured, those feelings would not fade so easily, yet he did not sense any suppressed hatred from Ed. Instead, Ed looked at him like a complete stranger. Confident in his judgment, Crepin declared that he was not Ed Rothstaler. Crepin clenched his fist, creating a brilliant burst of light that instantly enveloped his body and spread throughout the room. After a brief pause, he expressed surprise, observing that summoning 3 mid-level spirits instantly was impressive. He added that Ed could have handled high-level spirits as well, but had held back to prevent the building from collapsing. Jenica, worried, asked whether he was concerned about the people downstairs. Crepin mockingly addressed her as Spiritist Yenica Failover, acknowledging her great power but criticizing her for being too dependent on the situation. As numerous arrows shot out from the magic formation, Crepin remarked that mid-level spirits would not be enough. Mug clenched his teeth and apologized desperately to Miss Yenica. Janica was ensnared by the chains and became overwhelmed with fear, crying out in shock and then screaming in pain as tears streamed down her face. Numerous chains extending from Crepin activated at once, leaving her unable to resist. Suddenly, a streak of light cut through the air and severed the chains. It was basic wind magic, Windblade. Ed advanced boldly from behind. A violent collision followed, causing everything to explode into fragments. In an instant, he was standing directly before Crepin. The man calmly praised him, remarking that he was quite skilled. However, Crepin coldly asserted with certainty that Ed was definitely not his son. He launched relentless attacks that inflicted intense pain on Ed, and a particularly powerful blow sent him flying backward. Crepin sternly demanded to know who he was. Suddenly, his eyes widened in alarm as a long, blazing sword shot straight toward him, forcing him to hastily dodge aside in confusion. Ed firmly declared that even if he was not his son, the fact that he was Ed Rothstaler would not change, invoking Spirit Art Return at the same time while raising his hand defensively. Crepin curled his lips in disdain and accused him of speaking nonsense, but Ed angrily insisted that it was the truth and called out to Yannicka. Hearing the signal, Janica immediately moved to provide support. The battle grew increasingly intense, dust rising inside the study. Crepin Rothstaler, the boss of Act 4, possessed the ability to control gravity, inertia, friction, and the flow of physical energy at will, creating the impression that he held the world's energy in his hands. It was the power of the evil god Mebula. Without warning, Shock Enhancement Wave Orb appeared. Crepin frowned as he defended himself, realizing that it was a Magitech tool, though he recognized that Ed was only controlling what his own mana allowed. It was evident that Crepin had not yet fully awakened the evil god's power. In the original scenario, he would only awaken it after attacking the Academy at the end of Act 4. Therefore, defeating him now was the perfect timing. A gigantic punch hurtled toward them from afar as the system activated intermediate magic, Point Explosion. Below the floor, everyone panicked at the sudden explosion, yet one person remained composed and gently set down her wine glass. Saleha smiled and remarked that the wine tasted good and that she must have drunk too much. The blast caused the ground to tremble violently. People ran in all directions, screaming in confusion about what was happening all of a sudden, and warning that if they subdued Crepin, a loyal servant of the Empire, they would be branded traitors. With his face covered in grime, Ed anxiously asked Yannicka if she was all right. Janica calmly replied that she was fine, but emphasized that to completely defeat him, they first needed proof of his crimes. Mug calmly explained that beneath Duke Crepin's private study, there was an abnormally large mana reaction. Structurally, however, the kitchen was located below the study, and there should not have been such massive mana in a servant's kitchen, which was definitely suspicious. He admitted that he had suspected a hidden passage and had intended to search for it carefully, but the situation had not allowed it, so he had forced it open. A sudden flash of light streaked between Ed and Janica, sending them flying in opposite directions. A smug voice praised their impressive reaction speed. Crepin emerged from the rubble, commenting that it was as if this was not the first time they had faced him that day, yet insisting that it still did not make them his match. Ed carefully observed his surroundings and stated that the estate was entirely Crepin's domain, making it difficult for him to fight there. Crepin retorted by asking whether he knew what mistake he had made, accusing him of allowing his person inside and questioning whether he was turning his back too easily. Before he could finish, his eyes froze. A massive explosion tore the building apart, though Crepin continued to resist fiercely. Saleha's enchanting voice echoed as she apologized and declared that from that moment on, the area was off limits. Ed whispered to Yannicka to listen carefully and remember everything she saw from that point forward, explaining that rather than him claiming to be the sole witness, her testimony would make it far more credible. Janica curiously asked what lay beyond, but Ed admitted that he did not know either. Standing before a large door, he said they would find out now, and slowly stepped inside. Janica gasped in horror, observing that the room bore traces of experiments that had sacrificed countless people in pursuit of immortality, which was more than enough proof of his crimes. Ed turned back anxiously to ask if she was okay. She gently replied that she was fine and urged him to keep going, noting that there were far too many victims and that this place was the shame Crepin had wanted to hide. Within the underground space filled only with darkness, there was a single spot where light entered. Under the faint moonlight, everything appeared colorless, yet one familiar color caught Ed's eye, the same color he had first seen upon entering the estate's main entrance, the hair color in the giant portrait. It was the same golden shade as his own. Janica stared in shock and addressed Ed, asking if that person could be who she thought. Before them stood the frail figure of a woman holding a long, sharp sword. Both of them were stunned, realizing that it was Arwen Rothstaler and wondering whether, after failing to force his daughter, Crepin had attempted to use his other children as well. Janica observed that she looked very different from the last time she had seen her. Arwen weakly spoke, saying that it had been a long time, addressing Ed directly. A huge explosion suddenly occurred. Lucy snapped her fingers, and small bolts of lightning immediately appeared as she invoked Highlight Magic, hilt of the Radiant Sword, declaring that from that moment on, the area was off-limits, and that anyone who disliked it could try breaking through. Hearing this, Crepin fell silent. He then dropped down onto the ground and remarked that she had prepared quite a lot and that breaking through would not be easy. Meanwhile, from another side, Arwen spoke to Ed, commenting that he looked very different from the last time she had seen him. She added that she herself had changed as well and said that it had been a long time, addressing him as Ed. Ed frowned at her and called her Arwen Nuna, explaining that it was not a pleasant sight and that he had thought seeing him might only hurt her. Nevertheless, Arwen replied that she had still wanted to see him at least once. The narration revealed that Arwen Rothstaler was the older sister of the original owner of Ed's body, a character whose existence had been unknown in the main story. Arwen then continued asking about his life at Sylvania Academy, wondering whether it had been manageable and remarking that it could not have been easy for someone like him who had never suffered before. Ed responded that now was not the time to ask about such things. Arwen smiled and said that he was right, recalling that after fighting with her badly, he had ended up leaving her. No, leaving the family. As Ed slowly walked toward her, he told her that she should have left as well, addressing her as Nuna. He pointed out that she had known about Crepin Rothstaler's crimes, yet had still chosen to follow him. Arwen raised her eyes and insisted that his actions could not be called evil. She stated that their father had raised them with great care and had passed down the glory of their great family. Therefore, she said, Ed should return as well and stay with their father. As she touched Ed's face, she added that they were family and would be together forever. Suddenly, Ed tightly grabbed Arwen's hand and told her to stop, declaring that she was not Arwen Rothstaler. Hearing this, she froze, and the atmosphere fell into silence. Arwen then revealed her true appearance, with one side of her face grotesquely deformed, and asked how he had known that she was a fake. Leaning against the wall, Crepin explained that the real Arwen had volunteered for experiments meant to deal with the evil god and had followed him until the moment she lost her sense of self. The false Arwen then stated that Crepin's son had left for Sylvania after a huge fight with Arwen, and that even within the estate, only a very small number of people knew this. She questioned how a fake like Ed could possibly know about it. Ed replied that, just as Crepin had said, he had indeed had a major fight with Arwen. He explained that he had learned this after reading the massive number of letters found in Ed's room. All of those letters had been written in the short period between the fight with Arwen and his entrance into Sylvania, and because they had been written within such a brief time, many of them repeated the same content. Books and documents lay scattered across the floor, leaving the scene in complete disarray. Overcome with anger, Ed raised his voice and demanded to know why she would not stop their father. Arwen smiled and remarked that it was the first time Ed had ever been angry at her. Ed then pointed toward a book surrounded by a blue aura and told her to look at it, explaining that it was a historical book about the evil god of the mythic age, Mebula, who governed hatred and rage. He added that the imperial family had designated it as a forbidden book and that summoning the evil god required countless human sacrifices, especially royalty or high-ranking nobles with great prestige. Clenching his fists, Ed said that she knew very well that their father would use any means to achieve his goal and warned that soon she herself would become the target. Arwen calmly replied that she already knew this, but insisted that their father had a great purpose and that it was the family's policy. Hearing that, Ed was stunned and asked what she meant by that, addressing her again as Nuna and questioning whether Arwen truly believed such a thing. Arwen then explained that, until the end, she alone had accepted Crepin and that she would not force her opinion on Ed. Therefore, she told him that if he did not like it, he could leave the family even now. She added that Ed had never been talented in physical matters and suggested that he try studying magic instead. Since the application period for Sylvania Academy had just arrived, she had been the one who sent him there. Grinding his teeth, Ed turned his back and walked away, thinking that the very same person who had sent her younger brother away was now telling him to come back. He recalled Arwen calling him back, saying that he should return and stay with their father, yet he realized that there was actually no reason for her to call him back into the family. Ed fell silent, sinking into his thoughts. Arwen simply smiled and remarked that there was indeed no reason for him to answer. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly lowered her head and collapsed. Ed clenched his fists so tightly that his hands trembled. At that moment, the entire room began to shake violently. Cracks spread across the ceiling and fragments of debris started falling to the floor with loud clattering sounds. Janica looked stunned and asked what they should do because it looked like the place was about to collapse. Ed looked upward and said that roar made him wonder if something else was happening. Crepin then stood up while holding his face and said that he had already confirmed how strong a mage Ed was and that Ed was not someone he could face alone. As half of his face revealed two eyes, he remarked that it was as expected and then created a massive sphere, adding that facing them alone was difficult. When Lucy saw the sphere, she froze and realized what it was. She immediately thrust hundreds of swords toward Crepin, and the attack caused a massive explosion. Crepin quickly created tentacles that wrapped around his body to protect himself and called upon the omnipotent evil god Mebula, declaring that he would borrow its power. He then raised the tentacles and used them to bind and kill the people inside the house. The victims screamed in fear, begging to be saved, while Kreppen excitedly proclaimed that all life within the Rothstaler territory would become sacrifices. At that moment, the room where Ed and the others were was close to collapsing. Ed had to leave, yet his gaze remained fixed on Arwen. After hesitating for a moment and clenching his teeth, he suddenly lifted Janica in his arms. The unexpected action startled her, and she cried out in surprise, calling his name. Ed then accelerated and told her that they had to run. As he carried her quickly up the stairs, Janica remained confused and insisted that she was not heavy. When they reached another room, Ed suddenly stopped and frowned. He told Janica to listen carefully and explained that the magic circle had been created to offer sacrifices to the evil god and that it must have manifested by borrowing Mebula's power. He added that the evil god Mebula never granted human wishes without a price and that they themselves were the sacrifices. He warned that if they remained within the range when the magic circle activated, there was a high chance they would lose their lives. He also pointed out that she and he were the only ones who had seen exactly what had happened below. Janica lowered her head and said that if he told her to run outside the range beforehand, she would get angry. She asked him to listen carefully and confessed that she could die for him, but insisted that both of them had to survive. She continued that if he died anyway, but suddenly became embarrassed and awkwardly said that she simply meant it that way. Ed replied that he appreciated it, but pointed out that there was currently an evil god in the sky. Suddenly the room made a loud cracking sound, and Ed's eyes widened in shock. He immediately lowered his body, grabbed Janica, and leapt forward while warning her to watch out. She coughed in shock as a massive explosion filled the room with smoke. Lucy then collapsed onto the floor and commented that the opponent was definitely not easy to deal with. Janica hurriedly asked Lucy if she was okay. Lucy frowned while still chewing a piece of dried beef and explained that the way the enemy used mana was extremely unusual, so defensive magic did not work at all. She said it looked like gravity magic, but also like pure physical force manifesting directly, making it far from a normal type of magic. She concluded that it was using a form of magic that ordinary mana control could not counter. Ed pushed himself up and said that if it was difficult for her to hold on any longer, but Lucy cut him off and confidently declared that she would win. She insisted that the one barely holding out was not her, but that eyeball monster. She then unleashed her power and cast High Explosion Magic Ruin. Countless magic circles appeared as she declared 58 consecutive strikes of Supreme Explosion magic. The circles radiated immense energy and struck directly at Kreppen's sphere in what she called the moment of creation. The attack was incredibly destructive. The entire room shone brightly before exploding violently. Lucy was blown backward, and Ed quickly caught her while calling her name. However, she pushed his hand away and told him to move because it was dangerous for him to stay near her. She asked if he was going to capture that man. Ed remained silent at her words. Lucy let out a sigh and then relaxed her body, allowing herself to fall into the pit. She told him to finish the job properly, saying that was why she had come to help. She then used her power to launch herself straight toward the sphere, flying through the writhing tentacles. Seeing this, Ed also sighed and said that while Lucy dealt with Mebula, Janica should save as many people as she could. He explained that since she controlled many spirits, she could cover a wide area at once. Janica then asked what he would do. Ed cut apart the wriggling tentacles and replied that he would go and capture Kreppen Rothstaler. Under a pitch-black sky, a crimson eyeball floated ominously in the distance, while bolts of lightning repeatedly struck the ground. Seeing this terrifying scene, Claire anxiously remarked that something there felt very wrong and added that, as Princess Phenia's escort, she could not allow the princess to remain there any longer, urging that it was not too late to turn back. The enormous eye radiated dark blue energy. Suddenly, lightning crashed down onto a house and terrified screams echoed through the night, someone crying out in panic. Inside the house, people had been bound by writhing tentacles and were being stabbed by them. Several voices desperately shouted for the guards to be called and begged for help while screaming in agony. Ketchel, terrified, tried to flee while wondering what the guards were doing, but he was abruptly stopped by soldiers who demanded whether he had lost his mind. Clarice then approached and ordered them to move aside. When the soldiers addressed her respectfully as Saintess Clarice and suggested that they needed to contact the nearby paladins immediately, one of them bluntly refused. Surprised, Clarice questioned whether they were refusing to follow her orders. At that moment, Knox removed his helmet and calmly replied that he was merely following the orders of someone else. As half of his grotesquely deformed face was revealed, he declared that he was Bear Knight Knox and that he was acting under his master's command. At once, the other soldiers began attacking the guests. Panic spread as people realized the soldiers themselves were involved, and many screamed for everyone to run. Watching the chaos, Mary gritted her teeth and thought that there were barely any capable fighters present. Most of the people there were high-ranking nobles along with the saintess. She could not understand how such a situation had arisen and felt that something was clearly wrong with those soldiers. She urged the saintess to step back, saying she knew the situation was confusing, but before she could finish, a soldier rushed toward Clarice. Clarice immediately unleashed holy magic, divine power discharge, successfully blasting the attacker backward. She reassured the others that she was all right and explained that her blessings protected her from most attacks. As she glanced elsewhere, Nox roared in anger, raising his hand to cast another technique. Clarice again called upon her power and ordered the others to help the remaining guests, insisting that they had to escape immediately. Meanwhile, Kacheln clutched his head and angrily declared that the Rothtaylor family members were all missing and must have been involved in the conspiracy, both the heir-daughter and the son who had returned. He insisted that they must convince the crown and have the entire family executed. Irritated, Clarice ordered everyone to be quiet. She then released a stronger strike that sent Nox flying into a wall, knocking him unconscious. Breathing heavily, she tried to calm the crowd and urged everyone to survive together. The guests panicked and rushed out through a broken wall. However, once they escaped outside, their steps gradually slowed as they were confronted with a horrifying sight: a gigantic eyeball covered with countless tentacles. Someone stammered in shock, asking what it was. Kacheln stared wide-eyed, his body stiffening as innumerable smaller eyes fixed their gaze upon him. He realized in horror that their eyes had met. One of the giant eye's pupils opened wide and then split apart, transforming into a swarm of bats. People screamed in terror, asking what those creatures were. Kacheln, stunned, muttered that they were gremlins and that the monster had even spawned demons. Suddenly, one bat flew straight toward him and bit into his neck, causing blood to spray everywhere. Chaos erupted as people shrieked and ran. Clarice desperately fought off the incoming bats while pleading for everyone to calm down. Mary also battled the creatures but warned the saintess that there were far too many of them. She explained that the two of them alone could not protect everyone and that they could not maintain control of the situation, especially since there had never been any proper organization among the guests to begin with. At that moment, a massive explosion shook the ground. The narration recalled that two fourth-year daughters at Sylvania had once explained that the only reason they had managed to become valedictorians was due to fortunate timing, since the academy currently had a once-in-a-generation genius mage among the second-year students and another among the third years. Just then, Janica arrived in time and called out for everyone to follow the spirits to safety, explaining that the spirits would guide them toward the exits. It was said that there existed a one-man army among them. Meanwhile, Princess Salaha was escorted by her Chamberlain Dest through the central hallway, while Senior Bloomliver, the matriarch of the House of Witches, helped the guests escape with the aid of spirits. As Saintess Clarice saw Janica, she hurried after her and asked where she was going. Janica replied that they needed to retrieve something from Ed's room and urged her to hurry as she ran in that direction. The night at the Roth-Taylor estate grew more chaotic with every passing second. At that same moment, Ed walked calmly along the stairs with a serious expression, revealed as the only man who had seen through everything. He reflected that the descent of the evil god was supposed to mark the end of the fourth act of the story, around the winter break of Taylor's second year. However, unlike the original scenario, even though they had prevented the sage's sealed grimoire from falling into Crepin's hands, Crepin had still managed to summon the evil god half a year earlier than expected. Ed reasoned that in order to borrow the evil god's power, countless human sacrifices were required, especially nobles, who were revered by their peers and therefore particularly favored by the evil god. In the original story, however, Princess Phinia had become the student council president and had aggressively kept Crepin in check, preventing him from easily conducting research or gathering sacrifices. Eventually, Crepin would have attacked Sylvania in search of the relic, since many noble children studied there, but events had unfolded differently. Phinia had lost the race for president and, along with it, her desire for the throne. As a result, Crepin's only restraint had vanished. There was no longer any need for him to attack the academy when he could simply exploit the regular parties held at his own estate, where more than enough noble guests would gather as sacrifices in order to impress Princess Selaha. Ed concluded that this also explained why Crepin had wanted him to return. After surviving Crepin's spell, Ed would have been a thorn in his side. By arranging for Ed to return and be reinstated as a noble, restoring his status, Crepin would have gained yet another sacrifice to offer. In the end, Ed realized bitterly that the cause of this entire tragedy had once again traced back to himself. As Ed easily cut down the bats flying toward him, their corpses fell to the ground with each step he took. His blade pierced directly into the bat's weak points, causing fresh blood to spray out, and his entire body radiated killing intent as he declared that it was him and that they were in the annex on the 3rd floor of Roth-Taylor Hall. Ed then frowned as he noticed someone and addressed him directly. Kadek responded with a delighted laugh, cackling loudly before turning around and revealing his distorted face. Kadek greeted him by saying that it had been a while and addressed him as his lord, the Eagle Knight, Kadek. Ed thought to himself that Kadek was not a welcome sight, but he was someone Ed had once known. Ed raised his blade and took a fighting stance, explaining that those who had been sacrificed turned into monstrosities, slaves of the evil god. Kadek, holding 2 sharp knives, replied that it was impressive, addressing Ed as his lord. Meanwhile, Mug charged rapidly toward him. Ed continued explaining that even if their minds remained intact, they were rarely anything more than puppets, driven to kill anything in front of them. However, Kadek had already been strong and talented before, and now he also possessed the powers of the evil god. Kadek suddenly leaped high into the air, gripping his knife tightly before plunging downward while proclaiming his loyalty, eternal loyalty, to House Roth-Taylor. Ed reflected that nothing less than taking Kadek's head would keep him down and that a knight like Kadek was quite a tough opponent to deal with. Just as the two were about to clash, the ground suddenly bulged as tentacles burst upward. They swiftly severed Kadek's head, sending fresh blood spraying everywhere. Ed widened his eyes and thought that what he had faced was something that had not even been present in the failed swordsman of Sylvania. As the tentacles slowly emerged further, a voice commanded him to leave. It was Arwen's hand controlling them, the tendrils coiling back around the hilt of her sword as she addressed Ed directly. Ed then let out a sigh and explained that he was not acting as a boss or even a hidden boss anywhere, but simply as Ed Roth-Taylor, a soul in this god-forsaken world. Arwen's gaze became extremely cold as she declared that she could not let him go any further, as if she had become fate itself. The eyeball was described as being attacked by purple lightning, while tentacles surrounded the mansion and the people screamed in pain, crying out in terror. It was stated that this was happening in the tower section of the Roth-Taylor residence. At the 4th floor warehouse, several people were said to be blocking the door as they groaned in pain and urged each other to hold tightly and not fall. However, the tentacles were described as becoming sharp and piercing through the door, heading straight toward their faces, and it was narrated that they pierced through their heads, causing blood to flow. The crimson eyeball was said to peer through a gap where Tanya was hiding, growling menacingly. Tanya was described as trembling as she covered her mouth, trying not to make any sound, while she wondered in fear why the situation had become so terrifying. It was then narrated that the room suddenly shook violently and the building began to tilt to one side. Tanya was said to panic, thinking that if things continued like that, the tower would surely collapse. As she looked through a large hole, she was described as seeing 2 figures, while a corpse on the ground had already begun to burn. On the 3rd floor of the annex building of the Roth-Taylor residence, it was explained that Arwen Roth-Taylor had a younger sister 5 years younger than her, named Tanya Roth-Taylor, and a younger brother 3 years younger, named Ed Roth-Taylor. It was emphasized that Arwen herself was the rightful heir of the Roth-Taylor family. Ed was described as quickly using a defensive magic shield. Meanwhile, Arwen was said to leap forward and swing her sword fiercely toward him, and her attack was described as being so powerful that the ground cracked and debris flew everywhere. Ed's shield was said to shatter, and his arm was injured, as he realized that her speed was truly terrifying. The narration explained that the legendary holy sword, capable of absorbing all forms of elemental mana, was nearly impossible to use due to its immense weight, and that the Daybreak sword was far too luxurious a weapon for someone who had only just been baptized. Ed was described as gathering firepower in his hand and clenching his fist to cast an intermediate magic spell known as Focused Explosion. It was stated that, despite everything, no one doubted that Arwen would become the rightful owner of that sword. He then unleashed a massive explosion, and it was noted that since childhood, Arwen had excelled not only in social etiquette, but also in politics and governance. Arwen was said to instantly create a defensive shield and was described as mastering every form of magic and alchemy. It was further stated that she had been regarded as a once-in-a-generation swordsmanship genius, and that influential nobles who had witnessed Arwen Roth-Taylor in her prime all agreed in their praise, describing her as a peerless flower that had bloomed within the Roth-Taylor family. However, it was then contrasted that all of that had now become nothing more than distant stories of the past. Arwen was described as being surprised that Ed managed to dodge her strike. Ed was then said to use a recovery ability called the Blessing of Fire Recovery, which temporarily increased fire resistance, and it was narrated that everything had now faded into mere memories. The story reflected on how the younger brother who once admired his older sister had now become a man bearing the same face as that younger brother, and that a single direct confrontation was enough for him to realize Arwen's weakness. Ed was described as thinking that the flames imbued in her sword were merely a disguise to conceal a mass reduction spell. He reasoned that all of her techniques relied on centrifugal force, and although her speed was high, her swordsmanship lacked any direct thrusts. He concluded that as long as he focused on predicting the arcs of her swings, he would be able to evade them. It was further explained that Arwen's greatsword derived its full power from inertia generated when the mass reduction magic was cancelled and the sword's true mass returned, making it a weapon whose mass constantly changed. Ed was then described as stepping firmly onto Arwen's sword, realizing that such a weapon was extremely vulnerable to external forces. Arwen was said to spin her blade, causing it to move so quickly that flashes of light appeared. Ed concluded that he could deduce the purpose of the weapon in her other hand. Arwen then swung forward again, and Ed quickly leaped back. He reasoned that the secondary weapon was only a backup to be used when the main sword could not be utilized, and that once the distance between them widened, she would inevitably return to using her primary sword after understanding all of these patterns. Arwen's eyes showed clear astonishment as it was observed that her arm had been severed by Ed, and it was thought that reacting quickly to his waves of attacks was no longer impossible. Her severed arm fell away, yet it was noted that it still tightly gripped the sword, which was considered troublesome. The situation was judged to be vastly different from the Arwen Rothaler that had once been known, as it was speculated that she had become an anomaly outside the script and that some important details might have been overlooked, prompting the need for close observation. It was then reasoned that limbs created by the power of Mabuller possessed independent regenerative abilities. As the arm lay on the ground, a sudden flash of light appeared, and it was seen that the arm reattached itself to Arwen's body. This ability was regarded as extremely troublesome, though it was understood that the price to be paid was the complete erosion of the user's sanity. Based on that logic, it was concluded that a person under the control of the evil god Mabuller was still alive, albeit enduring suffering far more horrifying than death itself. It was further explained that, according to the established pact, the instinct to kill would consume all rational thought, leaving behind only the strongest lingering desire from one's past life as a remaining desire. As an example, Caden, the Eagle Knight who had remained loyal to the Rothaler family until his death, was said to still cling to a faint obsession to protect the family until his final breath, even though his capacity for thought had been reduced to nothing. It was then described that Arwen continuously launched attacks, yet Ed nimbly evaded them all, while it was assessed that both the speed and power behind her strikes, as well as their range, had increased significantly, making the situation highly disadvantageous. In response, Ed created a bow and concluded that such a battle could not be prolonged. It was noted that atop the annex, Crefin was waiting for the completion of the ritual to summon the evil god, Mebuller, and although Lucy was holding him off, it was feared that if the ritual succeeded, every living soul in the vicinity would be devoured as an offering. Therefore, it was resolved that in order to survive, Arwen had to be defeated, and Crefin's plan brought to an end. It was then narrated that Ed fired an arrow directly at Arwen's blade, and although she deflected it, causing the arrow to be knocked away, it was reasoned that once the conditions for survival had been carefully considered, there was no room for hesitation. As Arwen brought her sword close to Ed's neck, she suddenly halted when a water beast summoned by him lunged forward and bit onto her blade. It was stated that an intermediate water spirit had been summoned, and thus there was no reason to resort to riskier methods. Taking advantage of this, Ed withdrew his weapon and counter-attacked, slashing upward while Arwen tilted her head to evade, though a few strands of her hair were cut. It was observed that once the Daybreak sword had been neutralized, she would switch to another attack pattern, maintaining the same sharp speed as at the beginning of the battle, yet it was acknowledged that her tempo was gradually being matched. Their blades pressed against each other, producing sparks, and as Arwen retaliated with a swing, Ed crouched to avoid it, recognizing that a single misstep would cost him his life and that each movement had to be executed with precision. It was then described that a sphere was thrown beneath him, identified as Magitech Attraction, which temporarily pulled surrounding objects toward the user. It was noted that he managed to grasp the tip of her sword as she attempted to retract her attack, and although it lasted only a fraction of a second, it was deemed sufficient to turn the tide, since even if she reclaimed her weapon, her next strike would be delayed. It was further recounted that Arwen activated acceleration, moving so quickly that after images appeared, which caused Ed to widen his eyes in shock as he realized it was acceleration magic. Her blade was then enveloped in a strange light, leading to the realization that she intended to perform a thrusting attack. However, at that moment, Ed's eyes widened in surprise as the building split apart and began collapsing, while Tanya was seen flying toward them, screaming in fear as she shut her eyes tightly and burst into tears. Dust and debris scattered everywhere as Ed's blade flashed and Arwen's sword continued to glow. It was described that her eyes widened, veins bulging around them, before her hand loosened and the sword slipped from her grasp. It was then seen that she reached out to catch Tanya, and in that moment of distraction, Ed seized the opportunity to rush forward and strike her forcefully across the back, causing blood to spurt out. It was stated that the eastern tower, having been struck by Mobuller, collapsed entirely and crashed onto the annex, with stones falling one after another and thick dust obscuring everyone's vision. From within the haze, the silhouettes of 3 figures emerged, and Ed anxiously looked through the ruins, calling out for Tanya. Arwen was then heard remarking that they were truly fortunate, which caused him to freeze. Based on what had been recorded in Ed's letters, it was suggested that Arwen had once given up on everything, as she had said that their father's ambition had been too great, and that it had become the shackles binding their family. It was explained that this was why she had chosen to submit to Krafen, and from that point onward, everything became mere speculation. It was believed that Krafen had conducted horrifying experiments on her in order to summon the evil god, a being that endlessly desired the blood of nobles, and that she had become the most suitable sacrifice after enduring prolonged suffering. It was then described that Arwen held Tanya in her arms to shield her, while the question arose as to what Arwen truly desired, and what had preserved her sanity, even as her existence slowly faded after becoming a slave to the evil god. She was seen gently stroking Tanya's head and, with great difficulty, telling her to leave, addressing both Tanya and Ed and insisting that they must not remain there. Finally, it was narrated that Ed tightened his grip on the dagger as blood ran down its hilt, while Arwen's voice continued to echo, pleading for them to leave the residence as quickly as possible. It was described that the towering building had already collapsed into ruins, and that the sharp blade had been stained with the blood of countless people. Krapen was said to be standing within a magic circle and had glanced behind him with a scoff, though his eyes suddenly widened when a powerful bolt of lightning struck him, piercing straight through the building and causing everything to shatter into debris and dust. It was narrated that Ed stepped over the rubble, his large figure emerging from the smoke, while Krapen had protected himself with tentacles and remained completely unharmed. Ed was said to have thrown his sword to the ground, prompting Krapen to look at it and then back at him. At that moment, Marilda appeared, and Ed's eyes lit up as he declared that they would end things there, before casting intermediate magic, focused explosion. It was recounted that a massive explosion occurred, followed by the sword being engulfed in flames as Ed unleashed basic magic, flame storm, slashing forward and sending flames and debris flying. Through the smoke, Krapen was revealed to have shielded himself, and he remarked that Ed's ability was indeed extraordinary but still insufficient. It was then described that Krapen's eyes widened as Ed charged forward like lightning, delivering a powerful strike that shattered the shield and inflicted a deep wound across Krapen's chest, causing blood to gush out. Krapen retreated to create distance, while Marilda questioned Ed about leaving Mug beside Tanya and wondered how he had entered a sea of flames without any elemental protection, asking what exactly he had planned. Ed replied that it no longer mattered and told her to stop Krapen. It was narrated that Krapen rushed forward, acknowledging Ed's strength, while Ed gripped his sword and charged as well. Their blades clashed, producing sparks, and Krapen asked whether Ed had finally decided to stop pretending to be his son, adding that it felt strange and questioning what had made him so angry. Ed was said to have responded that it was not a mistake, explaining that he was not Ed Rothaler but merely a foreign soul awakened within that body, and that the tragedy of the Rothaler family and their bloody conflict had nothing to do with him. However, he admitted that despite understanding this rationally, he could not ignore the fact that the original owner of the body had struggled desperately to survive, enduring cruel experiments, mental erosion, physical destruction, and humiliation for a long time. He added that even the woman's desire to protect her sibling had nothing to do with him. It was described that Ed clenched his teeth and stated that, of course, it had nothing to do with him, yet this was not the first time he had witnessed such a scene. Arwen, covered in injuries, was said to have pleaded weakly for him to live no matter what and to run quickly, recalling others who had sacrificed themselves for him, including a superior who took a bullet in his place and another who risked their life to protect him, as well as a girl who refused to flee and sacrificed herself to turn back time. Ed admitted that he truly did not understand people like them who willingly gave their lives for others. It was narrated that Ed tightened his grip on his sword until his hand trembled, and as he knelt before Arwen, he raised a dagger, stating that what they meant was to survive. Arwen urged him to keep living no matter what happened, calling his name. Ed then said that because of that, toward those who possessed such determination, he would always hold absolute respect, before stabbing down as countless eyes appeared and Arwen gradually vanished into the air while Mug appeared in Tanya's arms. It was described that Ed, filled with anger, charged at Crepin and continuously swung his sword while Crepin kept his distance and commented that Ed's aura was completely different from when they first met, especially compared to the time in the library, and questioned whether killing Arwen with his own hands had tormented him, mocking him for feeling guilty over something so trivial. It was narrated that Ed closed the distance and thrust his blade into Crepin's chest, causing blood to spurt out, and furiously told him to shut his mouth as he pushed the sword deeper. Both of them fell from above to the ground below, and Ed strained to drive the blade further in until his body suddenly became weightless due to Marilda's power, which unleashed Blessing of the Windstorm, sending Crepin crashing to the ground. Marilda was said to have clung to the wall and shouted for Ed to come to his senses, saying that his behavior was nothing like usual. Ed held onto her fur and gathered power in his hand, casting intermediate magic, focused explosion again, creating numerous explosions before landing safely. Marilda called out to him in concern about his mana reserves, questioning whether he had only just run out despite repeatedly using destructive magic. It was recounted that Crepin, still alive after all the attacks, remarked that it was astonishing, but warned Ed to come to his senses, stating that anger only narrowed one's vision. It was then described that tentacles erupted from the ground, splitting it apart as Ed fell along with the debris and exclaimed in surprise about the ground, quickly casting basic defensive magic to release a brilliant force upward, causing a massive impact and scattering dust everywhere. It was narrated that Ed, now heavily injured, panted for breath, while Crepin's power continued to grow stronger as he declared that soon the evil god Mabuller would complete its manifestation, and once the magic circle was fully activated, all living beings on the land would perish, allowing him to reach immortality. He added that no matter how much Ed restrained or unleashed his anger, the outcome would not change, as he would live forever while Ed would die, just like his son who resembled him. It was described that Ed slowly stood up and questioned how Crepin could claim his son was dead, pointing out that Ed Rothaler had only managed to escape to the academy with Arwen's help. Crepin responded that it seemed Ed did not know the full story, explaining that a year and a half ago, when his son received the expulsion letter, he had sent a reply before being expelled from Ophelis Hall. It was narrated that Ed was shocked and wondered internally whether such a reply had truly been sent, as it was the first time he had heard of it. Crepin then asked if he wanted to know what had been written, explaining that the boy had written at great length about his emotions before ending his own life, leaving behind a sorrowful will. It was concluded with Crepin stating with a smile that it was true, and that just before being expelled from Ophelis Hall, his son, Ed Rothaler, had truly died. Ed wrote to his father that he had received the letter of excommunication he had sent, and explained that he had believed being mocked as the shame of the family was a better fate than becoming his test subject and having his soul eaten away. He confessed that he had pretended to be insane, caused trouble at school, insulted the princess, and brought shame to their family, all to escape his father's grasp, which had been his long-awaited wish. He added that all of this had been possible thanks to Arwen, expressing gratitude not only for being allowed to attend the academy but also for still being alive, and questioned whether his sister was truly dead as publicly announced. He reasoned that the 1 year he had at the academy before being excommunicated and his continued survival must have been because his sister was still alive. He accused his father of having no intention of stopping his research on the evil god, and inferred that allowing him to stay at the academy meant his sister was still imprisoned in his cold laboratory, being exploited despite her broken state. He admitted that although he had reached the freedom he had long desired, realizing it was built upon his sister's suffering made him lose the will to continue living such a revolting life. He vowed not to reveal his father's secret to anyone, and declared that he would atone for the sin of running away with his own death, pleading that even if his father would never grant his wish, he should not drag Tanya into that hell, signing the letter as his worthless son, Ed Rothaler. He then questioned in disbelief whether Ed Rothaler had really killed himself, recalling that he had seen Ed Rothaler in the credits scene, and that although it had been a bad ending, Ed had still been alive, which meant that someone must have saved him. Gritting his teeth, he realized that he finally understood the reason he had come into this world, concluding that the Ed Rothaler he had possessed was already dead, and that before, after, and even now, his life had been built upon the deaths of others. Crepin remarked that his son, Ed Rothaler, had been a weak boy who had no aspirations and had merely wished to live happily with his family and servants. Enraged, Ed shouted at him to shut up, while Crepin mockingly asked if that was not pathetic, adding that in life, those with a stronger will to live devour those with less, as that was the way of the world. Ed was shocked as he recognized the dark magic Eye of Ill Will, which unleashed an unavoidable beam of death in all directions, instantly killing any life form upon contact. When the attack was released, devastating the surroundings, Crepin expressed amazement that Ed had managed to block it and wondered if it had been spirit magic. Despite quickly creating armor to reduce the damage, Ed noted that he had still been seriously injured and muttered that the first attack had already nullified the blessing of wind, so he needed a different approach. He analyzed that the Eye of Ill Will was Crepin's instant kill technique, powered by borrowing the evil god Mebular's magic, meaning it had a cooldown. After use, all 5 eyes would close and reopen one by one, and once all 5 were open again, the same unavoidable beam would be unleashed. He concluded that there were 2 ways to stop it: either deal enough damage to Mebular, the source of the magic, or deal sufficient damage to Crepin, the caster. As he cut down the rising tentacles, Ed thought that at this rate he would not make it in time and considered summoning Marilda using the Phoenix Ring, but decided against it because she struggled in enclosed spaces and would drain his mana too quickly. Meanwhile, as the eyes on Crepin gradually opened, Crepin declared that Ed could not defeat him, boasting that he would do whatever it took to survive, even killing his own kin and sacrificing his servants, and that he would soon gain immortal power, destroy the palace, and eliminate all threats to his life. As the third eye opened, Ed cursed under his breath, realizing the danger, while Crepin excitedly declared that Ed would not live to witness what was to come. Suddenly, Clarice cried out as she descended from above, shielding herself before crashing down. She called out Ed's name in distress, and he was shocked to see her, rushing forward to catch her as her shield shattered. He managed to hold her and broke her fall with his own body, coughing from the impact, and asked what was going on. As Crepin approached and referred to her as the Saintess, he remarked that if they had been counting on a miracle, it was already too late, as all the eyes had opened and began firing beams in all directions. Ed braced himself, but when nothing happened, he opened his eyes to find that Clarice had protected them both with a holy barrier. Surprised, he recognized it as the blessing of holy magic and questioned why she had suddenly appeared, while she smiled weakly and said that she had known he would catch her. Struggling to stand, Ed placed Clarice behind him and told her that they could argue about the danger later, instructing her to stay where she was as it would not take long. She urgently grabbed his hand and asked him to wait, insisting on just a moment. She said that although she did not know what was happening in the Rothaler mansion, he clearly did, and that at that moment he did not seem like himself. With trembling hands, she urged him to rest briefly while she maintained the blessing of holy magic. From the smoke, Crepin noticed that they had survived and observed that they had been protected by the Saintess's holy magic. However, he pointed out that now that the Saintess was no longer protecting him, Ed would have to face his dark magic, Blade of Death, and questioned how he intended to stop it as he unleashed a barrage of powerful slashes. Growing serious, Crepin asked if Ed still had mana left. With blood at the corner of his mouth, Ed retorted angrily, asking if Crepin truly called that surviving, acknowledging that perhaps he had once struggled to survive, but now it was something else. Ed then explained that the legendary ranked Glast's golden phoenix ring could distort the timeline and bring future magic into the present, while the extremely rare thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden cane allowed the summoning of spirits without a contract if one had enough magic. He condemned Crepin's actions, arguing that sacrificing others, even one's own children, for eternal life could not truly be called a struggle. Crepin laughed and asked if Ed had finished his last words, stating that he agreed with the idea of doing anything necessary to survive. Ed then declared that his senior had died in his place, followed by a woman who had sacrificed her life to save her brother, and finally a boy who had died because he could not protect his sister. He stated that regardless of whether their deaths had been inevitable, necessary, or voluntary, the dead weighed heavily on him. Although some advised him to forget them, he insisted that he could not forget any of them, and declared that he hated people like Crepin more than anything. He told Crepin not to run from the deaths he had caused and called him a damned weakling, before summoning the highest-ranking fire spirit, Teorphis. Lortel stepped down from the carriage and looked around in confusion, wondering what all of it was. As countless magic formations in the sky clashed with a massive eyeball, and a sudden white light drew everyone's attention, even those fleeing stopped involuntarily, asking in shock what that was. Janica, growing anxious, said that it was near the central garden, and worried that Ed was there, wondering if it could be related. As Ed's enormous magic formation released a blinding beam of light, Crepin remarked that he did not know what Ed was trying to do, but that it was futile, declaring that he was too late and invoking the darkness magic, the Eye of Ill Will, only for the eye he summoned to be instantly incinerated. With both his staff and ring glowing, Ed stated that even if it was only for a moment, he would push their power to the limit, and even if it was incomplete and only a fraction, he could manifest it in this world. He added that legends said it had once reduced an entire mountain to ash in the age of myths, and that there existed only one for each element, the highest-ranked fire spirit, Teorphis. Gritting his teeth, he declared that here and now he would recreate that legend. As he unleashed a blinding bolt of lightning, Crepin tried to block the attack, but was still injured, screaming in pain. From the sky, the mouth of a dragon appeared and continuously fired lightning at him. As the highest-ranked spirit formula, the blessing of the fire dragon, was invoked, an ability that burned all things, erasing every trace of magic in the area, including all magically summoned creatures. Everything belonging to Crepin was completely burned away. Coughing violently and barely managing to stand, Crepin realized that his magic was not returning and questioned why. Grinding his teeth as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, he insisted that it was not over yet, reasoning that the moment he gave up, he would be devoured, as that was the way of the world. He declared that he had to do whatever it took to survive, recalling that the first people he had killed to stay alive were his own rivals, those who shared his blood, and that being born into the greatest dukedom on the continent had made such actions feel instinctive, as if they were the natural solution. He went on to say that even if he did not have magic now, once he left this place and received magic again from the evil god, he would gain another opportunity. He planned to escape and wait until he regained his power. Enraged, he shouted that it was not over yet and called upon the evil god Mebular to grant him power. As he reached toward the sky, it was noted that although the sacred flames had incinerated all magic in the area, the source of that magic still existed, and the evil god answered the call of his follower, meaning everything could return to how it was. The eyeball then fired a beam of power toward Lucy, who quickly created a magical shield. She snapped her fingers and dismissed the attempt, telling him to stop scheming and remarking that it would not work as long as someone stood in the evil god's path. At that moment, thousands of magic circles appeared around the eye and simultaneously fired power at it. Seeing this, Crepin froze, his eyes losing all hope as he questioned what was happening. Taking advantage of his distraction, Ed rushed forward, grabbed Crepin by the hair, and hurled him before slamming him into the ground, sending debris flying and filling the area with smoke. However, Crepin managed to turn the situation around and seized Ed by the throat, shouting for him to stay down and questioning how long he intended to cling on with a half-dead body. He declared that the dead did not matter, that they were simply weaker and more foolish, and that Ed was no different, insisting that Ed would be the one to die in this pit, while he would be the one to survive, urging him to just die. Being choked and unable to breathe, Ed realized that he had lost feeling in his left arm due to the ring's backlash and had no magic left. He concluded that he could not expect help from anyone, not even the blessing of the wind, and that he was going to die, thinking to himself that he was dying. At that moment, a figure appeared before him. Another version of himself, who reassured him that it was all right, saying that he had done what he could and could quit now. The figure added that he himself had thrown that life away without hesitation, so it was fine if it went to waste, and told Ed that he could rest. However, Ed regained his senses, rejected the thought, and firmly refused. Grabbing Crepin tightly, he slammed his head into Crepin's face, declaring that there was no way he would give up. Crepin screamed in pain as blood streamed from his nose and began to crawl away in fear, calling out Ed's name. Holding a stone, Ed stated that he had inherited that life and struck Crepin at the back of the head, causing him to spit blood. He then reflected on how he had lived until now, boiling tree bark for food, wearing tattered clothes he had mended, and learning magic despite his inferior talent just to secure a place to sleep. He added that he had become the valedictorian of his grade, earned the respect of many juniors, walked happily across the school grounds, and built a camp visited by those he trusted, a secret base he would never give up to anyone. The other version of Ed frowned and admitted that he was jealous, questioning how such a life had been possible. Ed replied that it was because of his sister, who had refused to escape a hell worse than death in order to protect her brother, and because of him, who could not bear the guilt of leaving his sister in that state, and had taken his own life. He said that he had inherited that life, and that the one who had truly done everything they could was the other Ed. Picking up a knife, Ed stated that he would take care of what remained. Terrified, Crepin insisted that it could not be happening and grabbed a stone, desperately questioning how, before charging forward. Ed swiftly caught his wrist, raised the knife, and, with a cold gaze, struck at Crepin's neck. The blade pierced down, and blood gushed out. Panting heavily, Ed told him that he should get some rest now as well. Struggling to speak, Crepin coughed and repeatedly asked why Ed was going so far. Ed, overwhelmed by the ring's backlash that flooded his body with severe headaches, chills, and fever, admitted that he did not even have the strength to answer, nor did he have an answer to give. He reflected that it was a death that did not need to be remembered, so he had simply shut his ears and closed his eyes, leaving only the sound of his own breathing. And so, he concluded that he had survived once again, as he always had. It was explained that the entity had originally intended to descend into the world through Crepin's offerings, but since Crepin, the catalyst, had passed away, the evil god Mebular had lost the purpose for its descent, and as Mebular had been defeated, it would return to the dimension it came from, though it was added that 2 questions still remained. Lucy then said that it should leave and never think about coming back, questioning how a mere human could stand against the evil god. It was then asked, as the second question, by the ominous eye looking around, who among them had been Kreppen Rothaler's contractor and receiver of endless magic, and who had been the one to kill him. Ed was described as panting heavily. Seeing this, Janica immediately collapsed to her knees, her face turning blank with shock as she covered her mouth, reflecting in awe at how one could not be amazed by such a life, thinking that through trials and failures she herself had abandoned all dreams of the throne. Yet unlike her, he had accomplished everything he needed to despite barely retaining consciousness, seeming almost like a martyr who had finally fulfilled their duty. As the ground shook violently and debris scattered everywhere, Janica mounted her spirit beast and flew into the sky, carrying the severely injured Ed away. Meanwhile, soldiers hurriedly set up camp, shouting that the camp should be established and the mansion entrance blockaded to prevent any entry. From above, Saliha stated that Kreppen Rothaler had died and that this would mark the end of the Rothaler family. Dest remarked that he had never expected the gathering to end that way. Lortel then slowly approached and commented that the night was still long, suggesting that the real story was only just beginning. Saliha responded with a meaningful smile that indeed they were going to be quite busy. Elsewhere, as dew still clung to the blue petals, Persica sat before a chessboard and said that since her only brother was quite unwell and her two sisters had left the palace, she felt rather lonely having no one to talk to, addressing her father. Jin, resting his chin on his hand, replied that she already spent all her time alone in the library anyway, calling her shameless. Persica simply smiled as she moved a chess piece and responded that even so, she would still like to see her family's faces from time to time, again addressing her father. It was then explained that although Phinia had originally held more support since her entrance to Sylvania Academy, the core powers of the palace had shifted toward Saliha, and that, as always, the center of the struggle for the throne lay in the capital, where control determined the flow of resources, and thus, when those two left the capital, Persica, who had been thought to have no interest in succeeding the throne, quietly began making her move. Persica then asked her father whether he had heard of the treasure said to have been left by the great sage Sylvania. Jin questioned her in return about Sylvania's treasure. Persica began to explain further, but before she could continue, a soldier suddenly rushed in and shouted urgently to his majesty. Jin, confused, asked what the matter was. The soldier, panting, reported that it was urgent news concerning what had just happened at the Rothaler Manor. It was then stated that the center of the battle was not at the capital. From within the camp, Saliha's voice was heard remarking that their father would surely be quite distressed if he were to learn that his beloved daughter had ridden to such a dangerous place without notice, addressing Phinia and adding that she had done well to make it there, as only the rightful heirs to the throne could handle such a disaster. She continued by saying that the tiny mage who had held off the monster and the spirit sorcerer who had protected the important guests deserved to be rewarded by the imperial family, and that she herself would suggest it to their father, noting that while granting a fief might not be possible, great honor and gold could easily be given. Pania agreed, stating that their efforts deserved recognition as they had saved many lives. Saleha then took a sip of tea and said that now that they had decided who to reward, they needed to decide who to punish first, proposing that the bloodline of the Rothaler family who had assisted the plan should be hanged, and asking if Penia agreed. Penia slammed her hand on the table and questioned whether that included Ed Rothaler, arguing that he had not assisted Kreppen but had instead been the one to stop him and ultimately kill him. Saliha dismissed this, replying that although Penia claimed so, she had merely witnessed his final moments after everything was over and that it was not good to take personal assumptions as truth, addressing her as Phinia, then insisting that Ed Rothaler had supported Kreppen, that he had only returned to the manor because Kreppen restored his authority, which was why he had been at the center of the gathering, but that after witnessing the mage who opposed the evil god and the spirit sorcerer who fought various monsters, he had betrayed Kreppen at the very end and acted as though he had noble intentions from the beginning. Penia then shouted angrily that Saleha knew that was not true, adding that Lucy Merrill was closely allied with Ed Rothaler. Saleha gently set down her teacup and remarked that those two poor girls had been manipulated by Ed Rothaler, adding that, considering Penia had entrusted him with an unsealed letter, she must have been played as well. She further suggested that if he had managed to deceive even Penia's eyes, which were regarded as treasures among them, then Penia must have held Ed Rothaler quite fondly. At that moment, Penia suddenly slapped her across the face. The action startled Dest, who exclaimed in shock and addressed Princess Phinia, asking what she was doing. Saliha's cheek flushed red from the impact, yet she calmly responded that Phinia was still just a child. She went on to explain that people always needed a scapegoat to satisfy their discontent, and that the sight of Ed Rothaler being burned at the stake would serve as the perfect symbol that everything had been resolved. Hearing this, Penia lost her composure and argued that it was merely an excuse, accusing Saliha of being afraid that the North or the Elta Trading Company might gain too much power. At that moment, a voice came from outside, stating that, unfortunately, they were not interested in whoever took the throne. Startled, Pinia turned toward the source of the voice and realized it was Lortel, who entered slowly, apologizing for the intrusion and inviting them to continue. She remarked that she had heard mention of burning a scapegoat at the stake and asked who would be chosen. Pinia, inwardly relieved, thought that although she and Lortel disliked each other, Lortel was completely on Ed's side, and if that were the case, there might still be hope. She then insisted that Ed Rothtailor must be treated as a hero, explaining that although he shared the same blood as the traitor, he was the one who had put an end to everything. She added that the Empire must publicly honor his efforts and restore his power so that the Rothtailor family could recover. Lortel, however, responded that she was not sure and questioned whether the other nobles who had been held hostage would agree. She pointed out that now that Crepin Rothtailor, a man whose influence rivaled that of a king, had died, everyone would want a share of that power. Addressing the princesses, she suggested that if that were the case, they could use this opportunity to eliminate Ed Rothtailor as well, warning that he was incredibly cunning and capable, and might become an obstacle later if not dealt with now. Hearing this, Pinia widened her eyes in shock and called out Lortel's name. Lortel continued calmly, stating that the truth was not always profitable and that she always pursued profit, adding that she simply believed that getting closer to Princess Saleha would be more beneficial. Saleha nodded in understanding, while Pinia clenched her lips and muttered Lortel's name in frustration before sighing. She then turned away and declared that she would not allow this to happen. Saleha lifted her teacup again and commented that someone capable of leading such a large trading company at such a young age must possess a different level of vision. Lortel winked and remarked that if one were to choose who among them would become emperor, even a fool would pick Princess Saleha. Saleha smiled in agreement and stated that Pinia lacked what it took to become emperor, mockingly referring to her as a merciful princess. She added that having the LT Trading Company on her side was quite advantageous, and if she were to ascend the throne, Lortel could even dream of the entire west port of Oldek becoming the company's property. Lortel replied that she was simply doing what she could, though she cautioned that bringing Ed Rothtailor to the capital might be a bad move. Saleha asked why, prompting Lortel to explain that Princess Persica had begun to build her forces. Hearing this, Saleha was taken aback and thought to herself that while she had been aware of Persica's ambition for the throne, she had believed the social event would solidify her support. However, with the event now ruined and Persica opposing her, the situation had become more complicated. She also realized that if Pinia and Persica were to join forces over the matter of Ed Rothtailor, it would create an annoying variable. Lortel added that not only that, but Lucy Merrill and Janica Failover were also difficult to deal with, as they were powerful and hard to control. Saleha pressed her lips together as sweat rolled down her cheek and admitted that Lortel was right, asking if she had any ideas. Lortel then whispered that Saleha should keep Ed hidden and use him to control the others, suggesting that he be treated as a hostage. Considering this, Saleha remarked that it would be better to hide him somewhere no one could discover. Lortel proposed that there was a large storage complex in Oldek managed by her company, explaining that not only were there numerous units, but the cargo changed daily, and not even the owner knew exactly what was inside. She added that the place was so vast that someone got lost at least once a week, and no one would notice even if an entire house were built inside. Therefore, she concluded, it would be an ideal place to control Ed Rothtailor, and if his usefulness declined, the LT Trading Company could eliminate him at any time. Saleha then asked whether Lortel truly did not mind the LT Trading Company taking all the responsibility. In response, Lortel smiled and stated that risk management was essential in business, and that it was what they did best. Satisfied, Saleha nodded, and Lortel accepted the task, declaring that the LT Trading Company would take Ed Rothtailor and bring him to Oldek. She thought to herself that everything she desired was within her grasp, and that she was confident she could make anyone in the world hand over their treasures. Smiling with excitement, she remarked inwardly how easy it all seemed and suggested they check on Ed. However, upon arriving, she was met with the sharp gazes of Janica and Clarice, who were staring at each other with intense hostility, their eyes clashing like lightning and their bodies seeming to radiate a fierce, burning energy. At a loss, Lortel ran her hand through her hair in exhaustion and admitted that this was not going to be an easy fight. The speaker reflected that commanding officers on the battlefield would often say that they should return home once everything was over, explaining that having a place to return to became a source of strength that helped them endure the harsh realities of war. They continued that, in the faint recesses of their unconscious mind, such hardships would unravel themselves in their recollections. It was described that Ed had been covered in injuries at the time, and even now, fresh blood was running past his eyelids. He lamented that unfortunately, in that world, he did not have a place he could truly call home. At that moment, Clarice and Janica were said to still be staring at each other with hostile expressions. Janica suggested that although Ed might have received first aid, he was clearly severely injured and proposed that they should keep an eye on the situation while he recuperated in Poulon. She added that there would be no better place for him to receive treatment and recover during the break, and that it would also be the perfect place to hide. Clarice, however, disagreed, arguing that just because the water was clear and the air was clean did not mean his wounds would heal, and insisted that it would be better for him to go to the Holy Imperial Capital to receive treatment from high-ranking priests and medical personnel. Lortel then stated that any of them could prepare both a place for him to hide and sufficient treatment, but emphasized that the real problem was what would come afterward. She explained that once the Roth-Taylor household fell, Senior Ed would be in a precarious political situation, as he might either be revered as a hero yet kept in check by other noble families targeting the Roth-Taylor household, or be executed at any moment to maintain imperial authority. She then questioned whether either of them was capable of directly managing such hostilities to protect him, before declaring that she would take Senior Ed to Oldeck with her, believing it to be the safest option. Clarice responded firmly that the Holy Imperial Capital could stand up to the Imperial family. This caused Lortel to feel shocked, as she wondered internally whether Clarice was in her right mind, questioning if she would risk bearing animosity between the Imperial family and the Holy Imperial Capital for Senior Ed's sake, and even speculating whether the Saintess might feel that strongly about him. Lortel then argued that the Holy Imperial Capital did not possess the necessary justification to engage in such political negotiations with the Imperial family. Clarice hesitantly suggested that if they simply did not hand Senior Ed over to the Imperial family, it might solve the issue, but Lortel replied that they had to exercise the utmost prudence and judgment. As the two continued arguing, Janica suddenly interjected, agreeing that they could not allow Ed to be used by those in higher positions. Lortel initially thought Janica was siding with her and began to respond affirmatively, but Janica instead declared that she herself would take him. She reasoned that if the problem was that he might be used by those in power, then it would be best to take him somewhere far away from them, adding that if she resolved to run away, she would never be found, since unlike the other two, she was not tied down anywhere. At that moment, Seliha announced her arrival. It was described that she approached slowly, followed by a large group of nobles and several soldiers who advanced like an army. Seliha then declared, in her authority as the first imperial princess of the Clowell Empire, that from that moment on, Ed Roth-Taylor would be taken to the imperial palace for investigation. Janica reacted in shock, questioning what Seliha was doing and insisting that Ed had been injured while fighting Crepin Roth-Taylor. Clarice also expressed concern, stating that Senior Ed would be taken to the Holy Imperial Capital for treatment. However, several nobles began to speak up, addressing the Saintess and claiming that they too were followers of the Telos Order. They pointed out that more than 10 high-ranking nobles had died and accused the Roth-Taylor family of summoning an evil god, arguing that merely planning such an act constituted treason and that someone had to take responsibility. Seliha then remarked with a smile that authority could not allow such a vacuum, as Phinia had said. The nobles, growing furious, argued that since the patriarch of the family was gone, it was only right to punish his son, Ed Roth-Taylor, in his place, and they urged everyone to drag him forward. Seliha then smiled sinisterly, thinking that once she destroyed the Roth-Taylor household, the nobles would scramble to divide that authority among themselves and, in doing so, would become even more devoted to her, ultimately allowing imperial authority to fall into her hands. At that moment, Tanya suddenly unleashed a burst of power, shouting for them not to touch him. It was described that the force struck the ground violently, causing the nobles to recoil in fear as dust and debris filled the air. From within the smoke, Tanya Roth-Taylor emerged, breathing heavily. She addressed her elder brother, saying that she had no one left, explaining that she had lost her father and that their household had lost its honor. She added that the imperial family was targeting the Roth-Taylor household to which she had devoted her life, and that it was in danger of being remembered only as the household that had massacred high-ranking nobles. She concluded despairingly that she had nothing left. Tanya clenched her fist and stated that there was nothing, recalling that when he had been cast out of the family, he had begun building a wooden cabin at the northern end of Arkan Island, and she asked her elder brother whether he had been the same as her. Seliha crossed her arms and declared to Her Highness that she would remain at the residence. Tanya replied seriously that nothing had yet been proven, adding that if an investigation was required, it could be conducted there. She continued that some servants might still have survived and that they had to begin restoring their residence regardless of others' opinions. She affirmed that she had been the legitimate successor of the Rothaler family and, as its matriarch, requested to take full responsibility while also deciding to guarantee her elder brother's protection. Her words caused an uproar among the crowd, with many questioning whether she had gone mad to become the matriarch in such a situation, remarking that it would be no different from descending into hell itself. Others wondered whether that meant the Rothaler duchy would continue in its current state and demanded to know if they would be compensated. Soon the atmosphere fell into silence, so quiet that even the gentle sound of the wind could be heard. Some murmured that she must be insane, reasoning that taking on the role of matriarch for a ruined household was akin to walking into fire while carrying kindling. They insisted that the real problem was not Tanya Rothaler but Ed Rothaler, claiming that the ignorant man would be branded a traitor before he could even make a name for himself. Nevertheless, they acknowledged that many powerful figures, including Phenia, the Saintess, a spirit sorcerer who had displayed tremendous power, and a monstrous mage capable of facing an evil god alone, had gathered around him. They warned that carelessly antagonizing such individuals would provoke retaliation, yet leaving them alone now might only lead to even greater retaliation in the future. Saleha gritted her teeth and remarked that if that man were to gain even the slightest authority and begin exerting influence, he would certainly become a danger to the imperial family's authority. She then sighed and clarified that everyone had misunderstood her, explaining that it was only right for Ed Rothaler's efforts to be repaid. She stated that she had intended for him to receive treatment in the imperial palace and to request from her parents that he be rewarded appropriately. She suggested that they should at least take him to the imperial palace for the time being, and afterward, as the merchant had proposed, confining him in Oldek might be a good idea. She admitted that she could not fathom what position he would be in when they met again, and noted that since he was currently unable to express his will, the imperial family would take responsibility for him. At that moment, Lucy interrupted and stated that he had just woken up, which was why she had awakened as well. Ed had regained consciousness, but after enduring a fierce battle, he was exhausted. He planted his sword into the trunk of a tree and used it as support to stand. Seeing him like that, the others anxiously called out to him. Struggling to speak, Ed said that he had vaguely heard what they had been saying before coughing heavily. Catching his breath, he explained that Janica wanted to return home to Pulon. Clarice had to return to the Holy Imperial capital due to her position, and Lortel needed to return to Oldek to fulfill her merchant duties. He added that Lucy did not seem to care either way, while Princess Saleha wanted to take him to the imperial castle to resolve the incident, and he questioned whom he should follow. Slowly lifting his head with weary eyes, Ed trailed off as he gazed at the picturesque sunset sky before him. In the blink of an eye, night had fully fallen, and a warm wooden cabin illuminated by a yellow light appeared. Belle stepped out of the house and stretched before suddenly widening her eyes in surprise, asking whether it was young Master Ed and whether he had not been supposed to return to school at the end of the summer break, also wondering where everyone else was. Ed's wounds had already been bandaged, and he asked Belle to start a fire, explaining that using magic was a little difficult for him at the moment. Upon hearing this, she immediately lit the fire and asked whether the journey had been difficult. Ed gazed thoughtfully into the blazing fire and admitted that it had reminded him of his days wandering the battlefield and that he had simply wanted to return home, wherever that might be. He explained that this was why he had refused everyone else and decided to return to camp on his own. He acknowledged that the journey had indeed been difficult and that he did not know how many times he had nearly died, adding that this was why he had wanted to return there as soon as possible. Belle looked at him and remarked that, now that she thought about it, he was finally speaking casually. Ed nodded and conceded that she was right. She thanked him for his understanding, though she admitted she did not know what had caused his change. However, she received only silence in response, as Ed had already sunk into his own thoughts. He reflected that Crepin Rothaler had been convinced that Ed Rothaler was dead, yet despite how chaotic things had been in the end credits, he had seen that Ed Rothaler was still alive. He recalled the failed swordsman of Sylvania, Act 1, Chapter 1, the moment when that third-rate villain had decided to exit the stage and end his own life. Belle hurriedly opened the door and called out to young Master Ed. The image of the senior maid who had been in charge of him came to mind, recalling how she had discovered him attempting to take his own life and had desperately done everything she could to save him. In this way, that maid had continued to watch over and confirm the condition of the ruined noble who had been shunned by all. She had once said that, in any case, it was a relief that he was living well, and she continued to look after him. Ed then told her that she was a better person than he had thought and thanked her for everything. She stood up and humbly replied that he was flattering her, addressing him as young master. Under the crescent moon that cast a gentle light across the quiet night sky, Belle held a basket and reminded young Master Ed that summer break was almost over and that things would soon become busy, so she asked him to have a restful night. As Marilda slowly walked through the forest, she reflected that when one walked across the vast forest near the northern cliffs, climbed the sides of Oran Mountain, or wandered along the stream, all kinds of young fluid spirits could be seen. She explained that, to her, who had only recently become a high-rank spirit, the sight had been unforgettable, which was why she had remained on Arkan Island. After some time, she realized that she had become bound to the island because she had eventually come to love the northern forest. Marilda admitted that humans were beings she had never truly known how to handle, as cycles of peace and conflict had repeated for ages. There had been times when spirits and humans joined forces to stop disasters threatening the island, but there had also been moments when she became furious at humans for their excessive logging and hunting. Selena remarked that she could not understand humans either. She stated that it was only natural for many spirits to struggle to connect with humans because the time granted to humans was so short that they always seemed too rushed for spirits to comprehend. As Marilda slowly approached her, she commented that Selena spoke as though she herself were not human. However, if Marilda had to choose one particularly memorable person, she said that Selena was no different from the rest in that regard. She revealed that the girl, who had once been praised as a great sage in the distant northern lands, was the most peculiar human she had ever encountered and had even been shunned for researching forbidden magic. At one point, Selena searched through her bag before handing something over and enthusiastically explained that she was planning to build a school. She admitted that it would only be a small one, but she wanted to teach magic, basic combat, and perhaps even some alchemy on the side. Marilda stared at her and remarked that Selena truly seemed to have plenty of free time. Selena shook her head and reminded her that she had always said humans were unlike spirits because they were not granted much time and therefore had no choice but to live hurriedly. She added that she already knew Marilda would be upset if a school were built on the eastern plains, which was why she had come to discuss it with her beforehand. Selena promised that the northern forest would never be touched and that she would make sure it was preserved, so she hoped Marilda would at least permit that much. Around that time, Marilda came to realize that remaining close to humans might not actually be such a troublesome thing after all. She recalled that Arkan Island in those days was far more like a land of nature than an island devoted to academics. However, she reflected that the flow of time for spirits moved on an entirely different level from the flow of time for humans. With so much time having passed, Arkan Island had changed greatly, and simply watching the students made her keenly aware of the passage of time. She observed that the Academy Combat Division had produced countless renowned generals and strategists. The Alchemy Division had not only excelled at creating potions, but had also taught magical engineering, apothecary arts, smithing, and the study of magical organisms. Meanwhile, the Magic Division had even produced mages capable of using highest-rank magic, though such individuals were exceptional cases. Marilda mused that the flow of time and the advancement of knowledge could progress astonishingly quickly despite their brilliance. She quietly thought to herself that the world continued to move forward without her, just as it always had. Meanwhile, inside a wooden cabin, Ed rested quietly while thinking that the storm had passed and that a cold wind was now blowing. Even though it was still too early to call it autumn, he reflected that the sudden change in temperature made it easy to catch a cold. Of course, considering the condition his body was already in, he felt he was hardly in a position to worry about the cold itself. He noted that he could no longer put much strength into his left leg, that one of his ears barely worked, and that his vision had become poor. His fever constantly fluctuated between mild and severe, while chills endlessly racked his body. Even so, it had been a peaceful rest, though he admitted that such peace naturally could not last for long. Suddenly reacting to something, Ed muttered in surprise. Belle, who had been cooking nearby, heard his voice and poked her head out to ask whether he had called for her. Ed shook his head and reassured her that it was nothing and that she did not need to worry about him. He explained that he had merely heard something amusing, adding that it was something Marilda, the spirit he was contracted with, had told him. Belle nodded in understanding before quietly closing the door again, leaving him alone in silence and peace. At that moment, Marilda suddenly appeared and remarked that it was funny, adding that she knew how much she had thought about it. She explained that, as she had said before, she was leaving and intended to try going away for a while since everyone around her had started taking her for granted, joking that it was her own method of maintaining her value. Ed responded with slight irritation that her personality really was not the best. Marilda cheerfully explained that if she suddenly disappeared and nobody remained to take care of the northern forest, then the water spirits and lower-level spirits would finally panic a little. She pointed out that all Ed was going to do for the remainder of the break was recover anyway, while she herself planned to manifest physically for some time and wander around the academy. Ed agreed, and taking the opportunity to ask a question, said that if she wanted a break too, then that was fine, but Lucy was currently at the palace, so he wondered whose magic she intended to use in order to manifest herself. Marilda stared at the staff in Ed's hand and answered that she would use the thing he was holding. Realizing what she meant, Ed tossed the staff toward her and remarked that the magic stored inside it should at least be enough for manifestation, even if spirit formulas themselves would not be possible. Marilda then asked whether he really did not mind her leaving for a bit, pointing out that the maid was already taking care of him anyway. She teasingly suggested that perhaps he was secretly having perverted thoughts, but was suppressing them because she was around. In the next instant, Marilda transformed into human form and happily exclaimed that she loved the sensation of touching the earth whenever she manifested herself physically. She told Ed that she would only be gone on a short trip and urged him to stop groaning and get some proper rest inside, adding teasingly that acting like this would not make news from his family arrive any faster. After Marilda departed, Ed let out a sigh and admitted to himself that, just as Marilda had said, he would rather focus on resting. However, he still did not feel very good since he had essentially run away from the Rothaler mansion. He recalled hearing that, while he had been unconscious, there had been disputes over who would take custody of him. Janica had returned home to Poulon, Clarice had gone back to the Holy Imperial capital, and Lortel had traveled to Oldeck to finish some business. Little Key frowned as Ed reflected that, until the very end, the one who had stubbornly insisted on taking him away had been Princess Selaha. He realized that she had been attempting to manipulate the situation to make it more favorable for herself by using him as leverage, and that she had tried to win him over with all sorts of promises. Ed sighed deeply and admitted that refusing all of those offers had been an extremely exhausting ordeal. Fortunately for him, it had not lasted long because Phinia had suddenly returned to the palace. Salaha had been visibly shocked upon hearing the news that Princess Phinia had gone back to the palace immediately, and since the struggle for power had intensified so rapidly, she could no longer afford to waste time persuading Ed. Nevertheless, she had refused to return empty-handed, which forced Ed to send someone in his place. As he boarded the carriage, Ed frowned when he saw Lucy peacefully asleep inside. He reflected that he had no idea what Selaha intended to do, but he doubted things would be easy for her. What worried him the most, however, was the person who had been left behind alone, guarding the fallen family without either a father or a sister beside her. Meanwhile, Magnus slowly entered the tent and wondered why the social gathering appeared to have ended already, questioning what exactly had happened there. The Northern General, Magnus Callermore, was greeted by Tanya, who apologized that they were unable to offer him a proper welcome at the moment because, as he could clearly see, the Rothaler manor was currently in terrible condition. Magnus quietly contemplated the situation and recalled that Tanya Rothaler was now the acting head of the Rothaler family. Since his son Wade was a student at the academy, he had heard many rumors from there and had wanted to meet Tanya after learning that she had become the student council president despite only being a freshman. Yet he found it shocking that such a young girl had ended up leading the family, concluding grimly that the Rothaler family had truly reached its downfall. Tanya's entire body trembled violently as she admitted that, as he could see, she was in an extremely desperate situation and therefore had no time to waste on pointless games. She declared that she would speak directly and revealed that she intended to bring down Princess Selaha. Her statement left both Magnus and Signir utterly shocked. Tanya then stood abruptly, determination filling her eyes as she asked Magnus whether he intended to cooperate with her. On the morning of the second day, Bell apologized for disturbing Ed during his rest, but informed him that he had received a letter. Surprised, Ed questioned whether the letter was really for him. Bell handed him the envelope and explained that it had arrived at his address in Ophelis Hall, so she had personally brought it over to him. Holding the letter in his hand, Ed muttered in disbelief that it had been ages since he had been expelled from Ophelis Hall, so he could not understand why a letter addressed to him had arrived there. After reading the contents of the letter, Ed's eyes widened in shock. The letter was addressed to the worst kidnapper, Ed Rothaler, and accused him of committing terrible acts against a poor mute girl, condemning him for taking advantage of someone who could neither resist nor speak out. The writer declared that such crimes could never be forgiven under any circumstances. Although the sender claimed to want to report his crimes immediately to the school, she explained that, for the sake of the victim's pleas, she would delay doing so if he came personally to beg for forgiveness. The letter demanded that he report to Glocht Hall immediately upon receiving it and was signed by Patriciana Bloomliver of the Faculty of Magic. Ed unconsciously dropped the letter onto the floor. Belle, puzzled, cautiously asked whether he had kidnapped a girl recently. After awkwardly excusing herself, she quickly left the room to give him some privacy. Ed remained frozen in place, his mouth hanging open in complete disbelief as he muttered in confusion, asking himself what exactly was going on. The piece of dried beef was mercilessly thrown onto the ground as Lucy coldly remarked that it was next and that it still was not the flavor she wanted. Saliha felt a headache coming on and pointed out that it had already been 3 hours. The head chef, utterly helpless and feeling that all his hard work had gone unrecognized, apologized to the princess and lamented that in his 13 years as the imperial head chef he had never encountered such a guest before. Lucy spat out another piece of jerky and casually stated that this one was not right either. Saliha forced out a crooked smile while her trembling hand clenched tightly, thinking that she had originally planned to make Lucy act as Ed Rothaler's stand-in and testify before the nobles, but Lucy did not even speak, much less attempt to negotiate with her. To be completely honest, Saliha found her incredibly annoying. Lucy, meanwhile, remained perfectly calm in the face of the entire situation and merely asked what the problem was. The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, Act 5, served as the final act covering the story of the Holy Lance Dragon Welbrock and the Great Sage Sylvania, while also dealing with the founding of the Academy. Numerous new characters and families that had previously only been mentioned in lore finally made their appearances. Among the Marshall families were the Callermore, the Nortondale, and the Impelland families. Among the Magic families were the Saniel, the Whitefelts, and the Bloomliver families. Of these three, the Bloomliver family was considered to have fallen from grace because of their endless incidents, such as severe injuries caused by absurd experiments or entire hills being leveled to the ground. They had become infamous as the House of Witches. Although that reputation was still not as terrible as the family that had summoned an evil god, it nevertheless meant that the Bloomlivers were an absolute handful. Elvira carefully examined the letter and noted that it was from Patriciana Bloomliver, asking whether it had arrived at Ed's old address. Ed nodded and admitted that he had been wondering if she knew anything about the matter. Elvira raised her head and explained that the Bloomliver family was notorious for the abundance of problematic rumors surrounding them, though they were also responsible for significant advancements in experimental alchemy. She added that Patriciana's sister, Traciana, was especially famous. Ed curiously asked whether she meant the fourth-year faculty of Magic Valedictorian. Elvira confirmed that she did, explaining that Traciana could use 2 types of high-ranking magic and had excellent grades. However, she admitted that she had only heard a few rumors regarding Traciana's younger sister, Patriciana Bloomliver. According to those rumors, Patriciana was a shut-in who had no interest in attending school. Elvira reasoned that this was probably why Patriciana had sent a letter to Ed's old address without even realizing that he had already been kicked out of Ophelis Hall. She honestly admitted that alchemists like them all understood the appeal of locking oneself away in a secret laboratory to conduct experiments, but Patriciana supposedly took things far too far. Elvira even remarked that Patriciana probably did not know there was a new student council president because she skipped all her classes in favor of focusing on experiments. Ed reacted in surprise and wondered how someone like that had not been expelled. Elvira explained that she had heard Patriciana made up for her poor attendance through self-study alone, excelling in both the written and field exams. Ed questioned whether such a thing was even possible and wondered if Patriciana was simply as intelligent as her sister. Elvira suddenly realized something and suggested that it actually was possible because Patriciana and Traciana were twins. Ed immediately seemed to understand everything and concluded that Traciana must have been pretending to be her sister in order to cover for Patriciana's attendance. He remarked that it was no wonder Traciana was top of the class if she was effectively taking every lesson twice. Elvira shrugged and admitted that it was merely her own theory. Still, based on the contents of the letter, she believed Patriciana seemed to possess a sense of justice. She then teasingly pointed out that this was why Ed should not go around kidnapping people. Ed took back the letter and questioned why she was assuming the contents were true. Elvira smiled and replied that she understood there were situations where kidnapping someone might become necessary and assumed Ed must have had his reasons. Ed awkwardly glanced down at the ground and admitted that he had been trying very hard to ignore the matter, though he then asked what exactly was going on nearby. Clebius was tightly bound hand and foot, with both his eyes and mouth covered, leaving him capable of producing only muffled groans and desperate noises. Elvira laughed in delight and explained that she was trying to turn him into a proper human being because he constantly blurted out depressing statements and shut himself away in dark rooms whenever left alone. She claimed she was attempting to teach him some social skills. When the blindfold loosened slightly, Clebius revealed a pitiful expression and desperately begged Ed to help him. He promised that from now on he would treat Ed respectfully, speak politely, and even stop swearing. Despite his frantic struggles, however, he remained completely helpless. Ed felt that the pair seemed rather bizarre and asked how long Elvira intended to keep this up. Elvira immediately answered that she would continue until Clebius agreed to attend the Faculty of Alchemy dinner with her the following week. She explained that such events were excellent for building connections and training social skills. She also shamelessly admitted that she wanted to bring a handsome boy along because, after all, she was still a girl herself. Hearing that, Ed could only fall speechless in disbelief. Ed remained silent and merely gave Clebius a sympathetic look, telling him that being on a leash was not always so bad sometimes. The letter instructed Clebius to come to Glocht Hall immediately upon receiving it, and it was signed by Patriciana Bloomliver of the Faculty of Magic at Glocht Hall. Ed reflected that Glocht Hall had been named after the great mage Glocht, whose greatness could easily be understood from the fact that he had written Introduction to Effectual Magic. He thought that even though he had read the book 10 times and memorized it entirely, effectual magic was still such a difficult field that his progress had nearly plateaued. Fortunately, through that terrible experience, he had managed to gain a better understanding of it and had used it often in real battles, which granted him access to a new field of magic. The system then displayed information regarding effectual magic, including effectual type magic manifestation. Level 4, Property Conversion Level 3, Death Immunity Level 0, Time Prison Level 1, Short Distance Teleportation Level 0, Forced Concentration Level 2, Illusion Manifestation Level 0, and Bewitchment Level 1. Ed noted that Time Prison was a form of temporal effectual magic, and he recalled having seen both Professor Glast and Lucy use it before. He also reflected that another magic he had learned was Bewitchment, which allowed the temporary control of others' minds and forced them to act according to the caster's wishes. He considered the effects of effectual magic completely ridiculous, though he acknowledged that it consumed an enormous amount of mana. At only level 1, he admitted that he could not yet force others to act against their true will. He wished to improve his proficiency if possible, but lamented that he could not properly use magic at the moment. Meanwhile, Patriciana had already been waiting at the gate of Glocht Hall. When Ed finally arrived, she remarked that he had finally shown up. Lost in thought, Ed absent-mindedly walked past her while wondering what he should do. Feeling ignored, Patriciana angrily shouted at Ed Rothtailor. Startled, Ed turned around in confusion before recognizing Patriciana. Furious, Patriciana demanded to know why he looked so clueless. She reminded him that he had read her letter and insisted that she knew everything. She asked whether he had a camp in the northern forest. Ed admitted that he did, though he believed most people already knew about it. Patriciana pointed at him and demanded that he tell her what he was scheming there. Ed denied plotting anything and explained that he was only living there because he had nowhere else to stay. Patriciana refused to believe him and argued that the dormitories were perfectly fine. Ed calmly explained that he had actually been expelled from the dormitories about 2 years earlier. Hearing that, Patriciana froze in surprise before awkwardly admitting that she was rather out of touch with outside news. Regaining her composure, she insisted that this was not the main point. She then asked whether he knew a girl slightly taller than her, with white hair tied in a ponytail. Upon hearing the description, Ed immediately thought of Marilda. Patriciana continued by explaining that she saw that girl near Ed's camp every single day and had recently witnessed her run barefoot out of the forest. She claimed the girl only appeared occasionally and always seemed to be wandering around without proper clothing or shoes, making it look as though Ed was not even treating her like a human being. Patriciana declared that she had already taken hold of the girl herself and threatened to report Ed unless he explained what was going on. Ed, however, curiously asked how someone who supposedly knew nothing about events at school could somehow know so much about what happened around his camp. Refusing to answer directly, Patriciana demanded to know why he even wanted to ask that question. Ed cautiously inquired whether she perhaps had a secret private laboratory set up near the northern forest, something prohibited by the school. The moment Patriciana heard that, she visibly panicked as magical power began gathering in her hands. She accused him of having seen it. Terrified by her reaction, Ed immediately insisted that he had not seen anything and that she had just confessed to it herself like an idiot. At the same time, he inwardly cursed his terrible luck at being unable to properly use magic right now. Countless magic circles formed around Patriciana as she coldly declared that it was too late. Beams of magical energy shot straight toward Ed. Suddenly, however, Ed sensed another power intervening in front of him. Instead of pain, he found himself protected by a shield that had appeared out of nowhere. A staff wrapped in overwhelming magical energy emerged as Traciana slowly descended to the ground. Patriciana immediately called out excitedly to her sister, claiming that the timing was perfect and that this man had done something terrible. Before she could finish, however, Traciana harshly pinched her cheek, causing Patriciana to cry out in pain. Smiling apologetically, Traciana explained that her little sister was somewhat immature. While Patriciana continued whining and calling for her sister to stop, Traciana introduced herself as Traciana Bloomliver, a fourth-year student of the Faculty of Magic. She then forced Patriciana to bow her head and politely asked Ed to forgive her this once, insisting that she was actually a good child. Still unconvinced, Patriciana protested that this was not the issue at all and accused Ed of holding a cute girl hostage at his camp. In response, Traciana raised her staff and calmly stated that Patriciana herself was actually the kidnapper. At that moment, the sight before Ed left him stunned. Marilda appeared and Ed realized that Traciana was implying Marilda could not speak. Patriciana stared at her in shock. Ed reasoned that if a spirit were to speak, its identity would instantly be exposed because its speech would cause magic to resonate. Patriciana's expression darkened as sweat rolled down her cheeks. Marilda quietly hid behind Ed, and Ed reflected that the fact her identity remained unknown probably made it much easier for her to move freely around the campus. Soon afterward, Marilda's body gradually began fading away. Alarmed, Patriciana shouted toward Ed in panic, but Ed merely remarked that it was Marilda's own problem. Still bewildered, Patriciana questioned whether Marilda was truly a spirit. After a brief pause, realization finally dawned on her. Her face immediately darkened and she hurriedly bowed her head in apology. Ed let out a long sigh and remarked that he should probably clear up this misunderstanding first. In a land known as Pulan, a place with more cows and pigs than people and famous as the land of farming, there was said to be the deepest mountain village even among such rural lands, namely the village of Torin. The villagers explained that, in this slowly aging village where there were few occasions for either great sadness or joy, a festival was being held. Looking back into the past, they revealed that the reason for this unexpected celebration had arrived 3 days earlier. Inside one of the villagers' homes, many dishes had been laid out across the table because what had returned was regarded as the town's treasure. The villagers celebrated the return of a girl from the village, saying that Janica Failover had finally come back home. Ever since returning, Janica had remained worried inwardly, wondering whether Ed was doing all right. Suddenly, someone remarked that she seemed worried. Seeing how absent-minded Janica looked, her father anxiously asked whether it was because she was no longer the top student in her class, adding that second place was still very impressive. Janica gently smiled in embarrassment before hurriedly denying it, explaining that although she was indeed a little disappointed, she would never become depressed over something like that, and assured her father that there was no need to worry. However, the moment she turned her face away, she let out a quiet sigh. After watching her silently for a while, her father suddenly asked whether there was perhaps a boy she liked. Janica was completely stunned by the unexpected question. Flustered and red-faced, she slammed the table as she stood up and shouted at him, demanding to know why he would suddenly say something so strange. She protested that phrasing it that way made it sound as though she had been thinking about him too much. Twirling her hair around nervously, she complained that her father always did this, then hastily declared that if he had time to waste saying such dumb things, she would go feed the cattle, awkwardly adding that she had planned to do that anyway. Seeing how flustered she was, both of her parents exchanged looks while Janica continued protesting that they should not ask such things without any context because they had startled her. Even though they did not say it aloud, both of her parents shared the exact same thought, that their daughter had finally found a son-in-law who attended Sylvania Academy. Her father excitedly walked over, laughing heartily as he patted her on the back and exclaimed that Janica had finally succeeded. He eagerly asked whether the boy knew how to shoot a bow, adding that it had always been his dream to drink together with his son-in-law while practicing target shooting, though he supposed it might still be too early for the young man to drink. Seeing him so excited, Janica's mother quickly told him not to make such a fuss. Nevertheless, she had already taken out a beautiful white dress resembling a wedding gown, clearly prepared to let Janica wear it at any moment. She curiously asked what kind of boy he was, wondering whether his parents would prefer it if their family acted a bit more refined, and even suggested repairing the dress she had worn at her own wedding. Both of her parents then simultaneously asked what the boy's name was. Janica panicked, insisting that they had completely misunderstood the situation and demanding to know why they would think such a thing. However, when they heard her deny it, their moods immediately plummeted. Janica stubbornly refused to tell them anything, questioning why she would ever tell her parents such details. Her parents collapsed dramatically onto the floor, saying that they understood and that it simply could not be helped. Crying pitifully, they lamented that they had prepared themselves for this moment because every parent eventually had to go through it. They sorrowfully imagined that if Janica suddenly ran to her room and slammed the door shut, all they could do would be stand there and watch helplessly. Yet despite their tragic performance, both of them soon smiled happily as they reflected that this must truly be the twilight of life, however lonely and depressing it might seem. Janica hurriedly tried to explain that she was not going to do anything like that, but when she saw the sparkling, hopeful expressions in their eyes, all of her words became stuck in her throat. Her face turned as red as a tomato from embarrassment. Looking at how happy her parents seemed, she finally gave in and shyly admitted in a tiny voice that the boy was good with a bow. Several hours later, someone came looking for Janica and excitedly announced that they had heard the news. However, Janica's expression had already become miserable. Soon the entire village gathered together to celebrate. Some villagers enthusiastically declared that she should bring him to the village sometime because they would open their precious 20-year-aged raspberry wine and even roast a whole pig for the occasion. One middle-aged villager jokingly asked whether the boy must be quite wealthy, or at least a noble if he came from Sylvania. Another excitedly chimed in, declaring that Janica had truly made it and that she was the pride of the village. The entire village began cheering her name over and over again. Faced with the overwhelming scene, Janica had absolutely no idea what to do. Realizing that any attempt at explanation would now be meaningless, she simply allowed everyone to continue shouting her name, while inwardly despairing that she could no longer live there anymore and desperately wanted to return to Arkan Island immediately. That night, in the northern forest of Arkan Island, a soft voice remarked that the recent events had reminded her of the old days. Leaning against a tree, Ed asked what she meant by the old days. As Marilda glided gently across the water, she replied that every now and then she became a little melancholic. Ed coldly pointed out that they had only just finished destroying the Rothtaylor family. Marilda calmly responded that she would not exactly use the word destroy. She approached him while explaining that, from her perspective, the Rothtaylor family was one with an extremely long history whose name she had heard for a very long time. Whenever significant groups or families like that disappeared, it made her truly realize how much time had passed. Hearing this, Ed fell silent. Marilda then admitted that it was difficult to explain because the feeling was strangely disheartening. Looking gloomily at her own reflection in the water, she confessed that she sometimes felt as though the world was leaving her behind. She wondered whether it was because she herself had already passed her prime as a spirit, but admitted that she thought about such things quite often. Seeing her in that state, Ed attempted to ask whether she was all right, but before he could finish, Marilda interrupted him and assured him not to worry because she still had at least 100 years left. Turning back toward him with a teasing smile, she jokingly asked whether he had been worried that she might leave him soon. Ed openly admitted that this was partly true, but explained that what he had really been wondering was why she seemed so depressed. Caught off guard by the question, Marilda hesitated for a moment before asking whether she truly seemed depressed. Her voice carried a suppressed emotion as she quietly admitted that perhaps she really was. She then confessed that the girl from earlier had reminded her of Sylvania. The person she referred to was Patriciana, whom she described as a great sage and an eccentric scholar who devoted herself entirely to research regardless of the circumstances. Marilda explained that even from the first moment they met, she had wanted to watch over her because Patriciana reminded her of the old days. However, she admitted regretfully that doing so had apparently dragged Ed into unnecessary trouble as well. Ed casually replied that it was all right and that it was not a big deal, telling her not to worry because Traciana had already come and resolved everything anyway. Marilda laughed and remarked that, thinking back on it, she guessed that girl had not actually been so similar to Sylvania after all. Ed admitted that he had been thinking the same thing, reasoning that Sylvania was the great sage and that the two of them looked pretty different. However, Marilda clarified that she had not been referring to appearances or anything like that. Sitting calmly beneath a nearby tree, she explained that she had found someone who reminded her far more of the great sage from back then. Curious, Ed asked whether she meant the girl's sister, but Marilda looked directly into his eyes and told him that it was actually him. She explained that his refusal to give up despite difficult situations, as well as the casual way he spoke to her, reminded her strongly of Sylvania. Ed was genuinely surprised to hear that and wondered if that was really true. As he looked at Marilda, he felt their bond growing closer even without needing to check a status window. Reflecting on all the battles they had survived together, he felt as though they had been overcoming challenges inside a game. He realized that fighting side by side and risking their lives together had created a strong sense of camaraderie between them. In the game, raising affinity with high-ranking spirits would increase spirit formula stats, improve the effectiveness of skills, and sometimes even unlock entirely new events. Noticing Ed sitting there lost in thought, Marilda suddenly mentioned that the corpse of the highest-ranked wind spirit still remained. The statement immediately reminded Ed of the terrifying Black Panther-like creature, though he was even more shocked when Marilda offered to hand the remains over to him if he wanted them. She explained that it was the remains of Terkalax. In that world, the highest-ranked spirits were legendary beings of which only one existed for each element. Although they were only recorded in ancient magic history books, the highest-ranked wind spirit no longer existed because it had died of old age. Ed realized that obtaining those remains would dramatically improve his spirit skills, though until now he had only heard about such things in historical records. As Marilda casually paced back and forth, she explained that it was not really a corpse, but more like the remnants left behind after the spirit faded away. Confused by her sudden generosity, Ed asked what had caused the change of heart. Marilda bent down slightly and admitted that it was simply because it was difficult to find a friend as kind as him. She added that although Janica was also a great friend, she was not someone Marilda felt comfortable venting her emotions to. Smiling meaningfully, she warned him that the offer would not come free of charge. The following morning at the docks of Arkan Island, someone groaned miserably that they had thought they were going to die from seasickness. It turned out to be Jix and Ika. Jix commented that next time they should travel by carriage even if the boat was faster, because the voyage affected Elka too severely. Ika explained that they had not really had another option since they had brought so much luggage with them. While walking, Ika suddenly stopped after spotting Janica nearby carrying her belongings. She greeted her warmly, and Janica nervously greeted them back. Surprised to see her so early, Jix explained that they always returned a few weeks early to visit the society, whereas Janica normally stayed home as long as possible to help with work. Curious, he asked what the occasion was. Janica hesitated awkwardly, unsure how to explain herself. Memories of the villagers loudly chanting her name during the celebrations at home resurfaced in her mind, making her anxious. After sighing helplessly, she brushed the matter aside and claimed that nothing special had happened, and that things had simply turned out that way. Jix then unexpectedly asked whether things were not going well between her and Ed. Both Janica and Aka were startled by the sudden question, but Jix calmly pointed out that she seemed rather depressed. Unable to tolerate his bluntness, Aka scolded him for being rude. Janica hurriedly tried to smooth things over, though she eventually admitted that she and Ed had indeed been clashing recently. Her mood quickly darkened as she confessed that she was worried she might actually be more of a burden to Ed than she had realized. Thinking back on everything that had happened during the exam, she told herself that she needed to make it up to him. She also remembered suggesting that they travel to Pulan together, only for Ed to refuse and return to Arkan Island alone. The more she thought about it, the more painful it became. She even worried that moving into his camp might have bothered him, and wondered if Ed secretly viewed her as a nuisance while merely pretending otherwise. Seeing how upset she had become, Jix interrupted her thoughts and assured her that he did not think she really had anything to worry about. When Janica turned toward him, he explained that it was usually easy to tell when guys disliked something. Confused, she asked what he meant, so Jix patiently elaborated that when men wanted to distance themselves, they tended to act in obvious ways. He gave an example in which Janica happily greeted Ed after returning home early, only for Ed to respond in a cold and indifferent manner. Jix explained that avoiding eye contact was often the first sign. He added that even if Janica tried asking caring questions about how he had been feeling, Ed might only respond with short answers that killed the flow of conversation. He also mentioned that people in that situation often looked visibly uncomfortable. As Janica listened, she realized with horror that Ed had recently been displaying all the exact behaviors Jix described. Her spirit immediately collapsed, and she began wondering if she truly had become a burden to him. At that moment, Ed suddenly told Janica that he had something important to say. Startled, she nervously urged him to continue. Ed awkwardly explained that what he was about to say might sound strange, though he insisted he had good reasons for it. He admitted that depending on the situation, the request might either be easy or extremely difficult. Janica steadied herself and quietly encouraged him to continue listening. However, Ed hesitated repeatedly and struggled to speak. The two eventually fell into silence before Ed sighed deeply and abruptly claimed that it was nothing after all. Refusing to let him withdraw, Janica moved closer and firmly told him that she was prepared to hear whatever he needed to say. She reassured him that no matter how bad it was, she would remain on his side. Her eyes were filled with determination and expectation as she waited for him to continue. Even so, Ed could not stop remembering Marilda's words from the previous day. She had told him that obtaining the remains of the highest-ranked wind spirit would greatly enhance his training. She had explained that Sylvania buried those remains after completing her research, but that she was willing to hand them over to him. However, she had also emphasized that the deal would not be free. Marilda had then bluntly confessed that she had been feeling somewhat depressed and wondered if Ed could take care of that problem for her. Confused, Ed had started to question what exactly she meant, only for Marilda to interrupt him and remark that it was probably time for him to make some progress. When Ed asked what she was talking about, Marilda directly pointed out that Janica was clearly in love with him romantically. Now, while staring at Janica sitting before him, Ed could not stop recalling those words. Marilda had insisted that before the break ended, he would need to do something about it. His eyes gradually drifted toward Janica's soft pink lips. Without realizing it, he slowly reached out and gently caressed her cheek. Janica immediately blushed deeply from the unexpected gesture and softly called out his name in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Ed's mind echoed with Marilda's final piece of advice, telling him that he should at least kiss her. Janica's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment as she hesitantly addressed Ed. Ed suddenly fell silent and froze in place before quickly turning his face away and apologetically told Janica that he was sorry, but he could not tell her because he thought it was something he needed to think through on his own. After hesitating for a moment, Janica admitted that she wanted to ask him something that might sound strange. Ed nodded and told her to go ahead. Janica confessed that she was wondering whether it would be better for her to pressure him into sharing his worries or pretend that she had not noticed anything at all. Ed questioned whether she was really asking him about that. Janica nervously explained that she was worried he might find it annoying. Hearing that, Ed widened his eyes in surprise and asked what she meant. In a sorrowful tone, Janica admitted that she did not want to become a burden to him. Ed immediately shook his head and assured her that she had never been a burden to him. Janica looked surprised and asked if that was really true. Ed confirmed that it was. After hearing his answer, Janica smiled softly and said that she understood. She set her heavily packed suitcase down on the ground and boldly declared that she was going to drag the truth out of him. Panicking, Ed awkwardly tried to change the topic by asking if her back felt hot. However, Janica stubbornly declared that she did not care and would not move until he told her everything. She passionately insisted that his problems were her problems too, and that if they worried about them together, they would surely find a solution much faster. She also told him that he should not bear everything alone. Suddenly, Ed interrupted her and unexpectedly asked whether she could kiss him. The moment Janica heard those words, her mind went blank. Her face turned bright red like a tomato, and her body stiffened as she became unable to speak. Completely flustered, she could only let out a confused exclamation, asking what he had just said. The fire nearby continued burning brightly, casting golden light across the evening sky. Sitting in a corner, Janica muttered to herself that Marilda really should not have said something like that. She admitted that it was no wonder Ed had started thinking about it, especially since she had been standing right in front of him. Nervously, she wondered how much Marilda had actually told him. Ed looked puzzled and questioned what she meant. Janica explained that even though she might seem lost in her own thoughts, if she was going to be honest with him, then she understood the feelings he held for her. She confessed that it would be ridiculous to claim she had never realized it. Trying to laugh awkwardly through her embarrassment, Janica rambled that it was simply obvious because otherwise there would be no reason for her to treat him so kindly if she did not have feelings for him. She insisted that it was practically a given and not something they needed to discuss so seriously since they were already adults and there was no need to make things awkward. Ed apologized and admitted that this was simply the kind of person he was. He explained that before coming to Arkan Island, his only priority had always been survival, and he had not grown up in an environment where he could think about much else. Recently, however, he had gained more time to reflect, so he started thinking about Janica's feelings for him and how he should respond to them. Even so, he realized that he still had not changed. As memories resurfaced in his mind, Ed recalled how everyone who witnessed their loved ones being carried away on stretchers after being shot had completely broken down. The echo of sobbing still lingered in his ears as he admitted that, in situations where he could not even guarantee his own survival, he had been forced to think about how others would feel if they lost him. He bitterly explained that heartbreak was temporary and eventually healed, but the pain of losing someone lasted forever. Because of that, he believed he had become someone who only cared about himself, and therefore he was not the kind of person Janica should love. Janica firmly objected and insisted that Ed was not cold-hearted at all. She pointed out that the reason he had been struggling so much was precisely because he cared about her. She added that if they had kissed only because of Marilda's interference, she would have felt very strange about it, although she shyly admitted that she probably would have been happy in the moment. Flustered by her own words, she quickly corrected herself before blaming everything on Marilda and wondering what she had been thinking by making them worry over something like this. Ed stood up and stated that he would handle everything himself, asking Janica to pretend she had never heard any of it. He honestly admitted that regardless of her feelings, he was not comfortable with the situation because he did not want to use her in that way. Still blushing heavily, Janica shyly replied that although it was nice to hear that, she had just thought of a very simple solution. She explained that they only needed to reverse the situation. Confused, Ed asked what she meant. To Ed's complete shock, Janica suddenly rushed toward him and pressed her lips against his. The unexpected kiss caused his entire body to freeze in place, while the scarf slipped from his hands and fell to the ground. After lingering for a brief moment, Janica slowly pulled away. An awkward and strangely intimate silence filled the air between them. Embarrassed, Ed quietly tried to speak and awkwardly called her name. Before he could finish, Janica dashed into the house at full speed and slammed the door shut behind her. Panicking, she loudly claimed that she was exhausted from the boat ride and felt like she was about to fall asleep, so she hurriedly wished him good night and told him she would see him tomorrow. Left standing there in confusion, Ed blankly wondered what he was even supposed to do now. After entering her room, Janica covered her mouth while her heart pounded so hard it felt ready to burst out of her chest. The next morning, bright sunlight illuminated the rooftop while the sound of an axe echoed nearby. Ed was diligently chopping firewood despite still recovering. Belle quietly watched him working with a puzzled expression before walking over to Janica's room. Although she knocked, the door was unlocked, so she entered and softly called out to Miss Janica. Wrapped tightly inside her blanket, Janica startled and nervously exclaimed that for a moment she thought Ed had come into the room instead. Belle apologized, but Janica quickly insisted that it was not her fault. Concerned, Belle asked whether she was sick because she looked like she had a fever. Janica awkwardly denied being ill and insisted she was fine, although she admitted she did feel hot for entirely different reasons. Confused, Belle questioned how her body could be hot if she was not sick, and warned her not to make hasty conclusions about her condition. Janica's face turned bright red as she insisted that she knew her own body very well. Belle quietly processed the situation as though analyzing data patterns between the two students. After a moment, she mentioned that Ed had been chopping firewood early in the morning, even though his health had not fully recovered yet, which could negatively affect him. Janica nervously responded in agreement. Belle then explained that, as his caretaker, she wanted to stop him from overworking himself and asked Janica to go speak with him. However, Janica immediately turned away and refused. Belle calmly walked toward the door and gently locked it before suddenly asking whether Janica had slept with Ed the previous night. Horrified, Janica shouted so loudly that her voice echoed throughout the room as she denied that they had gone that far. Belle narrowed her eyes and repeated the phrase "that far" several times before suspiciously asking just how far they actually had gone. At the same time, in the Holy City, Gin sat at the center of a meeting table and observed that there were many empty seats, which he believed demonstrated just how many talented people had once belonged to the Roth-Taylor family. He reminded everyone that they had gathered to discuss the tragedy that occurred on Roth-Taylor territory and determine how to proceed moving forward. Jin explained that those deserving rewards should receive them, while those deserving punishment should also be punished, though matters involving the Roth-Taylor family were far too complicated for simple judgment because determining the extent of each individual's involvement was difficult. He then summarized the opinions of the three princesses. According to him, the first Princess Selaha believed every talented individual within the Roth-Taylor family should be eliminated, and that Tanya and Ed should be summoned to the Holy City. The second Princess Persika believed the family should be stripped of its nobility and that Ed Roth-Taylor should remain imprisoned until the investigation concluded. Meanwhile, the third Princess Fenia believed the officials of the Roth-Taylor family should be allowed to return and that judgment regarding Tanya and Ed should be postponed. Gin remarked that it was surprising to see Fenia defending them, but it appeared that the final decision had already begun, leaning toward one side. Penia emotionally called out to her father in protest. Gin then declared that Ed Roth-Taylor, the son of Crepin Roth-Taylor and the man responsible for the incident, would... Suddenly, Gin's eyes widened in shock. Behind him and the surrounding nobles, countless swords materialized in the air, hovering ominously as if ready to pierce through their heads at any moment. Lucy had awakened. Floating silently in the air, she slowly stepped forward while releasing an overwhelming killing intent. In a cold voice, Lucy ordered them to continue speaking because she was listening. It was announced that the Clowell imperial family had held a meeting to determine the fate of the Roth-Taylor family, but it had been concluded that testimony from the family members themselves would be necessary to fully understand the situation. As a result, Tanya Roth-Taylor would cooperate with the investigation in Ed Roth-Taylor's stead, while Lucy Merrill, who had previously appeared as Ed's witness, was to be promptly returned to Arkan Island. Although Miss Merrill had caused a minor disturbance during the Imperial Council, Saliha apologized to Gin as she and Penia escorted Lucy away, explaining that Lucy's actions would be excused in consideration of her contributions during the previous incident. However, she went on to complain that Lucy had continued residing within the palace, had mistreated the palace chefs, entered her private quarters to sleep there for hours at a time, and freely wandered through restricted areas of the palace. According to Saliha, the disturbances Lucy had caused to the peace and order of the palace were so numerous that they could not all be listed in writing. Since Lucy had refused repeated orders to return to the academy, Saliha expressed her hope that Ed Roth-Taylor would personally write a letter requesting that Lucy return. The letter itself was addressed to the beloved Ed Roth-Taylor and signed by the first princess of the Clowell Empire, Selaha Einar Clowell. Upon reading it, Ed was left thoroughly confused, wondering why it was addressed in such a manner and questioning what exactly Selaha was doing at the palace. Belle suddenly clapped her hands and asked whether he would be writing a response. Ed replied that he needed to, but questioned why she was applauding. Belle smiled and explained that she had simply been moved. She remarked that even relationships that seemed stagnant could progress with time. and that after working as a maid for many years and taking pride in her work on numerous occasions, she felt as though a new page had just been added to her book of experiences. She then asked whether Ed truly intended to be active already and suggested that he should spend more time recovering. Ed stretched his arms and assured her that he was fine. He explained that he was planning to build a second floor to serve as both a workshop and a library. He told Belle that she did not need to help him with such basic tasks, as he had recovered enough to handle simple work by himself. Belle responded that she was glad to hear it, though she added that she had business to attend to at his camp anyway, so he should not mind her presence. A moment later, Belle suddenly paused. When Ed asked what was wrong, she hesitantly explained that she had planned to clean the villa that day because its owner would be returning to school the following day. The next day, Lortel arrived cheerfully and greeted Ed, commenting that it had been a while since they had seen each other. She mentioned that Belle had informed her that he was expanding the camp. Ed confirmed that he wanted to improve it and intended to build a second floor. After sitting beside him, Lortel asked whether he planned to create a personal workspace upstairs. Since she had guessed his intentions exactly, Ed acknowledged that she was correct and praised her perceptiveness. Before he could continue, Lortel leaned her head against his shoulder and casually suggested that while he was building the second floor, he should consider adding a room for her as well. Ed hesitated before explaining that he would be constructing it himself and would therefore require assistance and materials. He emphasized that he was not asking for help for free and explained that he still had funds left over from earning the top rank that year, which he intended to invest in expanding the camp. At that, Lortel fell silent and stared intently at the money pouch in his hand. She remarked that she had not realized he was the type to pay so readily, admitting that she had expected him to save every coin he could. Ed held out the pouch and explained that he always felt as though he ended up indebted to her, so he wanted to do what he could to repay her. However, Lortel declined the money. She explained that she intended to leave it as a debt within their relationship. If she continued helping him, she reasoned, the debt would remain in his heart instead, and to her that was far more valuable. She added that human nature compelled people to invest in things of greater value. Finding her attitude unusual, Ed asked whether something had happened in Oldek. The question visibly startled her, and she lowered her head before finally explaining that the merchant union had been in disarray when she returned. There had been embezzlement, information leaks, damaged goods, and double agents, leaving her occupied with resolving countless problems. Ed sympathetically observed that she must have been extremely busy. Lortel replied that it was nothing out of the ordinary and that such situations were simply part of life. She stated that nothing in Oldek had truly changed. If there was one thing that had changed, she said, it was herself. Perhaps it was because she had spent so much time at the academy, or perhaps it was because she had met a certain someone. Suddenly changing the subject, Lortel pointed out that once construction on the cabin began, Ed would no longer have a place to sleep. Resting his chin on his hand, Ed admitted that she was right and said he would need to figure out a solution. Lortel's eyes sparkled as she suggested that there was no need to take the long route when her villa was right there. She teasingly asked whether even that proposal failed to affect him. Confused, Ed asked why she had been acting that way all day. Lortel laughed and confessed that she merely wanted to see him become flustered. Curious, Ed asked what she would do if he actually accepted her offer. She confidently replied that she knew he had no intention of doing so. Ed then challenged her by asking what would happen if he did agree. Lortel casually dismissed the idea at first, but suddenly froze as the implication of his words finally registered. In a trembling voice, she asked whether he was serious about staying there throughout the entire construction period. Almost immediately, her imagination began running wild. She pictured the two of them alone together after nightfall in the same room, with Ed calmly telling her that she could sleep on the bed while he would be perfectly fine sleeping on the floor. The image of a man and a woman sharing a room instantly created an atmosphere laden with awkward and suspicious implications. Ed broke the awkward silence by remarking that it was getting a bit chilly. With a faint smile, Lortel then lifted the blanket and asked whether he wanted to come in with her. Hearing this, she was immediately startled by the implication of her own words. At that moment, Janica suddenly approached, her voice interrupting Lortel's train of thought as she noted that Lortel was there. Confused, Lortel watched as Janica walked over and sat beside Ed, calling out Janica's name in surprise. Janica shyly glanced at Ed, her face turning as red as a tomato. Ed also lowered his head awkwardly, his cheeks slightly flushed. An unmistakably ambiguous atmosphere settled between them, and neither dared to meet the other's eyes. Witnessing the scene, Lortel was left speechless and wondered what was going on with the atmosphere between them. Ed then reflected on the Holy Lance Dragon Wellbrock, recalling that it had been sealed by Ludin McClure, the first swordmaster. He remembered that the mythical dragon, known as the dragon that devours gods, had repeatedly attempted to incinerate the world during the Age of the Gods. Although it had ultimately been defeated by heroes and reduced to a tale preserved in history books, and even the generation that still remembered it had long since passed away, he had seen the creature with his own eyes. He recalled that even Lucy had barely been able to defend herself against its attacks, while Obel Forceus, the guardian of the capital, had failed to discover any means of defeating it. Whether he judged it based on his own experiences or the game's lore, he admitted that he stood no chance of winning against it. According to his understanding, the only person capable of cutting through Wellbrock's scales and reaching its heart was Taily McClure. Since the swordsmanship created by Ludin McClure was the very technique that had once sealed the Holy Lance Dragon, only Taily, as its inheritor, could save the world from the monster. Thinking about it further, Ed felt that the situation was not merely unfair, but unnatural. It almost seemed as though the entire world had conspired to make Taily into a hero. He recalled that during the first act, Taily had only recently begun wielding a sword, yet still managed to defeat the highest-ranked Spirit of Darkness and Master Elemental Slash. As Ed carefully fastened the buttons on his shirt, he continued reflecting that during the second act, saving Isla from Professor Glast required the player to raise their level considerably. Because of various complications, he himself had been unable to obtain all the necessary experience. However, he reasoned that since Taily had defeated the golem summoned by Professor Glast, that part should not pose a problem. He then noted that the real issue began afterward. The boss of the third act, Awakened Lucy, had disappeared from the scenario entirely, while the fourth act's boss, Crepin Rothtailor, had died by his own hand. Noticing that one of his shirt buttons had broken, Ed sighed and removed the shirt, remarking that he could not simply leave matters as they were. He remembered that in the original story, the Holy Lance Dragon Wellbrock descended one semester before the protagonist's generation graduated, meaning there should have been roughly 2 years remaining. However, after witnessing how unpredictable the current world had become, he had realized that such assumptions were meaningless. Up to that point, major boss battles had occurred as much as a month or even half a year earlier than expected. The longer time passed, the more the world's pace accelerated compared to the game's original progression. Later, at Mexis Bridge Cafe, Ed summarized his conclusion by stating that he would simply have to begin preparing as early as possible. Ayla appeared quite surprised that Ed had requested a meeting and asked what exactly she was doing there, admitting that she had never expected him to ask to see her. Ed responded that he knew both she and Taily disliked him, so he would speak directly. He then confessed that he was planning to kidnap her. Ayla came to understand Ed's intention and summarized that, for Taily to become stronger, he needed to be pushed to his limits, which was why Ed was planning to kidnap her. Ed nodded slightly and explained that he wanted Taily to become so enraged that he would attack with everything he had. He added that kidnapping was a classic but effective way to make an opponent emotional. Placing a hand on her chin, Ayla remarked that it was true Taily had grown stronger every time he had faced a trial, but she still wondered why Ed cared so much about Taily's growth. After thinking for a moment, Ed replied that, if he had to explain it, it was because he and Taily were alike. Hearing that, Ayla widened her eyes in surprise. Ed crossed his arms and explained that his own life had not exactly been smooth sailing either, so it had been difficult for him to simply look the other way. Ayla then asked whether that meant he had helped Taily, and then pushed him away again, even at the cost of ruining his own reputation. Ed remained silent. Inwardly, he reflected that the situation was troublesome. Even he thought the excuse sounded half-hearted, but he could not speak about the Holy Lance Dragon or the swordsman form. He concluded that there was nothing more to it and reasoned that, after all, he was the senior among them. After hearing his words, Ayla lowered her head and apologized. Ed wondered to himself whether his explanation had failed after all. However, Ayla, still bowing her head in remorse, admitted that they had judged him too quickly. She apologized for the misunderstanding and reflected that, although she had not trusted him at the time, Taily really had come to save her exactly as Ed had predicted. She added that she had heard Ed had even given Taily directions in the sewers and declared that she would trust him this time and cooperate. Confused, Ed asked what exactly she meant. Smiling brightly, Ayla proudly tapped her chest and revealed that her specialty was actually being kidnapped, though she admitted it was embarrassing to say so. Ed could only wonder whether that was really something that could be considered right. At that moment, Liena suddenly approached and interrupted their conversation with a greeting. She introduced herself as the personal secretary of acting company leader Lortel of the LT Trading Company and identified herself as Liena Clemson. Addressing Ed Rothstaler, she apologized for appearing so suddenly and informed him that the LT Trading Company had a proposal for him. 3 days earlier, inside a house, Lortel had questioned the strange atmosphere surrounding her. She wondered why Ed and Janica were acting so cautious and modest around each other, like a newlywed couple who had just spent their first night together. She remarked that they were being unusually careful around one another and creating such a reserved atmosphere. She also questioned why Belle could not even meet her eyes when she asked about it. Avoiding Lortel's gaze, Belle awkwardly revealed that Lady Janica and Master Ed had shared a kiss. Upon hearing this, Lortel initially appeared relieved. Observers might have expected a stronger reaction, but she remained surprisingly calm. So calm, in fact, that it seemed she had frozen completely. When asked whether she was surprised, Lortel cheerfully replied that she was not, since she had been the first one to kiss Ed herself. Belle stared at her in shock and asked whether the two of them had kissed before. Realizing what she had revealed, Lortel hastily claimed that it had merely been a slip of the tongue and requested that Belle keep it secret. She then mused that perhaps it would be better if Belle simply told Janica. After all, she reflected, it might not be so bad if everyone knew she had been the first person ever to kiss Ed Rothstaler. However, she immediately reconsidered and admitted that such an idea was definitely inappropriate because she still possessed a sense of shame. Changing the subject, Lortel instructed Belle that the next time she came, she should bring some wine from her private room in Ophelis Hall. She explained that she had built a wine cellar beneath the villa and ought to make use of it. However, since she had not yet received the key to the basement, she had been unable to organize it. She added that the finishing touches were expected to be completed soon, after which she would receive the key, and asked Belle to take care of the matter. Holding a basket of laundry, Belle acknowledged the request. She then mentioned that she had received the latest grocery price list sent from the company to Ophelis Hall and noted that prices had risen considerably. Lortel asked whether that was true. Belle replied that she had checked the list early that morning and had been quite surprised. She asked whether they could maintain their distribution volume while preparing a response, emphasizing that any decline in meal quality would be unacceptable under Ophelis Hall's management policy. As she slowly stepped into the bath, Lortel remarked that Dune should have handled the matter during her absence and promised to look into it herself. Belle apologized for discussing work during what was supposed to be Lortel's break. The hot water helped relax Lortel's mind, and she responded that work and rest were inseparable for someone who wished to make a living. She explained that things had been the same during her vacation in Oldek. If she did not regularly weed out insiders plotting against her, she would never know when someone might stab her in the back. As power increased, she observed, so too did the number of people who coveted it. Compared to the threats she faced, matters such as ledger manipulation and embezzlement seemed almost harmless. She further explained that the old foxes at the merchant headquarters were attempting to frame her as a remnant of the corruption left behind by the previous generation's vested interests under Elta Caheln. Feeling sympathy for her, Belle commented that it sounded as though Lortel had endured another difficult homecoming season. Lortel smiled and replied that she certainly had, but she had no intention of going down easily. She reasoned that if she lost both her money and her power, nothing meaningful would remain of her, and both she and everything around her would become empty. Closing her eyes, Belle gently told her that she did not have to think that way. Smiling, Lortel thanked her for the polite disagreement. Belle shook her head and quietly insisted that Lortel would still have Master Ed. At those words, Lortel visibly flinched. She quickly told Belle that it was long past her working hours and that she should head home. Belle bowed slightly and acknowledged the instruction before taking her leave. Watching her depart, Belle reflected that Lortel lived a life spent building walls and drawing lines between herself and everyone she met, always observing others from a distance. Belle wished that Lortel could set aside all of her worries, even briefly. Yet she understood that such moments were luxuries Lortel could not afford. Rather than constantly searching for toxic clauses in contracts or calculating future profits, Belle hoped there would be more days when Lortel could think about simpler things. What that boy was thinking, what worries he carried, what he had eaten that day, or what plans he had for tomorrow. Even if such thoughts were as fragile as bubbles, Belle believed they still had value. If every moment of push and pull between Lortel and that boy was a treasure to her, then Belle felt it was not her place to judge the worth of those moments. In the end, she concluded that a maid's duty was merely to assist with household work and daily life. With that thought, she silently wished Lortel a peaceful night. The scene then shifted to the Sylvania branch of the Elta Trading Company. In the office, Lortel enjoyed the fragrance of the candles and asked Leanna whether she had changed the scented candles, adding that the scent was nice and subtle. Leanna smiled and thanked her. Lortel then prepared to begin her work, letting out a sigh and saying that they should begin. Dune carried a stack of documents and remarked that he would finish all the work that had piled up while he had been in Oldek that day. As Lortel focused on her paperwork, she instructed Dune to bring her the grocery price list. Dune immediately complied, explaining that the latest price list was scheduled to be submitted for approval that day and that he would submit the report soon. However, Lortel suddenly paused. Belle's earlier words lingered in her mind as Belle had mentioned that she had received the latest grocery price list sent from the company to Ophelis Hall and that the prices had increased significantly, which had surprised her when she checked it that morning. Breaking out of her thoughts, Lortel called Dune's name. Dune turned toward her and replied that he was listening, addressing her as the acting company leader. Wearing a serious expression, Lortel ordered him to bring her the updated price list. Upon hearing that request, Dune was startled and dropped the stack of documents. The room fell silent, and the atmosphere became suffocating. With a provocative smile, Dune declared that he did not want to do that. Furious, Lortel rose from her seat and began gathering power in her hand, calling him a bastard. However, she suddenly realized that she could not gather her mana. She quickly understood that the night butterfly flower-scented candles, luxury items worth 15 gold coins each, could not have been purchased without reason. At that moment, Liena produced a rope and remarked that they would see about that. Dune soon tied Lortel firmly to her chair. He commented that after spending so long in the beautiful and romantic environment of Sylvania, she seemed to have lost her edge and had trusted him far too easily. Lortel could not help laughing. She questioned whether he truly believed she had trusted him, insisting that she trusted no one and asking why he thought he would be any different. She added that she had merely turned a blind eye when he embezzled small amounts from the ledgers to buy alcohol and luxury goods and accused him of taking her for a fool. Dune suddenly shouted for them to find it quickly. Lortel responded with a mocking laugh, stating that the commotion throughout the building was probably an attempt to find evidence of his embezzlement, but unfortunately for him, such evidence was not there. Dune smiled coldly and admitted that he had indeed ordered a thorough search of the company. However, he explained that he had never expected to find that evidence because there was no need for it in the first place. Lortel frowned slightly and concluded that this was clearly a plan that had been prepared for a long time. She wondered whether Liena and a handful of employees were truly all he had on his side, reasoning that the scheme was too rough yet too bold for Dune to have organized alone. In her mind, she became convinced that someone else was backing him. Maintaining his smile, Dune stated that it was useless because he would not give her even the slightest clue. He explained that this was precisely why he had locked her in the room and added that they did not wish to cause her further harm, so she should simply sit quietly and retire peacefully. Lortel laughed scornfully and accused him of pretending to be a gentleman while actually being nothing more than a despicable traitor. Dune slowly approached her and remarked that hearing those words directly from the acting company leader felt rather strange. Without showing any mercy, Dune slapped her across the face and grabbed her by the hair. He commented that, as expected, she never lost her composure. One side of Lortel's face swelled and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Nevertheless, she calmly replied that his actions only proved he was hoping to provoke a reaction from her, which in turn made her even calmer. She added that merchants were twisted by nature and never did exactly what their opponents wanted them to do. Dune released her hair and replied that he knew that very well. He reminded her that she was the Golden Daughter, a woman who never lost her reason even in extreme situations, and who always made rational decisions regardless of the circumstances. According to him, that was exactly who Lortel Caheln was. He then picked up a document and remarked that she had even claimed to trust no one. However, he questioned whether that was really true and asked what she would think if a certain person had also decided to join their side. Lortel glanced at the paper and scoffed. She observed that it appeared to be a contract, or perhaps a settlement agreement, and admitted that it looked quite convincing. Nevertheless, she noted that considerable effort had gone into forging it, and argued that the proposal was filled with unreasonable demands. She therefore questioned whether the person in question would ever have signed such a document. Dune casually answered that he had indeed signed it, and added that the man was still inside the company building. Hearing that, Lortel's eyes became vacant as she could only mutter in disbelief what he meant. At that moment, the office door opened and light from the hallway streamed into the room. A cloaked figure stepped inside. The moment she saw him, Lortel froze and uttered Ed's name in shock. Ed nodded and quietly explained that things had simply turned out that way. The narration explained that the memory was from a little over a year earlier. Caheln sat in a prison wagon, looking utterly worn down. He remarked that people said power gained through betrayal would be lost through betrayal, and that although he had tried everything he could to prevent it, he had ultimately met the same fate. Lortel observed that he seemed lonely. Caheln agreed that she was right and told her never to forget that once someone reached the very bottom, nobody would be there to hold their hand. He then asked what was wrong with her and wondered why she was not smiling as she normally did. Realizing that she already knew, he told her to take a good look at him because this was the end of Elte, the Golden King, and that his fate would become her future as well. Lortel reflected on why those words, which had sounded like a curse, still lingered in her ears even now. When she saw Ed appear, her face was filled with despair, and she wondered why those words continued to echo in her mind before hesitantly calling out Ed's name. Ed replied that it was simply how things turned out. The agreement stated that 1. Ed Rothtaler would fully cooperate with the investigation of Lortel Kihelm, acting company leader of the L2 Trading Company, based on the reports submitted by whistleblower Dune Gregg. 2. Dune Gregg, acting supervisor of the L2 Trading Company, would fully support all of Ed Rothtaler's academic, living, and miscellaneous expenses until his graduation from Sylvania. 3. Dune Gregg would additionally provide complete financial and practical support to assist Ed's early graduation. 4. Dune Gregg would fully support Ed's relocation and initial settlement. And 5. Ed Rothtaler would publicly be known as an employee of the L2 Trading Company, with that status being maintained for at least 5 years after graduation. After reading the agreement, Lortel summarized its contents to herself, concluding that Dune would support Ed Rothtaler's early graduation while Ed would assist in exposing her crimes. Lowering her head, she curled her lips into a faint smile and remarked that if that was how things were unfolding, then it could not be helped. Dune praised her sarcastically, calling her an amazing acting company leader. Knowing Lortel well, Ed pointed out that she was not someone who could be dealt with merely by restraining her. He questioned whether Dune was truly claiming to have taken care of Lortel after only taking control of the Sylvania branch. Dune smiled and replied that acting company leader Lortel, the daughter of the previous company leader, was regarded by the main branch in Oldek as a remnant of a bygone era. He explained that although she had managed to bring everything under control during the break, her absence had left the Sylvania branch unattended for some time, allowing him to act freely. During that period, he had discovered a foolproof method of dealing with her. According to him, all that remained was ensuring that she could do nothing for the next 3 days. He added that he had not expected Ed to cooperate so quickly, since Ed had seemed rather close to Lortel, and he had assumed it would take longer to win him over. Ed suddenly stopped walking and stated that he was always willing to cooperate if the conditions were good enough, and that betraying Lortel was not a difficult matter. However, he required certain guarantees. He asked how Dune intended to deal with Lortel and how a mere member of a trading company could possibly accelerate his graduation. Dune smirked and repeated the word guarantee thoughtfully. Ed remained silent. Opening the door to a room, Dune asked Ed to guess how long he had been waiting for a chance at power during his years at the LT Trading Company. He explained that he had remained patient even when LT, the Golden King, lost his position, when Oldek descended into chaos because of merchandising issues, and during the many crises faced by Sylvania. For the past 5 years, he had quietly bided his time. Looking around, Ed remarked that Dune was claiming it was finally time to act despite having remained inactive throughout all those events. He said that Dune seemed to expect him to trust him blindly, which he found unreasonable. Ed reasoned that because Dune was promising something as significant as an early graduation, the Academy itself had to be involved. He noted that Lortel had orchestrated the LT Trading Company's monopoly on goods, and that there were surely faculty members who disliked her because of it. Among those capable of granting him an early graduation, Principal Obel and the Dean were not the type to engage in underhanded dealings. Therefore, if Dune had struck a deal with anyone, it was most likely Vice Principal Rachel. Ed speculated that if Dune had offered to relinquish the company's monopoly on goods, Rachel would have been more than willing to cooperate. Dune shrugged and admitted that Ed was remarkably perceptive. He expressed disbelief that Ed had deduced so much from a single contract and remarked that it was fortunate he had not made Ed his enemy. He then added that if Ed had thought things through that far, he surely understood the desperate situation Lortel now faced. To be honest, Dune claimed that there was no hope left for her and that the position of the next company leader would belong to one of the 6 great merchant elders. This reminded Ed of a previous conversation during the Awfulus Hall takeover, when Lortel had mentioned that Slog, who aspired to become the next company leader, was supporting her. Continuing the discussion, Dune commented that Slog had probably believed he would succeed LT as company leader, but after Lortel seized control instead, he must have become extremely resentful. Curious, Ed asked whether Slog was supporting Dune as well. Dune nodded and confirmed that he was. Ed repeated the phrase as well, questioning what Dune meant by it. Dune explained that the LT Trading Company was the greatest trading company on the entire continent. Because of that, the matter of who became the next company leader was watched closely even by the imperial family. At that moment, a red string extended directly toward a line of text. Ed quickly unfolded the paper and saw its contents. Dune maintained a smile and remarked that the name written there should explain enough. The document contained the name Persica Delphinir Cloel, the second princess. In a magnificent royal palace, Persica stared intently at the report in her hands. She reflected that the man named Dune Greggs had impressed her with his intelligence. She noted that he had connected her with the great merchant Slog, but considered it even more important that he had devised a plan to persuade Ed Rothstaler. A man trusted by Fenia, someone even Selaha treated cautiously, the person whom the hero Lucy Merrill was obsessed with, and the surviving member of the Rothstaler family who had regained his status just before the family's possible downfall. In her view, he was perhaps the most important key figure in the struggle for the throne. She then left her office and walked to a balcony on the upper floor. Sitting on the railing and enjoying the breeze, she felt her mood lighten as the gentle wind passed by. She thought that she would like to meet Ed Rothstaler soon. 2 days before the semester began, Leanna expressed her doubts and asked whether Ed Rothstaler was truly trustworthy. Dune teased her, saying that she still spoke in a manner unbefitting a merchant. He then explained that Ed appeared to place tremendous importance on graduating from the academy. Even though he had ranked first in his class, he had seemed worried that he might fail to graduate. Dune recalled that Ed had once stated that his goal was to graduate from the academy. Because of that, Dune believed that the offer of early graduation was probably the sweetest proposal Ed could have received. Although Ed had presented an unexpected condition, they had agreed to accept it, leaving him with no choice but to cooperate with them for the time being. Confused, Leanna asked what the unexpected condition had been. Dune repeated Ed's request, explaining that Ed had said he intended to kidnap someone and needed a place to hide the captive. Dune had heard that Ed wished to research spectral magic in a manner similar to Professor Glast. After verifying that Ed was genuinely capable of using aspect magic, Dune had allowed him to use the underground storage area as a prison for the captive. He admitted that he did not know the exact reason behind the request, but remarked that Ed was not an entirely clean person either. Dune added that the arrangement was beneficial to them as well. Still puzzled, Leanna asked why that was the case. Dune responded with a sinister smile, explaining that they now possessed one of Ed's weaknesses. Since Ed was staying in the building, it had become even easier to monitor him. Dune reminded her that the original purpose of bringing Ed to their side had been to gain Princess Persica's approval and to damage the acting company leader's position. Therefore, he argued that Ed's trustworthiness no longer mattered. According to Dune, all the uncertain variables had already been gathered inside the building. All that remained was for him to watch over everything for the next 2 days. He further noted that he had already doubled the number of guards. Suddenly, a scream echoed from inside the building. A massive explosion followed, blasting the people inside outward. As groans of pain filled the air, a figure emerged. With every step Taylor took, electricity leaked from his body. He declared that he already knew everything and intended to make the conversation brief. He demanded to know where Isla Triss was being held. The murderous intent in Taylor's eyes immediately allowed Dune to recognize him as Taylor McClure. Shocked, Dune realized that Taylor somehow knew Isla Triss was imprisoned there. He could not understand how the information had been discovered, and what disturbed him even more was that the attack had come far sooner than expected. He began to suspect that something unexpected had occurred. Outside, chaos erupted as people shouted that they were under attack and ordered the mercenaries at the front gate to gather immediately. Meanwhile, the door to the room where Lortel had been confined slowly opened. Light from outside shone directly onto her face. Exhausted, Lortel lifted her eyes and saw that Ed was standing before her. Looking at her, Ed remarked that the situation was rather underwhelming, adding that he had expected her to appear much more depressed. Despite her circumstances, Lortel managed to smile. She replied that she had almost died waiting for him, Ed.